Preface of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rutger. The Snowman by George Sand. Preface. Will the reader be kind enough to enter with us at once into the subject of this story, as he does when, in the theater, the curtain rises upon a situation which the actors proceed to explain? In the same way, we beg him to go with us straight away into the heart of the locality which is the scene of this narrative. Yet there is this difference, that in the theater the curtain seldom rises upon an empty stage, while in the present instance the narrator and the reader are to be for a few moments alone together. The place into which we are thus conveyed is sufficiently strange and not particularly agreeable. It is a four-sided room, at first sight apparently a regular square, but one of its angles is really more acute than the others. As we observe the moment, we notice the dark-colored wooden ceiling, whose projecting beams cross each other in a distinctly irregular manner in the northeast corner. This irregularity is made still more obvious by a wooden staircase with a balustrade somewhat elaborately worked, and of a massive character seemingly of the end of the 16th century or the beginning of the 17th. This staircase goes up 6 steps, pauses at a small landing place, turns a right angle, and after 6 steps more ends abruptly in the wall. The arrangements of the building have been changed, and it would have been natural to remove the staircase at the same time, for it only encumbers the room. Why was this not done? This, dear reader, is the question we put to each other. But notwithstanding this proof of respect or indifference, the apartment which we are examining has retained all its ancient comforts. An immense circular stove, in which no fire has been lighted for a long time, serves as a pedestal for a very handsome clock of the style of Boule, whose glasses, tarnished and almost iridescent with moisture, throw out metallic reflections into the gloom. A handsome copper chandelier of the Dutch fashion hangs from the ceiling, covered with a coat of verdigris so thick that it looks like a piece of malachite work. 12 wax candles, whole, with one exception, though yellow with age, are still standing in the wide metallic sockets, whose size has the advantage of not allowing a drop of wax to fall, and the disadvantage of casting a deep shadow on the floor, while the light is all reflected up to the ceiling. The 12th of the candles in this chandelier is 3/4 burnt away. We happen to note this, friendly reader, because we are examining everything with such minute attention. Otherwise we might very easily have overlooked it, in consequence of the strange ornament which partly covers the chandelier and its candles, and hangs along its branches in opaque folds. Probably you take it to be a piece of gray cloth long ago thrown over the fixture to protect the copper. Touch it if you can reach high enough. You see that it is an accumulation of spiders' webs, almost as compact as parchment, and loaded with dust. These spiders' webs are everywhere else, too. They hang all over the smoked frames of the large family portraits that fill 3 sides of the room, and in the corners they are festooned with a sort of regularity, as if some austere and industrious fate had assumed the form of a spider and undertaken to furnish hangings for these deserted wainscots, complete enough to cover even the least crevice. But of the spiders themselves you will not find one. The cold has made them torpid or killed them, and if you should be obliged, as I hope you will not, to pass a night in this melancholy room, you would not have even these industrious little creatures to keep you company. The clock, whose tick-tack is not unlike the regular ticking of some insects, is mute as they, Its hands have stood still upon the dial at 4 o'clock in the morning for God knows how many years. I say 4 o'clock in the morning for the reason that in the country where we now are, the striking part of old timepieces indicates whether the hours are those of night or of the day. For there the days are sometimes only 5 hours long, and the nights 19. If you were fatigued with your journey and should sleep late, you might not know when you awoke whether it was the next morning after your arrival or the next morning but one. If the clock were going, it would tell you, but it is not, and it is impossible to tell whether it could be made to go. Well, what country is it? We shall learn without having to go outside the room, along the whole length of the irregular wall by which the staircase is built, and which, like the 3 other sides, is more than half covered with oaken wainscot. Large maps are hung, very likely because their shape rendered it a convenient place. They are longer horizontally than their height, and accordingly just cover that part of the wall above the woodwork. They seem to be banished here rather than exhibited, and we shall have to go up the 12 steps of the staircase ending in the wall to convince ourselves that these long bands of parchment, colored in the hardest tints, are maps, charts, and plans of strong cities. The staircase leads us precisely to the height of that one of these maps representing the country, which was undoubtedly placed just there for convenience of consultation, and also, perhaps, to hide the place where a door has been built up. This great green serpent in the middle of the picture is the Baltic Sea. I presume that you recognize it from its resemblance to a dolphin with a double tail, and from the innumerable indentations of its fjords, narrow and winding gulfs that run far into the rocky coast. Don't get lost on the far side of Finland, which is there painted in yellow ochre. Look on the other shore for about the middle of Sweden, painted red, and you will recognize from its lakes, from its rivers and mountains, the province of Dalecarlia, a region which was still comparatively uncivilized at the time to which this story refers. It is in the last century, towards the close of the kindly but troubled reign of Adolphus Frederick of Holstein-Gottorp, at one time the Protestant bishop of Lubeck, but who afterwards married Ulrica of Prussia, the friend of Voltaire, the sister of Frederick the Great. In a word, as far as we can judge, it is about the year 1770. Rather later we shall see the aspect of this country. You must be satisfied at present, dear reader, to know that you are in a small old chateau perched on a rock in the very center of a frozen lake, which will naturally lead you to conclude that I have carried you there in midwinter. And now a last glance at this room while it is still ours, for, gloomy and cold as it is, we shall soon have competitors for the use of it. It is furnished with old chairs of wood, quite artistically carved, but massive and inconvenient. One armchair, comparatively modern, that is of the time of Louis XVI, is covered with silk that has become yellowed and stained, but it is still soft and of a convenient shape for sleeping. It looks out of place in the solemn company of the other worm-eaten chairs, with their high backs, which, for more than 20 years, have not been moved from the wall. To conclude, an old bed with 4 twisted columns and curtains of tattered silk stands in the corner opposite the staircase, and adds, by its dilapidated appearance, to the gloomy and sinister aspect of the place. But we must retire, reader. The door opens, and you must depend upon me hereafter if you wish to know about the past and future events whose theatre I have thus shown you. End of preface.
Section 1 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Snowman by George Sand. Chapter 1, Part 1. For a full quarter of an hour, someone had been knocking and ringing at the outside door of the Gothic manor of Stolberg. But the burlesque was blowing so very furiously, and old Stenson was so extremely deaf. The old man's nephew, Euphilius, a colossal blonde who assisted him in his duties, heard somewhat better, but he believed in ghosts and was not at all anxious to open the door to them. Monsieur Stenson, former steward of the Baron de Valdemora, was an invalid and a man of melancholy character. He was at present the overseer of Stolberg, and he lived in one of the pavilions of this old, battered, and abandoned chateau. It really seemed to him that someone was knocking at the door of the court, but Euphilius judiciously called his attention to the fact that the goblins and trolls of the lake were in the habit of playing just such tricks. Stenson, with a sigh, began to read his old Bible again, and in a very few moments went to bed. At last the persons outside became so impatient that they forced the lock of the door, introduced themselves into the court, and following a narrow gallery on the ground floor entered, with their ass, the very room that we have just described, which was called the Bear Room, from the crowned animal carved on the armorial shield above the outside window. The door of this room was usually fastened, and its being open today was due to an unusual circumstance, about which, however, the strangers did not trouble themselves at all. Rather strange-looking individuals were these unexpected visitors of Stolberg. One of them was wrapped up in a sheepskin and looked like one of those ugly scarecrows that are used in gardens and hemp fields to frighten birds. The other, who was tall and well-made, resembled a good-natured Italian brigand. The ass was a fine ass, strong and carrying a load that would have been sufficient for an ox. He was so accustomed to traveling adventures that he made no sort of objection to going up several steps, and showed no surprise when he found himself treading upon a pine floor instead of the straw of a stable. The poor ass was ill, however, and the taller of the two travelers, who was leading him, looked after his comfort before attending to anything else. "Puffo," he said, placing his lantern on a large table in the middle of the room, "Jean has a cold. He is coughing as if he would split his lungs." "Parbleu, I am no better off myself," replied Puffo in Italian, the same language which his companion had employed. "Do you suppose, master, that it makes a fellow fresh and jolly to drag him about in this devil of a country?" "I too am cold and tired," replied the master, as Puffo called him, "but there is no use in complaining. Here we are, and we must not allow ourselves to die of cold. Look and see whether this is really the Bear Room that we were told about." "How shall I recognize it?" "By those maps and a staircase which leads nowhere. Was not that what they told us at the farm?" "I don't know anything about it," replied Puffo. "I can't understand their beastly patois." As he spoke, he took the lantern and, holding it higher than his head, said, "What do I know about geography?" His master looked up and exclaimed, "This is the very room. There are the maps, and here," he added, running lightly up the wooden staircase and lifting the map that hung over the wall at the top of it, "is the place walled up. It's all right, Puffo. We need not distress ourselves any longer. The room is perfectly tight, and we can sleep here like princes. However, I don't see— Oh, yes, there is a bed, but there are neither mattresses nor coverlids, and they told us there were 2 good beds." "You are quite a Sabariot. Do you require a bed wherever you go, my good fellow? Look and see if there is any wood in the stove, and light the fire." "There's no wood at all, nothing but coal." "That is still better. Light the fire, my lad, light it. As for me, I am going to attend to this poor Jean." Taking a piece of carpet that lay before the stove, the young man began to rub the ass so vigorously that in a few moments he himself was all in a glow. "I was fairly warned," he said to Puffo, who was lighting the fire, "that the ass would suffer from the cold beyond the 52nd degree of north latitude, but I did not believe it. The ass is not so delicate as the horse, which lives in Lapland, and besides, this one of ours is so healthy and good-natured. We can only hope that he will be as lucky as ourselves and will keep alive for several days. He has not refused to work yet, and the poor beast carries with perfect docility a larger load than 2 horses would probably take, at least without being very much urged." "No matter for that," replied Puffo, kneeling before the stove, which was beginning to roar and sputter as if it were going to burn well. "You ought to have sold him in Stockholm, where so many people wanted him." "Sell Jean? Sell him to be stuffed for a museum? Never, so help me heaven. He has worked well for me for a whole year, and for my part I love this faithful servant. Who knows, Puffo, whether I shall be able to say much for you a year hence?" "Pshaw, Master Cristiano. I don't care. Sentiment is not in my line, and I should trouble myself very little about the ass if I could only find something to eat and drink." "There is something in that, I confess. Sentiment does not take away the appetite, and I am as hungry as all the devils. Come, Puffo, let us be sensible and go over what we have heard. They said, at the new chateau, 'We have no room for you here. Even if you should come in the name of the king, we could not find you a corner as large as your hand. Go and lodge at the farm." At the farm they said about the same thing, but they gave us a lantern and showing us a road cut out over the ice of the lake, advised us to go to the old chateau. The road is not agreeable, I acknowledge, amid these whirlwinds of snow, but the distance is short. You can return in 10 minutes at the outside, and my opinion is that you will have to make up your mind to do this if you want any supper. But what if they turn us away from the farm as they did from the new chateau? They will say, perhaps, that they have already too much company to provide for, and that they have not a scrap of bread left for vagrants like us. The fact is that our appearance is not prepossessing. That is what makes me afraid that this worthy Monsieur Stenson, the old overseer who lives somewhere about the building, and who is very ill-tempered, they say, will drive us off the premises. But listen, Puffo, either the good man must be fast asleep since we have succeeded in breaking open the door of the court and reaching this room without hindrance, or the noise of the wind drowns every other sound. Now what we have to do is to steal quietly into the kitchen, and the devil is to pay if we cannot find anything there." "Much obliged to you," said Puffo. "I prefer recrossing the lake and going to the farm. There the people, although busy, were very polite, while old Stenson, it seems, is wicked and a sort of monomaniac." "Just as you choose, my good Puffo. Off with you. Bring something back, if it is a possible thing, to warm us up a little. One word more, my sublime companion. Listen once for all." "What is the matter now?" said Puffo, who was already tying the strings of his sheepskin in preparation for his departure. "In the first place," replied Cristiano, "you must give me time to light one of the candles of this chandelier before carrying off the lantern." "How can you reach them? I don't see any great supply of ladders in this damned bare room." "Stand there. I'm going to climb on your shoulders. Are you firm?" "Go on. You are not very heavy." "Now, comrade," said the young man, planting his feet upon Puffo's broad shoulders and seizing one of the branches of the chandelier with one hand, while with the other he tried to snatch a candle from its socket without bringing down the dusty spider's webs into his eyes. "Listen to me. I have not precisely the honor of knowing you. For 3 months we have been traveling companions, and aside from the fact that you are rather too fond of taverns, you seem to me to not be a bad fellow. But you may be a great rogue for all that, and I am not sorry to have an opportunity of telling you." "Say what you are going to, and have done with it, will you?" replied Puffo, shaking himself a little. "I wish you would make haste up there, instead of lecturing. You are not so light as I thought." "I have done," replied Cristiano, leaping nimbly to the earth, for he imagined that his companion was a little inclined to let him fall. "I have got my candle, and will continue my discourse. We are, for the moment, 2 bohemians, Puffo, 2 poor adventurers. But I am in the habit of behaving like a sensible man, while you sometimes take pleasure in conducting yourself like a beast. Now, I want you to understand that the greatest folly, the meanest and flattest thing that a man can be guilty of, in my eyes, is to follow the trade of a thief." "Where did you ever see me stealing?" said Puffo gloomily. "If I had seen you stealing in my company, I should have broken your back, my friend. That is why it is only fair that I should let you know what my views on the subject are. I told you just now to try and obtain some supper by persuasion or cunning. So far, we have a right to go. We were invited into this snow paradise to employ our talents for the entertainment of a large party of distinguished persons. We were provided with money to pay the expenses of the journey, and it is not our fault that it was lost. We are promised a sufficient amount, of which I intend to give you a handsome share, although you are only the apprentice, while I am the master. We have no reason to complain, therefore, but always on condition that we are not left to die of cold and hunger. Now we happen to arrive at our employer's chateau at night, just as his illustrious guests have gone to supper, when his highly respectable lackeys are in a great hurry to get their supper, and when belated travelers have no right to be hungry. Consequently, it is a matter of necessity for us to get our own supper tonight in some way or other, so that we may be in condition to fulfill our engagements tomorrow. We shall neither offend heaven nor our host by laying hands upon a few good dishes and some bottles of wine, but to slip silver into our pockets and hide linen under the pack-saddle of our ass would be an asinine proceeding, since silver is not good to eat, and since it ruins linen to be stowed away under a saddle. Do you understand, Puffo? We are perfectly authorized in taking food, but no stealing, or 100 lashes on your back. That is what I intended to tell you." "All right," replied Puffo, shrugging his shoulders. "You have been a long time coming to the point. You are a dreadful chatterbox." Puffo went off with the lantern in a state of considerable discontent with his patron, who had, in fact, good reasons for suspecting his honesty, having several times discovered among his professional apparatus sundry objects whose sudden acquisition Puffo had been unable to explain in a satisfactory manner. It was not without reason, upon the other hand, that Puffo accused Cristiano of being a chatterbox. He was at all events a great talker, as all men endowed with strong intellectual and physical vitality are apt to be. Puffo, with his mere rude glibness of speech and his vulgar instincts, felt the ascendancy of a mind and character infinitely superior to his own. He, however, was the stronger of the two, and when the tall, slender Cristiano threatened this thick-set and muscular Livornese, it was his moral influence or his agility that he relied upon, rather than physical strength to enforce his authority. When Cristiano was left alone, he abandoned himself to his innocent affection for his ass. He had relieved him from his baggage as soon as they entered the bear room. This baggage, consisting of 2 large boxes, a bundle of light poles of white wood for their cross pieces, taken apart, and finally a package of curtains and tapestries, which were still quite fresh, carefully rolled in a leather case, he arranged in a corner. All this was his artistic apparatus, the tools of his trade, his livelihood. As for his wardrobe, it gave no sort of trouble. Consisted merely of a little bundle of linen tied up in a handkerchief and a cloak of coarse cloth, which made a good covering for Jean when it was left at the back of its owner. The rest of his effects he wore, to wit, a Venetian cape a good deal defaced, small clothes of some stout material, and 3 pair of woolen socks, one over the other. His cape, his woolen cap, and his broad-brimmed hat Cristiano had taken off, so as to be more at ease in setting things to rights. He was a tall, slender fellow, with a remarkably handsome face, shaded by a profusion of black hair and great disorder. The warmth of the stove began to make itself felt, and besides, the young man was too vigorous to be sensitive to the cold. He went about the room, therefore, in his shirt-sleeves, and made arrangements to pass the night as comfortably as possible. It was not the absence of the beds they had been told about that troubled him, but the fear that he would not be able to find Jean anything to eat and drink. "I was very foolish," he said to himself, "not to think about that as I passed the new chateau on the farm, but how can one think of anything with the wind blowing ice needles into his eyes? They told us at the farm, and I remember now that they said so in a very sarcastic way, that we would find an abundance of everything at the old chateau if old Stenson would be good enough to let us in. Now, as we were obliged to break the door open, it seems that he was not good enough. Well, whether or no, I must find out how the Cerberus of this old ruin will take our being here. After all, I have my contract in my pocket, and if they try to turn me out here too, I will show my teeth." Thereupon Cristiano placed Jean, together with his baggage, in the recess under the staircase, and, as he was seeking, candle in hand, for a nail or peg to which to tie the ass, he saw there was a door in the wainscot just at the farthest part of this recess, and in the defective angle of the room. As he had not noticed the irregularity in the plan of the room, he could not tell whether the passageway into which the door opened was in a thick wall or between 2 walls joined above. He pushed the secret door, for it was one, without expecting that it would open, and seeing that it was not fastened in any way, he cautiously went forward to see what he could find. He had not gone 3 steps when the candle went out. Luckily the fire was burning, and he was able to light it again, while listening with a certain pleasure to the sharp and melancholy whistling of the wind in the secret passage. Cristiano had a romantic disposition, and was in the habit of indulging in poetic fancies. It seemed to him that the spirits so long imprisoned in this abandoned hall were complaining at being disturbed in their mysteries, and, as he was afraid, moreover, that the cold would increase poor Jean's cough, he took pains, when he went out again, to shut the door after him. He had noticed beforehand that there were strong bolts on the outside, but that its own weight was sufficient to keep it in its place. We will leave him for the present to proceed on his expedition, and introduce another traveler into the bear room. This also is an unexpected visitor, but he is accompanied by Euphilius, who lights him with respect, while they are followed by a shivering little serving lad, dressed in a full suit of red. These 3 persons are talking Delacarlian, and they are still in the court, Euphilius with a terrified expression, and the 2 others looking very impatient. "Come, Ulf, come, my lad," said the stranger. "Don't be so formal. Light us to this famous room, and attend to my horse at once. He is all in a sweat with dragging the sleigh up your little rock. Good horse, I would not lose him for 10,000 rick dollars." The person who addressed Euphilius thus was the senior advocate of the city of Geneva, doctor of laws of the faculty of Lund. "What, Monsieur Gaufflet, do you want to stay here all night? Do you really mean so?" "Hush, hush, I know it will annoy honest Sten, but when I am once installed, he will have to make up his mind to it. Take the horse, I tell you. I know the way." "What, Monsieur Advocate, you come here all alone in the night with your grandson? You rascal, you know very well I have no children. Here, little Niles, come and help me unharness poor Loki. You see that it is the fashion here to talk and do nothing else. Come, rouse yourself. Are you frozen with a trip of 3 or 4 hours at nightfall?" "Leave him alone, Monsieur Gaufflet. He is too little," said Euphilius, feeling the lawyer's reproach. "Take the first door to the right and get under shelter. I will answer for the horse." "Nonsense! It has stopped snowing. This little flurry has only made the weather milder," resumed Monsieur Gaufflet, who, both by profession and taste, was no less of a talker than Christiano. "I have not been cold at all, and shall do capitally if I eat a good plate of porridge and smoke a good pipe before going to bed. Come, Niles, carry one of those bundles into the room yonder. It will be something for you to do, and will warm you. Are you asleep already? It is not more than 7 o'clock." "Oh, Monsieur Gaufflet," said the little lad with his teeth chattering, "it has been the night for a long time, and I am always so afraid in the night." "Afraid of what, pray?" "Well, console yourself. At this season the days are getting a minute and a half longer daily." Talking away after this fashion, Monsieur Gaufflet, who was a man of about 60, dry, active, and cheerful himself, put the horse into the stable, while Euphilius drew the sleigh into the coach-house, and hung up the harness and bells. In the meanwhile, little Niles still sat shivering on the luggage, which was under the wooden gallery around the court. When Monsieur Gaufflet was satisfied that his beloved Loki, the handsome and generous little horse, whom he had named for the Prometheus of the Scandinavian mythology, would want for nothing, he turned, and with his firm step proceeded towards the bear-room. "Wait, wait, Monsieur Advocate," said Euphilius. "That is not the way. The double-bedded room that we call the guard-room." "Parbleu! I knew all about it," replied Monsieur Gaufflet. "I have slept in it before." "Perhaps so, but that was a long time ago. It is so out of repair now." "Well, if it is out of repair, you can make me up a bed in the bear-room." In the Ulf dared not finish, so monstrous did Monsieur Gaufflet's suggestion seem. Taking courage after a pause, he resumed. "No, Monsieur Gaufflet, no. That is impossible. You are joking. I will go and look for the key of the other room, which perhaps is in a better state than I thought. My uncle sometimes goes there. And since there's a second door to the gallery, you won't have the annoyance of going through, you know." "What? Has not that poor bear-room lost its bad reputation since the staircase door was walled up? Nonsense, Ulf, my lad. You are old enough to know better. I insist upon your opening the door immediately. It is too cold to wait here while you go in search of other keys, and since you have it about you—" "I haven't got it," cried Euphilius. "I swear to you, Monsieur Gaufflet, that I haven't got the key of the bear any more than that of the guard." While discussing thus, Monsieur Gaufflet, accompanied by Euphilius, who lighted him very unwillingly, and Niles, who followed close at his heels, reached the second door of the donjon, upon the ground floor of which the bear-room was situated. As this door was only fastened by an outside bolt, the advocate entered the inner court without difficulty, and going up 3 steps, pushed the door of the bear-room, which, yielding to his impatient hand, opened wide with such a plaintive squeak that Niles started back in terror. "Open! It was open!" cried Euphilius, turning as pale as his red and shining face was capable of becoming. "Well, suppose it was," said Monsieur Gaufflet. "Stenson, no doubt, has been through this way." "He never comes here, Monsieur Gaufflet. Oh, there's no danger of that." "So much the better, then. I can get settled without troubling him, and without his knowing anything about it. But what have you been telling me? Someone must have been here, for there is a fire in the stove. I see how it is, Monsieur Euphilius Stenson. You have let or promised this room to someone whom you are waiting for. The deuce! So much the worse for them. There is no room at the new chateau, and you must make room for me here. But never mind, my poor fellow, I will pay you as well as anyone. Light these candles, that is to say, go and get something to trim them with, and then bring bedclothes, warming pans, whatever we may need, and above all things don't forget the supper. Niles will help you. He is very quick, very skillful, and very obliging. Come, Niles, exert yourself. Find our bedroom, the guard-room, as Euphilius calls it, all alone. I know what it is, but I won't tell you. Look for it. Show us how bright you are, Master Niles." Good Monsieur Gaufflet might as well have been talking in a desert. Euphilius standing petrified in the middle of the room, Niles was warming his hands at that stove, and the doctor was left to get settled as best could. At last Ulf heaved a sigh that might have turned a mill-wheel, and said in an emphatic voice, "Upon my honor, Monsieur Gaufflet, upon my eternal salvation, I have neither let nor promised this room to anyone. How can you think such a thing when you know what has happened here, and what goes on even now? Oh, nothing will induce my Uncle Stenson to let you stop here. I will inform him of your arrival, and since they were not able to accommodate you at the new chateau, he will give you up his own room." "I will not allow anything of the kind," replied Monsieur Gaufflet. "You must not even tell him that I have come. He will learn tomorrow that I am here and am very comfortable. The guard-room is rather small, but it will do very well for sleeping, and this shall be my drawing-room and office. It is not particularly cheerful, but for 2 or 3 days I shall be quiet at least." "Quiet!" cried Euphilius. "Quiet in a room haunted by the devil?" "What makes you think that, friend elf?" said the Doctor of Laws, smiling while little Niles began to shiver again from fear quite as much as the wintry cold. "I think so for 3 reasons," replied Ulf with gloomy solemnity. "In the first place, you found the door of the court open, although I had locked it after sunset. In the second place, the door of this room was also open, a thing that has not happened since I came here 5 years ago to take care of my uncle and wait upon him. The third and most incredible thing of all is that there is a fire lighted and that the stove is warm, although no fire has been made here for 20 years and perhaps more. Lastly, hold, monsieur, doctor, look. There is some wax freshly spilled on the floor, and yet—" "You spilled it yourself, you idiot. You are holding your lantern upside down." "Oh no, Monsieur Gaufflet, mine is a tallow candle, and that under the chandelier. Wait!" Ulf looked up and uttered a cry of horror on seeing that there were only 10 candles and a half in the chandelier instead of 11 and a half. The lawyer was naturally kind and good-natured. Instead of allowing the preoccupation of Ophelius and the terror of Niles to make him angry, he only thought of amusing himself at their expense. "Well, God be praised," he said very seriously. "That proves that there are kobolds here, and if they will only be so good as to appear to me, I have wanted to become acquainted with them all my life without ever seeing a single one. I shall congratulate myself all the more upon coming to this room, where I can sleep under their kind protection." "No, no, Monsieur Doctor," replied Ophelius. "There are no kobolds here. This is a melancholy and accursed place, as you know, a place where the trolls of the lake come to disturb and spoil everything, like wicked spirits as they are, while the little kobolds are friendly to man and only think of doing him good. The kobolds save and do not waste. They never carry anything away. On the contrary, they bring. I know all about that, Master Ulf. But how do you know that I have not a kobold of my own who came on here before me? Very likely he took the candle to light the fire so that I might find a warm place on my arrival, and knowing that you were a great coward who would keep me waiting a long time, opened the doors beforehand. Now, he is all ready, no doubt, to help you about my supper if you will only be as good as to attend to it, for you know kobolds don't like lazy folks, and only wait upon those who show a disposition to help others." This explanation soothed in a measure the fears of his 2 auditors. Niles ventured to turn his great blue eyes upon the gloomy walls of the apartment, and Ulf, after giving the lawyer a key to the closet of the guard-room, went to prepare their supper. "Well, Niles," said the lawyer to his little servant, "we can scarcely see all with this abominable lantern. You can make up the beds later. In the meanwhile, go and unpack my trunk. Put it on the table." End of Section 1. Section 2 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Snowman by George Sand. Chapter 1, Part 2. "But, Monsieur Doctor," said the child, "I cannot so much as lift it. It is heavy." "True," replied the lawyer. "It is full of papers, and is very heavy." He himself took the trunk, and with a slight effort placed it upon a chair, adding, "At any rate, take the valise with my clothes. I have only brought what was necessary, and it is very light." Niles obeyed, but he could not open the padlock. "I thought you were more skillful than that," said the lawyer, becoming a little impatient. "Your aunt told me. I am afraid my good Gertrude praised you rather too highly." "Oh," replied the child, "I can open trunks very well when they are not locked. But tell me, Monsieur Gaufflet, is it true that you have a kobold to wait upon you?" "What? A kobold? Oh, yes. I was thinking of something else. Do you believe in kobolds, my boy?" "Yes, if there are any. Aren't they wicked sometimes?" "Never, especially as they do not exist." "Oh, but you said just now—" "I only said that to laugh at that blockhead. As for you, Niles, I don't want you to believe in any such nonsense. You know that I intend to make you something more than a mere servant, to educate you a little and make you sensible if I can." "But, Monsieur Gaufflet, my Aunt Gertrude believes in them. She believes in good and bad spirits." "My housekeeper? She takes good care not to acknowledge it before me. She pretends to be strong-minded when I have time to talk to her. No, no, you are mistaken. She doesn't believe anything of the kind. She only says so to amuse you." "But it doesn't amuse me at all. It makes me afraid and keeps me awake all night." "In that case, she is wrong. But what are you about? Is that the way you unpack a trunk, throwing everything on the floor? Was it so that the pastor of Falun taught you to wait on him?" "I did not wait upon the pastor, Monsieur Gaufflet. He only took me to play with his little boy who was ill, and we had such a good time. We used to make little paper boats and light bread sleighs all day long." "Oh ho, that is worth knowing," said the Doctor of Laws angrily, "and Gertrude told me that you were so useful in that house." I was very useful, Monsieur Gaufflet. Yes, making paper boats and bread sleighs, that assuredly is a very useful employment. But let me tell you that if you can't do anything else at your age, I know as much as other children 10 years old, Monsieur Gaufflet. The devil, 10 years old? Are you only 10 years old? Your aunt said that you were 13 or 14. Well, brat, what is the matter? What are you crying about? Why, Monsieur Doctor, you are scolding me. It is not my fault if I'm only 10 years old. Correct. That is the first sensible remark you have made since I was so fortunate as to take you into my service this morning. Come, dry your eyes and wipe your nose. I am not angry. You are large and stout for your age at all events. And what you don't know, you will learn. What do you say? Oh yes, Monsieur Gaufflet, that is just what I should like. But will you learn quickly? I am very impatient, I can tell you. Yes, indeed, monsieur, I will learn everything right off. Do you know how to make a bed? I think so. At the pastor's I always used to make mine all by myself. Or you did not make it at all. Never mind, we shall soon see. But Monsieur Gaufflet, when my aunt came to Falun this morning to see me off on my journey, she told me that I wouldn't have to work. She said, you won't have anything to do at the chateau where you are going with your master. In the chateau of the Baron de Waldemora? Yes, that's it. There are beautiful rooms always in order and plenty of servants to do everything. What Monsieur Gaufflet wants is that you should always be on hand to give orders in his place. He don't wish to take Francois because Francois would never stay in his room. He was always drinking and amusing himself with the other servants. And Monsieur would have to run and hunt him up to get what he wanted. That put him out, and he did not like that at all. Now you must be very good and never leave him, do you hear? You must see that he is well waited upon, and then you will be waited upon too. So, said the doctor, that is what you expect? I am sure I am very good, Monsieur Gaufflet. I don't leave you. I am not running about with the tall servants at the chateau. Would to heaven you were. I defy you to do anything of the kind, however, in our present quarters. Why? Is the road over the lake the only way to the new chateau? The only way. Otherwise I see plainly that you would already be with the tall valets in livery. Oh no, Monsieur Gaufflet, since you wouldn't like it. But how beautiful it was over there. Where? At Waldemora? Yes, that's the name of the new chateau. Oh, Monsieur Gaufflet, it was a great deal prettier than it is here, and there were so many people I didn't feel at all afraid. Very good, Master Niles. That magnificent palace, with its splendid company, its turmoil, torches, feasting, and revelry, has turned your head for you, I'm afraid. For my part, it doesn't suit my taste to spend the night at a ball and wait until day for the chance of sharing a room with 4 or 5 young fools, intoxicated and perhaps quarrelsome. I like to eat little, but often and quietly, to sleep only a few hours, but without being disturbed. Besides, I did not come here to amuse myself. I have important business to transact for the Baron, and I must have my room, my table, my writing desk, and a little silence. The Baron is to blame, I must say, for allowing himself to forget amid his festivities and entertainments that I am no longer a young student, eager for music and dancing. He ought to have had this room prepared for me, or some other, in a quiet place, out of the reach of importunate visitors. When I saw the amazement of the servants at my arrival, and their inability to provide me with suitable quarters, it would have taken very little to make me return to Falun. But I was afraid of the snowstorm, and then Loki was too warm. I remembered happily that there was a haunted room at Old Stolberg that everyone was afraid of, and which, consequently, was never used. Here we are, and we are very well off. Tomorrow, Niles, you must give a thorough dusting. I like neatness for my part. Yes, Monsieur Gaufflet, I will tell Ulf. I am not tall enough to reach so high. So I see. Well, we will tell Ulf. Why do they call this the Bear Room, Monsieur Gaufflet? It is a name like any other, replied the lawyer, who was arranging his papers in the drawer of the table and who did not think it worth while to explain the shield to Master Niles. Soon, however, he noticed that the child's terror had redoubled. What is the matter? He said impatiently. You do nothing but follow me about, and don't give me the least assistance. I am afraid of the bear, replied the courageous Niles. At Falun you were speaking with the pastor about the great bear. I could understand. I was speaking about the great bear? What do you mean? Oh, yes, you are right. The pastor is something of an astronomer, and we were saying, take courage, my brave youth. We were talking about the great bear up in the sky. Oh, the great bear is up in the sky, cried Niles, recovering his spirits. Then it is not here? It will not come into this room? No, said the lawyer, laughing. It is too far away, too high up. If it should try to come down, it would break its paws. Now then, you are no longer afraid? Oh no, I am not afraid now. But what if it should tumble down? Bah, it is fastened firmly by 7 large diamond nails. Was it the good God who nailed it up there because it was so wicked? Probably. Are you quite sure now that you are not afraid? Oh, yes, said Niles, with a gesture of profound incredulity. Go and look for Ulf, then, and tell him. But, Monsieur Gaufflet, you spoke also about the snowman. So we did. You listened to everything that is said, it seems. That is very agreeable. Oh, yes, monsieur, replied Niles ingeniously. I listen to everything. And what is the snowman, in your opinion? I don't know. The pastor whispered to you, laughing, so you are going to see the snowman? He was talking, I suppose, about some mountain that has that name. Oh, no, indeed, for you said, does he walk as straight as ever, and the pastor said he is always hunting on his lake. Oh, I understand Swedish just as well as Delacarlian. And what do you think that from? Oh, and that there is a great tall snowman who walks on the lake we have just come over. Exactly, and who is always followed by a great bear. You have some imagination, child. Is the bear white or black? I don't know, Monsieur Gaufflet. We ought to know about that, though. Before deciding to take supper in this room, what if they should come and sit down at the table with us? Niles saw plainly that Monsieur Gaufflet was joking, and he began to laugh. The lawyer was congratulating himself upon his method of curing children of fear when the little fellow, who had suddenly become serious again, said, Monsieur Gaufflet, let us go away from here. This is a very ugly place. This is too much, cried the lawyer pettishly. What plagues children are! I am good enough to explain to my young gentleman that the bear is a constellation, and he is more frightened than ever. Niles, seeing that his master was angry, began to cry. He was a spoiled child, yet timid. Monsieur Gaufflet, who was thoroughly good-hearted, imagined and took pleasure in saying that he did not like children, and that if anything could console him for not having married at a proper age, it was the intellectual freedom that is enjoyed by those who have no children to take care of and be responsible for. The keen sensibility with which he was endowed, however, which his stirring and active professional life had developed without his knowledge, made it impossible for him to endure the tears and complaints of the weak. Accordingly, he tried to console and encourage his little valet at the very same time that he was grumbling at his folly, and while persisting in his passion for intellectual and subtle discussions, a style of argument that gains cases when you are trying to persuade men, but which is almost sure to lose them when you are dealing with children. He even went so far as to promise that he would run the great bear through the body with his sword if it should come to the door of the room, rather than allow it to enter. Monsieur Gaufflet excused himself the more readily for his absurd condescension, as he called it, because he found that a witty account of his evening at Stolberg, with which he proposed to entertain his friends at Gevalia, was involuntarily taking form in his mind. In the meanwhile, Ulf did not return. That he would require some time to get up a supper in Monsieur Stenson's modest establishment, the lawyer was prepared to anticipate, but he did not bring back the light, and this was an unpardonable piece of forgetfulness. The end of the candle was going out in the lantern, and the lawyer, who prided himself upon his white hands and irreproachable ruffles, dared not touch this villainous utensil to light himself about the room. He was obliged to submit to this disagreeable necessity, however, in order to go into the adjoining apartment. He wanted to search the closet whose key Ulf had given him, and which he hoped might contain some provisions or pieces of candle. Niles followed, holding him softly by the flap of the coat. These two rooms which Monsieur Gaufflet proposed to occupy were separated from each other by an unusually thick wall and two solid doors. The lawyer was well acquainted with the locality, but it was so long since his business had required him to visit the interior of the building that he had some difficulty in finding the first of the two doors. He looked for it opposite the outer entrance, and he was right, but instead of being on a straight line with it, it was a little to the left, like the secret door that Cristiano had accidentally discovered under the staircase, and whose existence had never been suspected either by the doctor or Ophelius. It was entirely concealed in the wainscot. There was no affection of mystery, however, in this style of door, closing perfectly without any visible lock. This peculiarity was merely the result of very careful joinery work, which becomes almost an art in cold countries. Monsieur Gaufflet did not find it necessary to look into the closet after he had once taken possession of the double-bedded room. Glancing at the mantelpiece, he saw a pair of heavy candlesticks with 3 branches, each of them holding 3 wax candles. It was time. The end of the candle was expiring in the lantern. Since there is no danger of our being left in the dark, said Monsieur Gaufflet to the child, we may as well make our arrangements here at once. Light the fire, and I will take the bedclothes from the closet. The bedclothes were laid upon the beds before Niles had succeeded in doing anything more than fill the room with smoke. When it was time to make the beds, which were enormous, he could think of nothing better than climbing up on top of them so as to reach the middle of the bolster. Monsieur Gaufflet was very much inclined to get angry, but since this would only have been a signal for tears, he resigned himself to his fate and made not only his own bed, but also that of his little valet. Although he had never done any work of that kind, he was succeeding very creditably when a fearful noise in the bare room, the doors between the two rooms had been left open, interrupted him. It was sort of a wild, unearthly, and yet absurd yell. Niles tumbled down on his hands and knees and considered it prudent to hide under the bed, while Monsieur Gaufflet, with staring eyes and open mouth, asked himself without any alarm, but with great surprise, what could be the meaning of such a serenade. If, as I firmly believe, he thought, it is some practical joker who wants to frighten me, he imitates the growling of the bear in a singular manner. The voice of the ass he really does reproduce, and with remarkable skill. But does he take me for a Laplander and imagine that I have never heard an ass bray? Come, come, Niles, he continued, looking for his little valet. There is no magic here. Let us go and see what the matter is. Niles would have perished rather than stir or even answer, and Monsieur Gaufflet, not knowing what had become of him, went in alone to reconnoitre. He was not a little surprised to find himself in the middle of the bare room, face to face with a veritable ass, and a fine one too. He had never seen its equal in Sweden, with such an honest countenance that it was impossible to give him an unkind reception or take his visit in bad part. "Well, my poor friend," said Monsieur Gaufflet, laughing, "where do you come from? What are you doing in this country, and what request did you just make of me?" If Jean had the gift of human speech, he would have replied that he had taken a good nap while confidently awaiting his master's return in his hiding place under the staircase, where no one had thought of looking, but that finding his master did not return and beginning to feel very hungry, he had lost his patience, and undoing the rope, which was not well tied, had come to ask Monsieur Gaufflet for some supper. The latter easily guessed what he wanted, but he could not understand why Ulf, whom he supposed entrusted with the care of this ass, should have given him the haunted chamber of Stolberg for a stable. He thought of a world of things. As this animal is a great rarity in cold countries, the Baron, who had a team of reindeer as well, another rarity in this region too cold for the ass, and not cold enough for the reindeer, probably valued him very highly, and had ordered the overseer of the old chateau to take care of him and keep him in a warm place. "That accounts for the fire in the stove," said Monsieur Gaufflet to himself, "but I can't understand why Ulf, instead of telling the simple truth, should have pretended to believe the room haunted. Perhaps he was ordered to fit up one of the stables for the occasion, and not having done so, wished to conceal his negligence. He hoped, no doubt, that I would be disgusted with the room, or would not notice the presence of this strange companion. Anyhow," Monsieur Gaufflet added, turning gaily to Jean, whose face amused him, "I beg your pardon, my poor ass, but I don't feel inclined to keep you so near me. You have a remarkably good voice, and I don't sleep soundly. I am going to take you to Loki, who will be a warm, comfortable companion, and for tonight you will have to share his supper and straw. Come, Niles, come, my child, you must light me to the stable." Receiving no reply, Monsieur Gaufflet was obliged to return to the guard-room and find the child's hiding-place. Pulling him out by one leg, he carried him back and seated him, whether he would or would not, upon the back of the ass. At first, Master Niles, thinking that he was astride the imaginary bear, uttered piercing cries. He had never seen an ass, and was as much alarmed by Jean's long ears as he would have been by the horns of the devil. But gradually the tranquillity and gentleness of the poor beast restored his courage. Monsieur Gaufflet gave him the candlestick with 3 branches. He himself led the ass by the halter, and leaving the tower, they all 3 turned into the wooden gallery with its mossy shed that surrounded the snow-covered court, and proceeded towards the stable. At this very moment Ulf came out of the pavilion in which his uncle lived, and proceeded towards the tower, with a lantern in one hand, and in the other a large basket full of articles for setting the lawyer's table. Ulf now was as eager to return to the little bare room as, a little while before, he had been unwilling to enter it. This is what had happened to him. Like a true Swede, Ulf was all kindness and hospitality, but since he had been living in the gloomy chateau of Stolberg with his deaf and melancholy uncle, the poor fellow had become so superstitious and cowardly that he never failed to lock himself up in his room as soon as the sun went down, with the firm resolution of not admitting any suspicious characters after that hour, but of leaving them rather to perish in the ice and snow. If the outer door of the chateau had not been broken open by Puffo's vigorous fist, and if Ulf had not recognized the lawyer's voice in the court, the respectable doctor of laws would certainly have been obliged to return to the new chateau in spite of his dread of its noise and confusion. After introducing him into the tower, Ulf became a little more tranquil. He even said to himself it was all for the best. If Monsieur Gaufflet wanted to defy the devil, it was his own business, and it was far better to have to admit him than to be obliged to reconduct him to the new chateau. An order that would have entailed upon the unfortunate guide the terrible necessity of returning alone over a lake peopled with frightful goblins. The old overseer of Stolberg was delicate, chilly, and accustomed to retire early. Happily, he had already shut himself up in his pavilion, which stood at the end of a small inner court, and which had no view of the outer court, as all its windows overlooked the lake. Whether asleep or not, therefore, it was not at all likely that he would suspect the presence of his guest before the next morning. After reflecting deeply, Ulf resolved not to disturb him, and to do his best to prepare Monsieur Gaufflet a good supper. Sten himself was very frugal, but he was treated with great consideration by his master, the Baron de Valdemora, proprietor both of the new chateau and the old tower, who, once for all, had given his new steward the strictest orders to provide liberally for this old and faithful servant of his house. Ulf loved good living, and seeing that his uncle sent back, out of prudence and economy, the superfluous provisions brought from the new chateau, he made arrangements, without telling him anything about it, to receive everything himself. He concealed his gastronomic wealth in a certain mysterious corner of the kitchen, and kept his bottles of old wine, which must have been exceedingly valuable in a country where the vine is a hothouse plant, piled up behind a row of empty hogsheads in a certain little cellar in the rock, very cool in summer and very warm in winter. Ulf was not covetous. He was an honest fellow who would not upon any account have made money out of the Baron's presence. He was good-hearted too, and whenever he could keep a friend with him, he invited him in a mysterious manner to share his precious bottles. Drinking alone is sad, and he was only too happy to be able to enjoy them in company. But it was so well established that the chateau was haunted, not by a bear, as Niles imagined, but by an unhappy ghost, that poor Ulf could not persuade a single boon companion to stop with him a moment after sunset. To keep up his courage, he was obliged to finish his bottles himself, and it was at such times that he beheld the wicked trolls and stromkarls, who try to lead their victims to waterfalls and throw them in. It was probably to avoid being tempted to follow them that the judicious Euphilius drank until he had entirely lost the use of his legs. There were a number of freethinkers and cosmopolites who did not believe in anything among the Baron's numerous suite of servants, but Stenson hated them all more or less, and his nephew Euphilius shared his antipathies. Euphilius Stenson, therefore, had plenty of materials for the doctor's supper, and he was not a bad hand at frying and roasting. After all, the lawyer's gaiety had inspirited him a little, and he was looking forward to having a pleasant chat while waiting on the table, when his cheerful ideas were suddenly disturbed by strange sounds. He imagined that he heard a stealthy rustling in the thick walls, a creaking in the wainscot. 20 times the frying-pan fell from his hand, and at one moment he was so sure his sighs of terror were repeated behind him by a mocking echo that he remained for 3 good minutes without daring to breathe, and far less to turn around. This was what made him so slow in preparing this much-desired repast. At last, when he had finished his work after a fashion, he went down into the cellar to get some wine. There new agonies awaited him. Just as he was about leaving the sanctuary with a sufficient load, a tall black figure glided before him. His lantern went out, and the same mysterious steps that had already frightened him almost out of his wits went rapidly up the cellar stairs. Ulf came very near fainting, but recovering his courage, he returned to the kitchen, and leaving his saucepans simmering on the stove, resolved under the pretense of setting the table to go and see whether Monsieur Gaufflet would not cure him of his terror. It was at this very moment, as he was coming along the wooden gallery with his useful load, that he met face to face a whimsical apparition. There before him he beheld the doctor of laws in his nightcap, leading by the halter a strange monstrous animal. Like a true Delacarlian peasant of those days, Ulf had never seen the ass, and perhaps had never heard of it. While upon this animal, whose long ears cast gigantic shadows along the gallery, rode a little red devil bearing a triple flame, the very imp whom Monsieur Gaufflet had wished to pass off as his valet, but who could only be the kobolds in person, the familiar demon whom he had boasted of having in his service. This was too much for poor Ulf. He respected kobolds, but he did not want to see them. His grasp failed, he set his basket on the ground, and turning short round, fled and shut himself up in his room, swearing by his eternal salvation that he would not come out again that night, even although the lawyer should die of hunger and the devil should eat up his supper. It was all in vain that Monsieur Gaufflet called. He received no reply, and after conducting the ass to the stable, he took up the abandoned basket and returned to set the table, with Niles's help, in the bare room. "Well," he said, "travelers must be philosophical. Here are glasses, dishes, and napkins, so we will hope that the lunatic will provide us with some food as well. We shall have to wait his good pleasure, since there is no means of doing otherwise, and in the meanwhile we can open these bottles which look promising." Niles set the table quite neatly, the fire blazed merrily in the stove, and Monsieur Gaufflet had quite recovered his natural good humor, when the child began tumbling about in a languid, helpless way, which showed that he had suddenly become sleepy. "Look out there," cried the lawyer. "Wake up. You have to eat yet. You must be hungry." "Oh yes, Monsieur Gaufflet," replied the child, "but I want to sleep so much I can never wait all the while until your supper is brought and you have done eating. Give me a little of this bread and blackberry jam, then I will be stronger and will wait upon you." Monsieur Gaufflet himself opened the pot of sweetmeats, and Niles seated himself unceremoniously in the place intended for his master, while the latter warmed his feet, which had been chilled by their expedition to the stable. Monsieur Gaufflet was as active in imagination as fluent in speech. When there was no opportunity for talking, his mind kept busily at work, or he abandoned himself to agreeable reveries. In a little while he began to feel the pangs of hunger again, and turned to see whether Ulf had returned at last with some more solid dish than sweetmeats. But he only saw little Niles fast asleep with his head on the table and his nose in the plate. "Come, come," he said, shaking him. "Now that you have had something to eat, you must keep awake. I want you to wait upon me. Go and see whether Ulf—" It was useless for Monsieur Gaufflet to finish. Niles was overcome by the irresistible sleep of childhood. He got up, but his eyes were vacant, and he staggered like a drunken man. The lawyer really pitied him. "Well, go to bed," he said, "since you are good for nothing." Niles turned to go to the guard-room, but stopped at the door and leaning against it fell fast asleep standing. He had to be carried to bed. Then there was another trouble. The little man really could not take off his gaiters. Monsieur Gaufflet had to take off his valet's gaiters, and this was not an easy task, for the shoes were tight and the child's legs were swollen with fatigue. When he was going to hoist him into his bed, he saw that the little rogue had already crept in all dressed. "The devil take you," he said. "Do you suppose I gave you those beautiful new clothes to sleep in? Get up and undress yourself. It is the least you can do." He pulled him out of the bed, whether he wished it or not, but the child made useless efforts to unbutton himself. Aunt Gertrude, delighted to have full swing in dressing him up like a little valet before introducing him to his master, had had his elk-skin small clothes and his red cloth vest made so tight that they fitted him like wax. Monsieur Gaufflet himself could scarcely pull them off. While thus engaged, he had to take him upon his knees before the fire, for the child was shivering with cold. It was useless for him to get angry and curse Gertrude for giving him such a servant. He could not be so inhuman as to let him freeze. And then Niles disarmed him by his pretty ways. At every word of reproach he would reply artlessly, "You will see tomorrow, Monsieur Gaufflet. I will do all that you tell me, and I will love you so much." "That will always be the way," replied the good lawyer, shaking him a little. "I prefer to be rather less loved and a little better waited on." At last Niles was in bed, and Monsieur Gaufflet turned to go in quest of his problematical supper, when the child called him back unceremoniously and said in a reproachful voice, "Wait, monsieur, you are not going to leave me all alone." "What more?" cried the doctor of laws. "Do you want company to sleep?" "But, Monsieur Gaufflet, I never slept alone in my room at the pastor's house, and here above all, where I am so afraid—" "Oh, stop, stop. If you are going to leave me, I had rather sleep on the floor in the room where you are." Wide awake now as a cat, Niles jumped out of bed and started to follow his master into the bare room in his shirt. Monsieur Gaufflet lost all patience. He scolded. Niles took to crying again. He was going to shut him up. Niles began to howl. The doctor of laws formed an heroic determination. "Since I have been so foolish," he said, "as to suppose that a child 10 years old was 14 and to imagine that Gertrude had a grain of common sense in her brain, I must pay the penalty. 5 minutes' patience and this young rogue will be fast asleep, while if I excite him by my opposition, God only knows how long I shall have to hear him groaning or braying." He went into the bare room to get one of its bundles of papers, not without cursing the child, who followed with naked feet, and would scarcely give him time to find his spectacles, and then sat down before the fire in the guard-room with the doors shut, as it was not very warm. After asking Niles ironically whether he did not want to be sung to sleep, he buried himself in his dusty papers, and forgot all about the supper, which did not arrive, and the child who was snoring with all his might. End of Section 2.
Section 3 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Seema Parakyat. The Snowman by George Sand. Section 3, Chapter 2, Part 1. But what was Cristiano about while Monsieur Gaufflet was meeting with all these adventures? The reader has probably guessed that the mocking goblin wandering about poor Ulf in kitchen and cellar was that adventurer in person in pursuit of his supper. Ulf's terrors and agonies enabled him to carry off the most portable dishes in the kitchen almost under his nose. In the cellar he was less fortunate. In blowing out the cupboard's light, he had found himself in such utter darkness that he was afraid of being shut up fasting in this subterranean vault. He had hastened, therefore, to retrace his steps while consoling himself with the thought that he could seize the bottles which Ulf would be sure to bring up at a more favorable moment. The adventurer had lost some little time in cautiously exploring the secret passage of the bare room, which we shall describe rather later. Escaping from it with some difficulty, he introduced himself secretly into Monsieur Stenson's pavilion, and so had not been in a position to notice Monsieur Goffley's arrival. He thought, therefore, that the supper was being prepared for the old overseer. Before returning to his self-selected lodging, he had still to find some supper for his ass, and for several moments after Ulf's final fit of terror, he was wandering about in the small court adjoining the outer enclosure. Hence, he lost the diverting spectacle of Monsieur Goffley in his nightcap, leading the ass in triumph to the stable with the help of his kobold in red livery. As he explored the old building in every direction and opened all the doors that were not firmly bolted, Cristiano came in at last to the stable, where he was delighted to see Master Jean eating his supper with a good appetite and trampling upon a thick litter of dry moss in company with a handsome black horse who seemed to make him very welcome. Really, beasts are sometimes more reasonable and more hospitable than men, thought Cristiano, caressing the noble animal. Since we have been traveling in this cold country, Jean has been regarded with amazement, fear, or repugnance in the various villages and peasants' hearts where we have stopped, and I myself, in spite of the affable manners of the people of this country, have fallen into a strange den of gloomy or absent-minded beings where I am obliged to go marauding like a soldier on a campaign. This good horse, on the contrary, makes room for Jean in his stall without asking him the meaning of his long years, and treats him from the start as an equal. Well, Jean, good night, my friend. If I should ask you who had brought you here and supplied your wants to your heart's desire, you would not perhaps have the goodness to reply. And I should suppose, if I did not see that someone had tied you by your halter, that you had been sensible enough to come of your own accord. Well, anyhow, I will follow your example and go and take my supper without thinking of the morrow. Cristiano shut the stable door and returned to the bare room, where he was agreeably surprised to find the table set with handsome dishes, heavy silver, and a white tablecloth, soiled only by a few sweetmeat stains around Niall's plate. "Hallo!" cried the adventurer gaily. "These good people have finished, or rather they have begun with the dessert. But who the devil has been here in my absence? Puffer would not have been neat enough to set the table. That is not all his style in travelling. Besides, he must have gone to the new chateau to seek his fortune, or I should have met him while exploring the old one. In fact, I never expected to receive any assistance from that fellow. If he has found a comfortable place for himself in some kitchen, no matter where, he will be sure to forget all about me, and I was quite right to take care of myself. But no matter if he should happen to return here to sleep, the poor devil must not freeze at the door of the chateau." Cristiano went and opened the door of the court, which Ulf, after Monsieur Goffley's arrival, had taken pains to fasten, and returned firmly resolved to have his supper, no matter with whom, by fair means or foul. "I have a right to it," he continued. "The dishes are empty, and the food I bring fills them handsomely. If I have a companion here, and he proves good-natured, we will join forces. Otherwise, we will see which of the two is to turn the other out of doors." While talking in this way, Cristiano went to see whether his baggage had been disturbed. He found it in the corner where he had left it and where it had not been noticed. He then examined Monsieur Goffley's trunk, valise, and effects, his clothes scattered about upon the chairs, the linen carefully folded to be laid away in a closet, and the coats stretched over the back of the chairs to get smooth, and last of all the empty valise upon the cover of which he read these words: Monsieur Thorman Goffley, Advocate Gavala, Doctor of Law, Faculty of Lund. An advocate, thought the adventurer. Well, he will talk anyhow. A lawyer must always have a little wit and talent. He may prove an agreeable companion if he is sensible enough not to judge a man by his coat. But where can he be hidden? He is someone, I suppose, invited to the festivities at the Chateau de Waldemora, who, like myself, found the house full, or who fancied stopping in this romantic manner. Or he may be the businessman of the rich baron, for it is scarcely likely that citizens are admitted into the society of the nobles in this country of castes and prejudices. It is nothing to me. The lawyer has certainly gone out in any event. He may be chatting with the old overseer, or perhaps he is in the double-bedded room that we were told about, although I see no signs of a door. Shall I look for him? Who knows that he has not gone to bed? Yes, that is most probable. The people here wished to wait upon him, but he declined everything, he contenting himself with sweetmeats and longing only for his bed. May he sleep in peace, the worthy man. For my part, I shall do very well in this large armchair, and if I am cold, hello! Here is a magnificent cloak lined with fur, and a sable travelling cap that will protect body and ears from the frost. Let me see whether they will be comfortable. Yes, very indeed, thought Cristiano, throwing the cloak over his shoulders and donning the cap. And that is lucky for me. What a strange puzzle life is. When I think that I have followed a respectable profession for 10 years and yet have not a good cloak to cover my poor body, and now that I am lost in the polar regions, I can scarcely believe my senses. Cristiano had already placed his booty, consisting of an appetizing Hamburg tongue, a bear's leg smoked to perfection, and a superb piece of smoked and salted salmon upon the table. He was just going to throw off the doctor's travelling suit so as to eat more at his leisure, when he thought he heard the tinkling of bells passing under the only window of the bare room. This window, which was opposite the stove, was large and had a double sash, the universal practice in all comfortable dwellings, whether ancient or modern, in northern countries. However, the outside sash showed how Stolberg had been neglected. Almost all the glass panes were broken, and as the wind had ceased, you could hear distinctly the noises from the outside. The masses of recently fallen snow breaking off from the old solid beds and sinking with a dull, mysterious boom down the perpendicular rocks, the distant shouts proceeding from the farm on the shore of the lake, and the melancholy howling of the dogs saluting with unintelligible maledictions the red disk of the rising moon. Cristiano, who felt curious to see the sleigh which was cutting a path over the frozen lake so near his refuge, opened the inner sash and thrust his head through one of the broken panes. He saw distinctly a fantastic vision gliding along at the foot of the rock. Two magnificent white horses, driven by a bearded coachman dressed like a Russian, were drawing lightly a sleigh that flashed and glittered with a shimmering light like a precious stone. The lantern on this elegant vehicle was unusually high and looked like a star swept along by a whirlwind, or a willow-o'-the-wisp furiously chasing the sleigh. Its light, thrown forward by a reflector of red gold, cast warm gleams across the blue moonlight on the snow and painted with rainbow hues the vapor streaming from the nostrils and sides of the horses. Nothing could have been more graceful and poetic than this wheelless car, which might have been that of the fairy of the lake passing like a dream under Cristiano's dazzled eyes. It is true that he had seen sleighs of all kinds, from the most luxurious to the most simple, in passing through Stockholm and other cities of the country, but none of them had seemed to him so picturesque and so singular as the one now stopping at the foot of the rock. For he could no longer doubt it, a new visitor, and this time an opulent one, was coming to take possession of Stolberg, or to reconnoiter that silent retreat. The sleigh has afforded me a beautiful spectacle, thought Cristiano, but the devil take those who are in it. Here, I wager, is another interruption to the peaceful supper I was promising myself. The rash imprecation died upon his lips. A sweet and really melodious voice, a woman's voice, which according to Cristiano could only belong to a charming woman, proceeded from the sleigh. The voice, speaking in the dialect of the province, which he did not understand, made this remark: "Do you think, Peterson, that your horses can ascend to the door of the old chateau?" "Yes, mademoiselle," replied the large coachman, muffled up in furs. "This evening's snow will make it a little troublesome, but others have been before us already. I see the fresh tracks. Don't be afraid, we will get there." The approach to Stolberg, which Monsieur Gofflet had called a little rock, was an actual natural staircase, consisting of layers of schistose rock of unequal thickness. In summer, it would have been enough to disable horses and carriages, but winter in the north renders every road practicable, and every traveler intrepid. A thick bed of frozen snow, solid and smooth as marble, fills up all hollows and levels all inequalities. The horses, shod for the purpose, climb dangerous heights and descend boldly the most precipitous declivities. Sleighs are not often upset, and accidents, when they do occur, are seldom dangerous. In a few moments, this one stopped at the door of the little chateau. "You must ring cautiously," said the sweet voice to the coachman. "You know, Peterson, that I don't want to be seen by the old steward, who perhaps tells everything that happens to his master." "Oh, he is so deaf," replied the coachman, jumping to the ground. "Alphonse, a word, for he is my friend, provided always that he chooses to open the door. He is a little timid at night, and no wonder the chateau—" Peterson was probably going to tell about the ghost of Stolberg, but he did not have time to continue. The door opened as if of itself, and Cristiano, as well muffled up as the coachman, thanks to the lawyer's cloak and fur cap, appeared at the threshold. "No matter, there he is," said the sweet voice. "Stand aside, Peterson, and don't forget to take off the bells from your horses. I begged you so particularly to attend to it. Don't be impatient, poor fellow. I won't keep you waiting long." "Take your time, mademoiselle," replied the devoted servant, wiping the icicles from his beard. "It is very mild this evening." Cristiano did not understand a word of this dialogue, but he listened with none the less delight to the sweet voice, and he offered his arm to a little lady so well wrapped up in ermine that she looked like a flake of snow rather than a human being. She spoke to him at once, but still in Dalecarlian, so that he could not guess what she said, although it was evident from her intonation, sweet as it was, that she was giving him some orders. She mistook him for the keeper of Old Stolberg, and as a voice of command in all countries alike requires no other answer than submissive gestures, Cristiano did very well, without understanding and replying, during his short walk with the little lady, whom he conducted along the wooden gallery leading from door of the court to that of the donjon. In taking her to the bedroom, Cristiano obeyed instinctively his natural hospitality without knowing whether she would thank him for his kindness. In the same way, he had been led instinctively to go and meet her by curiosity and perhaps also a sentiment of gallantry, which was still all powerful at this epoch over men of all ages and classes. The young lady who had followed her guide unsuspiciously started with surprise when she found herself in the famous room. "Is this the bare room?" she said rather anxiously. "I have never been here." Cristiano, who did not understand a word, made no reply, and looking at him by the light of the only candle placed upon the table, she cried in Swedish, "Good heavens, this is not Ulfilas! To whom have I the honor of speaking? Can it be Monsieur Goffley in person?" The young man understood and spoke Swedish remarkably well. He remembered instantly the name upon the lawyer's valise and saw, thanks to the disguise of his cloak, that he would be able to amuse himself, if only for a moment, by playing this part. Singular circumstances that we shall learn about in due time had given him perfect command over the Swedish language, but he was a stranger in the country, utterly isolated and bound by no ties to any human being. He was not obliged to be circumspect in his behavior, and considered it only natural to divert himself whenever he had a chance. He replied boldly, therefore, at a venture, "Yes, madam, I am Monsieur Goffley, Doctor of Laws and the Faculty of the Lund, practicing law at Givala." As he spoke, he laid his hand upon a spectacle case containing a pair of green spectacles which the lawyer was in the habit of wearing when he travelled, to protect his eyes from the fatiguing glare of the snow. Delighted with this discovery, which is a special providence that watches over children, and harebrained madcaps seemed to have thrust under his very nose, he put them on and felt perfectly disguised. "Ah, monsieur," said the unknown, "I have 1,000 pardons, but I did not see you. I have never had the pleasure of meeting you, and I took you for the keeper of Stolberg. You must have laughed to hear me ordering him to inform you that I requested a moment's interview and promising him a fee for so doing." Cristiano bowed respectfully. "Will you allow me then," resumed the unknown, "to converse with you about an affair, a little embarrassing, a little delicate?" These two words delighted the adventurer to such a degree that he forgot all about his intense momentary vexation at having his supper delayed by this unexpected visit, and only thought how much he should like to see the face of his visitor, which is buried in her ermine hood. "I am ready to listen to you," he said, in a grave tone. "A lawyer is a confessor. But are you not afraid, if you keep on your cloak, that you will catch a cold when you go out?" "No," said the unknown, accepting the armchair which her host offered her. "I'm a true mountaineer. I never catch cold," she added artlessly. "Besides, you will think perhaps that I am not suitably attired for the conference that I have just solicited with a dignified and respectable person like you, Monsieur Goffley. I am in a ball dress." "Good gracious!" cried Cristiano thoughtlessly. "I am not a ferocious old Lutheran. A ball dress does not shock me at all, above all when it is worn by a pretty person." "You are very gallant, Monsieur Goffley, but I don't know that I'm pretty and well dressed. I do know, however, that I ought not to hide my face from you, for any distrust upon my part would be an insult to your loyalty, to which, in requesting your advice and protection, I have just made appeal." The unknown threw back her hood, and Cristiano saw the most charming head imaginable. It was a pure Swedish type, eyes of a true sapphire blue, quantities of light golden hair of extreme fineness, one of those exquisitely pure and fresh complexions which are never seen in equal perfection among other races, and just visible through the half open pelisse, a slender neck, shoulders of snow, and a slight flexible form. This sweet vision was chaste as infancy, for the little visitor was only 16 years old and had not done growing. Cristiano did not pride himself upon his austerity. He was a man of his time, but he was superior to the hazardous career into which he had been thrown by circumstances. He was a person of intelligence and natural delicacy. He gazed with quiet friendliness upon this rose of the north, and if he had had any treacherous idea in drawing her into this bear's den, it was quickly replaced by the anticipation of an adventure which, however gay and romantic, could not fail to be as honest as the amiable and frank countenance of this young guest. Monsieur Goffley, resumed the latter, encouraged by the respectful attitude of the pretended lawyer, now that you have seen my face, which I hope is not that of a wicked person, I must tell you my name. You will know it perfectly well, but it distresses me to see you standing when I am seated upon the only armchair in the room. I know the respect that is due to a man of your worth. I was going to say of your age, for I have always thought, I don't know why, that you were very old, while on the contrary you seem younger than the Baron. You flatter me, replied Cristiano, pulling his furred cap with its earpieces down over his eyes and cheeks. I'm old, very old. It is only the tip of my nose that can appear young, and you must excuse me for not uncovering in your presence. Your visit surprised me. I had taken off my wig and must hide my bald crown as I can. Don't speak of it, Monsieur Goffley, and please to sit down. With your permission, I will remain standing near the stove on account of my gout which pains me, replied Cristiano, who was standing with his head in the shadow, while the feeble light of the only candle was thrown entirely upon his visitor. To whom have I the honor? Yes, yes, she replied eagerly. Oh, you know me well, although you have never seen me. I am Margaret. Indeed, cried Cristiano in a tone that signified, I know no more than I did before. Happily, the young girl was impatient to explain herself. Yes, yes, she replied, Margaret Elvira, the niece of your client. Ah, the niece of my client. Countess Elvira, sister of my father, the colonel, who was a friend of the unhappy baron. The unhappy baron? Ah, mon Dieu! Baron Adelstan, whose name I cannot pronounce without emotion in this room, who was assassinated by the miners of Falun or by someone else, for, after all, monsieur, who knows? Are you very certain that it was done by the workmen of the mine? As to that, mademoiselle, I cannot say. If anyone has a right to swear upon his honor that he does not know anything about it, it is your humble servant, replied Cristiano in an impressive tone that seemed forcibly to strike the young girl, who gave his words her own interpretation. Oh, Monsieur Goffley, she said earnestly, I was perfectly sure that you shared my suspicions. No, nothing will ever persuade me that all these tragic deaths that were talked about, and which are still talked about in whispers. But are we quite alone? Can no one overhear us? This is a serious matter, Monsieur Goffley. In fact, it seems serious, thought Cristiano, assuming the tottering gait of an old man and going to see whether the outside door was shut. The only trouble is that I don't understand it at all. He glanced around the room, but failed as before to notice a door of the guard chamber which was closed between Monsieur Goffley and our two friends. Well, monsieur, resumed the young lady, can you believe that my aunt wants to make me marry a man whom I cannot help regarding as the assassin of his family. As Cristiano knew nothing at all about the facts in question, he tried to draw out an explanation by chiming in with the views of his new client. "Your aunt must be a mad woman," he said, a little cavalierly, "or something worse." "Excuse me, Monsieur Goffley, she is my aunt, and it is my duty to respect her. I only accuse her of being blind or prejudiced." "Blindness and prejudice be it then. It is really a matter of no importance. What I see most clearly is that she is trying to force your inclination." "Oh, there is no doubt about that, for I have a horror of the Baron." "Did she not tell you so?" "Quite the contrary, I supposed." "Oh, Monsieur Goffley, how could you suppose that? I, at my age, would feel the least liking for a man 55 years old." "What? Is the person they want you to marry 55 years old into the bargain?" "You're only pretending to be in doubt, Monsieur Goffley. You cannot help knowing his age. You are his lawyer, and it is said also his devoted friend. But I don't believe that at all." "The deuce, you are right. May I be hung if I care a fig for him. But what is the name of the gentleman?" "The Baron? You do not know who I am talking of?" "How should I? There are so many barons in the world." "But my aunt has told you—" "A truce to what she has told me. How can I remember all that your aunt says? She doesn't know her own mind, perhaps." "Oh, pardon me. She knows it only too well. She has a will of iron. She must have told you about her plans, for she declares that you approve of them." "I approve of sacrificing a charming child like you to a dotard? There now, you see that you know the Baron's age perfectly well." "But once again, what Baron do you mean?" "What Baron? Is it possible that it can be necessary for me to mention the snowman?" "Indeed, the snowman? Very well, I must confess that I am no wiser than I was before." "How, Monsieur Goffley, you do not know the surname of the most powerful, the richest, and at the same time the most wicked and hateful of your clients, the Baron Olaus de Valdemora." "What? The proprietor of this chateau?" "Certainly, and of the new chateau on the other shore of the lake, the owner, moreover, of innumerable iron mines, lead mines, and alum mines, and of several valleys, forests, and mountains, without referring to his fields, cattle, farms, and lakes, the seigneur, in a word, of a good 10th part of Dalcarlia. It is because of his vast possessions that my aunt is at me from morning until night to make me forget that he is old, sickly, and perhaps burdened with crimes." End of section 3. Read by Seema Parakyat.
Section 4 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Snowman by George Sand. Chapter 2, Part 2. "Good God," cried Cristiano in amazement. "I have accepted the hospitality of an agreeable person." "You are laughing at me, Monsieur Goffley. You don't believe in his guilt, and you were jesting when you said just now—" "All that I said I am ready to repeat, but I should like to know of what crimes you accuse my host." "I don't accuse him. Public rumor has accustomed me to regard him as the assassin of his father, his brother, and his sister-in-law, the unhappy Hilda. Nothing more than that." "You know what is said, Monsieur Goffley. You were commissioned, were you not?" "Oh, no, it must have been your father, who was Baron Olaus's lawyer at that time. The Baron brought forward deeds of some sort. Nothing could ever be proved against him, but the truth was never known, and never will be known, at least until the dead come from the tomb to tell it." "That sometimes happens," replied Cristiano, smiling. "Really? Do you believe?" "Oh, that is one of our professional phrases, when an unexpected proof is discovered, you know, a lost letter, a chance word, long forgotten." "Yes, I know, but nothing was ever found, and for 15 or 20 years the whole thing has been buried in silence and forgetfulness. Baron Olas was suspected and hated at first, but he has succeeded in making himself feared, and that tells the whole story. At present he carries his presumption and confidence so far that he wishes to marry again. Ah, may God preserve me from being the object of his pursuit. It is said that he loved his wife devotedly, but as for the Baroness Hilda, it is generally believed. What is believed? I see that these peasants' stories have never reached you, Monsieur Gaufflet, or else you laugh at them, since you have quietly taken up your quarters in this room. In fact, there is some story connected with it, replied Cristiano, as a remark that he had recently heard flashed into his mind. The people at the farm said to me this evening, "Go there and let us know in the morning how you passed the night." The room is haunted then by a goblin, a ghost. There must be something strange here, whether a phantom or a real being, for old Monsieur Stenson himself believes so, and the Baron also perhaps. It is said that he has never entered the room since his sister-in-law's death, and he has a certain door walled up. "Yonder," said Cristiano, pointing to the top of the staircase. "It is possible," replied Margaret. "I don't know. It is all very mysterious, and I thought you would be well informed about matters that I am ignorant of. I don't believe in ghosts. Still, I shouldn't like to see one, and nothing in the world would induce me to sleep here, as you were going to do. As for the Baron, whether the story of the diamond ring is true or false—" "What? Another story?" "Yes, and the most improbable one of all, I confess. I cannot help laughing as I repeat it. They say in the cottages of the neighborhood that the Baron loved his wife, who was as wicked himself, so well that he gave her body when she died to an alchemist who reduced it in an albemic and turned it into a great black diamond. It is certain at any rate that he wears a strange ring upon his finger which I cannot look at without terror and disgust." "That is a good proof," said Cristiano, laughing. "But only think if a similar fate should be reserved for you. They would find nothing, I know, in the alembic where you were baked, but a pretty rose diamond of the purest water. But that would not be any more cheerful for you, and I advise you not to run the risk of being crystallized." Margaret burst out laughing, but it frightened her to hear her fresh, childlike voice echoed mysteriously through the old room. She became sad and said in a tone of discouragement, "Well, enough of that. I see, Monsieur Gaufflet, that you are an amiable and witty man, as everyone says. But I was very much mistaken in supposing that you would sympathize with me and would be my guide and protector. You agree with my aunt. You consider all I have told you a mere dream, and you reject the cry of my heart. May God have pity upon me. I have no longer any hope but in him." "Wait a little," replied Cristiano, moved to see great tears rolling over rosy cheeks which had just been so smiling. "Why don't you depend more upon yourself? What have you told me, after all? You announce that you have a confession to make of a delicate nature, and all it amounts to is that your friends wish you to marry a man who does not please you, and towards whom you feel an antipathy. I thought you were going to confide some love affair to me. You need not blush at that. A love may be pure and honorable, even although ambitious parents disapprove of it. A father and mother may be mistaken, and yet it is painful to resist their influence. You are an orphan. Yes, you must be, since you are dependent upon an old aunt. I call her old, and you shake your head. Assume that she is young. She claims to be so, no doubt, and I, it seems, am no longer a judge, for I considered her old. If she is young, she ought all the more to be sent, I will not say to mind her own business, but to reflect to some purpose, while you ask the advice of some old friend, Monsieur Gaufflet, for instance, that is to say myself, someone, in a word, who can put you in a way to marry the happy mortal whom you prefer." "But I assure you, dear Monsieur Gaufflet, that I do not love anyone," replied Margaret. "Oh God, it would only need that to complete my misfortunes. It is quite enough to be obliged to endure the importunities of a person you hate." "You are not sincere, my dear child," replied Cristiano, who was playing his part so well and naturally that he really was beginning to feel as if he were Monsieur Gaufflet in person. "You are afraid that I will repeat what you confide to me to the Countess, my client." "Oh, no, no, dear Monsieur Gaufflet, it is not so, indeed. I know that you are both honorable and kind-hearted. Everyone considers you so, and even the Baron, who thinks ill of everyone else, dares not say a word against you. Such is my respect for you, my confidence in you, that I have been watching for your arrival at Valdemora. And I must tell you how the idea of seeking you in this way occurred to me. This will give you my whole history in a few words, and I don't believe my aunt has related it very accurately. I was brought up in Chateau d'Alby, in Vermland, 20 leagues distant, under the eyes of my guardian, Countess Elfriede d'Alveda, my father's sister. When I say under her eyes, you know what I mean. My aunt loves society and politics. She accompanies the court to Stockholm and is much more interested in the affairs of the Diet than in taking care of me. So, all my life I have lived in a rather gloomy chateau with my French governess, Mademoiselle Potin, who, fortunately, is very kind and who loves me dearly. My aunt makes us a visit twice a year to see whether I have grown, whether I am speaking French and Russian well, whether I am in want of anything, and whether the pastor of our church, who is very strict, takes good care that we do not receive any visits beside his own and those of his family. Well, really, that is not very amusing. No, but I have no cause to consider myself unhappy. I study a good deal with my governess, I am quite rich, and my aunt is quite generous, so that I have everything I want. And when the time seems a little long to us, we read novels. Oh, such good and beautiful novels that make us forget our solitude and whose moral always is that crime is punished and virtue rewarded. You may be sure of that. At all events, there is no harm in believing it and behaving accordingly. But there must have been some hero of all this solitude and of all these romances. Did no handsome young fellow, in spite of pastor or aunt, contrive to glide into the house, or at least into your heart? Oh, no, never, I assure you, Monsieur Gaufflet, replied Margaret frankly. But when my aunt told me suddenly 8 days ago that she had selected a husband for me, I will confess that I formed a certain ideal of what he would be like, and when she pointed out Baron Olas de Valdemora and said, "There he is, be amiable," he was so different from what I expected that I was not amiable at all. I can understand that. And then your aunt? Oh, she laughed at me. You are a simpleton, she said. Girls of rank have no business to think anything about love. They are not expected to marry for love, but to secure a brilliant position. I intend you to be Baroness de Valdemara. Otherwise, I declare that you shall remain a prisoner all your life in this chateau, without seeing a living soul. I will do more. I will dismiss Mademoiselle Potin, who looks as if she gave you bad advice. Choose. I give you a month to decide. The Baron has invited us to spend the Christmas festivities at his splendid residence in Dale Carlia. It will be very gay there. Hunts, balls, entertainments of all sorts will be going on from morning until night. You will be able to form an idea of his wealth, his influence, his power, and you will acknowledge that you can never hope to make a more brilliant or a more honorable marriage. And so you said yes? I said yes, that I would come to Dale Carlia, since she gave me a month for reflection. I was glad enough to see a new country, to go to entertainments, in a word, to see a few human beings. But we have been here now for 8 days, and I give you my word, Monsieur Gaufflet, that I consider the Baron still more disagreeable than the first day I saw him. But you will meet at his house, if you have not done so already, someone less disagreeable to whom you will open your heart, as you are now doing, and who will inspire you with a hope of happiness, a courage to resist tyranny that will help you a great deal more than the advice of an old lawyer. No, Monsieur Gaufflet, I shall open my heart to no one but you, and I certainly shall not confide in the persons I may happen to meet at the Chateau de Valdemora. I can see plainly that the Baron's guests are people whom he has helped or who need his help. Servile or ambitious, they fear or flatter him, and all of them, except a few excellent young people whom I am very friendly with, bow down before me as if I were already the wife of their patron. I hate and despise these provincial courtiers, but I have faith in you, Monsieur Gaufflet. You are the Baron's businessman, but you are not his vassal. Your pride and independence are well known. You see that my aunt did not succeed in deceiving me. She told me that you would agree with her in everything, that you would treat my romantic dreams with scorn and contempt, and would even persecute me on account of them. But we heard a very different story from the brother of Mademoiselle Potin, who is tutor in a family in your province, and who knows you intimately. You know who I mean, Monsieur Jacques Potin, whom you have done so much for. Yes, a charming fellow. Charming? No, he is humpbacked. Charming in character. His hump has nothing to do with that. That is true. He is a distinguished man, and he has told us so much good of you that I resolved to see you without letting my aunt know it. Mademoiselle Potin, who is a capital hand at finding out what is going on, learned the day and hour when you were expected at the new chateau, and as she was watching for your arrival, she heard at once that you had gone to stop at Stolborg, because the new chateau was too full. With a look, she told me all, just as I was completing my toilet with my aunt's assistance. My aunt had still her own toilet to make, and as this always takes her 2 hours at least, she went to her own room. Mademoiselle Potin remained in mine to make some excuse in case the Countess should send for me, while I slipped down a private staircase to the shore of the lake where Potin had told my faithful Peterson to wait for me with the sleigh, and here I am. But there are the fanfares at the new chateau, announcing the opening of the ball. I must run away as quickly as possible, and then that poor coachman must be frozen with waiting so long. Adieu, Monsieur Gaufflet. Will you allow me to return tomorrow while my aunt is taking a nap? She always dances a great deal and gets very tired at a ball, and I can come perfectly well while I am walking with my governess. Besides, if your aunt is angry, said Cristiano in rather too young a tone, you can tell her that I am lecturing you just as she would like to have me. No, said Margaret with an instinctive feeling of distrust. I do not want to turn her into ridicule, and it will perhaps be as well for me not to return. If you will promise me to make her abandon this horrible marriage, I shall not need to trouble you with my anxiety. I promise to interest myself in you, replied Cristiano more guardedly, as if you were my own daughter, but you must keep me informed as to the success of my efforts. Then I will return. How good you are, Monsieur Gaufflet, and how grateful I ought to be to you. Oh, I was quite right in saying that you would be my good angel. Margaret spoke warmly, and rising, held out her little hands to the pretended old man, who kissed them most respectfully while gazing for a moment upon the ravishing little countess in her pale rose-colored satin trimmed with down. He helped her in the most fatherly way to clasp her ermine pelisse and put on her hood without crushing the ribbons and flowers of her coiffure, and then escorted her back to the sleigh, amid whose eider-down cushions she disappeared like a swan in its nest. The sleigh flew off, leaving a luminous track along the ice, and was lost to sight behind the rocks along the shore before Cristiano, who remained standing on the steep cliffs of Stolberg, had thought either of the piercing cold or of his devouring hunger. The fact is that the young adventurer, besides being a good deal agitated, of this he took no note, was spellbound by a wonderful spectacle. The burlesque, completely lulled, had been succeeded by a strong west wind. This wind brings clear weather in the north, although it has an opposite effect in other climates, which had swept the clouds from the sky in a few seconds. The stars were shining with far more brilliancy than in southern countries. Cristiano felt as if he had never seen them before. They looked literally like suns, and the crescent moon also, in proportion as it arose in the purified atmosphere, poured forth a powerful radiance, which, in any other region, would have been superplanetary. The night, already so clear, was made still brighter by the light reflected from the snow and ice, and the grand features of the landscape were as sharply defined in the transparent atmosphere as in a silver dawn. These features were sublime. Granite mountains with their angular peaks covered with eternal snows shut in a narrow horizon, open only along the valley towards the southwest. The level surfaces and details were a little obscured, but the general outline of the picture was brought out with perfect distinctness by the immense side vault of the blue sky left uncovered by the break in the granite chain. Cristiano, who may be said to have groped his way to Stolberg through whirlwinds of snow, knew the points of the compass well enough to understand that he had come by this gently undulating valley, and he formed a very correct idea of the direction of the gorges of Falun. This was the station where he had breakfasted in the morning, while Monsieur Gaufflet, whose horse was strong and swift, had stopped there at a later hour and for a longer time. The valley, or rather the chain of narrow valleys leading from Falun to the Château de Valdemora, came to an end abruptly in this place, in an apparent cul-de-sac, in a regular amphitheatre of lofty summits formed by one of the spurs of the Sevenberg chain, otherwise the mountains of the Sevs, or Sevens, which separates central Sweden from the southern part of Norway. Two fierce torrents descend from the heights of Sevenberg. From the northwest to the southeast follow the chain to the right and to the left, and rush, in proportion as it lowers, the one towards the Baltic, and the other towards Lake Werner and the Kattegat. These two torrents, which gradually become rivers, are the Dala and the Klara, or as we say, the Dal and the Klar. Stolberg stood upon a small rocky island in the center of one of the little lakes formed by the Klar or by one of its rapid branches. The reader will not care for minute geographical details, but we can describe the principal characteristics of the landscape with sufficient accuracy. It was a scene of wild and savage desolation. The mountains shone in the limpid night like a group of crystal fortresses built at unequal heights in the boldest and most capricious manner. Snowy granite peaks shut in 3/4 of the horizon. A lower range of snowy mica schist peaks assumed forms less grand and more fantastic, while everywhere 1,000 frozen waterfalls hung motionless in diamond needles along the rocks. These silent cascades all converged towards the main stream, which was also imprisoned by the ice and welded, as it were, to the lake, whose shores could only be traced by the debris and sharp peaks of naked stone, whose black flanks the winter had not been able to cover with its white uniform hue. I have often been told, thought Cristiano, that these severe northern nights reveal unheard-of splendors, both to the eye and imagination. If I should return to Naples and should tell them that their nights appeal only to the senses, and that he who has not seen winter upon his throne of frost cannot form the least idea of the wonders of the divine work, I should probably be insulted or stoned. What then? There is beauty everywhere under heaven, and he who feels that beauty keenly will always perhaps find the last impression the most satisfactory and inspiring. Yes, this must really be sublime, for here I am forgetting the cold, which I thought I should never be able to endure, and finding a sort of pleasure even in breathing this air that goes through you like a knife. I must certainly go to Lapland, although Puffo forsakes me, and poor Jean perishes in the snow. I want to see a night 24 hours long, and the pale glimmer of noon in the month of January. I should have no success in that country, but my moderate earnings here will enable me travel like a great lord, that is to say, alone and on foot, with nothing to do but to see and enjoy the fine flower of life, novelty, the quality that distinguishes desire from lassitude, dream from memory. Eager and imaginative, the young man gazed far away into the circle of high mountains, in search of the invisible route that he would have to take in going to the north or entering Norway. In fancy, he already saw himself reclining upon the edge of fearful abysses, while, to the amazement of the old Scandinavian echoes, he sang some foolish tarantella, while the music of a distinct orchestra struck upon his ear, and he recognized the distant refrain of an old-fashioned French song, probably very new among the Delcarlians. The music was at the new chateau where Baron Olas was giving a ball to his country neighbors in honor of the charming Margaret Elvada. Cristiano recalled his wandering thoughts. A moment before he had been ready to fly to the North Cape. Now his curiosity, thoughts, aspirations were all directed to the brilliant chateau glittering on the shore of the lake and seeming to exhale whiffs of artificial heat into the atmosphere. "One thing is certain," he said, "I would not for 500 crowns, and God only knows how much I need 500 crowns, quit this strange country tonight, even to be transported by the Valkyries to the sapphire palace of the great Odin. Tomorrow I shall see this blonde fairy again, this descendant of Harold the fair-haired. Tomorrow? No, indeed, nothing of the kind. I shall not see her again tomorrow. I shall never see her again. Tomorrow the fortunate mortal who has a legitimate right to the sweet name of Gouflet will go to the new chateau to confer with his client, and labor with her perhaps like a genuine heartless businessman, to bring about the marriage of the ferocious Olas and sweet Margaret. Tomorrow sweet Margaret will know she has been deceived, and by whom. With what anger, what scorn will she reward my good behavior and wise advice? But all that does not prevent me from feeling hungry, and from being obliged to acknowledge that this December night between 61 and 62 degrees of latitude is rather cool. It makes me think of the time when I used to complain about the winter in Rome." Cristiano was returning to the bear room when he thought he would give a charitable look at his ass. As he entered the stable, he noticed for the first time Monsieur Gouflet's sleigh, which was standing in the coach-house. Why, at the sight of this sleigh, the mind of the adventurer should have leaped suddenly to a mad resolution, we cannot explain. But on regaining his comfortable lodging, instead of sitting down quietly to supper with his back to the stove, it is certain that he began to contemplate the full black suit which the doctor of laws had hung over the back of a chair. Cristiano would have sworn that the grave individual whom he had ventured to imitate was old-fashioned, and perhaps rather shabby in his dress. Not at all. Monsieur Gouflet, who had been quite handsome in his youth, dressed remarkably well, was careful of his person, and made it a point of honor to appear in a simple but tasteful costume, doing full justice to his good leg, and still erect and well-formed figure. Cristiano put on the coat, which fitted him like a glove. He found the powder-box and puff, and threw a light cloud over his thick black hair. The silk stockings were rather tight in the calf, and the shoes with buckles rather large. But what of that? Were the Delcarlians so very critical? In short, in 10 minutes the young man was attired like a respectable member of society, a professor of some science, a student in some learned faculty, or member of a dignified profession. No matter what his standing, his figure, at all events, was charming and his costume irreproachable. The reader can guess that the adventurer led Monsieur Gouflet's horse from the stable after begging Jean not to feel lonely, that he harnessed the docile Loki to the sleigh, lighted the lantern, and darted like an arrow down the steep road of Stolborg. In about 10 minutes he entered the brilliantly lighted court of the new chateau, threw the reins carelessly to the servants in livery, who hastened forward at the sound of the sleigh bells, and ran up the great front steps of the elegant mansion 4 steps at a time. End of Section 4. Section 5 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Snowman by George Sand. Chapter 3, Part 1. Cristiano was acting as we do in certain dreams, when we feel drawn on to accomplish some improbable thing without being able to tell how. Were not all his surroundings utterly improbable? This fantastic chateau, called the New Chateau, in opposition to the ruin of Stolborg, but dating back in reality to the time of Queen Catherine, and which, with its splendor and gaiety, seemed to have fallen from the clouds into the bosom of a savage desert. These avenues of naked rock and furious waters, over which, thanks to the winter, elegant equipages made their way without difficulty, although it seemed as if they may be utterly impassable, the rows of lights outlining against the darkness the principal walls with their thick towers, crowned with coppered roofs surmounted by huge spires. The main building long, irregularly flanked with square pavilions, and finished off with gigantic gables notched with statues and emblems. The great clock in the central pavilion, which was striking 10 o'clock at night, an hour when the very bears are afraid to stir the snow where they lie cowering, but when man, the most delicate animal of creation, dances in silk stockings with bare-shouldered women, everything in the savage grandeur of the situation and the courtly scene filling it with animation, even to the playful and quaint harmony of the old-fashioned French music, blending unceremoniously with the sharp whistling of the wind in the long corridors. All this seemed made to astonish a traveler and confuse the ideas of an Italian. As he gazed upon the immense saloons and long gallery painted with mythological divinities and full of company and noise, Cristiano asked himself whether these people were not phantoms conjured up in mockery by the sorcerers of this solitary place. Whence had they come with their antiquated dresses, these men in spangled coats, these women with powdered hair smiling through clouds of feathers and laces? Would not this magical chateau disappear at the stroke of a wand? These gay dancers of the minuet and chaconne, would they not fly away in the shape of white eagles or wild swans? Cristiano had already noticed, however, the national peculiarities of the Swedes, the adventurous isolation of their dwellings, the enormous distances separating them from the little settlements honored by the name of village, the straggling appearance of the villages themselves, which sometimes extend over 2 or 3 leagues with only one common center, the parish church with its green dome, the contempt of the nobility for cities, which they abandon entirely to the trading portion of the community. In a word, their passion for a lonely country life united, singularly enough, to a passion for wild, extravagant expeditions, undertaken for the sake of enjoying sudden and apparently impossible social gatherings. Cristiano had been invited to a country merrymaking, but he had not foreseen that these characteristic instincts of the Swedes would be made more active by the severity of the climate, the length of the nights, and the apparent difficulty of holding communication with each other. This, however, was a natural consequence of the necessity that man always feels to conquer nature and turn the compensations that she offers him to account. For 2 months the Baron had given notice for 50 leagues around that he would entertain the nobility of the country during the Christmas festivities. The Baron was neither esteemed nor loved by anyone, and yet for a number of days his chateau had been full of eager guests, who, coming from all the 4 points of the compass, had crossed lakes, rivers, and mountains to attend his summons. Hospitality is proverbial in Dalecarlia, and like the love of the people for a country life united to their love of pleasure, it increases in proportion as they live in remote and inaccessible regions. Cristiano, who had noticed with what wonderful kindness strangers are received in Sweden, above all when they speak the language, had scarcely thought how difficult it might prove to gain admission to a soirée where he knew no one, especially since he had not been invited. He was unpleasantly reminded of his oversight by seeing a sort of majordomo, wearing a sword, who came up to him in the hall and held out his hand with the utmost politeness after bowing respectfully. At first, Cristiano was going to shake hands with him kindly, under the supposition that it was a custom of the country to welcome people in this way, but he reflected that he might be asking him to produce his invitation. The majordomo was old, ugly, and pockmarked. His eyes were downcast, and their hypocritical expression was poorly disguised by an affection of gentle apathy. Cristiano put his hand into his vest pocket, although certain of not finding what he wanted. It is true that he had been invited to visit Waldemoria at the expense of his host, but not upon the same footing with the gentlemen of the country. He was preparing, therefore, to play the part of a man who had forgotten his card of admission, and who was disposed to return in search of it with the privilege of not making his appearance again, when he found in his pocket, that is, in Monsieur Gauffret's pocket, a letter signed by the Baron, which proved to be a regular invitation for the Honourable Monsieur Gauffret and his family, this being the usual formula. As soon as Cristiano saw what it was, he handed it boldly to the major domo, who read it at a glance. "Monsieur is the relative of Monsieur Gauffret," he said, putting the letter into a basket with a great many others. "Of course," replied Cristiano with assurance. Monsieur Johann, this was the name of the major domo, bowed again and opened a door upon the main staircase, where the guests stopping at the chateau were coming and going, as well as the neighbors who, as they were perfectly well known to the servants of the house, were allowed to enter freely. Cristiano's introduction was confined to this simple formality, which he would have been very glad to dispense with, for he did not propose to take any direct part in the entertainment, but wanted merely to have a general view of it, and enjoy the satisfaction of seeing the charming Margaret. He entered first the long frescoed gallery that traversed the whole of the main building, and which was decorated with passable success in imitation of the Italian taste, introduced into Sweden by Queen Christina. The pictures were not good, but they were effective. They represented hunting scenes, and though an artist could not have failed to criticize the drawing and action of the dogs, horses, and wild animals, he could at least have enjoyed the general effect of the brilliant and lively coloring. Cristiano walked along this gallery until he came to a handsome saloon, where they were beginning to dance. His only thought in looking at the ladies taking part was of Margaret, but his desire to see her was blended with a secret anxiety. How should he renew the conversation begun at Stolborg? How substitute his own character, or at all events some new character, no matter what, for the one he had assumed? This no longer appeared to him so easy as he had imagined it would prove on engaging in this wild adventure. He was almost glad to find that Margaret was not in the ballroom, and he took advantage of this respite, for he so felt it to be, to try and form an idea of the company moving before him. Contrary to his expectation, he found nothing to wonder at. At a first glance this gathering had none of the peculiarities that he had anticipated. The age at this period belonged to Voltaire, and consequently to France. Like most of the European sovereigns, the upper classes in almost every part of Europe had adopted the language, and apparently the philosophical and literary ideas of France. But as taste, logic, and discernment are always confined to the select few, this infatuation for our ideas gave rise to a great many inconsistencies. For example, the customs and manners of foreign nations reproduced much more frequently the corruption and effeminacy of Versailles than the studious leisure of Ferney. France was a fashion as well as philosophy. Arts, customs, monuments, good breeding, deportment, conduct were all copied with more or less success from the prevailing French fashion. France, with all her contradictory qualities, good and bad, magnificent and petty, noble and contemptible, was accepted indiscriminately. It was one of those characteristic epochs when progress and decay shake hands before joining in deadly conflict. The ball given by Baron Olas was a mere imitation, a little behind the times of a French reunion of the 18th century, and yet the Baron hated France and was intriguing in the interest of Russia. But in Russia also they imitated France and spoke the French language. At court they were extremely barbarous and even ferocious in their manners, and yet they were trying to adopt the gallant manners and intellectual refinement of French civilization. Baron Olas, therefore, was borne along by the irresistible current of the age. We shall learn his history later. Let us return now to Cristiano. After looking for a while at the dresses of the ladies, which seemed to him only a few years behind French fashions, and at their faces, which were generally sweet and intelligent, although they were not all young and beautiful, he turned his attention to the gentlemen and tried to recognize, that is to say, to guess among them the face and figure of the master of the house. Not far from the spot where he was observing all that went on without making himself conspicuous, two men were talking in a low voice, with their backs towards him. Involuntarily, Cristiano followed their conversation, although he felt no personal interest in it. These two men were talking in French, one with a Russian and the other with a Swedish accent. The language of courts and diplomacy seemed to be necessary to enable them to exchange their ideas. "Pshaw," said the Swede. I am not a cap any more than a hat, although I am thought to be at the head of a certain faction of the thickest cotton caps in the Diet. I laugh at them all alike, as a matter of fact. You understand very little about Sweden if you think more of one than of the others." "I know it," replied the Russian. "They sell their votes to the highest bidder." "Bid then. You have no other policy. It is simple and for you easy, since yours is a rich government. I am with your heart and soul without any question of recompense. With me it is a matter of conviction. I know you are not one of those patriots of the Golden Age who are dreaming about the Scandinavian Union, and that one can always come to an understanding with you. The Empress relies upon you, but you need not hope to avoid her liberality. She accepts no service without rewarding it magnificently." "I am aware of it," replied the Swede with a brutality that struck Christiano. "I have learned it from experience. Long live the great Catherine. If she wants to put us in her pocket, let her do it. I shall be the last one to offer any opposition. If she will only rid us of all these foolish doctrines about the rights and liberty of the peasants, which are our curse, she will be doing a good work. The citizens and noblemen who are their leaders ought to be arrested and have respectively a good taste of the knout and a good dose of Siberia administered to them. As for our worthy king, if his bishopric is restored to him, and above all, if he gets rid of his wife, he will have nothing to complain of." "Don't speak so loud," replied the Russian. "Someone may be listening without seeming to." "There is no danger. Everyone here pretends to speak French, but there are not 10 persons out of 100 who can understand it. Besides, what I have just said I am in the habit of saying freely. I discovered long ago that it is the best policy to make your opinions feared. For my part, I shout upon the housetops that Sweden is done for. Let those who object prove the contrary." Although Christiano did not belong to any nation, although he knew nothing either of his country or family, he felt indignant to hear a Swede so imprudently selling his nationality, and he tried to see the features of the man who could talk so, but his attention was suddenly diverted by the bustling, awkward approach of an eccentric individual who was running about from group to group with the activity of a man who was taking pains to do the honors of the entertainment. This individual was dressed in a gaudy red coat, very richly embroidered, and decorated with the Swedish Order of the Polar Star. His wig was frizzed magnificently in the very worst style, and was much too high for the fashion, while his enormous cuffs of superb lace were more suggestive of luxury than neatness. In other respects he was old, ugly, petulant and whimsical, slightly humpbacked, very lame, and completely cross-eyed. This last defect gave him, at a first glance, a wicked expression, and Christiano concluded that this disagreeable original must be one and the same person with Margaret's absurd and hateful suitor. To avoid being obliged to introduce himself and keep up his pretended relationship with Monsieur Beauflet, whose name he had assumed unscrupulously and without danger in his interview with the major domo, Christiano prudently withdrew. He resolved now to go from room to room until he had seen the young countess, even if he should be obliged to retire immediately without speaking to her. He imagined that the humped-back charlatan had looked at him with a good deal of curiosity, but he made his way skillfully through a group of persons who were talking near a door, and flattered himself that he had escaped in time. He walked along for several minutes, not exactly in a crowd, the place was so large that the guests did not look very numerous, but amid lively groups which he did not have leisure to observe attentively. Fearing to be questioned before he could find Margaret, he passed with a preoccupied manner and proud expression, which he assumed all the more because he felt his audacity ready to fail him. And yet, whether from curiosity about a guest that no one knew, or because of their admiration for his fine presence and remarkable face, people everywhere seemed inclined to speak to him, or at least to receive his advances favorably. But Christiano was feeling a sort of vertigo that made him misunderstand the affable glances and good-humored smiles that were bestowed upon him. He hurried along, therefore, without pretending to disguise that he was seeking someone. To the persons who made way before him, he bowed with an easy grace that was natural to him, but without daring to look at them closely. At last, on returning to the hunting gallery, as it was called, he saw 2 ladies in whom he immediately recognized the blonde fairy whom he had seen at Stolberg an hour before, and her governess. Mademoiselle Potin's simple dress, timid and refined manner, and something about her unmistakably French, left no doubt as to her identity. This completed the first part of the little romance that Christiano had planned. He was at the chateau, he had found no sort of difficulty in getting admitted, he had avoided the observation and questions of the master of the house, and lastly he had found Margaret under the kind protection of her confidant. But this was not all. He had still to approach the young countess or attract her attention and find some means of renewing their acquaintance on a new footing. The second part of the romance opened in rather an alarming way. Just as Cristiano, who hoped that a look of Margaret's would inspire him, was trying to catch her eye, he heard an unequal step clamping along behind him, and a shrill, squeaking voice stopped him short with these words: "Monsieur, stranger, stranger, where are you going so fast?" The adventurer turned and found himself face to face with a deformed, cross-eyed old man, whom he thought he had so successfully avoided. It was literally face to face, for the lame man who was rushing in pursuit of him could not change his gait quickly enough and almost fell into his arms. Cristiano might have fled, but that would have been to lose everything. He faced it out boldly and replied, "I beg 1,000 pardons, Baron. You are the very person I was looking for." "Ah, indeed," said the lame man, holding out his hand with sudden cordiality. "I thought as much. I remarked your face among all the others. That is an educated man, I said to myself. Some learned traveler, a serious person, a mind and a word, and certainly I am the pole which always attracts such magnets. Well, here I am at your service. It gives me pleasure to devote myself to you. I love young people when they are studious, and you can ask me all the questions that you want to have solved." There was so much simplicity and good humor in the old man's laughing face and vain talk that Cristiano in his heart accused Margaret of doing him injustice. He was an absurd and impossible lover, to be sure, but he was the best old fellow in the world, and as harmless as a child. Although one of his eyes did wander about the room in a vague and aimless sort of a way, the other one looked at his companion with such a frank and fatherly expression that it was utterly out of the question to accuse him of ferocity. "I am overwhelmed by your goodness, Baron," replied Cristiano, sufficiently reassured to be somewhat ironical. "I knew that you were versed in the sciences, and therefore having myself some feeble notion. You wanted to ask my advice, to have the benefit of my instruction, perhaps. Ah, my dear friend, method, method in all things. But I won't keep you standing among these frivolous people who are coming and going. Sit down, no one will disturb us, and if you feel inclined, we will talk all night. When science is the theme, I forget all about fatigue, hunger, and sleep. You are the same, no doubt. The fact is, you must be so, or not meddle with becoming learned." "Alas," thought Cristiano, "I have fallen into the bottom of a well of science, and am condemned to the mines, I wager, neither more nor less than an exile of Siberia." This discovery was the more cruel because Margaret had passed on and was already at the end of the gallery, chatting with one and another of the persons who came forward to greet her, and evidently going to the ballroom, where the Baron did not seem at all inclined to join her. He was seated in one of the semicircular embrasures of the gallery, near a stove, concealed by some branches of yew and ivy, which, with various hunting weapons and stuffed heads of wild animals, formed a trophy. "I see," said Cristiano, who would have given a great deal to avoid the proposed scientific conversation, "that you are a universal genius. Your skill in hunting is everywhere talked of, and I am surprised that you have time." "Why do you take me for a hunter?" replied the old man with a look of surprise. "Oh, you suppose that I am guilty of the murder of those beasts whose mutilated heads are hanging there, looking at us so sadly with their poor enamel eyes. You are mistaken. I never hunted in my life. I have a horror of amusements which increase the ferocity only too natural to man. It is to study of the insensible but fruitful entrails of the globe that I have devoted myself." "Excuse me, Baron, I thought—" "There again, why do you call me Baron? I am nothing of the kind, although it is true that the king ennobled me and conferred on me the knighthood of the Polar Star as a reward for my labors in the mines of Falun. I was professor of the School of Mineralogy in that city, as of course you know, but I have no right a title. It is quite enough for me to have some few privileges which give me a position with the haughty caste, for which, after all, I don't care the least in the world." "I have made some mistake," thought Cristiano. "Oh, then I shall have to escape from this scientific gentleman as quickly as possible, although I seek him out again later." But he changed his mind suddenly when he saw Margaret turning back and proceeding slowly, in spite of numerous interruptions, towards the very spot where he was seated. His only thought now was to put himself on the best terms with the geologist so that he might introduce him, if he could possibly bring it about, as a distinguished man. He dashed into conversation, therefore, and he knew more than enough to ask intelligent questions. At Falun in the morning he had visited the principal mine and had taken pleasure in collecting a number of interesting specimens, to the great disgust of Puffo, who often thought him crazy. He knew, moreover, that if you listen respectfully to a learned and vain man and give him an opportunity to display his knowledge, he will be pretty sure, as a usual thing, to think you very intelligent. This is exactly what happened. Without dreaming of asking his name, his country, or his profession, the professor gave Cristiano a minute description of the subterranean world. In fact, upon the surface of the globe he cared for nothing but himself, his reputation, and his writings. In a word, for the success of his observations and discoveries. At any other time, Cristiano would have listened with pleasure, for he saw plainly that he was talking to a man who was thoroughly master of his subject, and, for his own part, he felt a deep interest in all departments of natural science. But Margaret was approaching, and his thoughts began to wander. The professor noticed his sudden preoccupation and looked around with his good eye, cried, "Ah, there is my fiancé. I am no longer surprised. Parbleu, my dear friend, I must introduce you to the most amiable person in the kingdom." "It is really he, then," thought Cristiano in a profound amazement. "I am talking to Baron Olas. He seems to be half crazy, but this is actually the old man to whom this Rose of the North is to be sacrificed." He ceased to doubt, although his surprise was redoubled when he saw Margaret quicken her step and heard her say to Mademoiselle Poutine, "Here is my lover at last." She held out her hand to the old man and added, with a sweet and almost tender smile, "What are you thinking of, monsieur, to hide yourself in this little corner when your fiancé has been looking for you for the last hour?" "You see," said the professor to Cristiano with artless satisfaction, "she looks for me. She is unhappy when I am not with her. What would you have, my beauty? It is not my fault that many people wish to consult me, and here is a charming young man, a traveler, French, are you not? Or Italian, for you have a very slight foreign accent. Allow me, Countess Margaret, to introduce my friend, Monsieur de—" "Excuse me, monsieur, what is your name?" "Christian Golfal," said Cristiano without hesitation. At this assumed name, and above all at the young man's voice and pronunciation, Margaret trembled. "Are you Monsieur Gaufflet's son?" she said eagerly. "Oh, it is singular how much you resemble him." "There would be nothing singular in such near relatives looking alike," replied the professor. "But this gentleman could only be Gaufflet's nephew. Gaufflet never married, and consequently he has no children, any more than myself." "That would be no reason," Cristiano whispered in the professor's ear. "To be sure, you are right," replied the latter in the same tone, with the most incredible simplicity. "I did not think of that. That devil of a Gaufflot. You are his son, then, by a left-handed marriage?" "Brought up in a foreign country and just arrived in Sweden," replied Cristiano, astonished at the success of his impromptu suggestions. "Well, well," replied the professor, who cared very little about other people's affairs. "I understand. It is quite plain you are his nephew." He turned to Margaret. "I know this gentleman perfectly well," he said. "He is a nephew of my excellent friend, Monsieur Gaufflet, and I have the honor to present him to you." "You don't know Monsieur Gaufflet, but you said this morning that you would like to become acquainted with him." "And so I should," cried Margaret. She blushed as she spoke, for at that very moment she met Cristiano's eyes, and their vivacity reminded her of those of the false Gaufflet. From time to time the young man, with an involuntary movement, had raised the doctor's green spectacles so as to see better, and Margaret had noticed how brilliantly his eyes flashed between the ear pieces of his fur cap. "But how it is," resumed the professor, addressing the young girl without observing her confusion, "that you are not dancing. I thought you would be the queen of the evening, and that no one would have a chance to speak to you." "Well, my dear lover, you are mistaken. I am not going to dance. I sprained my foot coming downstairs. Don't you see how lame I am?" "No, I can't say that I do. You want to resemble me, do you? Tell Monsieur Gaufflet how it was that I became lame. It was a terrible affair, and would have been the death of anyone else." "Yes, monsieur, you see, before you a victim of science." Without giving Margaret time to speak, he began to relate with great animation how the rope had broken as he had been descending into a mine, and how he had fallen with the basket into the bottom of the abyss, a distance of 50 feet 7 inches and 5 lines. For 6 hours 53 minutes and how many seconds we are not prepared to state, he lay in a swoon, and for 2 months 4 days and 3 hours and a half had not been able to move. With the same exasperating accuracy he specified the exact size of the plasters that had been applied to his various wounds, and the quantity, by drachms, grains, and scruples, of the different drugs that he had absorbed, whether in doses taken internally or by means of external applications rubbed into his skin. It was a long story, although the old man spoke rapidly and did not repeat himself. His memory was a real scourge. It would not allow him to omit the least circumstance, and when he was talking of himself, it never occurred to him that anyone could be tired of listening. Margaret, who knew the story by heart, could not be very attentive, and talked aside with Mademoiselle Potin for a few minutes. The result of this short conference, which Cristiano did not fail to notice, was soon evident. Good Mademoiselle Potin seized the moment when the professor had finished his story, and before he could embark in another, which he was all ready to do, begged him with hypocritical frankness to explain a paragraph in his last work, which she pretended she had not been able to understand. Cristiano could not help admiring woman's natural tact when he saw how eagerly the professor entered into a discussion with the governess, while Margaret's eyes said clearly to the young man, "I am dying to speak to you." He did not wait to be told twice, but followed her to the other extremity of the little semicircle, where she seated herself upon a sofa while he stood before her in a respectful attitude, outside the embrasure in such a way as to shield her from observation. Monsieur Christian Gaufflet, she said, looking at him again with the greatest attention, you are surprisingly like your uncle. I have often been told so, mademoiselle. It seems that it is a striking likeness. I have never seen him well. Indeed, I may say that I have never seen his face at all, but his accent, his pronunciation, yours are absolutely the same. I should have supposed that my voice would be rather younger than his, replied Cristiano, who had taken pains at Stolborg to speak, every now and then, like an old man. Yes, no doubt, said the young girl. There is the difference of age, although your uncle still has a very fine organ. After all, he cannot be so very old. He seemed to me much younger than people say. He has magnificent eyes and is almost of your height. Just about the same, said Cristiano, giving an involuntary glance at the Doctor of Law's suit of clothes and asking himself whether Margaret was speaking ironically or questioning him in good faith. He resolved to bring about an explanation. There is another point of resemblance between my uncle and myself, he said, and that is the deep interest that we feel in a person of your acquaintance and the desire with which we are both animated to be of service to her. Ah, said the young girl, blushing with an air of frankness that dissipated Cristiano's anxiety. I see that your uncle has been gossiping and that he has told you about my visit this evening. I don't know whether you confided any secret to him. In what he repeated to me there was no mystery at which you need blush. Repeated? Repeated? I believe you were there. In some room or closet close by, you heard everything. It was so, I confess, replied Cristiano, who saw that she would confide in him more quickly if he took advantage of her innocent suggestion. I was in my uncle's bedroom arranging his papers. Without his knowledge, and in spite of myself, I heard everything. That is very pleasant, upon my word, said Margaret, somewhat confused and yet pleased without knowing why. Instead of one confidant, it seems I had two. Your confession seemed to be that of an angel, but I am beginning to be afraid that it was in reality that of a demon. Thanks for your good opinion. Will you tell me what has caused it? A strange insincerity that I cannot explain. You described Baron Olas as a monster physically and morally. Excuse me, monsieur, you did not understand me. I called him disagreeable, terrible. I never said that he was ugly. And yet you might have said so truthfully, for to speak plainly, he is abominably ugly. End of Section 5. Section 6 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Snowman by George Sand. Chapter 3, Part 2. It is true that his hard and cold expression makes him seem so, but everyone agrees that he has very fine features. The people of this country have a singular standard, but there is no disputing about tastes. I do not agree with them. He seems to me ugly and deformed, but comical and good-humored. You are certainly joking, Monsieur Christian Gaufflet, or we do not understand each other. God forgive me, you are looking at the person opposite. Is it possible you have mistaken him for the Baron de Waldemora? How can I help supposing that the person who calls you his fiancé and whom you gaily call your lover is the Baron? Margaret burst out laughing. Oh, dear me, she cried. If you have really imagined that I could treat Baron Olas with such friendly familiarity, you must have thought me very deceitful or very inconsistent. But thank God I am neither the one nor the other. The individual whom I call jestingly my lover is a person of no less consequence than the Doctor of Sciences, Monsieur Stangstadius, of whom you must have heard your uncle speak. Dr. Stangstadius, replied Cristiano, feeling very much relieved. I must confess that I do not know him even by name. I have just arrived from a distant country where I have always lived. I can understand, then, replied Margaret, how it is that you have not heard of our learned mineralogist. Your opinion of him is very correct. He is an excellent man, sometimes a little violent, but never malicious. And then he is simple as a child. There are certain days when he imagines that my passion for him, as he calls it, is serious, when he tries to break the chain, assuring me that a great man like himself belongs to the universe, and cannot devote himself to a woman. I have known him for a long time, ever since he came to the chateau where I was brought up, for the purpose of making investigations on our estates. He passed several weeks with us, and since then my aunt has allowed him to visit me whenever his business brings him to our province. He was my only acquaintance here when I arrived, for you must know that Baron Olas has made him superintendent of important mining operations on his domain. But there is my aunt looking for me. Now I shall have a good scolding, you will see. Do you want to avoid her? Pass between the wall and this hunting trophy. Houghton would have to go too, and we could never persuade Monsieur Stangstadius to keep our secret. Oh dear, now my aunt will torment me to death to dance with the Baron, but I shall persist in being lame, though the pain is so slight that I scarcely feel it. It is nothing at all, I hope. Yes, indeed, I was so fortunate as to fall down on the staircase a little while ago in my aunt's presence. My ankle really did hurt me a little, and I looked dreadfully woebegone, to prove that I could not possibly open the court dance with the master of the house. My aunt had to take my place, and that is why I am here, but the dance is over, and here she comes. In fact, Countess Elfriede d'Alveda approached, and Cristiano, who had taken a seat by Margaret's side, drew back a little. The Countess was a small woman, fair, fat, lively, and resolute. She was scarcely 35 years old, and was very coquettish, although less from gallantry than a love of intrigue. She was one of the most ardent caps in Sweden, that is, she took sides with Russia against France, whose partisans were called hats, and with the nobility and Lutheran clergy against the king, who naturally sought his support in other orders of the state, the citizens and peasants. She had been pretty, and what with her wit and rank, was still sufficiently so to make conquests, but there was something in her manner by turns haughty and familiar that displeased Cristiano. Her evident duplicity and obstinacy, which he read at a glance, did not seem to him to promise well for Margaret's future. "Well," she said to the latter, sharply and briefly, "what are you doing here crouched up against this stove as if you were frozen? Come, I want to speak to you." "Yes, aunt," replied Margaret, pretending with innocent hypocrisy to rise with difficulty. "But the fact is that I am suffering very much with my foot. Being unable to dance, I felt cold in the large saloon." "Whom were you talking to?" inquired the Countess, looking at Cristiano, who had gone up to Monsieur Stangstadius. "The nephew of your friend, Monsieur Gaufflet, whom Monsieur Stangstadius just presented to me. Shall I introduce him to you, aunt?" Cristiano, who was not listening to the professor, heard perfectly well what Margaret said. Resolved to risk everything to continue his acquaintance with the niece, he came forward of his own accord and bowed to the aunt in such a respectful and graceful manner that she was struck by his fine appearance. She must have been very much in need of Monsieur Gaufflet, for, in spite of Cristiano's plebeian name, she received him as courteously as if he had belonged to one of the best families in the country. And when Monsieur Stangstadius declared that he was a young man of great merit, became excessively condescending. "I am delighted to make your acquaintance," she said, "and I am angry with Monsieur Gaufflet for never speaking to me about a nephew who does him honor. Are you a devotee of science like our distinguished friend Stangstadius? I am glad to hear it. There is no finer career that a young man can choose. No position is more agreeable than that of the scientific man, for he is not obliged to make sacrifices to obtain consideration." "I see that it is so in Sweden," replied Cristiano, "and it is an honor to this noble country. In Italy, where I was brought up, and even in France, which was my home for some time, it is very different. There, learned men are generally poor and poorly encouraged, when they are not persecuted by religious fanaticism." This reply enraptured the geologist, who was very vain of his country, and was extremely pleasing to the Countess, who despised France. "You are right," she said, "and I do not understand why your uncle should not have had you educated in your own country, where the position of students is so fortunate and honorable." "He wished me to speak the foreign languages with facility," replied Cristiano, saying the first thing that occurred to him. "But he need not have sent me so far upon that account, for you speak French here, I find, as well as they do in France." "We are much obliged to you for your politeness," said the Countess, "but you are flattering us. We do not speak it as well as you do, probably, and our Italian is still worse, although everyone who is carefully educated studies it. You must talk Italian with my niece, and if she makes mistakes, laugh at her well. But why is Monsieur Gaufflet so anxious about the modern languages? Does he intend you for a diplomat?" "Perhaps, madam. I am not yet fully aware of his intentions." "Fie, fie, pooh!" cried the geologist. "Softly, dear professor," resumed the Countess. "There is a great deal to be said on that side, too. All careers are desirable for those who know how to make them so. If you, madam, will condescend to advise me, I shall esteem it a privilege to be indebted to you for a valuable suggestion." "It will give me great pleasure to do so," she replied with an affection of genial amiability. "Then I feel all the more interest in you, because you have all the qualities to ensure success. Come with us to the dancing hall. I want my niece to dance at least one minuet. It is not fatiguing, and she is very perverse to refuse. Do you hear, Margaret? You must do like everyone else." "But, aunt," said Margaret, "everyone has not a sprained ankle." In society, my child, I am saying this, Monsieur Gaufflet, for your benefit as well, you must never let anything prevent you from being agreeable or useful. Remember one thing. No one fails to fulfill his destiny but through his own fault. You must have a will of iron. You must be superior to cold and heat, hunger and thirst, great sufferings as well as little pains. The world is not, as young people imagine, a fairy palace where you live for enjoyment. It is, on the contrary, a place of trial where you will have to conquer all your wants, all your desires, all your repugnances with real stoicism. That is, if you have an aim in life, and if you have not, you are a very weak person. Ask your lover, Margaret, whether he thinks of his little comforts when he descends into an abyss to seek that which is the aim of his life. Very well, under the domes of palaces as well as in the caverns of mines there are horrors to be braved. That of dancing with a slight pain in your ankle is a very little thing in comparison with what is before you. Come along, get up and come. Margaret could not help looking piteously at Cristiano, as much as to say, you see, I shall never be as strong as she is. Shall I offer my arm to Countess Margaret? Said Cristiano to the imperious aunt. She is really limping. No, no, it is nothing but caprice. You will see that she will stop limping soon enough, for it is very awkward. Come, Margaret, give your arm to Monsieur Stangstadius, and go before us. We want to see which of you limps the most. What's that? What's that? Cried the professor. I don't limp at all when I'm careful. If I choose, I can walk 10 times straighter and faster than the best pedestrians. I only wish you could see me up in the mountains, proving to the lazy guides that one can do whatever he wishes. As he spoke, Monsieur Stangstadius began to walk very rapidly, but with such a vigorous elevation of his misshapen person at every alternate step that poor Margaret was almost lifted bodily off the floor. Give me your arm, said Countess Elfrid to Cristiano. Not that I care for an escort or require any assistance, but because I wish to speak to you. Cristiano obeyed, and the Countess, who both walked and talked rapidly, added, Your uncle has told you, I suppose, that I wish to marry my niece to the Baron de Valdemora? Yes, madame, he told me so this evening. This evening? Has he arrived? I did not know that he was here. He could not find a room at the chateau, no doubt, and he is stopping at Stolborg. What? In that den of evil spirits? Well, he will be in good company. But isn't he coming to the ball? I hope not, replied Cristiano thoughtlessly. You hope not? I say so because of his gout, which requires perfect repose. Indeed. Has he the gout? What a trial to such a brisk, active man. He never had it before, and imagined that he was always going to escape. It is quite recent. The attack came on only a few days ago. He sent me here in his place to present his compliments to you and receive your commands, which I will communicate to him as soon as he wakes in the morning. Very well, then, you can tell him what I say. This is a matter that I make no sort of mystery about. I have noticed that when you proclaim your plans boldly, they are already half accomplished. It is my wish, therefore, to marry my niece to the Baron. You will tell me, perhaps, that he is not young. For that very reason he has no time to lose in frustrating the schemes of a dozen heirs whom he detests, and who are trying in vain to worm their way into his favor. Stay, there are 2 of them passing now. The one this way is the Count de Nora, an inoffensive, good-natured man. The other, the Baron de Lindenwald, is intelligent, designing, ambitious, and, like all of our nobility at present, poor. Baron Olas is a happy exception because he has no brothers. Now, what I want you to understand, you and your uncle as well, is that the Baron looks with a favorable eye upon my niece, and that she dislikes him. This does not discourage me at all. My niece is a child and will submit. Since my resolution is known, no one will venture to pay court to him, and I will take care of her. Your uncle must undertake to bring the Baron to a determination, and he can do it easily. If the Countess will condescend to give me her instructions, you shall have them in 2 words. My niece loves the Baron. Really? What? You do not understand? An aspirant in diplomacy? Ah, of course. Excuse me, madam. Countess Margaret is reputed to love the Baron, although she detests him, and the Baron must believe that he is loved, and it is Monsieur Gaufflet who must make him think so. He alone. The Baron is very suspicious. I have known him of old. I could not persuade him. He would suppose that I was interested. Which is not the case, said Cristiano, smiling. Which is the case for my niece. Ought I not to be so? Assuredly, but will Monsieur Gaufflet lend himself to this slight exaggeration? A lawyer hesitate to embellish the truth a little. Nonsense. When your dear uncle has a suit to gain, he is not so scrupulous. No doubt, but will the Baron believe him? He will believe whatever Monsieur Gaufflet tells him. According to him, he is the only sincere man alive. The Baron, then, wishes to be loved for himself? Yes, he has that fancy. If he loves Countess Margaret, he will find it easy to deceive himself. Loves her? Do you suppose anyone falls in love when they have reached his age? That has nothing to do with it. The Baron is a man of serious character who wishes to marry for the sake of leaving an heir, having lost his son 5 years ago. If his wife is pretty and of good family, he will be satisfied, and his only request of her will be not to make him ridiculous. Now he runs no risks with my niece. She is a girl of good principles, and whether contented or not, she will never forget her dignity. You can tell your uncle so, to set his doubts at rest. Tell him also that he can rely upon my gratitude, which, as he knows, is not to be despised. In my position I can reward slight services with important ones, and to begin with, what would he like for you? What would you like for yourself? Do you want to be attaché at once, and on good footing with the Russian embassy? I have only to say the word. The ambassador is here. God forbid, said Cristiano, who detested Russia. He recovered himself quickly, and not wishing to have a misunderstanding with the Countess too soon, finished his sentence thus. God forbid that I should ever forget your goodness. I will do all in my power to deserve it. Very well, begin at once. Shall I go over to Stolborg and wake up my uncle? No, keep near my niece and talk to her from time to time in the course of the evening. Take advantage of the opportunity to eulogize the Baron. But I do not know him. You have seen him, that is enough. You can speak as if you had been struck by his fine manner and noble figure. I should be quite at your service if I had seen him, but... Ah, you have not yet paid your respects to him. Come then, and I will introduce you. But no, there is another way. Go and ask Margaret to point him out to you, and exclaim immediately about the beauty of his features and person. That will be simple, spontaneous, and worth a great deal more than a studied eulogy. But why should my opinion, even supposing it to be sincere, have the slightest influence with your niece? In Sweden, anyone who has traveled has more influence than 2 or 3 ordinary mortals. And then, don't you know that young girls don't understand their own natures? That it is vanity that impels them to choose their lovers, and not sympathy, and that the man, consequently, whom they admire the most is always the one who is most admired by others. Stay. There is my niece seated with some other young ladies, who certainly would be very glad of a chance to win the Baron. That will do nicely. I will leave her there, and you can join the circle. To give you an opportunity to fulfill your promise, I will take the Baron's arm and walk up and down in full view of this solemn assembly. Seize the right moment. But what will the Baron think if he happens to notice me? He will set me down as an awkward bore, too ignorant either to ask anyone to introduce me to him or to introduce myself. Don't trouble yourself, I will make it all right. Beside, the Baron will not see you. He is very short-sighted and only recognizes people by their voices. When he hunts, he wears glasses and sees perfectly well, but he is still too much of an exquisite to use them in society. It is all settled. Away with you. In another moment, Cristiano was passing among the groups of beautiful young ladies who were reposing between the dances. He introduced himself to one of these little coteries by saying something polite to Mademoiselle Potine, who was next the wall, and who, poor girl, was very much gratified at his courtesy. Margaret was delighted to see him among the young men who surrounded her companions, and the latter soon learned from her that he was a young man of great promise, nephew of the celebrated Gaufflet, the intimate friend of her aunt. Some of them turned up their noses and thought it not at all the thing that a plebeian should venture to come and entertain them among the young officers of the Indelta, who generally belonged to good families, but most of them welcomed him kindly and thought him charming. Footnote: a standing army with an organization peculiar to Sweden, settled for life in each province. End footnote. The fact is that Cristiano, like a great many adventurers in this adventurous age, was charming. His style of beauty also, a singular coincidence that he had not thought of explaining, was precisely that best calculated to please in this country. He was tall and well-formed, fair, with a clear red and white complexion, with dark blue eyes and strongly marked eyebrows as black as ebony, as were his long curved lashes and magnificent hair. Moreover, there was a something peculiar about him that attracted attention, a sort of foreign style, a suavity in his language and manners, telling of the more civilized, or at least the more artistic circles to which he had belonged. A lingering perfume, as it were, of Italy and France. As soon as it was known that he had been brought up in Italy, he was overwhelmed with questions to which he replied with so much good sense, frankness, and gaiety, that after chatting for a little while, all these young madcaps were crazy about him. Cristiano, although by no means a fop, was not at all surprised. He had been used to pleasing in other days, and when he resolved to indulge once more at all costs in an evening's gaiety, he knew that unless his success should be seriously interfered with by some unexpected revelation, he would appear to better advantage than most of the young nobles and officers who were present. In the meanwhile, the little Countess Elfriede, who was leaning, or rather hanging upon the arm of the imposing Baron Olas, had passed twice without catching Cristiano's eye. The third time she coughed violently and led the Baron up to Margaret, while Cristiano, who understood, broke away from the bewildering group and fell back to observe his host without attracting his attention. Baron Olas was a tall, stout man, and in spite of his age was still very handsome, but the deadly pallor and sinister impassibility of his countenance made it really appalling. His fixed look struck you like a blast of icy wind that takes the breath away, and the expression of his face when he smiled was extraordinarily sad and disdainful. As soon as he spoke to Margaret, Cristiano recognized him from his voice, which was disagreeably harsh and monotonous, as the very person who had been selling Sweden so cheap an hour before in his conferences with the Russian diplomatist. He recognized him also from his lofty stature and rich dark dress, which he had noticed while listening to him doing the honors of his country to the enemy. "Have you fully determined not to dance, mademoiselle?" said the disagreeable Baron to Margaret. "Are you suffering much?" The Countess did not give Margaret time to answer. "Oh, it is nothing," she said. "Margaret will dance soon." She led the Baron away after looking again in a domineering manner at Cristiano. Now this is how he obeyed her. "So that is Baron Olas de Valdemora," he said, approaching Margaret and Mademoiselle Potine, who had hastened to join the young girl at the approach of her chaperone. "That is he," replied Margaret with a bitter smile. "What do you think of him?" "He must have been quite handsome 30 years ago." "That, at least," rejoined Margaret with a sigh. "Did you like his face?" "Yes, I have a great admiration for cheerful faces. There is a certain gaiety about his... Is it not frightful?" "What was that you said to my uncle?" said Cristiano, sitting down beside her chair and lowering his voice. "Did he kill his sister-in-law?" "It is thought so." "For my part, I am sure of it." "Indeed, why?" "Because he must have looked at her." "Oh, is it not true that he has the evil eye?" "You exaggerate a little," said Mademoiselle Potine, who no doubt had been terrified by some silent threat of Countess Elfriede. "He has the fixed look of people who do not see well." "Just so," said Cristiano. "Death is blind, but who gave the Baron the surname of the Snowman? It suits him. He is the living embodiment of a Spitzenberger in winter. He has given me a chill." "And did you notice his curious habit?" said Margaret. "He put his hand to his forehead as if to wipe off the perspiration. Do you mean that?" "Exactly. The snowman wants, perhaps, to make us believe that he is perspiring, but the simple truth is that he is thawing. You see that I had good cause to be afraid of him, and his black diamond. Did you notice that?" "Yes, I noticed the hideous black diamond as he wiped his forehead with his fleshless hand, which forms such a singular contrast to his corpulent figure and bloated face." "Whom are you talking about so?" said a young Russian lady who had risen to spread out her gown over her hoop petticoat. "The Baron de Valdemora?" "I was just about to say," said Cristiano without being disconcerted, "that the worthy man has not 3 months to live." "Oh, then," cried the Russian, laughing, "you must make haste to marry him, Margaret." "Keep your advice for yourself, Olga," replied the young Countess. "Alas, I have not, like you, an aunt who carries everything before her. But what makes you think, Monsieur Gaufflet, that the Baron is so ill?" "From the unhealthy disproportion of his figure, from the yellow white of his glassy eyes, from the pinched-in look at the base of his hooked nose, and above all from an indefinable feeling that came over me as soon as I saw him." "Indeed. Are you gifted with a second sight, like the people in the north of this country?" "I don't know anything about that. I don't consider myself a sorcerer, but I am quite satisfied that some organizations are more or less sensitive to certain mysterious influences, and I answer for it that the Baron has not long to live." "I think," said Margaret, "that he has been dead already for a long time, and that it is only by means of some diabolical secret that he succeeds in passing himself off for a living man." "It is true that he looks like a spectre," said Olga, "but no matter, he is handsome in spite of his age, and he has a strange power of fascination. I dreamed about him all last night. I was frightened, and yet it was a pleasant fear. Can you explain that?" "It is perfectly simple," replied Margaret. "The Baron is a famous alchemist. He knows how to make diamonds. Now, you told us this morning that you would sign a compact with the devil for diamonds." You are wicked, Margaret. Suppose I should tell others how you talk about the Baron, and it should come to his ears. You would be vexed enough, I wager." "Do you think so, Monsieur Gaufflet?" said Margaret to Cristiano. "No," he replied. "Why should angels care for diamonds? Have they not the stars?" Margaret blushed and turned to the young Russian. "My dear Olga," she said, "I implore you to tell the Baron yourself that I cannot endure him. You will be doing me a great service. Stay, I will prove my gratitude. There is the bracelet that you wanted so much. Make it a quarrel between me and the Baron, and I will agree to give it to you." "Oh, dear me, but what will your aunt say?" "I will tell her that I have lost it, and you must not wear it while you are here. No questions will be asked. See, the Baron is returning. They are going to dance another minuet, and he is coming to invite me, but I shall refuse. My aunt is talking politics with the Russian ambassador and will not see me. Stay by me, and he will have to ask you." In fact, the Baron came forward and renewed his invitation with a sepulchral grace. Margaret trembled in every limb when he held out his hand to take hers. "Countess Elveda informs me," he said, "that you would like to dance now, and I am going to have another minuet for you." Margaret arose, took a step forward, and fell back in her chair. "I shall be glad to obey my aunt," she said firmly, "but you see, Baron, that I cannot, and I do not suppose that you want to torture me." The Baron started. He was a man of intelligence, perfectly well-bred, and excessively suspicious. The Countess had not deceived him so effectually that he was not capable of understanding the slightest hint, and Margaret's aversion was too evident to be mistaken. He smiled bitterly and replied with sarcastic courtesy, "You are 1,000 times too good, mademoiselle, and I trust you will believe that I feel your kindness deeply." He turned immediately to Olga, invited her, and led her away, while Margaret snatched the elegant bracelet from her arm and slipped it into the ambitious young creature's hand. "Monsieur Gaufflet," she said to Cristiano eagerly, although with a trembling voice, "you have brought me happiness. I am saved." "And yet you are pale," said Cristiano. "You are trembling." "I cannot help it. I was so frightened, and I am frightened still, for I cannot help thinking how angry my aunt will be. But no matter, I have got rid of the Baron. He will revenge himself. He will kill me, perhaps. But I shall not be his wife. I shall not bear his name. I shall never touch his blood-stained hand." "Be quiet, for heaven's sake, be quiet," said Mademoiselle Potine, who was as pale and frightened as herself. "Someone may hear you. You have been very brave, and I congratulate you, but you are really timid, and all this excitement will make you ill. Mon Dieu, don't faint, my dear child. Take your smelling bottle." "Don't be afraid, my good friend," replied Margaret. "I have recovered. Did any one around see what happened? I'm afraid to look." "No, God be praised. The noise of the orchestra, which had just begun playing, drowned every other sound, and your young friends were hurrying away to the dance. We are almost alone in this corner. Don't stay here and attract attention. Above all things, avoid having a scene with your aunt while you are so excited. Come with me to your room. Give me your arm." "And shall I not see you again?" said Cristiano, with an emotion that he could not control. "Yes, surely," replied Margaret. "I want to speak to you again. In an hour you will find us." "Where shall I find you?" "I don't know. Oh, yes, in the supper-room." As Margaret withdrew, Cristiano left the hall by another door, and began to look for the place of rendezvous, so that he might be there promptly at the appointed hour. Besides, he had been suffering from hunger ever since he came to the ball, in spite of his interesting adventures, and the word supper-room aroused his appetite to full activity. "If no one is there," he said to himself, "I shall make terrible inroad into the provisions of my Lord Baron." While he is proceeding towards this sanctuary, let us see what was taking place in the drawing-room. End of Section 6.
Section 7 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Snowman by Georges Sand. Chapter 4, Part 1. The Baron was certainly not fond of dancing, and his corpulence was by no means calculated to help him cut pigeon wings. But in the court dances which were usual at that period, it was customary, and considered the proper thing to do, for even the gravest persons to take a part. The Baron, who had been a widower for a long time, had given scarcely any entertainment during the life of his lawful heir. But when it became apparent that his name was in danger of perishing with him, and that his titles and estates would pass to a branch of his family which he hated, he had promptly resolved to marry again as early as possible, and, in choosing a wife, he had made up his mind to select, not a suitable and agreeable companion, for he felt no need for such a person, but some healthy young girl from whom he might expect children. He had accordingly furnished his mansion in a luxurious style, and had assembled together the ladies of the province, with the sole design of placing his baronial coronet upon the head of the prettiest among them, who should be so kind as to offer to wear it. The Countess Elfrida had thought herself sure of the prize, but her plans had failed. The elderly suitor opened his eyes to the fact that he had been made to look ridiculous, and swore to be revenged both upon aunt and niece. Moreover, to this oath, which he registered in his mind with much promptitude, he appended a firm resolve not to be deceived twice, but without admitting the interference of any third party, to offer himself to the first young lady of good family who should receive him with a sufficient degree of cordiality. This person turned out to be Olga, as he felt convinced when that young lady proceeded to tell him, in a confidential whisper, how Margaret had made over to her all right, title, and interest in his affections. She confided this pretty story to him with an assumed air of innocence and candor, as if it were the prattle of a child. And really, she was a child in many respects, though none the less a woman, at once possessed and made cunning by ambition. The Baron, who was by no means wanting in penetration, kept up the joke as if he saw nothing more in it, but at the end of the dance, instead of taking Olga to her seat, he offered her his arm, and led her into the gallery, whose great extent rendered it quite suitable for confidential interviews. There, taking her burning hands between his icy cold ones, he said coldly, "Olga, you are young and beautiful, but you are poor, and of too high rank to marry a handsome young fellow of low birth. It rests with you to turn your jest into earnest. I offer you my title and a brilliant position. Answer me seriously and without delay, or otherwise dismiss this subject forever from your mind." Olga was really young, beautiful, poor, vain, and ambitious. She took time by the forelock and accepted at once. "Very good," observed Olaus, kissing her hand. "I thank you. Excuse me if I say not a word further. I should make myself ridiculous if I should undertake to talk to you about love, for you would imagine that I think myself a person who can be loved. We will be married, that is settled, and we both of us have decisive reasons for this resolution, that is certain. In the meanwhile, in case you really desire this marriage, I must request you to keep it an absolute secret for some days, above all from the Countess Margaret and her aunt. Can you promise me this? Remember, any indiscretion would break off our engagement." Olga had too much at stake not to give the required promise in good faith, and the Baron handed her back to the great drawing-room. Their absence had been so brief that, even if observed, no particular conclusion could have been drawn from it. Yet the Countess Delveda felt uneasy at it, and went to find out what had become of her niece. "Do not annoy yourself," remarked Olga. "She was here this very moment." "She is hiding herself. She is still obstinate about dancing." "By no means," said the Baron. "She had consented to dance. It was I who declined to take advantage of her kindness." And, offering his arm to the Countess, he walked away with her, explaining, as they went, that he did not wish anyone to be constrained to love him, that he was old enough to pay his addresses for himself, and that he begged her not to interpose further in the matter, lest she should be the means of his losing all hope, and even of his giving up his design of marrying. The Countess consoled herself for this reprimand by the recollection that it was the first time the Baron had showed any decided purpose of seeking her niece's hand. Intriguing and perfidious as she was this time the dupe of the Baron, whose only object was to deceive her as she had deceived him. "It is astonishing," said Cristiano to himself as he set out to find the supper-room, "to watch these intriguers in high life, to see how foolish they are in their malignity, and how easily they are deceived. But that must necessarily be the case in matters of that kind, when one lays down the principle, to begin with, of absolute contempt for the human species. We cannot despise others without despising ourselves. He who does not think well of the work he is doing is made impotent by that very fact. It was a superb piece of comedy for that aunt to tell me so calmly, 'I have a niece to immolate, help me about it, be quick, and I will pay you by giving you a position as head valet in a good family.'" Cristiano, however, put aside his philosophic reflections as he entered the room he was looking for, which he discovered by a really delicious odor of venison. It was a very handsome circular room, laid with small movable tables, with a view of temporarily assuaging impatient appetites while waiting for the grand supper. As everybody had done great honor to the Baron's table already at 9 o'clock, the room was empty, except for one servant, who was fast asleep, and whom Cristiano took pains not to waken, lest he should be considered greedy and ill-mannered. Without stopping to select, he seized a plate of stuffed veal à la Française, but just as he made a cut into it with a vermilion-handled knife, the servant, startled out of his sleep, sprang up as if he had been moved by springs, and Monsieur Stanstadius bustled in, rattling the glasses and crockery with the jar which his uneven, jerking step communicated to the floor.
"Parbleu! It's you, isn't it?" he called out on seeing Cristiano. "Glad to find you here. I don't like to eat alone, and we can talk over serious matters while we satisfy the blind appetites of these poor human machines of ours. Pooh, you don't mean to eat standing? Oh, no. It is extremely unfavorable to the digestion, and you don't taste what you eat at all. Here, Karl, draw out that table, the largest. Very good. Now then, give us some of the best there is. How? Side dishes? No, not yet. Something more solid. Some good slices of that sirloin. After that, you can bring the best cut of that bear's ham. It's a Norway ham, I hope. They are the best smoked. Come, Karl, some wine. Give us some Madeira and some Bordeaux, and you may bring a few bottles of champagne, too, for this young man. He is likely to be fond of it. Very well, Karl. That'll do, my boy. But don't go. We shall want some dessert very shortly."
While giving these orders, Monsieur Stanstadius installed himself with his back to the stove, and applied himself to eating and drinking after so marvelous a fashion that Cristiano cast away all shame and began devouring with the whole force of his 32 teeth. As for the man of science, who had not more than a dozen, he maneuvered them so ably that he was not a whit behindhand, while all the while he continued talking and gesticulating with wonderful energy. Cristiano, astonished, inwardly compared him to some fantastic monster, half crocodile and half ape, and he asked himself where could be the seat of this terrible vitality in a body so misshapen, apparently so feeble, and with diverging eyes incessantly moving, but with no expression whatever. The conversation of the geologist soon did something to help solve the problem. The worthy gentleman had never loved a human being, nor even so much as a dog. Everything was perfectly indifferent to him beyond the circle of ideas in which he lived, so to speak, on himself, taking his own pleasure, admiring himself, flattering himself, and, in default of better material, finding nourishment in the perfumes of his own self-praise. Cristiano felicitated him upon his magnificent health.
"Do you see, my dear fellow," he replied, "when God made me, he came to a full stop. I swear to you, he could not have produced such another. I know nothing of the sufferings that others feel. To begin with, I have never known the vulgar and despicable infirmity of love. I have never wasted 1 minute in my life in forgetting myself for one of those pretty dolls that you make idols of. A woman, maybe 80 or 18, is exactly the same to me. When I am hungry, or if I am in a hovel, I eat whatever I can find. And if I find nothing, I occupy myself in thinking over my works, and I wait without any uneasiness. If I am at a good table, I eat everything there is on it, and without feeling any inconvenience. I feel neither cold nor heat. My head is always burning, it is true, but it is with a sublime fire that does not consume the mechanism, but, on the contrary, nourishes and repairs it. I know neither hate nor envy. I am perfectly aware that no one knows more than I, and as to those who are jealous of me, there are a vast many of them. I crush them like the worms of the dust. They never recover after a criticism from me. In short, I am made of steel, gold, and diamond. I defy the entrails of the whole earth to supply a material more impassible or more precious than that of which I am made."
At this comprehensive and frank declaration, Cristiano could not help an immoderate explosion of laughter, which, however, did not at all disconcert or offend the Chevalier of the Polar Star. On the contrary, he took this hilarity to be a joyous homage to his own universal superiority, so that Cristiano perceived that his companion was, in some sense, a monomaniac of a curious species, whose infirmity might be defined as lunacy from excess of self-conceit. Cristiano questioned him in vain about such persons as interested him. As to the Baron de Waldemora, Monsieur Stangstadius would only condescend to say that he had some aspirations towards science, but that on the whole he was simply an idiot. Margaret he set down as stupid for not accepting the first rich match that came along. He did, it is true, spare her a little, admitting that she must be more amiable than the rest of them since she was in love with him. This, he thought, a proof of good sense, but he found it impossible to profit by this disposition of hers, since science was his wife and mistress at the same time. "Really, Mr. Professor," said Cristiano, "you seem to be admirably consistent in this wonderful logical system of yours." "Ah, I'll answer for that," replied Monsieur Stangstadius. "I am a different sort of man from your Baron Olaus, whom fools admire for his strength of will and coolness." "My Baron? I assure you, I want nothing to do with him." "For my part, I speak neither well nor ill of him," returned the professor. "All men are poor creatures, more or less, but does he not pretend to be a free thinker, and to have never loved?" "Could he have ever really loved anyone? If he could, his face is extremely deceptive." "I don't know, but he may have loved his wife while she lived. She was a malignant she-devil." "Perhaps, then, he admired her." "I'm sure I don't know. She managed him, however, as she chose, and after she was dead, he could not endure to be without her, and so he came to engage me to calcine and crystallize her ladyship, the Baroness." "Ah, then the famous black diamond is your work?" "You have seen it, then? Is it not a capital result of experiments? The lapidary who cut it was in perfect despair at not being able to discover whether it was the work of nature or of art. But I must tell you the method I pursued and how I secured its transparency. I took my body and wrapped it in asbestos cloth, after the manner of the ancients, and placed it over an extremely hot fire of wood, coal, and bitumen, the whole well sprinkled with naphtha. When my body was thoroughly reduced—" Cristiano, finding himself condemned to undergo the history of the reduction and vitrification of the Baroness, set about eating as fast as he could, and tried not to hear. But he had perfectly stuffed himself before the professor had ended his demonstration. This meeting was a sad disappointment to Cristiano, who had hoped for an interview with only Margaret and her governess, and he became more dissatisfied still as a group of young officers in the Delta invaded the hall. These northern stomachs were far from being satisfied with the refreshments and cooling beverages provided in the ballroom, and so they came hither to warm their blood a little with good Spanish and French wine. And Cristiano observed with interest something peculiar in the way in which these men of the north drank their wine, and which he had never been able to notice to so good advantage. He began, moreover, to see something a little rude in their manners, and a rather rougher style of gaiety than he found himself quite able to join in. But to make amends, the free-heartedness and cordiality of the young men were such as he entirely sympathized with. They all greeted him with eager kindness, and insisted on his drinking with them until he found his head beginning to feel the liquor. He therefore stopped, fearing to go too far, but admiring the ease with which these robust sons of the mountains went straight on drinking the heady wine, without apparently feeling it at all. As soon as he could disengage himself from their friendly challenges, he took up a position near the door, in order to go out whenever he should perceive Margaret in the gallery outside. He supposed that when she saw the room full of young men drinking, she would not go in. She did, however, go in, notwithstanding, and in a few moments was followed by other young ladies and their cavaliers, who took seats at different tables, those already sitting there hastening to give them places, and to wait upon them. And now the mirth began to be louder and more enthusiastic. They forgot to imitate Versailles. They talked Swedish, and even Dalecarlian. The voices grew loud. The young ladies drank champagne without making any faces over it, and even took Cyprus wine and port without any fear of the consequences. There were present brothers and sisters, betrothed lovers and cousins. It was like one numerous family, and the sexes mingled with a freedom which was innocent, warm-hearted, and perhaps a little inelegant, but on the whole touching from its chastity and simplicity. "What good souls they are," thought Cristiano. "What the devil is the reason that as soon as they begin to think about themselves they attitudinize as Russians or French, when they appear to so much better advantage in their own natural character?" The peculiar charm of the little Countess Margaret was exactly that she was herself in whatever circumstances. Mademoiselle Potin had certainly formed her most judiciously in thus preserving her natural and spontaneous. And what Cristiano found especially agreeable in her was that she declined wine. Cristiano had some prejudices. While the rest were all chattering and laughing around Stankstadius, whose table, always in the same place and always copiously served, became the center and target of witticisms by which he was not at all disconcerted, Margaret found an opportunity of telling Cristiano in a confidential manner, which, as may be imagined, did not displease him, that her aunt had quite changed her demeanor to her, and, instead of finding fault, had become very good-natured. "It must be," she said, "that the Baron has not mentioned my discourtesy, or else she knows of it but means to try a different way to bring me into her plans. At any rate, I have a breathing time. The Baron is not attentive to me any more, and even if I am to be scolded again by my aunt tomorrow, or sent back for penance to my solitude at Dalby, I mean to enjoy myself tonight and forget all my vexations. Yes, I intend to dance as gaily as I can, for, if you will believe it, Monsieur Goffel, this is the first ball I ever attended in my life, the first time I ever danced anywhere except in my own room with my good Potin. I am positively dying to try my little accomplishments in public, and I am frightened to death at the same time for fear of being awkward and getting out in the figures of the French quadrille. I must find some obliging partner who will help me through, and look after me a little, so as to tell me all my mistakes in a charitable way."
"I believe it will not be difficult to find him," replied Cristiano, "and, if you will venture to trust yourself to me, I guarantee that you shall dance as if you were at your 100th ball."
"Well, then, agreed. I accept, with thanks. Let us wait till 12 o'clock. We will make up a little separate ball all by ourselves, with these ladies and gentlemen here, at one end of the gallery. Then, perhaps my aunt, who is dancing in the grand saloon with all the great people, will not see how suddenly my sprain has got well." Cristiano now began a brisk conversation with the young lady, and, being a little stimulated by the champagne, his gaiety was gradually taking on a sentimental complexion, when a name, pronounced aloud close to him, made him start and turn around suddenly.
"Christian Waldo," said a young officer with an open and good-natured face. "Who has seen him? Where is he?"
"To be sure," cried Cristiano, jumping up. "Where is Christian Waldo? Who has seen him?"
"Nobody," answered someone from another table. "Who has ever seen Christian Waldo's face, and who will ever see it?"
"You have never seen it, have you, Monsieur Goffel?" asked Margaret of Cristiano. "You do not know him?"
"No, but who is Christian Waldo, and how is it that it is impossible to see his face?"
"You must have heard him spoken of, though, for his name seemed to strike you."
"Yes, because I remember having heard it at Stockholm, but I did not pay much attention to it, and I do not even remember—"
"Come, Major," said a young lieutenant, "since you know this Waldo, tell us who he is and what he does. I do not know anything about him." "Major Larson knows a great deal if he can do that," said Margaret. "For my part, I have heard so many different things said about Christian Waldo that I promise beforehand not to believe a word of anything that is going to be told."
"But," replied the Major, "I am ready to make oath, upon my honor, that I say nothing about him except what I absolutely know. Christian Waldo is an Italian comedian who travels about from one town to another, amusing people by his good-natured wit and inexhaustible gaiety. His exhibition consists—"
"We know that," interrupted Margaret, "and we know that he gives his representations sometimes in drawing-rooms and sometimes in taverns, today in a castle and tomorrow in a hovel, and that he makes the rich pay high prices while he often exhibits to the poor for nothing."
"An absurd original enough," said Cristiano. "A kind of mountebank."
"Mountebank or not, he is an extraordinary man," replied the Major, "and a man of genuine nobility of character, too, which is more. Last month, at Stockholm, I myself saw him fight 3 furious drunken sailors, one of whom had been cruelly abusing a poor cabin boy, when Christian Waldo, indignant at the cowardly outrage, rescued his victim. On another occasion, this Christian threw himself into the midst of a fire to save an old woman, and every day he gave away almost all he received to persons who excited his pity. Indeed, it was said that the people of the suburbs were so enthusiastic about him that he had to leave secretly in order to avoid being carried in a triumphal procession.
And also, observed Margaret, to avoid being obliged to remove his mask, for the authorities began to feel uneasy about an incognito so very popular, and they fancied he might be some Russian agent who was preparing the ground in this way, so that when the time came he could excite a sedition.
"Do you believe," said Cristiano, "that this funny fellow, for it appears that he is a funny fellow, is a Russian spy?"
"I? No, I don't believe it," replied Margaret. "I am not one of those people who prefer to think that goodness and charity covered wicked designs." "But his mask," said one of the young ladies who had been eagerly listening to the officers. "Why does he always wear a black mask when he enters his theater and leaves it? Is it to represent the Italian harlequin?" "No, for he does not appear himself in the representation which he exhibits to the public. There is some reason which no person knows."
"Perhaps," observed Cristiano gravely, "it is to hide a leprosy or something of the kind." "Some say his nose is cut off," remarked one of the young people. "And others, again," added a third, "say that he is the handsomest young fellow in the world, and that he has permitted himself to be seen in the Faubourg, and by some persons with whom he has formed a friendship."
"It would appear," resumed the Major, "that he does not wear his mask at all within his own establishment, but reports are very conflicting about his face. A young boatwoman, who was almost ill with curiosity, managed to induce him to remove the mask, and fell quite ill with fright at seeing a death's head."
"Certainly this Waldo must be the devil himself," said Margaret, "if he can appear as a handsome young man or a frightful spectre. Young ladies, don't you all want to see him?" "Do you, Margaret?" "Let's all confess that we are wild to see him, and that at the same time we are terribly afraid." "They say he is coming here, do they not?" asked one of the young girls.
"He is here now, according to the latest accounts," answered the Major.
"What? Really?" cried Margaret. "Has he come already? Shall we see him? Is he in the ballroom now?"
"Oh," said Cristiano, "that would be a rather difficult matter."
"Difficult? Why?"
"Because a mountebank would not venture to present himself in the character of an invited guest among such company as this."
"Bah!" said the Major. "It seems the fellow was not afraid to do anything. His mask, his exhibition, and his name belong together. But it is asserted, and it seems quite probable, that, under another name, and without any mask, he comes and goes as he likes, and goes all over Stockholm, and that, in the public promenades and the most frequented taverns, those who talk about him can never be certain that he is not just at their elbow, or perhaps the very person they are speaking to."
"But then," said Cristiano, "how do we know that he is not even in this very room?"
"Oh, no," answered Margaret, though not until she had glanced all around the room. "All of us who are here know each other."
"But I? No one knows me. Perhaps I am Christian Waldo."
"Then where is your death's head?" said one of the young girls, laughing. "Without either mask or death's head, you are only an apocryphal Waldo. And by the way, gentlemen, can anyone tell us how it is known that he has arrived?"
"I can tell you," replied the Major, "how I found that out myself. It seems that an unknown person applied for accommodations here, and, the house being full, was directed to the farmhouse. He gave his name, and showed the letter in which Johann, the major domo, by order of his master the Baron, invited him hither for the amusement of the guests here assembled. I don't know whether they have accommodated him in some corner of the chateau or elsewhere, but it is certain that he has come."
"Who told you so?"
"The major domo himself."
"And he wore his mask?"
"He wore his mask."
"And is he tall or fat, well-formed or bandy?"
"I did not ask any of those questions, for as I saw him with my own eyes at Stockholm, masked, it is true, and I know him to be tall, well-made, and as lithe as a deer."
"Probably he may be some ex-rope dancer," suggested Cristiano, who appeared to take no more interest in the conversation than politeness required.
"Oh, no," said Margaret. "He has received a capital education. Everybody is struck by the style and wit of his comedies."
"But how do you know that they are his own?"
People familiar with all the ancient and modern literatures assert that nothing in them is stolen, and that these little comedies of his, sometimes sentimental, it is said, also, have been a real literary event at Stockholm. Will he exhibit tomorrow, do you think? Was asked on every side.
It is to be presumed, replied the Major. But if these young ladies are desirous to know, I shall be very happy to undertake to find him out and inquire.
At midnight, said Cristiano, looking at the clock. The poor devil is asleep. I believe the Countess Margaret has a more important plan to suggest to the company.
Yes, indeed, cried Margaret. I want to propose a little ball all to ourselves. I am a newcomer here, a perfect savage, I must confess. You have only met me within these 2 or 3 days, but every one has been so kind and good to me, and I am not afraid to confess what Monsieur Goffel will be so good as to tell you.
This is it, said Cristiano. The Countess Margaret, as she herself has just told you, is a perfect savage. She knows nothing in the world, not even how to dance. She is as awkward as possible, and limps at least as much as our illustrious master Stanksterius. Besides, she is clumsy, absent-minded, and short-sighted. In fact, it would require a most Christian dose of charity to reconcile oneself to the idea of dancing with her, for—
Enough, enough, cried Margaret, laughing. You have done me the honor to describe me with a great deal of humility. Please to accept my thanks, however, for they will all expect something so frightful now that if I succeed only tolerably well, everybody will be enchanted with me. The end of the matter is that I wish to make my first appearance before this small party, and that, if you all say so, we will go and dance in the gallery. The music in the grand saloon will be abundantly loud enough for us to dance by.
End of Section 7. Read by David Curtis in Gilbert, Arizona, November 23rd, 2024. Section 8 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Snowman by Georges Sand. Chapter 4, Part 2. Several of the young men hastened towards Margaret to ask for her hand. She thanked them, but said that Monsieur Christian Goffel had already devoted himself to be the victim.
It is quite true, gentlemen, said Cristiano gaily, as his gloved hand received the little hand of Margaret. All please to pity me, and so lead on to the torture.
Places were taken in an instant, and the quadrille was formed. Margaret begged not to be one of the first 4.
You are curiously agitated, said Cristiano to her.
I am, she replied. My heart beats as if I were a bird launched out of the nest for the first time, and not quite sure that it has wings at all.
The first quadrille, remarked the adventurer, is, I see, an important event in the life of a young lady. In a year from now, when you have attended 100 balls or so, do you suppose you will remember at all the name and face of the humble individual who enjoys the happiness and glory of directing your first dance?
Yes, certainly, Monsieur Goffel. The recollection will always be joined to that of the greatest emotions of my life, my fear of the Baron, and my joy at being delivered from him by an effort of courage that I should not have believed myself capable of, and with which I was certainly inspired by your uncle and yourself.
But do you know, said Cristiano, I am not at all certain of your aversion for the Baron.
Why not?
You are assuredly much more frightened about dancing in public than you were about dancing with him.
Yet I did not dance with him, and I am going to dance with you.
Cristiano involuntarily pressed Margaret's small fingers, but she thought this merely an intimation that it was time for her to take her place, and, all rosy with pleasure and bashfulness, she stepped forward with him into the joyous circle, where she very quickly found herself entirely at her ease, as her grace and lightness entitled her to be.
Well, I believe I am not afraid any more,
she said as they returned to their place, while the other 4 began the first figure.
You are a great deal too courageous, replied Cristiano. I hoped I should have been of some service, but you have learned so fast how to use your wings that now you will be flying off with the first comer.
It will never be with the Baron, though. But tell me, why is it that you thought I exaggerated my dislike for him?
Mon Dieu, I see that you are passionately fond of balls, that is, of entertainments and luxury, and every passion is followed by certain consequences. Now, if pleasure is the object, wealth is the means of securing it.
What?
Am I so silly and so homely that I shall never make a rich marriage, unless with an old man?
Then you admit that you will not marry anyone but a rich man?
If I should say yes, what would you think of me?
I should not think ill of you.
I know. I should be doing just as so many others do, and you would not think well of me either.
This rather delicate discussion was resumed at the third pause of the quartet to which our two young friends belonged. Margaret seemed to want to test Christiano's sincerity.
Confess, now, she said, that you despise girls who marry for riches, like Olga, for instance, to whom the Baron looks so handsome through the facets of the great diamonds that she dreams about.
I despise nothing, replied the adventurer. I am naturally tolerant, or else the facets of what virtue I have are dulled by friction with the world. I am enthusiastic for what is superior to the average, and I feel a philosophical indifference to whatever is adapted to the vulgar generality of people.
Enthusiastic, do you say? Is not enthusiasm a high price to pay for a thing so natural as disinterestedness? I shall not demand so much of you, Monsieur Goffel. I shall only ask your esteem. I hope you will believe that if I were free to choose, I would consult my heart alone, and not my interest. Even if I could never have any more lace to my sleeves, or satin bows to my dress, even if I could never dance any more in the light of 1,000 candles, to the sound of 30 violins, oboes, and double basses, I feel that I am capable of making even so immense a sacrifice as that for the sake of preserving my freedom of opinion and the approbation of my conscience.
Margaret spoke with enthusiasm. Excited by the dancing, she said just what was in her heart. All the generosity and romance of her nature shone in her brilliant eyes. There was a sort of electrical life and inspiration in her radiant smile, in her attitude like that of a bird eager to dart upwards again to the clouds, in her lovely fair hair, whose long curls wreathed over her lily-white shoulders as if they were alive, in the heartfelt tone of her voice, in short, in the whole of her charming little person. Christiano was altogether dazzled, and without being entirely conscious of what he was saying, he asked Margaret, as if he were dreaming, this strange question.
You will never permit yourself to love anyone not of your own rank, I know. But suppose that, in spite of yourself, you should find your affections drawn towards some poor devil, a person without a name, without a penny, Christian Waldo, for instance. Would you not be extremely mortified, and consider it your duty to stifle your inclinations?
Christian Waldo, said Margaret. Why Christian Waldo? You choose a very strange person as an example.
Extremely so, and I do it on purpose. When one proceeds by an antithesis. But come, this is what I mean. Suppose that Christian Waldo, whom I do not know at all, really possesses the courage, the intelligence, the generosity that have just been attributed to him here, and, in addition to his other endowments, the poverty which must be the faithful attendant of his wanderings, and a name which, I presume, he does not claim in virtue of any old parchments.
And with his death's head?
No, without his death's head. Well, suppose that you had no choice of marriage, except between him and the Baron de Waldemora.
My choice would be very easily made. I would not marry at all.
Unless, of course, it should turn out that Christian's mask concealed a young and handsome prince, who was obliged to conceal himself for reasons of state.
A fine idea that is, said Margaret.
Another Tsarevich Ivan escaped out of his prison, or another Philip III escaped from his assassins? In that case, apocryphal or not, he would find grace in your eyes.
What do you want me to say? An Italian buffoon is really not a good standard of comparison if you are in earnest.
Too true, replied Christiano, and here is the finale. Let us tread it lightly, for it is the handful of earth cast upon the romance entitled The First Quadrille. But it was not ordained that this quadrille should end according to choreographic laws. Monsieur Stanstadius, having at last finished the copious repast which he called a mere snack between the supper and the after-supper, just at this moment came out of the refreshment room, absorbed in some lofty conception awakened in his mind by the agreeable effort of prosperous digestion,
And coming upon the young dancers in his progress, he marched unceremoniously straight through them, running against the cavaliers who were just exhibiting their graces in the forward two, and treading on the little feet of the ladies as if they had been so many pebbles. His extravagant limping rendered his gait so ridiculous that everyone burst out laughing. The dance was quite broken up, and the young couples, taking hold of each other's hands, executed a rapid and noisy rondo about the Chevalier of the Polar Star, who, not wishing to be behind the others in grace, undertook to execute a hopping movement in the opposite direction, to the immense amusement of the company. But, sad to tell, the laughing and singing became so noisy as to attract attention in the grand saloon. The orchestra had come to a pause in the music, but the young people did not notice it, and kept on singing and dancing around Stangstadius, who compared himself to Saturn in the middle of his ring. Countess Elfrida hastened to this spot, and beholding the sudden cure of her niece, fell into a rage, which this time she could not restrain. "My dear Margaret," she said shortly in a sharp tone, "you are exceedingly imprudent. You forget your sprain. It is extremely dangerous to go on in such a way. I have just seen the Baron's physician, and he prescribes entire quiet tonight. Have the goodness to retire at once with your governess. She will assist you to go to bed, and put on some compresses. Believe me, you had best do so." She added in a low tone, "Obey me." Margaret, who had been rosy with delight, turned quite pale, and, whether from anger or mortification, could not restrain two great tears which glittered a moment on her long eyelashes and rolled down her cheeks. The Countess Elfrida snatched her hand and carried her off, saying, in an undertone, "I think you have taken an oath to do nothing tonight but make a fool of yourself. Now you must pay for it. I excused you for not dancing with our entertainer, for he really believes you were in pain. But after that, to dance with another person is to offer the Baron an unheard-of, deliberate insult, and I will not allow you to keep up such conduct until he has perceived it." Cristiano followed along behind Margaret, trying to think of some means of disarming or diverting the wrath of her aunt, if he should perceive any favorable moment for addressing her, when he saw the Baron approaching and paused, leaning against the pedestal of a statue, to see what would take place among the three.
"What?" said the Baron. "You are taking away your niece? It is too early. I thought she was just beginning to enjoy herself in my house. Permit me to beseech your indulgence for her, and since she has been dancing, as I am told, may I now beg her to dance with me? She certainly cannot refuse me now, and I am sure she will consent with pleasure."
"If you insist upon it, Baron, I consent," said the Countess. "Come, Margaret, thank the Baron and go with him. Do you not see that he is offering you his arm for the polonaise?" Margaret seemed to hesitate. Her eyes met those of Cristiano, who did not know which feeling predominated, his desire to have her remain, or his fear that she would yield. Perhaps the last sentiment was most distinctly expressed in his looks, for Margaret answered steadily that she was engaged. "To whom, pray?" cried the Countess.
"Yes, to whom?"
repeated the Baron, with a singular inflection in his voice, and with a calmness that Margaret thought had something ominous in it. She looked down and was silent, for she did not understand what was passing in the mind of her persecutor, from whom she had thought herself quite safe. The Baron's only object was to torment her and compromise her. He saw perfectly well her aversion for him, and cordially reciprocated it. Coldly hard-hearted and revengeful, he affected to jest, but said, speaking loud enough to be heard by many inquisitive ears,
"Where is the happy mortal with whom I must dispute you? For I certainly will do it. I have the right."
"You have the right?" exclaimed Margaret, amazed and indignant. "You, Baron?"
"Yes, I," he answered with a cold, cruel irony. "You know very well I have. Come, where is this rival who is going to carry you off to dance from under my very beard?"
"Here!" exclaimed Cristiano, losing his self-control and advancing upon the Baron in a threatening manner, while all the spectators, stupefied into silence, looked on with curiosity and amazement. It was very well known that the Baron, in spite of his sluggish and blasé manner, was extremely irascible and indomitably proud. Everyone expected a violent scene, and, in fact, a greenish pallor overspread instantaneously the Baron's face, and he opened and shut his large and short-sighted eyes, as if to emit a flash of lightning for the annihilation of the audacious unknown who defied him so openly. But instantly the blood rushed back to his forehead, on which one large engorged vein rose like a ridge, while his lips became more livid than the rest of his face. An indistinct cry escaped him. His arms extended convulsively, and he fell forward, exclaiming, "There it is! There it is!" He would have fallen upon the floor had not 20 arms interposed. He had fainted, and they carried him to a window and unceremoniously broke the panes to give him fresh air. Olga made her way through the crowd to bear him assistance. Margaret disappeared as if her aunt had whisked her off by conjuration, and Cristiano was rapidly led away by Major Osmond Larson, who had taken a great liking to him.
"Come along with me," said the good-natured young fellow. "I must speak with you."
In a few moments, Cristiano and Osmond were alone in an antique room on the ground floor, warmed by an immense fireplace.
"We can smoke here," said the Major. "Here's a rack, well filled. Suit yourself with a pipe, and here's the tobacco. That beer on the table is the best in the country, and here's some capital old Danzig brandy. My comrades will be down in a moment to tell us the latest news of the affair."
"My dear Major," said Cristiano, "I see you think me extremely angry, but you are mistaken. Let the Baron get over his attack. I will smoke here with you until he is ready for an explanation."
"But for what purpose? To fight a duel?" said the Major. "Bah! The Baron never fights. He never has fought. You do not know him at all, then?"
"Not at all," said Cristiano calmly as he smoked his pipe and poured out a large goblet of beer. "Have I really, like a true Don Quixote, attacked a windmill? I did not know that I was making such a fool of myself."
"You have done nothing of the kind, my dear friend. Quite the contrary. Many persons will think that you have been exceedingly audacious to oppose the snowman, and certainly that is my opinion."
"I should have thought that a man of snow would easily thaw."
"That is not the case in this country. Men of that kind remain standing a long time."
"I have been heroic, then, without knowing it."
"You must try and not find it out at your own expense. The Baron does not fight, it is true, but he takes his revenge for all that, and he never forgets an injury. It doesn't matter where you will be, he will pursue you with his hate, and it doesn't matter what career you may want to follow, he will put obstacles in your way. If you get into some difficulty, as may happen to any high-spirited young fellow, he will contrive to make it dangerous for you, and if he once has you thrown into prison, there you will remain. My advice to you, therefore, is to depart at once, and to remain constantly on your guard as long as you live, at least until the devil chooses to wring the neck of his crony this very night, under the pretence of a fit of apoplexy."
"Do you think the Baron so ill?" inquired Cristiano.
"We shall soon know all about it. Here is my lieutenant, Erwin Osborne, who is my best friend, and who likes you as well as I do. How now, Lieutenant? What is the latest news of the snowman? Are there any signs that the thaw is approaching?"
"No, it turns out to be nothing at all," replied the lieutenant, "or anyhow, so he pretends. He went to his room for a moment and returned with such good color that I suspect him of daubing his pale cheeks with rouge. His eyes are dull, however, and he hesitates in speaking. I was curious enough to go up to him, and taking this as a mark of respect, he condescended to inform me that it was his wish that the dancing should go on, and that people should pay no further attention to him. He is seated in the grand drawing-room, and what convinces me that he is more uncomfortable than he confesses is that he seems entirely to have forgotten the outbreak of rage that threw him into this fine state, and that nobody ventures to remind him of it.
"Then the ball will go on," said the Major, "and you will see that it will be gayer than ever. It seems as if the people here wanted to shake off the thought of some approaching catastrophe, or as if the Baron's heirs could not contain their joy at finding that he is really ill, and has been so for some time. But you must tell us one thing, Christian Goffel. Under what form did you appear to the Baron? Or what spell did you cast over him? Are you a ghost or a sorcerer? Are you the man of the lake who fascinates people with the look of his icy eyes? What is there in common between the Baron and yourself? And why is it that he should have uttered in swooning his famous exclamation, which I heard today for the first time? There it is, there it is.
I wish you would explain it to me, replied Cristiano, for I have been trying in vain to recall where I could have seen him. If we ever did meet, the circumstances must have been very insignificant, since my memory of them is so confused. Let me see. Has he been traveling in France or Italy since?
Oh, it is a long, long time since he left the north.
I am mistaken, then. I have never seen the Baron before today, and yet one would have said that he recognized me. May he not have been delirious when he cried, "There it is, there it is"?
Oh, that's a sure thing, said the Major. I have a gardener in my bostole, who was at one time one of his servants, and who has told me a good many curious things about him. The Baron is subject to violent attacks, which his physician calls nervous attacks, and which come from a chronic liver complaint. While these spells last, he sometimes shows signs of the strangest fear. He, the skeptic, the jeering infidel, is as cowardly as a child. He sees ghosts, especially that of a woman, and it is at such moment that he cries, "There it is, there it is," meaning, I suppose, "There, my fit is seizing me," or, perhaps, "There's the ghost that haunts me."
He seems to be tormented by remorse.
Some say it is the recollection of his sister-in-law.
Whom he assassinated?
They don't say that he killed her, but merely that he caused her to disappear.
Yes, that is a more elegant expression.
It is quite possible there is no foundation for either story, resumed the Major. The fact is that we don't know anything at all about it, and that the Baron is perhaps perfectly innocent of a great many crimes of which he is accused. You know that we are living here on the classical soil of the marvelous. The Dalecarlians have the greatest horror of anything practical and of natural explanations. You cannot strike against a stone in this country without supposing that a goblin pushed it against you on purpose. If your nose itches, you must run to a sibyl to be cured of a dwarf's poisonous bite. Nor is there a driver who will mend the broken trace of a carriage or sleigh without saying, "Come, come, little goblin, leave us alone. We are not doing you any harm." You can readily imagine that the Baron de Waldemora could not become very rich in the midst of such a superstitious people without being considered an alchemist. Instead of supposing him to be paid by the Empress for sustaining her political interests, it was thought more natural to accuse him of magic, and from this accusation to that of the blackest crimes there is only a single step. Every sorcerer drowns his victims in waterfalls, buries them in abysses, rides avalanches, attends the witches' Sabbath, and at the very least eats human flesh, being thought quite moderate in his ferocious appetites if he only sucks the blood of infants. For my part, I have heard so many stories that I discredit them all, and confine myself to believing what I know. And what I know is that the Baron is a wicked man, too cowardly to strike another man, too well-fed and fastidious to drink blood, too cold-blooded to lie in wait for travellers under frozen lakes, but quite capable of sending his best friend to the gallows, if he had any personal interest in doing so, and had only to utter some wicked calumny to accomplish his purpose.
He is a great villain, said Cristiano. But allow me to express my surprise at seeing so many respectable persons at his house.
You are right, replied Osmond, without giving him time to continue. We are unquestionably to blame for coming to amuse ourselves at the entertainments of a man whom we all hate. You have an excuse that you don't know him, but as for the rest of us...
I did not make any personal allusions, rejoined Cristiano.
I know it, my dear fellow, but you should not be surprised to find that a tyrant has a court. You are, of course, familiar with the history of your country, but as you have been absent a number of years, you may have thought that the progress of philosophy has established a little equality between the different orders of the state. It is not so at all, Christian Goffel, not at all, as you will soon see with your own eyes. The nobility is all-powerful. Then comes the clergy, enlightened and austere, but also tyrannical and intolerant. The bourgeoisie, so useful in the state and so patriarchal in their manners, count for little, and the peasantry for nothing at all, and the king for less than nothing. When a nobleman is rich, which luckily is very rare, he controls the interests and destinies of his whole province, and he either makes men do as he chooses or ruins them. You may rest assured that this would be the case with us young officers if we should offer any discourtesy to the illustrious Signor de Waldemora. It is true that he could not deprive us of our rank, which can only be forfeited in case of actual crime, but in spite of the inviolable laws of the Indelta, we should be forced by unheard-of persecutions to abandon our cantonments, houses, estates, and friends, as if we were a simple garrison.
At this moment, 2 other young men came in to smoke, and Cristiano ventured to ask them whether Countess Elfrida had returned to the ballroom. "You were a sly fellow," replied one of them. "You will not persuade us that you take such an interest in the wicked Countess Elfrida. As for her lovely niece, she disappeared at the same time with yourself, and her aunt pretends that she is very lame." "Disappeared, did you say?" cried Cristiano, unreasonably alarmed at the word.
"Come," said the Major good-humouredly. "Do you feel uneasy about your beauty, my dear Goffel?"
"Excuse me, I have no right to speak so of Countess Margaret. She is certainly beautiful, but unfortunately for me, she is not mine in any sense of the word."
"I meant no harm," replied Osmond. "I merely saw, like everybody else, that she selected you for the partner of her first dance, and that you seemed to be chatting together in a very friendly way. If you are not in love with her, you make a mistake, upon my honour, and if she don't feel some little weakness for you, perhaps she also makes a mistake, for we all think you a capital fellow."
"It would be altogether a mistake in me," replied Cristiano, "to aspire to a star too far above me."
"Bah! Because you have no title? But your family has been ennobled, and your uncle, the lawyer, is a distinguished man in talent and character. He is quite as rich, moreover, as the beautiful Margaret. Love removes all obstacles, and if you have disagreeable relations, you can swear fidelity in secret. In our country, such betrothals are as sacred as any, and so, if you want to carry your point, we are all ready to help you."
"To help me in what?" said Cristiano, laughing.
"To an immediate interview with the Countess, unknown to her aunt. Well, comrades, what say you? Here are 4 of us all ready. For my part, I know where their rooms are, and we can go there without a moment's delay. If Mademoiselle Potine is frightened, pay her compliments, which she really deserves, as to that, for she is a charming person. And if a chambermaid screams, kiss her, and promise her ribbons for her hair. Then we demand a serious conversation with the Countess Margaret for Christian Goffel, in the name of Monsieur Goffel, his uncle, from whom he brings an important communication. Ha ha, that's it. They will introduce us, but of course without our pipes, into a little drawing-room where we will sit down quietly apart, while Christian Goffel addresses La Diva Contessina in a low voice and offers her his heart. Or, if he is too timid to do that, lets her divine what his sentiments really are, while he inquires about the dangers with which the peerless little lady is beset, and arranges with her to avert them. I am not laughing, gentlemen. It is quite evident that Madame Delveda wants to force the inclination of her ward, and that the cunning Olaus is trying to compromise her, so as to drive off all other suitors. Very well. The situation is magnificent for the man who, in a crowded ballroom, took up the gauntlet for the victim of this odious and ridiculous plot. Come, Christian, come, gentlemen, are you ready? Pablo, you shall have your turn. Another time, Christian, you shall be the one to assist us in love affairs as virtuous as your own. We ought to be able to rely upon each other to that extent, we young folks. In heaven's name, what would have become of us before now, if we were not all devoted friends and confidants? Forward, to the assault of the citadel. Follow me, if you love me.
All started up, even Cristiano himself, for he could not help being carried away by the proposition. But he paused at the door of the room and stopped the others. "Thanks, gentlemen," he said, "and depend upon it that I will go through fire for you when necessary. But I have no right to introduce this sweet romance into my life. Nothing in the conduct of Countess Margaret authorized me to undertake her defense, which I did in a moment of thoughtless indignation, and I have no reason now to hope that she thanks me for my interference. She may be offended, on the contrary, and it belongs to Monsieur Goffel the lawyer, and to him alone, to protect her from her aunt by acquainting her with her rights. The best thing for me to do, since my beautiful partner has left off dancing, and my terrible rival does not fight, is to go and have a good sleep, of which I am really very much in need, since I have been upon my feet for more than 24 hours. Cristiano's sentiments were approved of, and he was loudly applauded for his gallantry. They tried to make him stop and drink with them, supposing this to be an irresistible temptation, but Cristiano was sober, as the inhabitants of warm countries usually are. The night was advancing, and he thought it more prudent to put an end to the comedy performed hitherto with so much success. He shook hands with his new friends, bade them adieu, and promised to return to breakfast while inwardly resolving to do nothing of the kind, and without giving them time to inquire what part of the new chateau he was stopping in, returned lightly and mysteriously over the frozen lake. It was on purpose that he left Loki and the sleigh of the Doctor of Laws at the new chateau. He was afraid that they would be heard and cause him to be observed. He walked along the shore until too far to be seen from the windows of the chateau, and then crossed to the door of the Stolberg, which he had left open, and which no one, Ulfilas least of all, had thought of coming to fasten. He took these precautions because, to the pale light of the moon, which was no longer visible, had succeeded the fleeting but brilliant splendor of a magnificent aurora borealis. It was magnificent, at all events, for this region, although it is quite probable that it would have been a very ordinary display at a higher degree of north latitude. And yet the illumination towards the polar regions must have been unusually vivid at this moment, for it lighted up the whole country and every object around the frozen lake. The snow, under its varying reflections, was showing a fantastic and magnificent succession of red and blue colors, and Cristiano, before entering the bare room, remained for several moments at the door of the court, unable, in spite of the cold and solitude, to tear himself from this wonderful spectacle. End of Section 8. Read by David Curtis in Gilbert, Arizona, January 21st, 2025.
Section 9 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Seema Parikyad. The Snowman by George Sand. Section 9, Chapter 5, Part 1. It was 8 o'clock next morning when Monsieur Gofflet awoke. Probably he had not rested as well as usual during the night, for he was habitually an early riser and was quite scandalized to find himself abed at such an hour. It is true that he had reckoned upon little Niles to wake him, but Niles was still sound asleep, and after several attempts to arouse him, Monsieur Gofflet concluded to let him lie as long as he chose. This was not ill temper on the part of the Doctor of Laws, but simply complete despair of obtaining any services from his valet de chambre. Resigning himself to necessity, therefore, he lighted his own fire and then proceeded, like a methodical man as he was, by the light of a candle which somehow seemed to be asleep standing, to shave and to comb and curl his wig as carefully and as well too, as if all his conveniences had been at hand. Lastly, having completed his toilet, all except his coat, which was ready to slip on in case of need, he wound up his watch, looked out at the sky, saw that there was not yet the least trace of sunrise, put on his dressing gown, and opening the two intermediate doors, prepared to put things in order in his saloon, the bare room, intending to go to work there, quietly and comfortably until breakfast time. But as he approached the stove, holding up his hand between his eyes and the flickering light of his candle, he started to see a human figure lying down between the stove and himself. The body sunk into the large armchair, the head lying over backwards upon the stuffed back, and the legs thrust at a level with the body into the large opening for hot air just above the grate of the stove. "Hullo! What a sleeping beauty!" exclaimed the advocate. He has really a superb face. And he stopped to look at Cristiano, who was sleeping peacefully and profoundly. It is some young gentleman or other who has run away to this old place from the noise and confusion of the new chateau as I did. Well, I hoped I should be alone in this cursed hole at any rate, but if I can't, I must make up my mind to have company, I suppose. Fortunately, this young man looks agreeable. The poor fellow must have been very careful, for he made not the least noise, and did not hunt at all for any better bed than that armchair, which must be breaking him in two across the loins. Then Monsieur Gaufflet touched lightly the cheek of Cristiano, who motioned as if driving off a fly, but did not wake up. "He is warm enough at any rate," said the lawyer again. "That's a capital fur cloak, just like my travelling cloak. Why, it's exactly like it. Where is mine, by the way?" "Oh, I see. He found it on the chair and just put it on." "Faith, he was quite right. I should have made him perfectly welcome to it. Indeed, I would have given him the other bed in my room, and Master Niles should have been obliging enough to sleep on the sofa. I am sorry the young man thought it necessary to be so particular. Really, altogether too particular, I must say. A well-bred fellow, too, that's evident, and careful of his toilet, for he took his coat off when he went to sleep. That's a mark of a good, steady character. Let's see what can be our young friend's profession. A black coat, quite like my own best dress coat, so very like it that it is mine, for there's my own handkerchief perfumed with musk. And he has been using my invitation to the ball. And my white gloves. Where are my white gloves? On the floor, just where they ought to be too, for they are entirely spoiled. My fine fellow, you are not too ceremonious as I thought. Indeed, I can venture to assert that you make yourself very much at home. You lose your baggage, or you don't take the trouble to unpack, and you help yourself to whatever you think proper out of mine. Young people play such tricks on one another, I know. I remember a certain ball at Christiania where I danced all night in poor Stanstadius's clothes, and he had to lie abed until I came back, and all next day too, for I let them carry me off. But nonsense! We were young then. At my age, it will not do to allow that sort of fun to other people. Hello, monsieur. Wake up. Give me my breeches and silk stockings. God pardon me, what a quantity of stitches the young animal has started in dancing. And he won't even condescend to open his eyes. As he made these observations in rapid succession, Monsieur Gaufflet at last espied the clothes that Cristiano had laid off the evening before, and which, overcome by sleep at his return, he had left upon another chair. The threadbare trousers, the equally worn Venetian cloak, and the famous corded Tyrolean hat launched Monsieur Gaufflet upon a new sea of conjectures. Could this handsome young man with his distinguished face and well-shaped hands be some mere bohemian, a bell leader perhaps, a travelling peddler, a wandering singer? An Italian singer possibly? No, his face was unmistakably a Dalecarlian one. A conjurer perhaps, a good deal too skilful in the line of his profession? No, for Monsieur Gaufflet found his purse all safe in his trunk, and the sleeper's face was an extremely honest one. He slept the sleep of innocence too, most assuredly. What was to be supposed and what was to be done? The lawyer scratched his head. possibly this wretched costume was a disguise which the young man had assumed to conceal himself while running about to play the Don Juan under the balcony of some pretty visitor at the new chateau. But finding none of his guesses satisfactory, Monsieur Gaufflet finally set to work in earnest to awaken his visitor, shaking him repeatedly and bawling into his ear, "Here, here, hello, I say! Come, neighbor, wake up!" and such other exclamations as impatient people use for the benefit of obstinate sleepers. Cristiano at last opened his eyes, looked fixedly at Monsieur Gaufflet without seeing him, and with a truly Olympian calmness shut them again. "Ah, there you go again," said the lawyer. "Off to dreamland." "What is it? What's the matter? Does the aurora borealis last yet?" asked Cristiano, whose half-sleep was evidently cradled in pleasant dreams. "Where can you get an aurora borealis at this time of day?" asked Monsieur Gaufflet. "It's just before sunrise." "The sun? What is the use of talking about the sun in the middle of a ball?" asked Cristiano in the coaxing voice of a sleeper who is begging to be let alone. "Yes, that's it. The ball, my coat, the sun, my small clothes, the aurora borealis," replied Monsieur Gaufflet. "All very logical and well connected in your dreams, no doubt, my good friend. But I want you to give a better account of yourself, and I shall keep on shaking you until you can make out a more satisfactory case than that." Good-natured Cristiano submitted to the shaking with incomparable meekness. The habit he had acquired of sleeping on the first board he came to, whether at sea in all sorts of weather or on the road in all sorts of vehicles, rendered even the vigorous rocking which the lawyer was bestowing upon him rather agreeable than otherwise. It was just sufficient to make him pleasantly conscious that he was in a state of repose. Gradually, however, the idea made its way into his mind of ascertaining what place he was in. He opened his eyes, looked at the stove, turned about and gazed, as if to question the sombre walls of the room. "Deuce take me," he exclaimed, "if I know where I am. But, after all, what difference does it make? Here today, somewhere else tomorrow. Such is life." "Please to take the trouble at least," said the lawyer, "to observe in whose company you are." Well satisfied with this dignified command, Monsieur Gaufflet waited for the surprise or terror or confusion which were to appear in the face of the delinquent, but in vain. Cristiano rubbed his eyes, looked upon him with a smile, and observed in the most affable manner, "A very good face yours, sir. What do you want of me?" "What do I want of you?" exclaimed Monsieur Gaufflet with some indignation. "I want my fur cloak, my cap, my waistcoat, my shirt, my slippers, and I want everything of mine that you have clothed and ornamented your lovely person with." "Bah, bah, what makes you think so?" "You're dreaming, my good man," said the adventurer, raising himself to a sitting posture and looking with astonishment upon his borrowed wardrobe. Then, laughing as he began confusedly to remember the night's transactions, he continued, "Upon my word, Monsieur Gaufflet, it is that very respectable and eminent gentleman to whom I have the honor of speaking, is it not?" "I have every reason to believe so, monsieur. Well then?" "Well then," replied Cristiano, rising promptly and removing the doctor's cap from his own head, with perfect courtesy, "I have to beg 1,000 pardons, though at the same time I do not merit a single one. Please to consider, sir, I am a young man, and just at this moment quite destitute. A romantic notion led me to the ball last night, and I found no decent clothes within my reach except these, which Providence seemed to have sent on purpose. I am perfectly cleanly and in perfect health, and moreover, if you should object to wear the clothes after me, I shall be able tomorrow to pay you for them, whatever price you choose to value them at. A good joke that would be. Do you take me for a tailor? By no means, but I should be extremely pained to be thought a thief. That is not my character at all. Faith, I see that you are an honest young fellow, but you are very thoughtless. Still, even if I were inclined to be angry, the thing is done and can't be helped. I see very well that your health is good, for by Jove, you have a magnificent color. And what hair! Ah, my fine fellow, I recognize the perfume of my hair powder. But how the devil did you get into the ballroom without an invitation? For your style of traveling dress does not indicate that I belong in good society, you were going to say? Oh, say so. I am not at all susceptible on that point. But after all, I don't know anything about it. The clothes don't make the man. You have a very aristocratic hand. Come, out with it. Who are you? If there's a romance, I am fond of romantic stories. And if there's a secret, well, your face pleases me. And I promise to be as discreet as a lawyer. More could not be said. I do not doubt your discretion, Monsieur Goffley, said Cristiano. And besides, I have no secrets that I need to hesitate to reveal to a man of sense and character. But I give you notice that my story is rather long and the stove is almost entirely cold. And to tell you the truth, although I had a very good supper last night, my appetite always wakes up as soon as I do, and I already feel some twinges. How do you suppose I feel then? Said the lawyer. For I am always in the habit of taking my tea in bed as soon as I wake. That blockhead of an Ulfilas has abandoned me altogether. There are the very same dishes on the table that were there last night. Thanks to me then, Monsieur Goffley, for I recognize the same ham and fish that I purloined out of the kitchen of your friend Mr. What is his name? Ulf, for Ulfilas. Yes, that is quite correct. Hereabouts they abridge all names. They make monosyllables of them all, apparently for fear that otherwise when they called anybody, half of his name should freeze in the air. If I am indebted to you for my supper, then I must conclude that this said Ulf would have let me perish of hunger. He, in this very room about which there is already one story of the kind. Perhaps the rascal meant to leave me to the same fate, so as to make sure that the room should deserve its reputation. Is it the Baroness Hilda who starved to death here, Monsieur Goffley? Ah, you have heard of it then. It is only a story, thank God. Let us think about our breakfast. I will call someone. No, Monsieur Goffley. Ulf will certainly come immediately. Besides, if you want anything more, let me go and get it. There's nothing like choosing your own bill of fare. But this bear's ham or boar's ham, the smoked tongue and roast game, which you hardly began on last night, don't they appeal to you any longer this morning? Of course they do, of course. And there's more here now than we two can eat. Well, as the table is set, shall we take breakfast, eh? That will suit me exactly, but allow me to step into a corner and make my toilet, or rather to unmake it, for I am still in my clothes. I see that well enough. Well, as you are in them, stay there. Only take the pelisse off and put the coat on, or you will be smothered while you are eating. Cristiano first refurnished the stove with fuel and lighted it. Then, having washed his hands and face with much care and neatness in a corner of the room, he took his place and began to carve the old meats in a style that showed him to be a master of the art. It's curious, remarked Monsieur Goffley. You have what they would call in France the manner of a perfect gentleman, and yet that old coat of yours there. indicates misfortune and not poverty, answered the adventurer quickly. 8 days ago, I was very decently equipped and could have appeared at the ball without any embarrassment. Very possibly, said Monsieur Gaufflet, seating himself and beginning to make good use of his handsome teeth, just as it is quite possible that you are getting ready for one more of those romances that traveling adventurers excel in. It is all the same to me, if it is amusing. Come, said Cristiano, laughing, in what language shall I recite my tale? Faith, in Swedish, as that is your own language. You are a Swede and a Dalecarlian too. I see that plainly enough by your face. But I am not Swedish, though. Icelandic, rather. Rather? Are you not sure? Not the least in the world. Therefore, as Latin is a universal language, if you please. And Cristiano continued in elegant and correct Latin, speaking it with the greatest facility. Very well done indeed, said the advocate, who had listened kindly and attentively. But your Italian pronunciation hinders me a little in following your Latin. Probably there would be the same difficulty in Greek and German, suggested Cristiano, changing first to the dead and then to the living language with equal ease and correctness, and interspersing with his discourse quotations enough to prove that he was well versed in both ancient and modern literature. Bravo! Cried the doctor. You are a highly educated young fellow, I see. And French. Do you know that also? French and English at your service, said Cristiano. I was taught them all, and my own preference led me to the study of languages. Well then, speak French, said Monsieur Gaufflet, who was hardly less of a polyglot than Cristiano. I love Italy, but I adore France. She is our ally, useful or not, and above all, she is the antagonist of Russia, which I hold in execration. Great heavens! So do I. I am anti-Russian ever since I came into Sweden, and especially since last evening. But now, doctor, permit me to beg you not to take me for a pedant. The reason that I venture to display my poor acquirements before a professor of the faculty of Lund is that when you saw me carving that ham rather skillfully, you asked in your own mind whether I was not an ex-steward or butler from a good family, discharged in disgrace and on the lookout for victims. There now, did you really guess that that idea was passing through my mind? Well, I confess it. And I see now that if you have been employed in good families, it has by no means been in a lackey's place. Oh, mon Dieu, monsieur, answered Cristiano. Lackey or professor, it is very much the same thing with some people, except the difference of a grade more or less. Oh, no, not in Sweden, my friend. The devil, no indeed, not here. I know it, monsieur. Your people are too fond of profound studies, and the promotion of knowledge is nowhere more nobly encouraged. But in other countries it often happens. Here Cristiano was interrupted by the entrance of Alphilas with breakfast. Seeing the table already set, he halted in stupid astonishment. You see, blockhead, cried Monsieur Gaufflet gaily, guessing the reason of his surprise. My kobold has waited on me in your place, and it's well for me he did, for you have left me entirely alone this 12 hours. Ulf or Ulf, for there is sufficient authority for either form of the word, tried to excuse himself. But the consolation which he had sought in the bottle the evening before had entirely obscured his faculties, and he found it very hard to give any reasons for his neglect. As a general thing, Ulf became comfortable enough in his mind by daybreak, and for the 5 hours or thereabouts following the late sunrise of winter, he was no more cowardly or awkward than other people. His excessive libations had no doubt an effect upon his dull brains at all times, but as he could nevertheless perform his domestic duties with the proper mechanical regularity, this was neither troublesome to others nor disquieting to himself. On the present occasion, he stammered in the Dalecarlian dialect some words of stupid surprise at seeing the dishes displayed upon the table and an unknown individual seated with the doctor. "Come," said the doctor, "wait upon this gentleman as you do upon myself. He is a friend of mine whom I have accommodated in my lodging." "Yes, sir," said Ulf. "I have nothing to say against that, but the thing is that the horse—" "Horse yourself!" exclaimed Cristiano, who had already picked up somewhere a few words of Dalecarlian, and who saw himself threatened by a terrible revelation. "Yes, sir, horse myself," replied Ulf with resignation. "But the sleigh—" "What about the sleigh?" said the doctor. "Have you cleaned it? Have you rubbed down my horse?" The word horse again striking Cristiano's ear, he turned towards Ulf and looked at him aside with such a terrific expression that the poor stupefied fellow, quite losing his self-command, stammered in reply. Yes, sir, horse, sleigh, it's all right." "Very well, then, go on with the breakfast," said the doctor, reassured. "Give us the tobacco, Ulf, and let the tea kettle alone. We will make the tea for ourselves." As Ulf accordingly turned to the stove to set down the tea kettle, Cristiano stepped after him as if to superintend the operation, and turning towards him said in his ear in Dalecarlian, and with another terrifying glance, "Horse, sleigh, new chateau, quick!" Upon this, Ulf took it into his head that in his drunkenness he must have received some orders which he had not executed. So he hurried off, put on his skates, and went over to the new chateau to look for Loki through the noisy stables, overcrowded with grooms and horses. Our doctor of laws did not eat so gluttonously as the doctor of sciences, Stanstadius. He took his time and savored and passed judgment upon every dish, according to the great principles which govern the application of the culinary art to the lofty needs of the choicer class of stomachs. At the end of a further half-hour of conversation with experiments on the subject, he and Cristiano, as they looked at each other, perceived each a rosy reflection upon the other's face. "There it is at last," said the doctor. "The sun is just coming above the horizon." He looked at his watch. "A quarter before 10, he observed. "Come, this Mora watch does very well. See, this is of home manufacture. Our Dalecarlians make everything. They make all their own tools, from the simplest to the most complicated. But don't put out the candle. It will be convenient while we are smoking. And besides, in the winter, I like to watch the doubtful, fantastic mingling of the sunlight and the artificial light struggling together in the room." "Why, the clock striking! You wound it up last evening, then?" "Certainly. Did you not observe it?" "I did not observe anything. I was sleeping while standing up, or else I was dreaming. Perhaps it is only a dream that I came in here and took supper. No matter. Can you make tea?" "No, but coffee to perfection." "Very well, make some. I will take charge of the tea." "Are you fond of such an insipid, melancholy drink?" "Yes, diluted with a full third of brandy or rolled rum." "Ah, that makes a difference. Doctor, I am surprised at finding here a table as well spread as if at Paris or London." "Well, why not? Are we at the end of the world? It is only 6 hours' sail to Prussia, where they live just as they do in Paris." "Yes, but off at the furthest end of this province, 60 or 70 leagues away inland, and in so poor a country." "So poor? Do you think a country must be poor because it is not well adapted to tillage? You forget that amongst us wealth lies under the ground, not above it, and that the mines of Dalecarlia are the very treasury of Sweden. You have noticed that this region bordering on Norway is thinly peopled, and you have concluded that it would not support a larger population. Let me tell you that if the government only knew how to develop its resources and had the power to do so, our mineral wealth would afford the means of increasing 100-fold our prosperity and the number of our inhabitants. One day things will go better with us if we can only escape, on the one hand, from the claws of England, whose intrigues oppress us, and on the other, from the pincers of Russia, who paralyze us with her threats. In the meanwhile, my son, understand that if there are poor people amongst us, it is not the fault of this good land of God so much calumniated by the ignorance, indifference, or false notions of the men who inhabit it. People here complain of the severity of the winter and the hardness of the rocks, but there is a warm heart down underneath in the earth. Dig down anywhere, yes, I guarantee you, anywhere, and you will come upon some of the innumerable veins of valuable metals that ramify throughout beneath our feet. With those metals, we can buy all the rarities, all the luxuries, all the productions of Europe, if we only have arms enough to lift the wealth to the surface of the ground. We complain of the earth when it is men who are wanting. It is she who ought to complain of us rather. God forbid that I should speak ill of Sweden, my dear Monsieur Goffley. I only say that there are great areas of land lying uncultivated and waste, and that what few inhabitants there are so frugal that the traveller can find nothing at all to eat except gruel and milk. Healthful food, no doubt, but not much calculated to stimulate the imagination or to give energy to the character. There you completely deceive yourself again, my dear fellow. This region may be called the very head and heart of Sweden, an enthusiastic head full of strange poetry and sublime or graceful imaginations, an ardent and generous heart where the main artery of patriotism is throbbing. Are you familiar with its history? Yes, indeed. Gustavus Vasa, Gustavus Adolphus, Charles XII. All the Swedish heroes have always found men in the heart of these mountains, though all the rest of the nation might be enslaved or corrupted. It is this glorious nook of the earth, this Switzerland of the North, that in every great crisis has supplied loyalty, energy, and salvation to the country. Very well said. Well then, admit that the national gruel and barren and icy rocks may bring forth and train up poets and heroes. As he said this, the doctor of laws drew his soft wadded dressing gown around him and poured into his boiling hot and well-sweetened cup of tea a half glass of the best quality of rum. Christiana was enjoying the flavor of an exquisite cup of mocha, and they both burst out laughing at their enthusiasm for the cold of the mountains and the gruel of hovels. Ah, said Monsieur Goffley, becoming serious again. The fact is, we are degenerate men. We must have our stimulants and tonics nowadays. That proves that the most accomplished or the most famous of us all is inferior to the lowest peasant of these savage mountains. But will not that animal of an Ulfilas bring us any tobacco? That fellow is a perfect brute. Cristiano laughed again, and Monsieur Goffley, perceiving the inconsistency of eulogizing sobriety and equality just at that moment, allowed himself to be appeased, especially when he espied the tobacco jar at his elbow. Ulf had brought it with his usual mechanical precision and had omitted to say so from his utter lack of spontaneity. Well, come, said Monsieur Goffley, extending himself in the armchair for more commodious digestion and smoking a magnificent Turkish pipe, whose bowl he rested upon a projection of the stove, while Cristiano, sometimes standing, sometimes sitting, sometimes astride his chair, smoked his short travelling pipe with more speed and less tranquillity. Come, my problematic comrade, tell me this true history of yours if you can. Here it is then, said Cristiano. My name is, or at least I go by the name of Cristiano del Lago. Chrétien du Lac, Christian of the Lake. Why so romantic a name? Ah, there you have me. Shilo sa. Who knows, as they say in my country. It is altogether romance, no doubt, without a word of truth in it. I will tell it to you as it was told to me. In some country, I don't know what, by the side of a lake whose name I have never known, a lady, ugly or handsome, rich or poor, noble or plebeian, either in the consequence of a legitimate connection or of an unfortunate mischance, gave birth to an infant whose existence, it seems, it was very necessary to conceal, by means of a cord and a basket. These details were told to me with much precision. This lady or her confidential companion lowered the poor little newborn child into a boat waiting below, either by chance or in pursuance of some arrangement made secretly. As to the lady, I have never met anyone who could inform me what became of her, and where I should have made inquiries. As to the child, it was carried away secretly, I do not know whither, and maintained, I do not know how, until old enough to be weaned, when it was carried away again, I don't know by whom, into another country. I don't know what, said Monsieur Gaufflet, laughing. Your statements are a little vague. I should be a good deal troubled with such evidence to gain your cause. My cause? Yes, I am supposing that you are going to law to recover your name, your rights, your inheritance. Oh, make yourself easy about that, Monsieur Gaufflet, replied Cristiano. You will never have a cause to plead for me. I have none of the ordinary foolishness of adventurers of mysterious birth, who assume at the very least to be the sons of kings, and who spend their whole lives in hunting all over the world for their illustrious relatives, without remembering that they most probably would find it more inconvenient than agreeable to be recognized. For my part, if I happen to be of a noble family, I don't know it and I don't trouble myself about it. My adopted parents entertained the same indifference, or rather, they inspired me with it. And who were your adopted parents? I have never known, and I have no recollection who the persons were who received me from the window into the boat, who kept me at nurse, and who carried me into Italy. They may all have been of the same family, perhaps it was one and the same person. I can't tell anything at all about it. My only real adopted parents were Signor Goffredi, an antiquary and professor of ancient history at Perugia, and his excellent wife Sophia Goffredi, whom I love like a mother. But where and from whom did these good people receive you? They must have told you. They never knew. They had a small fortune, and having no children, they had several times shown a desire to adopt some poor orphan. One evening in carnival time, a man in a mask presented himself to them and took from under his cloak the individual who now has the honor to address you, but who has not the least recollection in the world of the occurrence, and could give no explanation of it at the time, inasmuch as he then spoke a language that nobody could understand. But, interrupted the advocate, who was listening to this story with the same attention that he would have bestowed upon the progress of a cause in court, what was the tenor of the words used by the masked person who presented you to Professor Goffredi and his wife? Here they are, as they were repeated to me. I come from a distance, a great distance. I am poor and have been obliged to spend part of the money given me with this child in traveling. I thought myself bound to do this, for I had been ordered to carry him far away, very far from his and my own country. Here is the rest of the money. I have heard that you were looking for a child to adopt, and I know you will bring him up happy and well educated. Will you receive this poor orphan? The professor did receive it. He accepted the child and refused the money. If I want a child to bring up, he said, it is my duty to provide for him, not his, for me. And had he not curiosity enough to inform himself? He could obtain no information except on one point, whether or no the child was likely to be reclaimed. He wanted to feel that it was wholly his, for he did not wish to become attached to the little creature and then some day or other have it taken away. The unknown swore to him that no one would ever reclaim me, and he added, "The proof is that I have brought him more than 500 leagues for the express purpose of causing every trace of him to be lost. The child," he continued, "would be in the utmost danger even here if his whereabouts should be discovered. Ask me no questions, therefore I shall not answer them." And he insisted upon leaving with them the small sum in question, which amounted to 200 or 300 sequins. Italian money, foreign gold coins of various countries, as if the unknown had crossed the whole of Europe and had taken pains to convert his money into all sorts of pieces so as to disappoint search or supposition. End of section 9.
Section 10 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Snowman by George Sand. Chapter 5, Part 2. The Gofridis reminded him that he was poor. He had said so, and his whole appearance showed it. It was only just, they thought, that he should be rewarded for taking such a long journey and fulfilling so faithfully his orders about my removal. These offers he refused with obstinacy and austerity. He departed very abruptly, saying, to prevent further questions, that he would return next day. He did not return, however. Nothing further was ever heard of him, and so I remained entrusted, or more properly abandoned, thank God, to the care of Monsieur and Madame Gofridi. But the history of the lake, the window, and the boat, where the deuce did you get that? Wait a moment. When I was 5 or 6 years old, I was apparently 3 or 4 when I made my entry into Perugia under the cloak of the man in the mask. I had a fall and was for a time thought to be dead. It was not very serious after all, but among the friends of my adopted family, who came to inquire after me, there slipped in a little Jew, whether baptized or not I do not know, who lived in Perugia and traded with visitors in objects of art and antiquity. My parents disliked him because he was a Jew, for in Italy as here a strong prejudice prevails against that people. This Jew inquired about me anxiously, and even insisted on seeing me so as to be satisfied as to my condition. A year afterwards we spent the summer in the country, and on our return to the city he came again to obtain further information about me, and to see with his own eyes whether I had grown and was well. My parents were extremely surprised at this, and insisted on knowing why he took so much interest in me. They threatened to exclude him from the house unless he gave a satisfactory account of the matter, for they were already fond of me, and were afraid that this Jew might mean to carry me off. Upon this he confessed or pretended that he had chanced to receive at his house the man in the mask on the day of his arrival in the city, and had extracted certain confidential disclosures from him about me. These disclosures, vague, improbable, and utterly useless, were the statements with which I began my story. Probably they are not entitled to any credit whatever. My adoptive mother paid very little attention to them, but thinking the adventure somewhat romantic, she gave me the surname of Del Lago, which I have for a long time used as my real name. But the baptismal name, Christian, Christian, Creation, Cristiano, who gave you that? The man in the mask, without adding any other. Did this man speak Italian? Very imperfectly. His difficulty in explaining himself added not a little to the mystery about me. But what sort of accent had he? Professor Gofridi had occupied himself with the dead languages only. His wife, like himself a highly educated person, knew a good deal about living languages, but she found it impossible to decide to what nationality this man's accent belonged. And the little Jew, what did he think? If he had any opinion about it, he never thought proper to tell it. Were your parents quite sure he was not himself the man in the mask? Quite certain. The man in the mask was of middle size, while the Jew was not 5 feet high. Nor had their voices or accents anything of similarity. I see, Monsieur Gaufflet, that, like my poor friends, the Gofridis, you are asking yourself all sorts of questions about me. But what difference would it make, let me ask you, even if you could answer them? Very true. What difference would it make? Answered Monsieur Gaufflet. Perhaps you may not be worth the pains I have been taking this hour past to put you in the way of discovering your family. It is from a professional habit of mind. Let us say no more about it, particularly as in all that you have told me there is not a single definite fact to serve as the basis for framing ingenious and learned deductions. Wait, however, what was done with the money of the man in the mask? My good parents, imagining that it may have been the hire of a kidnapper or the reward of some other crime, and believing therefore that it could not bring me good fortune, hastened to deposit it in the bank for the poor in the Cathedral of Perugia. But you mentioned that you yourself spoke some language when you were brought there. Certainly, but I quickly forgot it, as there was no one for me to talk to in it. I only know that a German philologist who was visiting us next year tried to unravel the mystery, at which time I had a good deal of trouble to remember a few words of this old language of mine. The linguist said it was a northern dialect and somewhat like Icelandic, but my black hair seemed in a measure to invalidate that conclusion. The attempt to discover the facts was given up. My adoptive mother wished to make me forget all about any other country or family. You may easily suppose she had little difficulty in accomplishing her object. One question more, said Monsieur Gaufflet. I cannot feel thoroughly interested in a story until I am well possessed of the beginning of it. These recollections that faded of themselves so naturally, and which your friends tried, moreover, to help you lose, does there remain absolutely nothing of them? There is something, but so vague that I cannot tell whether it is not merely a dream. It is a recollection of a strange, wild country, even grander in its features than this around me. A cold country? That I do not know. Children seldom feel the cold, and I was never very sensitive to it. What else was there in your dream? Sunshine? Snow? I don't know. Tall trees, herds of cows, I think? Tall trees, that is not Iceland. And what do you remember of the journey to Italy? Absolutely nothing. I believe my companion or companions were strangers to me when we set out. Well, go on with your story. That is, I will begin it, Monsieur Gaufflet, for so far I have only been telling you the mysterious circumstances with which, as the poets say, my cradle was surrounded. I will begin with the first clearly defined recollection in my mind. This is, pray do not be scandalized, an ass. An ass? A quadruped or a biped? A real ass with 4 legs, a flesh and blood ass. He was the favorite animal of Sophia Goffridi for riding, and was called Nino, the diminutive of Giovanni. I was so fond of him that I have called the one I now use to carry my baggage by the name of Jean, in remembrance of him who was the joy of my early childhood. Ah, you have an ass. It must have been he who visited me last evening. And it was you who had him put in the stable? Exactly. You seem to love asses. Fraternally. Indeed, I have been thinking for a quarter of an hour that mine has, perhaps, not had his breakfast. Ulf will be afraid of him. Perhaps he has driven him out of the chateau. The poor fellow may be wandering about in the ice and snow at this very moment, awakening the insensible echoes with his plaintive voice. I beg pardon, Monsieur Gaufflet, but I must leave you for a moment and look after my ass. You are a queer fellow, said Monsieur Gaufflet. Well, be quick and give an eye to my horse at the same time. He's worth more than your ass, no offense to you. But are you going out to the stable in my dress coat and silk stockings? I shall be back in a moment. No, my boy, that won't do at all. Besides, you will catch cold. Take my furred boots and pelisse, and be quick. Cristiano thankfully obeyed, and found Jean in very good case, coughing less than on the day before, and eating contentedly in company with Loki, whom Ulf had brought back from the new chateau. Ulf was looking at the ass in stupid wonderment. He was beginning to recover a little from his drunkenness, and to suspect that it was not a horse that he had so quietly groomed in the morning. Cristiano, who had learned on the previous evening while hunting after his supper what a superstitious poltroon he had to deal with, addressed him at once in Italian, accompanying his remarks with fierce looks and absurd and terrifying gestures. In this fantastic style he ordered the poor fellow to respect the ass like a mythological divinity, and threatened him with the most fearful punishment in case of disobedience. Ulf, in a great fright, retired in silence after saluting both the ass and his master, his brain full of indistinct notions that he could not carry forward to any intelligible conclusion, but which the spirituous indulgences of the coming evening would be sure to develop into new alarms and imaginations more and more strange. Very well, continued Cristiano, returning and resuming his pipe, his story, and his position astride of a chair in the bear room. Madame Goffredi's ass was my first friend. I believe no donkey in the world, not even my own, ever had such beautiful ears and such an agreeable gait. Perhaps, Monsieur Gaufflet, the reason I think so is that the first attraction, that quiet pace, and those 2 long years attracted the attention of my poor little undeveloped mind. I was at the same moment instinctively impressed by one of the most beautiful sights in the universe. It was on the shore of a lake. Lakes, you see, play an important part in my life. But what a lake this was! The lake of Perugia, The ancient lake Thrasymene. Were you never in Italy, Monsieur Goufflet? No, very much to my regret. But as to lakes, we have some here in Sweden that would make your Italian ones look like wash basins. I have nothing to say against your lakes. I have already seen a number of them. Very likely they are beautiful in summer and even in winter with the misères. Is not that the name of those immense avalanches of earth that slide down to the water's edge with their green trees standing, their rocks and strange fractures? I admit that they are very remarkable. The hoarfrost and ice that cover so many strange forms and makes a wreath of diamonds out of the smallest blade of grass. These inextricable networks of brambles that might be taken for immense and elaborate pieces of work in cut glass. Above, glittering like shafts of sapphire against the purple of the morning. Yes, I confess the grandeur of all this scenery. Even what I can see out of this window is a picture which dazzles me. Dazzles, that is the word, and that is really the only criticism I have to offer upon it. It excites me, carries me beyond myself. Enthusiasm is good, no doubt. But is there nothing else in life? Has not man an immense need for repose, for contemplation without any sense of effort, for that sort of soft, delicious reverie that we call far niente? Well, it is down in the south, at such a place as Lake Thrasymene, that one feels a glorious consciousness of mere vegetating. It was there that I grew up in perfect quiet, without any violent changes. A poor little weed transplanted from some unknown region to those shores, blessed by the sunshine, shaded by the ancient faint-hued olive trees, and, as it were, bathed always in warm, fluid gold. We had, it is a sad we, a little country house, or villetta, on a small stream called the Sanguinito, or Bloody Brook. In memory, it is said, of the blood that once ran down its bed from the field of the famous battle of Thrasymene. Here we passed all the pleasant summer weather in a delicious rural paradise. There were no more corpses in the stream. The waters of the Sanguinito were as clear as crystal. However, my dear adoptive father used to be absorbed by his quaint occupation of searching for bones, medals, and remains of armor, of which great quantities are still found among the grass and flowers along the shore of the lake. His wife, who adored him, and with good reason, always accompanied him. And I, by this time a great careless boy, whom also in their loving kindness they adored, I used to roll about on the warm sand or ride dreaming along on my dear mother's lap, rocked by Nino's even pace. Gradually I came to perceive and understand the splendor of the days and nights in that lovely country. The lake is immense. Not that it covers so much space as even the smallest of yours, but grandeur is not the same as dimension. The curves of its outlines are so grand, and its atmosphere is so soft, that its luminous distances give an impression of infinity. I cannot remember without emotion certain sunrises and sunsets that I have seen there, over that broad mirror filled with reflections of headlands, crowded with tall, thick trees, and of distant islets, showing as white as alabaster among the rosy waves. And at night what myriads of stars hung quivering in the tranquil water! How lovely were the mists that climbed the silvery slopes, and how mysterious the harmonies that seemed to creep unobtrusively along the shores, with the slight ebb and flow of that great mass of waters that seemed afraid of disturbing the sleep of the flowers. With you must confess, Monsieur Goufflet, that nature is violent even in its winter's repose. In your mountains everything carries the marks of the perpetual floods of your spring and autumn. But there all the terrestrial outlines are certain of preservation for a long time, and every plant of maturing in the place where it was born. In breathing such an air, we breathe in with it some similar kindliness of instinct. The eternal happiness of nature diffuses itself in the soul without overpowering or confounding it. You have a poetical vein in you, evidently, said Monsieur Goufflet. But are not the people of that beautiful country dirty, idle, and voluntarily wretched? Poverty is always half the fault of the government and half of the governed. The blame is never all on one side. I suppose that may be what prevents improvement. But in such a pleasant climate the poverty produced by indolence finds an excuse in the sensuous pleasure of contemplative existence. In my youth I felt keenly this intoxicating charm of the South, and I appreciated it all the more because I felt also from time to time an excess of feverish energy, as if I had really been born 500 leagues away, in those cold regions where mind exerts more authority over matter. Then you were not altogether indolent yourself? I believe I was not indolent at all, for my parents desired me to become a learned man, and, out of affection for them, I made great efforts to acquire knowledge. but I felt much more inclined towards the natural sciences, arts, and philosophy than to the difficult and minute researches of the learned Monsieur Gaufredi. I thought his line of study rather useless, and was quite unable to experience such a delirium of joy as he felt when we had succeeded in determining the purpose of some ancient landmark or deciphering some Etruscan inscription. In other matters he left me perfectly free to follow my own preferences, and I lived with him in the pleasantest relations that it is possible to imagine. Indulge me in a few details about this period of my life, from infancy to youth, the time when the faculties of my soul were awakening within me. Perugia is a university city, a poetical place, one of the old Italian centers of beauty and learning. It is rich in antiquities and monuments of all periods. It has some fine libraries, an academy of fine arts, collections, and so forth. The city itself is beautiful and picturesque. It includes more than 100 churches and 50 monasteries, all rich in pictures, manuscripts, etc. The Piazza del Duomo is a remarkable place, having on one side a rich Gothic cathedral, a fountain by Giovanni di Pisa, a chef d'oeuvre and other monuments of different ages, and on the other a great palace in the Venetian style. This is a proud and strange relic of the 13th or 14th century, of a somber red finished with black ornaments in iron, and with its doors and windows pierced with that fantastic irregularity of design which has gone so entirely out of vogue since the introduction of the correct lines and pure taste introduced by the Renaissance. I felt a passionate admiration for what I may call the dramatic physiognomy of this old palace, though Monsieur Gaufredi despised it as belonging to a period of barbarism. He admired only the antique and such modern periods as are inspired by the antique. For my part, I plainly confess that all these masterpieces of exactly the same school, ancient and modern, sometimes tried very severely my power of admiring. This predetermined preference of the Italians for always going over that same old ground again, and their obstinate neglect of exactly the period when the national character was most freely expressing itself, between the absolutism of the emperors and that of the popes, had become so consecrated by public opinion that you will pass there for a vandal if you allow yourself to use any other than the recognized standards of excellence. Footnote: this is still true in a great measure. During the last and in the beginning of this century, the works of the Middle Ages were regarded with general contempt. End footnote. I was natural and spontaneous in my character, and accordingly I was often reproved in consequence of my love for what was indiscriminately called the Gothic, that is, everything not pertaining to the ages of Pericles, Augustus, or Raphael. It was with some effort indeed that my adoptive father could bring himself to admire the last of these three. His only enthusiasm was for the ruins of Rome, and when he took me thither he was surprised and scandalized to hear me say that I saw nothing there to make me forget the royal imaginativeness and effective grouping of our own Piazza del Duomo, with its great red and black palace, its assemblage of varied splendors, and its narrow, crooked streets that suddenly plunge under gloomy arcades with a sort of air of tragic mystery. I was by this time 15 or 16 years old, and began to be able to explain my tastes and ideas. I managed to make my father understand that it was a matter of necessity for me to be absolutely independent in all that related to taste and feeling. I could not help admiring and enjoying all efforts of genius and of invention. I found it impossible to imprison my views within a system, an epoch, or a school. In a word, I must have liberty to adore the universe, God, and that divine spark which He has given to man, wherever visible in the works of nature or of art. Thus, I said to him, I love the beautiful sunshine and the gloomy night, our own austere Perugino and the impetuous Michelangelo, the mighty substructures of the Romans and the delicate pierced work of the Saracens. I love our own quiet lake Thrasymene and the furious cataract of Terni. I love your beloved Etruscans and all your sublime ancients, but I also love the Greco-Arabic cathedrals. I love equally the monumental fountain of Trevi and the little brook that runs between two rocks in the depths of some rural solitude. Everything that is new seems to me worthy of interest and of attention. Everything is dear to me that at any time seizes hold of my heart or of my thoughts. Feeling these impulses to admire whatever is beautiful or sublime, and even whatever is merely charming or agreeable, I have a great repugnance for devotion confined to certain forms of the beautiful exclusively. But, I continued, if you are convinced that in this I am in a wrong road, that the impulse which I feel, the desire for development in all directions, is dangerous, a symptom of an ill-regulated mental action, I will do my best to repress it, and throw myself entirely into whatever course of study you may mark out for me. I desire above all things to be what you wish me to be, but, my dear father, before you cut my wings, please to make yourself certain that there is nothing worth preserving in all this vain plumage. Monsieur Gaufredi, though exclusively devoted to a very narrow range of studies, was the most generous character I ever met. He reflected much about the matter and often consulted his wife, a woman of the divinest susceptibilities. Sophia Gaufredi was what the Italians call a letterata, not a femme des lettres, as that term is generally understood in France, but a woman at once cultivated, charming, inspired, erudite, simple. She loved me so tenderly that she believed me a prodigy, and these two excellent friends decided with one accord that my wishes must be regarded, and that at any rate they would not extinguish my fire until they were certain whether it was a flame from heaven or a mere blaze of straw. What gave them confidence in me was that this disposition of mine to permit my mind to pursue its own impulses in every direction did not originate in inconstancy of character. I was warm-hearted and felt kindly disposed towards all my fellow creatures, and yet I was not disposed to waste my life with all manner of company. My attachments were exclusively for the two persons who had adopted me, and whom I preferred to all others. Their society was my greatest, I may say my only pleasure apart from the various studies that had captivated me. It was decided then that my mind should be at my own disposal, particularly as, all things considered, it was a pretty good mind, and I was not obliged to confine myself rigorously to the university course. I was allowed to take my own way and to give free career to the enormous facility with which I was gifted. Was this an error? I cannot think so. It is true that I might have been restricted to one specialty, which would have cased me up forever in some one corner of art or science, where I should never have known privation. But how many intellectual enjoyments should I have lost? And who can tell whether what are called practical ideas and my own personal interests, if forced upon my attention in this way, might not have withered all the religion of my heart and my conscience? You will see shortly that Sophia Gaufredi had no reason to regret having allowed me to be myself. My first conviction was that I was born for literature. Sophia trained me to write both in prose and verse, and while still a child I composed several romances and comedies in rhyme, which our circle of friends were so kind or so simple as to admire. I might have become very conceited, for I was excessively spoiled by all our visitors, but Sophia used often to tell me that the day when one is satisfied with oneself is the last day of improvement, and this simple warning saved me from the foolishness of self-admiration. And besides, I very soon saw that in order to produce anything worthwhile in literature, I must know a great many things, or else I should merely float in a sea of empty phrases. I read enormously, but my studies in history and natural science caused me to entirely lose sight of myself, and instead of gathering booty like a bee to make honey and wax, I simply coursed to and fro through the vast field of human knowledge, merely for the pleasure of knowing and understanding. It was while thus engaged that I felt such a powerful impulse towards the natural sciences, and that my desire to devote my life to this pursuit became a vocation more definitely resolved upon in my mind than the former one. With this ardor for understanding was joined a similar ardor for observing, and I might say that there awoke in me two distinct persons, one seeking to discover the secrets of creation for the love of science, that is, for the sake of humanity, and the other seeking to enjoy the varied beauties of creation as a poet, that is, to some extent for his own pleasure. From that moment I was possessed by the idea of making long voyages. While absorbed in studying the collections and museums of Perugia, I was dreaming of the antipodes, and the sight of a little stone or dried flower would carry me in imagination to the summits of lofty mountains or across vast oceans. I thirsted to see the great cities, the centers of enlightenment, the scientific men of my time, and great and precious scientific collections. Sophia Gaufredi had taught me French, German, and a little Spanish. I felt likewise the necessity of learning the northern languages so as to not be a stranger in any part of Europe. I learned English, Dutch, and particularly Swedish with extreme rapidity. My pronunciation, however, was defective, or rather I had none. I did not try to master the characteristic music, so to speak, of languages which I could not hear spoken, but relied upon the correctness of my ear and my facility in catching accents for quickly mastering the spoken use of any language when necessary. The event has shown that these expectations were quite justified. I only need 15 days to speak without any foreign accent, a language which I have studied only in books. While I was thus learning languages, I was also studying drawing and a little painting, in order to be able to fix permanently my traveling recollections by sketches of sights, remarkable plants, costumes, monuments, In short, all that would have to be retained in the memory alone if the hand had not the power to delineate the mental conception. Besides, I studied good writers for the sake of enabling myself to narrate clearly and rapidly, for I had often been displeased at the obscure and confused style of books of travel. And so well did I use my time, Monsieur Gaufflet, that at 18 I was well prepared in virtue of my knowledge, activity, power of labor, and faculty of observation to become at least a useful, if not an actually scientific man. That was the happiest time of my life, the purest and sweetest. Ah, if it could have lasted a few years longer, I should have been a different man. Monsieur Gauffret was buried in his antiquarian researches and did not directly superintend my education. He, however, from time to time reviewed my studies with me and observed me with care, and when he was satisfied that I was not losing my time and labor, he became quite confident in my judgment. He had at first been tempted to dissuade me from trying too many things at once, but when he was satisfied that all my various acquisitions found their places in good order in my mind, he began to dream with me and for everything that I dreamed myself. He had himself traveled before his marriage, and he was even now projecting another archaeological tour to reach certain points not yet explored. He was thinking the more seriously of this plan since receiving a small inheritance that had recently fallen to him, and which enabled him to resign his professorship at the university. He had been for 10 years employed on a work which he could not complete without visiting the coast of Africa and some of the Greek islands. I should mention that his way of working was painful and slow, for his style lacked clearness, and there was also perhaps some want of clearness of thought in his way of presenting his reasonings, however ingenious in themselves. He was a genius without talent. He was pleased with the manner in which I wrote up some pages of his work for him and resolved to take me with him and have me write it all out after we came home. I was almost wild with delight when he communicated this design to me, but my joy was quickly changed to sadness at the idea of leaving alone at home my adoptive mother, that excellent woman whose whole life was devoted to us, and I asked to remain with her. She was grateful to me for this, but suggested by way of satisfying all three of us the plan of going herself, a proposition which was received with enthusiasm. Our preparations for departure were now made as joyfully as if for a feast. Ah, everything smiled upon us. La Sophia, you know that with us the la or lay is a superlative of admiration and not a term of contempt, was accustomed to long walks. In the country she used to go everywhere with us. She was active, courageous, and enthusiastic, and was never the least hindrance to us. If we were ever weary or discouraged, she raised our spirits and put us into good humor by her gaiety and energy. She was still young and strong, and the angelic tenderness and goodness of her smile made you forget all about the plainness of her features. Her husband loved her devotedly, and as for her, nobody could have convinced her that Silvio Gauffret was not a demigod, despite his lameness, his prematurely rounded shoulders, and his fabulous absence of mind. But how pure and generous was the soul hidden by that frail body, and those timid and irresolute manners! His disinterestedness as to money was admirable, and a proof of it was this very work for which he was sacrificing his employment and his habits. He was aware that such books cost more than they bring, especially in Italy, and he calculated upon no gain from this one. Yet it was the glory, the purpose, the dream of his whole life. My poor mother was the most impatient to start of any of us, and she felt an absolute confidence in our good fortune. It was decided that we should begin by visiting some of the islands of the archipelago. I must ask leave to pass rapidly over what follows. The recollection is most painful. In crossing part of the Apennines on foot, my poor father received a slight wound in the leg from striking it against a rock. Notwithstanding our urgency, he neglected the wound and insisted on walking during the following days. The weather was terribly hot. When we reached the coast of the Adriatic, where we were to embark, he found himself obliged to rest for some days, and we succeeded in inducing him to allow a surgeon to visit him. But what was our terror to find that mortification had commenced! We were at a mere village, far away from all competent aid. Our country surgeon, who was little more than a mere barber, spoke unconcernedly of amputating the leg. Would it have saved him, or hastened his death? In so horrible a dilemma, my mother and I knew not what to resolve. My father, with heroic courage, decided to have the leg taken off, and spoke of traveling about the world with a wooden leg. We dared not subject him to the knife of a butcher. I determined to hasten to Venice. It was only 50 leagues distant. I obtained a horse, set out, broke him down by night, and abandoned him, bought another, and continued my journey. I reached the city exhausted but alive. I applied to one of the first surgeons of Venice and induced him to return with me by agreeing to pay him a sum equal to the whole of Sophia's property. We took a boat and returned by sea with a speed that filled me with hope and joy. Ah, monsieur, if I should live 1,000 years, the memory of that terrible day would, I believe, be as bitter as it is now. I found Silvio Goffretti dead and Sophia Goffretti insane. Poor fellow, said Monsieur Gaufflet, as the great tears fell from Cristiano's eyes. Well, well, said the latter, hastily wiping them away, it would not do to be surprised by emotions of that kind. It shows that one has too forcibly driven them out of his mind, and they can revenge themselves for it once for all when they can seize their rights. The skillful physician whom I had brought with me could neither cure my mother nor give me any hope that she would ever be cured. He was only able, by studying the character of her insanity, to instruct me how to deal with its more violent attacks. It would be requisite to comply with all her desires, no matter how unreasonable, and, in other matters, to assume over her the sort of influence and even authority which a father exerts over his child. End of Section 10.
Section 11 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jessica Hendra. The Snowman by George Sand. Section 11. I carried her back to Perugia, along with the body of our poor friend, which we had embalmed, in order to deposit it in the mausoleum which his wife was imagining for him on the shore of Lake Therasiamene. What I suffered at thus bringing back my father dead, and my mother insane, to the place from which we had so joyously departed not 3 weeks before, it is impossible for me to express. When we went, Sophia was laughing and singing all the way. On our return also she laughed and sang, but how mournful was the music, and how heartbreaking the laughter. I had to lead her along, to reason with her, to amuse and persuade her as one does a child. This woman, who had been so intelligent and strong, who but yesterday I relied upon as my guide and support. For, Monsieur Gaufflet, I was hardly 19 years old. When the remains of Silvio Goffridi had been interred, his widow became more calm. Indeed, this calmness came upon her so suddenly, and was so extreme, that it seemed an appropriate last act of the sad drama of her destiny. I soon perceived that she had become, so to speak, a total stranger to herself. She became wholly absorbed in one idea, that of the monument to be erected to her beloved Silvio. From that day she would neither think nor talk about anything else. It was impossible for me to pursue any employments of my own, for she hardly slept at all, and allowed me only a few hours' sleep. I will not say every day, but every week. It was out of the question to put her into the hands of anyone but myself. Under the care of anyone else, she became irritated and fell into frightful paroxysms, while with me she never had a single attack of fury or despair. She talked to me endlessly, not about her husband, for she seemed no longer to retain any clear individual recollection of him. He had, as it were, become a wholly imaginary being, whom she had never seen, but she discussed the epitaphs, the emblematic designs, the carvings, etc., with which she proposed to embellish her husband's monument. I think I must have drawn 2,000 or 3,000 different designs for her. Each new one always pleased her for about an hour or two, but at the end of that time she always found it unworthy of the memory of the magus, as she now always called the dear deceased. No emblematic design could embody the abstract and confused ideas that floated through her mind. She was constantly falling into profound meditations, when, taking out of my hands the pencil she herself had placed in them, with a pretense of making some slight alteration, she would make me design some entirely new subject of a quite opposite character. As you will easily imagine, most of these designs were quite impracticable, and even meaningless. If I varied from her suggestions, she became so uneasy and agitated that I found it best to comply strictly with them. Thus I accumulated portfolio after portfolio full of designs, fantastic enough to have crazed anyone who should have undertaken to interpret them. When some hours had been spent in this way, she used to take me out to see the pieces in marble that she had ordered of all the statuaries in the country. She had the court and garden full of them, and as soon as they were done, she was dissatisfied with them. Another fancy of hers, which I felt bound to gratify at whatever cost, was in respect of the material to be employed for this imaginary monument. She obtained specimens of all the varieties of marbles and of all known metals, and more models, both in sculpture and in casting, were executed than the house could contain. They were even piled upon the beds, and travelers used to take our house for a museum, and to come to it and ask the meaning of all the strange subjects represented there. Poor Sophia found pleasure in receiving these visitors, and in explaining her ideas to them, and so they departed, some pained and saddened, others laughing and shrugging their shoulders, the brutes. Their sneers affected me like so many crimes. Meanwhile, our property began to be exhausted. Monsieur Goffridi had left to his wife the whole of his little fortune, which I was to have inherited after her. A family council of the kinsmen assembled under these circumstances, as was alleged, both in order to protect my interests and to provide for carrying out my father's intentions in this respect. One member, a lawyer, was of opinion that the control of the property should be taken away from poor Sophia, that all artists, founders, mechanics, and tradesmen should be formally notified not to fill orders from her, and that she herself should be confined in a lunatic asylum, since the proposed measure, being contrary to her wishes, would certainly throw her into a paroxysm of fury, in which she would be dangerous to others. The lawyer was right, said Monsieur Goffel. It was a painful step, but a necessary one. I really beg pardon, Monsieur Goffel, but I judged otherwise. As I was the sole heir of Goffridi, I had a perfect right to permit my guardian to expend my property. No, you had not that right. You were a minor, and the law protects those who cannot protect themselves. That is just what I was told. But I was so sufficiently able to protect myself that I threatened to throw the lawyer out of the window if he did not withdraw his infamous proposition. To put my mother into a lunatic asylum, I should have had to be shut up with her, for she could not bear to be without me a moment. She would quickly have died under the distress of being attended by hirelings. To deprive her of this sole occupation that could quiet her, that exerted an influence upon her little less than magical, to prevent her from expressing and soothing her sorrows by these works, senseless and ruinous in themselves, I readily admit, but which neither harmed nor wronged anyone. And what mattered our house full of tombstones to that fat and prosperous lawyer? No one obliged him to volunteer his regret for money thrown away, or to mock at the aberrations of the poor widow's mind, unsettled by her grief. I persisted. The family blamed me, and the lawyer declared I was out of my wits myself, but my mother was kept comfortable. Ah, my boy, said Monsieur Goffel, smiling. That's the way you treat lawyers, is it? Come, give me your hand, he added, looking upon Cristiano with eyes wet with tenderness and sympathy. Cristiano pressed the hands of the worthy Goffel and raised them to his lips in the Italian manner. I accept your kind feelings to me, he said, but I cannot accept your praises for my conduct. It was perfectly natural. To have been influenced by selfish motives in such a situation would have been infamous. Have I not told you how much I had been loved, petted, indulged by these two parents? For such I felt them, even by blood as well as by heart. Ah, I had been happy with them, very happy, Monsieur Goffel, so much so that no matter what disasters shall come upon me, I shall never have the right to complain of Providence. I had certainly not deserved so much happiness before I was born. I surely was bound to try and deserve it after I had lived a little while. And what became of poor Sophia? Asked Monsieur Goffel after a few moments' meditation. Alas, I promised to tell you my story as gaily as possible, and I've only shown you its melancholy side. I ask your pardon. I have saddened you. All I need say is that the poor lady is no longer living. Of course, since you are here, it is easy to see that you would never have left her. But did she fall into actual want before her death? I am anxious to know the whole story. No, thank God, she was spared that misfortune. I do not know what might have happened if all her means had been expended, and I had been obliged to leave her for the sake of earning our living. But that consideration was not the one that troubled me. Notwithstanding her calmness, I could see that she was rapidly failing. At the end of about 2 years, one evening when we were sitting by the shore of the lake, she took my hand and said, with a strange inflection in her voice, "Cristiano, I think I have a fever. Feel my pulse and tell me what you think." This was the first time since her misfortunes that she had referred to her health. I perceived that she was really in a violent fever. I took her into the house and sent for a physician. "She is very ill, it is true," he said to me, "but possibly it may be a favorable crisis." In fact, she had never had any fever at any time since her disorder had seized her. But I felt no hope. She fell into a state of profound lethargy, upon which no treatment produced the least effect, and the progress of her decline was so rapid as to be plainly visible. A few moments before she died, she seemed to recover strength, and to awaken as if from a long dream. She asked me to lift her in my arms, and feebly whispered in my ear, "I bless you, Cristiano. You have saved me. I think I have been insane, and that I have been a trouble to you. Silvio has this moment been blaming me for it. I just saw him there. He told me to rise up and follow him. Help me to escape out of the tomb where I have shut myself up so foolishly. Come, the ship is setting sail. Let us go." And with one supreme effort to arise, she fell back dead into my arms. I know nothing of what happened for some days. I felt as if I had no further concern with life, since I had no longer anyone but myself to care for. I had the remains of my dear parents deposited in one tomb, and placed over it the simplest and whitest of the monuments that had been accumulated in our home, cutting upon it with my own hands the beloved names, with no other epitaph. You may well suppose that I felt a horror of formulas and emblems. When I returned to our home, I was notified that it belonged not to me, but the creditors. This I knew very well, and indeed I was so entirely ready to depart from it that I had mechanically packed up my own property, while the women were wrapping the body in the winding sheet. I left the business of settlement in the hands of the family, for I had been orderly enough, in the midst of my carelessness, to know that though nothing should be left for me, no debts would be left unpaid. I was about leaving my home when the little Jew of whom I spoke came in. I supposed he came to get a cheap bargain of some of Monsieur Gaufridi's precious antiques, which were to be sold at auction. But if he had any such purpose, he had delicacy enough not to mention it to me, and, as I sought to avoid him, he followed me into the garden where I was gathering a few flowers, the only material souvenirs which I proposed to carry away with me. He put into my hands a well-filled purse, and would have retreated without any explanation. I had so little thought of any relations other than those whom I had just lost, that I concluded this was an alms which the Jew had been employed to bring me. I flung the purse away upon the ground in order to make him return and pick it up. He did so and said, "This is yours. It really is. It is money which I owed Gaufridi, and I wish to repay it to you." I refused, for this might be just the amount necessary to enable the estate to meet all the claims against it. Then the Jew said, "The money comes from your real parents. They deposited it with me, and I engaged to deliver it to you whenever you should need it." "I need none of it," I replied. "I have enough to carry me to Rome, where Monsieur Gaufridi's friends will find me some employment. Make my parents easy about me. I presume they are not rich, since they have been unable to bring me up under their own eyes. Thank them for having remembered me, and say to them that, at my age, and with the education I have received, it is my duty to be of assistance to them, if they should need it. Whether they reveal themselves to me or not, I will do this with pleasure. They entrusted me to such good hands, and I have been so happy in consequence, that I owe them the liveliest gratitude. These were my real sentiments, Monsieur Goffel. I was not dissembling at all, for they are my sentiments still. I have never felt any inclination to accuse or question the motives of those who gave me life, and I do not understand the feelings of illegitimate children who complain of not having been born into such or such a condition of society as they would have chosen, as if every living being had not been from all eternity destined to live, and as if it were not God who calls us or sends us into this world, under such conditions as it pleases Him to establish. "Your parents are no longer living," replied the little Jew. "Pray for them, and accept this gift from a friend." This being a third account, different from the two preceding, I felt a secret distrust. "Perhaps it is you yourself," I said, "who are so good as to offer me this friendly assistance." "No," he replied, "I am simply the agent, nothing more." "Very well. Say to those who employed you that I thank them, but decline to accept anything, either from friends who disclose themselves or who hide themselves. Are you authorized by my family to give me any information?" "No, none," he said, "but I may probably do so hereafter. Where do you intend to stop at Rome?" "I have no idea." "Very good. I shall learn, however, for I am under obligations not to lose sight of you. Farewell, and remember that if you fall into trouble, this money is yours, and that you have only to give me notice, and I will account to you for it." He seemed to say this with sincerity, but it was possible that he was one of those bold speculators who furnish means to the necessitous with the intention of amply reimbursing themselves afterwards. So I thanked him rather coldly, and departed with my pockets almost empty. I felt but very little anxiety about the future. It would be impossible for me now to think of travelling, and instead I should have to find employment and work for my support. Although for a considerable time I had been unable to pursue my studies, my memory was so good that I had not forgotten what I already knew. My attainments were sufficiently varied, and their elements still clear enough in my mind, to render me quite competent to become the private tutor of some young lad, and I was especially desirous of finding such a position, so that I might continue my own pursuits by encroaching on my sleep. My father's position in the province where we lived had been exceedingly honourable, but, strangely enough, my conduct in regard to Madame Goffidi was considered romantic, and quite unworthy a person of trustworthy character. I had allowed myself to be ruined, so much the worse for me. As I was generally reputed to be a witless spendthrift and a sort of lunatic, it would have been useless for me to seek employment, so I could not think of settling in Perugia. At Rome, one of my father's friends found me a position as tutor in the family of a Neapolitan prince, who had 2 idle and stupid sons, besides a daughter, humpbacked and of a coquettish and amorous disposition. At the end of 2 months, I had to ask my dismission, so as to escape from the demonstrations of this heroine, of whom I did not choose to become the hero. At Naples, I met another of my father's friends, a learned abbé, who obtained a place for me in a family less rich, but a great deal more disagreeable than that of the prince, and where my pupils were even less intelligent. Their mother, who was neither young nor handsome, quickly became unfriendly to me, because I was unwilling to deceive myself as to her charms. I made no pretensions to a savage degree of virtue, and did not think of claiming that I could fall in love only with a goddess. I could have been quite contented with an ordinary mortal. But even, although this lady had been passably attractive, nothing would have induced me to be the lover of a woman who had authority over me, and who paid me my salary. So I went back to my learned abbé, and told him my troubles. He laughed, and said, "It is your own fault. You are a handsome fellow, and that makes you difficult." I entreated him to get me a position with a widower or orphans, and after some efforts he informed me that he had found just what I wanted. The young Duke of Villaregia, who had lost his father and mother, and who had neither sisters nor aunts, was being educated by his uncle, the cardinal. He already had a tutor, but wanted a professor of languages and literature. I was received into this post, and found it not only agreeable, but lucrative. The cardinal was a man of cultivation and intellect, and the nephew, now 13 years of age, had a good mind and an amiable disposition. I became much attached to him, and brought him on rapidly, while at the same time pursuing my own studies with much ardor, for I had a lodging to myself, and all my evenings at my own disposal. The cardinal was so well satisfied with me that he paid me quite liberally, so that I might dispense with seeking other pupils and devote myself exclusively to the Duke. For about a year my conduct was studious and regular. I had suffered so much sorrow, and felt so deeply my social isolation, that my views of life were perhaps rather too serious. I might have become a mere pedant, had not the cardinal taken it into his head to urge me in the most elegant and graceful manner to mingle in the follies and corruptions of the day. He succeeded in making me a man of society, for which I am not sure that I am bound to be grateful. Gradually I came to waste a great deal of time on my toilette, and on my pleasures and intrigues. The cardinal's palace was the rendezvous of all the wits of the day, and of the principal celebrities of the city. I was not expected to cultivate the moral character of my pupil, but merely to supply him with superficial accomplishments and pleasing social qualities. As for myself, all that was required of me was to make myself agreeable to everybody. This was not difficult among people so amiable and frivolous. I was considered charming, indeed more so than was best for an orphan without position, fortune, or prospects. In the course of time I became quite dissipated, and was decidedly on the road to ruin. Indeed, I was encouraged and, as it were, pushed downward in this career by all sorts of influences, and had nothing to restrain me but the memory of my parents and the fear of becoming unworthy of the name which they had bequeathed me. I ought to have told you that my adoptive father had directed me in his will to assume the name of Cristiano Goffridi, and that I was thus known at Naples. With serious and learned people, this honorable name was an excellent recommendation, but it was thoroughly plebeian, and I too easily forgot that I needed, therefore, to exercise great prudence and reserve in my intercourse with the young nobles with whom I was in the habit of associating at the cardinal's house. I suffered myself to be carried away by their engaging manners, and was much liked, because I had neither the awkward manners nor the austere principles of a professional pedagogue. I was invited everywhere, and was a favorite member of all the gay assemblies of the most fashionable youth of the city. The cardinal congratulated me upon my ability to reconcile suppers, balls, and late hours with the accuracy and lucidity which I unfailingly brought to the instruction of his nephew. Yet I myself perceived very plainly, and suffered from the consciousness, that I was no longer cultivating my own intellect with sufficient assiduity. I felt that I had stopped short in my progress, that I was insensibly becoming a mere showy and shallow talker, that I was turning into a parlor comedian and poet, and furthermore was laying up nothing from my salary with a view to securing my future independence and respectability. My linen was too fine, and my brains were too empty. In short, I had abandoned myself to dissipation and vacuity of mind, and from between these prison walls there was a great danger that I would never escape. As a usual thing, I banished these reflections from my mind, but they sometimes made me very anxious, and then the pleasures that were intoxicating me so did not give me any real enjoyment after all. At the home of my parents and in their society, I had experienced nobler enjoyments, more genuine amusements. I retraced in memory the delightful walks we had taken together, always with a serious purpose, which afforded us a pure satisfaction, while in the feverish activity of my present existence, I was conscious of being in reality as languid and exhausted as if I had been living in utter idleness. I began to dream again of the noble enjoyments of the adventurous traveler, and when I looked at my purse, which was always empty, I asked myself whether I could not have made a better use of the money that I earned by hard work, whether it would not have been more to my advantage to devote it to satisfying my genuine physical tastes and intellectual necessities, instead of throwing it away in diversions that wearied my body and exhausted my mind. And then suddenly I felt like a stranger, even in my home. I thought how foreign to my nature all my surroundings were in this country, where I was not rooted by any vital family ties, its frivolous society, its servile political condition, its enervating climate and indolent population. I felt at the same time more energetic and more thoughtful than this people. In spite of my 23 years and my poverty, I began to consider whether I would not marry, so that I might have a home of my own, a motive of reform, a serious object in life. But when I confided these perplexities and moral anxieties to the cardinal, he laughed at me for a foolish fellow. "You drank too much or worked too much last night," he said, "and your head is full of vapors. Go and drive them away with centilla or fiammetta, but don't marry them, of all things." I loved the cardinal, for he was a good-hearted and agreeable man. Yet though he was paternal and unaffectedly kind to me, I saw plainly that he was rather amiable than loving. What he wanted was to have agreeable people about him, and he valued me because of my social qualities, but he was not the man to retain me in his service very long if I should become melancholy and hence tiresome. I accordingly tried to drive away my thoughts, and to rest contented, like all around me, with the enjoyments of each day, without caring for the morrow. But I could not do it. My dissatisfaction increased, and I could not hide it. I became disgusted with easy success in love, sensual infatuations, to which women of all ranks seem to abandon themselves without resistance. Poor and a plebeian, these intrigues had at first flattered my vanity. But when I saw that my barber, who was a good-looking fellow, was as successful as myself, I contracted a great horror of the Marchioness. I became eager to quit Naples, and begged the cardinal to make me a librarian or a steward, no matter what, at some one of his villas in Calabria or Sicily. I thirsted for repose and for solitude, but he still laughed at my plans for retirement. In fact, he had no faith in them. He thought me no more fit for a steward than for a monk. In this he was right, no doubt, yet it was a misfortune that he retained me, as you will see. A second nephew of the cardinal returned from his travels and became an intimate of the house. This was Marco Melfi, a young man as unintelligent, foolish, indolent, and vain as his young cousin, Tito Villaregia, was sympathetic and kind-hearted. He made himself disagreeable to everybody, and very soon had several duels on his hands. He was an excellent swordsman, and wounded or killed all his adversaries without receiving a single scratch, and his insolence became, in consequence, perfectly insupportable. I avoided collisions with him as long as possible, but being one day urged beyond endurance by his brutal provocations, I gave him the lie in form, and offered him satisfaction with the sword. This he refused, saying that I was not a gentleman, and darting at me, he attempted to strike me. I, however, flung him down and left him unhurt, except that he was almost choked with fury. The quarrel made a good deal of noise, and the cardinal, while he acknowledged to me between ourselves that I was in the right, yet begged me to hasten and conceal myself on one of his estates until Melfi should depart on his travels again. The idea of hiding was revolting to me. "But, my poor fellow," said the cardinal, "do you not know that, as things are, my nephew is obliged to have you assassinated?" This expression seemed to me rather amusing, and I replied that I would oblige Marco to fight me. "But you can't kill my nephew," said he, patting me gaily on the head. "Even supposing you were skillful enough, you would not make such a return as that for the fatherly kindness that I have shown you." This observation silenced me. I returned to my lodging and made ready to depart. I ought to have been more cautious about it, but I could not bring myself to seem to be running away secretly. All at once, as I stepped out of my room to look for a small box that was in the vestibule of the house where I lived by myself, 2 villains fell upon me and undertook to overpower and tie me. In the struggle that ensued, I pushed them downstairs. But just as I was about to escape, the door was shut in my face, and I heard a harsh voice proceeding from the vestibule exclaim, "Courage! Tie him! I want to beat him to death on the spot!" My rage at hearing this gave me superhuman strength, and I fought my 2 assailants with so much fury that they were both overpowered in a few seconds. Then, without further notice of them, I sprang at Marco, who, seeing that his attempt had failed, tried to flee. I, however, forced him against the door and snatched away his sword, which he would have drawn to defend himself. "Scoundrel!" I said, "I will not kill you, but you shall fight me, and at once." Marcus was slender and inferior to me in strength. I made him go upstairs before me and pushed him into my room, where I double-locked the door, took my sword, and giving him his, said, "There, defend yourself. You see that you may sometimes be obliged to fight with a plebeian." "Goffridi," he replied, lowering the point of his weapon, "I do not wish to fight you, and I will not. I am too certain of killing you, and I should be very sorry to do that, for you are a good fellow. You might have assassinated me, and you did not do it. Let us be friends." Not mistrusting him, and not being of a revengeful disposition, I held out my hand to take that which he had offered me, when he aimed a swift and skillful left-handed stab at my throat with a stiletto. I evaded the thrust, which only wounded my shoulder. Upon this I no longer restrained my anger, but instantly and furiously attacked the villain, who was forced to stand on his defense. Our weapons were equal, and he certainly had greatly the advantage over me in skill and practice. But however it may have been, I laid him dead at my feet. He fell, sword in hand, without speaking a word, and with an infernal smile on his face. At this very moment there was a violent knocking and pounding at my door, and he may have thought that he should quickly be avenged. For my part, I did not know whether the 2 assassins, recovered from their stupor, had returned to the attack, or whether they had warned the police to come and arrest me. But, exhausted as I was with emotion and fatigue, I felt that I should be lost in either case. So I mustered up what strength I had left and jumped out of the window. It was not more than about 20 feet high. I alighted upon the courtyard pavement without much injury, and holding my coat tight around me to prevent the blood from my shoulder from indicating my track, I fled as far as my legs could carry me. It was well for me that I succeeded in gaining the country, for as this affair had passed without witnesses, it would necessarily have been a very bad one for me. It made no difference that I was in the right, that my behavior had been loyal and generous, and that my adversary was a cowardly scoundrel. He belonged to one of the first families in the kingdom, and the Holy Inquisition would have made but a single mouthful of a poor wretch like me. I found refuge for the night in a fisherman's cabin, but I had not a single farthing about me with which to pay for the dangerous hospitality. Moreover, my torn and bloody clothes would not allow me to show myself by day, and my wound, whether it was severe or not I did not know, pained me extremely. I felt my strength failing, and I well knew that the whole police of the kingdom was already on foot and hunting after me. Lying on a miserable mat under a little shed, I wept bitter tears, not over my unfortunate destiny, I should have been incapable of such weakness, but because of the sudden and irreparable rupture of my relations with the good cardinal and with my amiable pupil. I felt that I loved them deeply, and I cursed the fate which had caused me to defile with blood the mansion where I had been received with so much confidence and kindness. However, it was escape, and not lamentation, that I needed to concern myself about. It occurred to me, of course, to find the little Jew who had asserted that he knew the mysterious friends or relations who were watching over me, or who had employed him to do so. I forgot to say that this Jew had established himself in Naples, where I had met him more than once, but it seemed to me too dangerous to return into the city, and I could not have written to him without running the risk of being discovered. Hence I gave up the End of Section 11.
Section 12 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Snowman by George Sand. Chapter 5, Part 4. It is needless for me to relate in full my adventures in effecting my escape from the kingdom of Naples. I had managed to exchange my tattered clothes for some other rags not quite so suspicious in appearance, but I found it very hard to obtain food. The whole community knew that pursuit was being made after the vile assassin of a nobleman, and poor vagrants were looked upon with distrust. If it had not been for the women, who are always more courageous and more humane than we men, I should have died of hunger and fever. My wound often forced me to halt in the most solitary and deserted spot I could find, and in some such hiding place, lacking every kind of assistance, it seemed more than likely on several occasions that I should leave my bones from sheer lack of strength to rise up and go forward. And yet, Monsieur Gouffle, can you believe that, even in this desperate situation, I experienced, at moments, a sense of delirious joy, as if, in spite of everything, I were enjoying a foretaste of my reconquered liberty. The open air, the motion, the freedom from conventional restraints, the sight of the open plains, whose distant horizons I might now expect to reach and pass, all, even to the hardness of my bed of rock, recalled to my mind the projects and aspirations of the time when I had really lived. At last I gained the frontiers of the Papal States in safety, and as I had not followed the road to Rome, but had made a detour through the mountains, I had every reason to hope that the spies on the lookout for me had been baffled. I stopped in a village, therefore, to dispose of my merchandise, for such was my horror of begging, and so angry did it make me to be refused, that, to avoid the temptation of beating the people who sent me off with rude brutality, I had taken it into my head, as I should have told you before, to become a merchant. "A merchant?" interrupted Monsieur Gouffle. "A merchant of what? You had not a penny to start with." "Very true, but I had a penknife in my pocket when I fled, and this took the place of capital. Although I had never worked in sculpture, I was familiar enough with the principles of design, and one day, chancing to notice on the road a remarkably white and unusually soft layer of rock, it occurred to me to provide myself with a dozen or so fragments from it. These I broke off on the spot, and afterwards, while I was resting, carved into little figures of Madonnas and cherubs, about as large as a finger. This stone, or rather chalk, which was scattered all about the country in this direction, was very light. I could carry as many as 50 of my little statuettes without inconvenience, and I used to sell them to the farmers and peasants for 5 or 6 baiocchi each. This was certainly all they were worth, and it was enough to furnish me with bread. For several days I had succeeded remarkably well in my new avocation, and I hoped, on seeing that it was market day in this village, that I would be able to dispose in safety of my whole supply of merchandise. I found, however, but little custom, in consequence of the competition of a Piedmontese with a great tray of plaster figures, and so it occurred to me to sit down and execute my carving in sight of the crowd, who quickly gathered round me. This plan was extremely successful. The quickness of my work, and very likely the simplicity of its style, made it very popular, and the admiration and delight of these good folks, especially of the women and children, made my Piedmontese competitor extremely jealous and angry. He addressed me several times in a violent manner, without making me lose patience. I saw plainly that he meant to force a quarrel on me in order to drive me away, but I only made fun of him, telling him to go to work as I did, and make some of his statuettes, so as to show his talents to the company, a suggestion which was received with great applause. For in Italy even the lowest classes are fond of everything connected with art. So my rival found himself laughed at as a mere mechanic, while I was loudly declared to be a real artist. The malignant rascal, upon this, contrived a very mean trick to revenge himself. He dropped 2 or 3 of the cheapest of his images on purpose, and then made a terrible outcry, so as to attract the attention of some of the police, who were moving about here and there in the crowd. When he had succeeded in bringing them to the spot, he charged that I had been stirring up the people against him, that they had been shoving him about and had caused great damage to his frail wares. He was a respectable person, he said, who paid for his license, and was well known in the neighborhood, while I was a mere vagrant, and very likely something still worse. Who could say? Perhaps that vile assassin of the cardinal. This was the shape that the story had already assumed, and it was in this character that I was held up to public animadversion and to the scrutiny of the police. The people, however, took my part, and many witnesses testified to my innocence as well as their own, proving that no one had pushed or even touched the tray of the figure merchant. Those who were immediately about me stepped quietly in the way of the officers, and made room for me to pass. But although I found good friends among them, there were also plenty of blackguards or cowards who pointed me out without saying a word as I rushed precipitously into a crowded by-street. The officers pursued me. I had a good start, but I knew nothing of the locality, and instead of gaining the open country, very soon found myself in another square, where a number of people had gathered attentively about a theatre of marionettes. Scarcely had I time to join this group, when the officers came up and began looking around with penetrating eyes. I had made myself as small as possible, and was pretending to feel a great interest in Punchinello, so as not to excite the curiosity of my neighbors, who were jostling me on every side, when suddenly a luminous idea, suggested by my imminent danger, flashed into my excited brain. While the officers were trying to force an entrance into the compact and motionless crowd, I crept gradually forward until I could touch the canvas of the booth. Then, stooping slowly down, I suddenly glided in under it as a fox runs into a hole, and found myself squatting almost between the legs of the operator, that is, of the person who was moving the marionettes and speaking for them. Do you know what a theatre of marionettes is, Monsieur Goeffler? Certainly. I saw Christian Waldo's only a little while ago at Stockholm. Saw it? From the outside, you mean? Oh, that's it. But I have a very good idea of the inside, although that one seemed to me to be rather complicated. It is a theatre for 2 operators, or, in other words, for 4 hands, which means, of course, 4 actors on the stage, and that is a sufficiently large company of burattini. What are burattini? They are the classical, primitive marionettes, the best. The burattino is not the same as the stiff wooden fantaccio, which, hung to the ceiling by strings, moves about without touching the ground, or else with a noise that is ridiculous and unnatural. The jointed marionette, which is much more scientific and complete, contains some really ingenious mechanism that enables it to make very natural gestures and to assume graceful attitudes. With further improvements, it could undoubtedly be constructed to imitate nature perfectly. But on investigating the subject, I have asked myself, what use would this be, and what advantage art would derive from a theatre of automata? The larger they were made, the more like human beings, the more disagreeable and even frightful the spectacle of such artificial actors would become. Does it not appear to you so? Certainly it does, but the digression interests me less than the continuation of your narrative. Pardon me, Monsieur Goeffler. The digression is unavoidable. I am just coming to a singular part of my adventurous career, and I must positively prove to you the superiority of the burattino. I want to convince you that the instrument of the comic artist, in this elementary representation, is neither a machine, nor a puppet, nor a doll. It is a living being. Ah, indeed, a living being? Repeated Monsieur Goeffler, looking with astonishment at his companion, and asking himself whether he was not liable to occasional fits of insanity. Yes, a living being. I insist upon it, replied Cristiano with enthusiasm, and all the more because it has no body. The burattino has neither wheels, nor strings, nor pulleys. It is a head, and nothing more, a head with expression and intelligence, in which... but wait a moment. Cristiano stepped under the staircase, and opening a box, produced a little wooden figure dressed in rags, which he threw down, picked up, tossed in the air, and caught again in his hand. There, he resumed, look at that. A rag, a mere chip, the figure scarcely indicated. Now see, I put my hand inside of this little leather bag, my forefinger in the head, which is hollow, my thumb and middle finger into these sleeves to manage the two little wooden hands. These hands, you see, are short, formless, and not exactly either open or shut. This is intentional. It is to conceal their immovability. Now let me stand at such a distance from you as suits the size of a little thing. There, stay where you are, and look." While he was speaking, Cristiano had mounted the staircase at 2 bounds, crouched down so as to hide his body behind the balustrade, raised his hand above it, and moved the marionette with extreme address and grace. "You see now," he cried, as gaily as ever, and yet with real earnestness, "you see how perfectly the illusion is, even without either theatre or scenery. The face, which is sketched, as it were, in a broad style, and painted in colours of a somewhat dull tone, begins, as it moves, to look as if it were alive. If I were to show you one of the best German marionettes, all varnished and shining, covered with spangles, and moving by wheelwork, you could not help remembering that it is only a doll, a mere piece of machinery, while my Burattino here, lithe and obedient to every motion of my fingers, comes and goes, salutes, turns its head, folds its arms, raises them towards heaven, expresses all manner of emotion, strikes a blow, beats upon the wall with joy or despair. And don't you see that you fancy you perceive all these emotions expressed in the face, too? What is it that causes such wonderful effect? How is it that a head, so roughly cut, so ugly when closely examined, should suddenly assume, in the play of the light, such a lifelike expression that you quite forget its real size? Yes, I insist upon it, that when you see the Burattino in the hands of a real artist, upon a theatre where the scenery, the stage, the surroundings are in proper proportion to the actors, you completely forget that you yourself are not upon the same scale. You forget even that the voice that speaks for them is not their own. The association apparently so impossible of a head no larger than my fist, with a voice as strong as mine, is admitted readily in the state of mysterious intoxication into which I manage gradually to bring you, and the whole miracle is accomplished. Do you see what causes it? The fact that the Burattino is not an automaton, but a thing obedient to my caprice, my inspiration, my impulses, because all its motions are the results of ideas which spring up in my mind, of words which I furnish. In short, because it is myself, therefore a living being and not a doll." Having thus argued his case with a great deal of animation, Cristiano came downstairs, laid the marionette on the table, took off his coat, apologizing to M. Goeffler on the ground of being too warm, and placed himself astride upon his chair again, so as to resume the thread of his story. During this odd interruption, M. Goeffler's attitude had been about as amusing as Cristiano's. "Wait a moment," he observed, taking up the Burattino. "All that you have said is very true and well argued. And now I understand the extraordinary pleasure which I took in the representations of Christian Waldo. But what you do not explain, and what I nevertheless perceive very plainly to be the fact, is, that this good little gentleman that I have in my hand, I would like very well to make him move and talk myself. Come, my little friend," he proceeded, inserting his fingers into the head and sleeves of the Burattino. "Come, take a look at me. That's right, yes. You are very good looking, and I am happy to make so close an acquaintance with you. And now, I declare I remember you. You are Stendarello, that very joyous, satirical, and graceful Stendarello who made me laugh so much a fortnight ago at Stockholm. And you, young man," continued M. Goeffler, turning to his guest, "although I have never seen your face before, yet I recognize you perfectly by your voice, your sprightliness, your gaiety, and your sensibility as well. You are Christian Waldo, the famous operator of the Neapolitan Burattini." "Very much at your service," answered Christian Waldo, bowing to the Doctor of Laws with much grace. "And if you would like to know how Cristiano Delago, Cristiano Goffredi, and Christian Waldo came to be one and the same person, attend to the rest of my adventures." "I am listening, and with a good deal of curiosity, too. But I want to know when you received this new name of Christian Waldo." "Oh, that one is really new. It only dates back to last autumn, and I should find it difficult to tell why I adopted it. The fact is, I believe it came to me in a dream, and that it is a reminiscence of the name of some locality which made an impression upon my mind during my infancy. That is singular. Well, no matter. You left off inside the theatre of marionettes, in the square of Solano, said Christian, again on the borders of a beautiful lake. I assure you, Monsieur Goeffler, that my destiny is linked in with lakes. There certainly is some mystery under the association, which perhaps some day I shall penetrate. You have not forgotten that the police were at my heels, and that had it not been for the booth of marionettes, I should probably have been taken and hung. This booth, however, was very small, and could hardly contain more than one man. When I asked you if you knew how these marionette theatres are constructed, an excusable inquiry, since this characteristic Italian amusement is not common in your country, and perhaps has never been brought here except by myself, it was with the intention of explaining my position between the feet of the operator, who, busily occupied in making Punchinello fight with an officer, with his hands and eyes both raised as high as possible, and his mind intensely concentrated upon the work of improvising his burlesque drama, had no time to notice or to understand what was taking place in the vicinity of his knees. There remained, therefore, only a single minute before the denouement of the piece and my own fate together. I felt that it would not do to trust my safety to mere chance. Picking up from the ground 2 burattini, which, by a curious coincidence with my own circumstances, represented a judge and a hangman, and rising up as well as I could by the side of the operator, I placed the marionettes upon the stage, and at the risk of breaking through the cloth awning of the box, introduced an unexpected scene into the piece, quite impromptu. This scene had an immense success, and my associate, without being the least in the world disconcerted, received it quite as a matter of course, and though extremely crowded for room, sustained his part of the dialogue with extraordinary gaiety and presence of mind. Wonderful, fantastic Italy, explained Monsieur Goeffler. Nowhere else are men's faculties so keen and so ready. My companion, continued Christian, was a good deal more penetrating than you have imagined. He had recognized me, had comprehended my situation, and had resolved to rescue me. And did he do so? Most effectually. While I was delivering the closing speech to the public in his stead, he, without saying a word, put an old cap of his own on my head, flung a tattered red cloak about my shoulders, and rubbed some ochre on my face. Then, as soon as the curtain had fallen, he said in my ear, "Gerfrdy, take the theatre on your back and follow me." And, in fact, we passed through the square in this way, and left the village without being molested. We travelled all night, and before daylight had reached the Roman Campagna. But who was this devoted friend? It was a young man of good family, one Guido Massarelli, who, like myself, had run away from the kingdom of Naples. His difficulty was a less serious one than mine. He had fled only from his creditors. But he was not so good a fellow as I, Monsieur Goeffler, notwithstanding. I give you my word for it. Still, he was an amiable young man, well educated, accomplished, and with extremely attractive manners. I had been quite intimate with him in Naples, where he had wasted his property, and had made many friends. He was the son of a wealthy merchant, was naturally well endowed, and had received an excellent education, but, like myself, he had been too early launched in a society much too expensive for him, so that he speedily found himself without resources. I had myself supported him for some time, but as he could not be contented to live simply, and had not the force of character to work for a living, he had ended up by becoming a swindler. Did you know this? I did, but I could not find it in my heart to reproach him at the moment when he had saved my life. Like myself, he was in a state of complete destitution. He had absconded with a few crowns, and with these had purchased from a mountebank a theatre of marionettes, which he used not so much to make his living as to hide his face. "This business of mine," he said, is a stroke of genius upon my part. Here I have been for 2 months rambling about the kingdom of Naples without being recognized. Perhaps you will ask why I do not go further away. The reason is that I have creditors in all parts of Italy. I shall find them everywhere, unless I go as far as France. Besides, I had left some little love affairs at Naples that were still pulling at my heart, and I could not make up my mind to leave the neighborhood. This light cloth watchtower keeps me invisible in the midst of the crowd. While all eyes are fixed upon my Burattini, no one thinks of inquiring who the man is that moves them. I go from one neighborhood to another, walking erect inside of my shell, and when I am once out of it, nobody knows that I am the same person who has been diverting the public. It is certainly a good idea, I said. But what do you propose to do now? Whatever you choose, he answered. I am so glad to meet you again, and to be of service to you, that I will go with you wherever you like. I am more attached to you than I can express. You have always treated me with indulgence. You are not rich, but you have done much more for me in proportion than many of my friends who are. You have defended me when I have been accused, and even while blaming me for my follies, have always tried to persuade me that I was perfectly able to reform. I do not know that you are right, but I am sure of this, that for the sake of pleasing you, I will make one supreme effort, only provided it be out of Italy. For anywhere in Italy I am lost and dishonored. If I am to attempt a better life, I must do it in a foreign country and under an assumed name. Guido spoke with deep earnestness and even shed tears. I knew him to be kind-hearted, and I believed him sincere. Perhaps he was so at that moment. To tell you the truth, I have always felt very indulgent towards those who are generous as well as prodigal, and this was the case with Guido, to my own knowledge. I beg you, however, Monsieur Goeffler, not to suppose that I confound together liberality and selfish extravagance, although I, too, have been an offender in this respect. At any rate, I allowed myself to be moved and persuaded by my old comrade and new friend. So you will please to imagine us within the territories of the Pope, breakfasting frugally together under the shade of a clump of pine trees, and arranging a joint plan of operations. We were equally destitute, but my situation, though in a legal point of view more serious than his, was still by no means desperate. It would have been quite possible for me to have effected my escape without so much risk, fatigue, and suffering. I should only have had to take refuge outside the city of Naples, with any one of a number of honorable persons who had assured me of their friendship, and who would certainly have believed my word when I described to them how I had been in some sort forced to kill my cowardly enemy. He was hated, and I was beloved. I should have been well received, concealed, properly cared for, and enabled to leave the country in safety under influential protection. The police, and even the Inquisition, can sometimes be induced to close their eyes when sufficient influence is exerted. However, I could not bring myself to adopt this plan. I felt an insurmountable repugnance to it, on account of my poverty, and the necessity I should have been under of accepting aid at the very outset. While I was with the cardinal, my salary had been too liberal to justify me in leaving him empty-handed. He himself would certainly never have suspected how destitute I was. I should have been ashamed to confess, not that I was without money, for the young men in the circle I frequented were constantly in a similar condition, but that I had no prospect of receiving any until I had earned it in some new employment, and still further, the fact that it would be necessary for me to live much more sensibly and prudently than I had done in the past. Upon this latter point I was quite ready to enter into an engagement with myself, but, under the circumstances, my pride would not allow me to make promises to others. When I explained my situation to Guido Massarelli, he was greatly astonished at my scruples, and seemed even to feel a sort of contempt for them. But the more he urged me to apply to my friends in Rome for assistance, the more repugnant the idea became to me. Perhaps I was unreasonable about it, but at any rate, while I felt no shame at all at being reduced to the necessity of eating lupins with my companion in misfortune, it is certain that I would have died of hunger rather than go with him to beg a dinner of my old acquaintances. He had so long abused the efficacy of applications for aid, promises, useless repentances and artfully contrived narratives, that I should have been very much afraid of being supposed engaged in a similar course. "We have been foolish," I said to him, "and we ought to be men enough to take the consequences. For my part, I have decided to proceed into France by the way of Genoa, or else into Germany by Venice. I shall go on foot and live as I can. As soon as I can reach some large town outside of Italy, for here I am constantly in danger of falling into the hands of the Neapolitan police from the least imprudence, I will look out for some regular employment. I will write to the cardinal and justify myself. From my friends I will request letters of recommendation, and I am confident that, after more or less of poverty and delay, I shall find some respectable position. If you like to come with me, come, and I will help you to the best of my ability in doing as I do, that is, in earning a respectable living by honest work." Guido seemed so perfectly willing and so well convinced that I no longer hesitated to allow myself the enjoyment of an intimacy with him. In fact, I have often observed that a thorough scoundrel is often one of the most agreeable of men, and that the most companionable people are frequently those most destitute of dignity of character. But we have an absurd sort of conceit that makes us believe that we can exert an influence over such unfortunates, and when they deceive us, the fault is as much ours as theirs. I make these preliminary reflections so as to avoid interrupting the account of what followed. Our first business was to escape from Italy, in other words, to travel some hundreds of leagues without a farthing in our pockets. I promised that I would find the means, asking only for a few days' rest to enable my wound to heal, for it was very painful and feverish. "In the meanwhile," I said, "go and provide for yourself. I will take a loaf of bread and establish myself under a rock near a spring. That ought to be sufficient for a man in a fever. We will appoint some place of meeting, and I will join you as soon as I can travel." He refused to depart, and devoted himself to taking care of me, and with so much zeal and ingenuity did he display in relieving my pain and supplying my wants, that I could not help feeling sincerely grateful. In 3 days I was upon my feet again, and by this time I had made my reflections. In brief, this was their result. I had come to the conclusion that we could not do better than to continue our marionette exhibition, which only required to be made more profitable and less vulgar. We needed to escape from the everlasting drama of Punchinello, to choose plots equally simple but less threadbare, and taking these for the groundwork, to improvise together amusing little comedies. Guido had enough, and to spare, of wit for this sort of work, and instead of applying himself to it with reluctance and dislike, he saw at once that, with an agreeable companion, it could be made very amusing. It is a general rule, by the way, that we cannot entertain other people when we are bored ourselves. So he readily assisted me to build a portable theatre in 2 sections, one of which served each of us as a shelter, in which we walked, safe from sun, rain, and police officers, and which, when joined together by a few hooks, formed a stage large enough for the maneuvering of our 2 pairs of hands. I transformed his wretched Burattini into intelligent and well-costumed figures, and added to them a dozen characters invented by myself. Then, in the open air, in a solitary wilderness, we made the first trial of our new theatre. The sale of my little devotional images carved out of stone, which Guido sold about the country to much better advantage than I could have done, defrayed the humble expenses of this establishment. In about a week we had advanced so far as to give a dozen representations in the suburbs of Rome, which had the greatest success, and netted the fabulous profit of 3 Roman crowns. This was enough to enable us to set out on our journey across the deserted regions that separate the Eternal City from the other provinces of Italy. Guido, who was delighted at our success, wanted to stay longer at Rome. It is very true that we might have risked going into the more fashionable quarters of the city, so as to have attracted the attention of a better class of society to our little comedies. But that was precisely what I was afraid of, and what we both needed to be afraid of, considering our reasons for remaining concealed. I therefore overruled my companion, and we took the road to Florence, exhibiting, as we went, in the villages and small towns, to pay our current expenses. We went by the way of Perugia, and it was not without a reason that I preferred this to the Siena route. I wished to see again my own beautiful and beloved city, my sweet lake of Trasimene, and most of all, the little villa where I had been so happy. We reached Bassignado at nightfall. Never have I seen the sun setting in such luminous splendor in water so calm and transparent. I led Guido to establish himself in a small inn, while I went along the shore of the lake toward the little villa which had formerly been occupied by the Goffredis. In order to avoid being recognized in the neighborhood, I put on a mask and a harlequin hat, which I had bought at Rome to use in case of danger. A few party-colored rags transformed me into a professional mountebank, a very appropriate character for an exhibitor of marionettes employed in distributing handbills. The village children, fancying that I was going to play tricks for their amusement, followed me with cries of joy, but I drove them away with my wooden sword, and was soon alone upon the shore. The night had come on, but the air was bright, and in the limpid crystal of the lake, where the lines of the horizon were indistinguishable in the twilight, I seemed to trace and follow the immensity of the starry heavens, and to float, like a disembodied spirit, upon some fantastic similitude of infinity. Ah, Monsieur Goeffler, how strange is life sometimes! And what a strange appearance did I myself present, in that grotesque costume, seeking about like a lost soul under the shade of the willows, which had grown in my absence, for the solitary tomb of my poor parents. For a moment I believed that it had been removed, that they had robbed me of it, for it was mine, my only possession. With my very last means I had purchased a little nook of consecrated earth where I had laid their remains. At last, however, I discovered the humble tomb, and sitting down by it, and taking off my harlequin's mask, I wept freely. I remained there for a good part of the night, plunged in reflection, for I desired, before leaving the spot probably for the last time, to review my life, to repent of my errors, and to make good resolutions for the future. Divine grace is no illusion, Monsieur Goeffler. I do not know to what extent you are a Lutheran, and for my part I do not pretend to be very much of a Catholic. In these days, in fact, nobody believes in very much of anything, unless it be in the necessity and duty of toleration. But I believe, in a vague sort of way, in a soul of the world, no matter by what name you call it, a great soul all love and goodness, which receives our tears and our aspirations. The philosophers are just now asserting that it is a platitude to imagine that the being of beings will condescend to concern himself with such worms as the human race. But I say that there is nothing either great or small in the sight of Him who is all, and that in an ocean of love there will always be room to receive with kindness one poor little human tear. Accordingly, I instituted an examination of my conscience over that tomb, and in the rain of soft light which fell upon me from the quiet stars, I fancied that the two beings whom I had loved as a father and a mother must surely be sending at least one ray to find me out and bless me. I felt that between me and them there was neither crime, shame, cowardice, nor impiety. I had never forgotten them for a single day, and in the very midst of my dissipations, whenever the demon of youth and curiosity had urged me towards the deeper abysses of this vicious and unbelieving world, I had always drawn back and protected myself by invoking the memories of Silvio and Sophia. To have avoided evil, however, was not enough. It was my duty to do well. Well-doing is a task which varies with the position and capabilities of each one of us. My own duty was to continue the labors of Sylvain Goffredi, and to accumulate the means of writing out and publishing the results of his researches. For this it would have been necessary, in the first place, to acquire quite a fortune in order to complete his travels. I had at first thought of doing this, but my inexperience, the pleasures of the senses, and bad examples, had led me on, from day to day, in a life like that of a mere adventurer. It was this reckless course which had resulted in my ruin. If I had remained contented with the appropriate position of a modest professor, I should not have been obliged to kill Marco Melfi. He would never have thought of insulting me. Indeed, he would not have met me in the cardinal's salons. He would not have searched me out in my study amongst my books. He would not even have known that I existed. I had tried to play the gentleman, and had been obliged to become a bully. How my poor mother would have wept, I thought to myself, to have seen me transformed into a strolling mountebank, bruising, on the stones of the pavement, the feet that she used to warm in her own hands before putting me in my cradle. And would not my father have disapproved of the false sense of honor which had made me a murderer and an outcast? I remembered the quick sensibilities and scrupulous pride of the noble Silvio, and yet he could not manage a sword, and had refused to allow me a fencing master. "A man's honor," he used to say, "must be very frail, if he could not make himself respected without having a sword dangling at his side." By the memory of these dear and holy friends, I took an oath to amend my faults, and after gazing for a long time at the heavens, where I imagined them reunited in some happy star, I returned at once to the village, without caring any longer to go in search of the villetta. Why should I have gone there to indulge in barren regrets? It was not to enable me to live in idleness that Goffredi had bequeathed it to me. He must needs have blessed me, even from his tomb, for alienating the property, and expending his whole fortune in solacing the last days of his widow. But when that was done, I ought to have labored all the harder, instead of acting as if one small act of devotion to my family had given me a right to go and live in dissipation at the tables of idlers. Upon the shores of the lake I met Guido Masorelli. My long absence had made him uneasy, and he was coming to look for me. I opened my heart to him, and he seemed to be greatly touched by my emotion. We sat down in a boat moored to the shore and talked sentiment, ethics, philosophy, metaphysics, astronomy, and poetry until the day began to dawn. Guido possessed a very noble intellect, and indeed this strange anomaly occurs in the case of many worthless characters, as if to make us doubt the validity of God's own logic. Next day we were on the road again, and some days later were attracting a crowd on the Piazza de Palazzo Vecchio at Florence. Our receipts were excellent. If we had chosen, we could have traveled to Genoa by wagon. We preferred to walk, however, although our loads, continually augmented by additional figures and scenery, had become very heavy. At Genoa, further success and extraordinary receipts. We became such favorites that we were unable to comply even with the private engagements that were offered us. At first we had simply amused the common people, who gathered on the public square, but passers-by of higher rank had chanced to stop before our booth, and we could not resist the temptation of elevating our dialogue on the occasion to a correspondingly higher intellectual level. This was observed, and was spoken of in society. One of these casual listeners was a Marquis Spinola, who invited us to his house to amuse his children. We went masked, as usual, for we made our incognito an express condition of appearing. Our theatre was erected in the garden, and we had for an audience the best and most brilliant society of the city. For days afterwards we knew not which way to turn. Our representations were in the greatest demand, and Guido demanded extremely high prices, which were conceded without hesitation. The mystery with which we surrounded ourselves, the pains we took to remain masked outside of our theatre, and the fantastic names we had assumed, added, no doubt, to our popularity. Everyone readily guessed that we were two young men of good family, but while some guessed, also, that it was our own follies that had forced us to become wandering showmen, others tried to persuade themselves that we had adopted this employment merely for our amusement, and on a wager. Some went so far as to insist upon it that we were two young men of the city, who, as we learned later, were very well pleased with the imputation. At Nice, at Toulon, everywhere until we reached Marseilles, our progress was a series of triumphs. As we travelled slowly, our fame preceded us, and at every inn where we stopped, we heard that persons had already come to inquire after us, and to engage our evenings. From Marseilles our success diminished steadily until we reached Paris. My knowledge of the French language was thorough, and as I improved daily I soon freed myself from the Italian accent which had prevented me at first from giving sufficient variety to the intonations of my actors. But Guido's accent, which was much more pronounced than mine, seemed to become stronger rather than otherwise, and our dialogue suffered in consequence. This, however, scarcely troubled me at all. Our career as professional buffoons was approaching an end, and I flattered myself that I should soon be able to command a more dignified position. End of section 12. Read by Todd.
Section 13 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Snowman by George Sand. Chapter 6, Part 1. After resting a few moments, Cristiano, we will hereafter call him Christian, continued his narrative as follows. But I must not forget to tell you of a well-known individual whom I happened to meet at this time, an interesting encounter that reconciled me for some days longer to my wandering life. The person to whom I refer is a very remarkable man who still holds a most respectable position in Paris, and whose name is no doubt known to you. I mean Philip Ledru, commonly called Comus. Certainly, said Monsieur Goffel, I have seen it stated in my scientific journal that this skilful prestigior was a profound physicist, and that his researches upon the magnet had enriched science with various new instruments of rare perfection. Is it the same person? The same, Monsieur Goffel. Comus has been appointed professor to the young French princes. He has prepared a set of nautical charts upon a new system, the result of an immense series of researches undertaken by the king's order, and has furnished Monsieur de la Pérouse with a set of manuscript copies of these charts. Indeed, ever since the time when I first encountered him traveling about the country, in the character of a poor but learned man, furnishing the public with instruction in the form of amusement, he has steadily and rapidly risen in the public esteem, in the favor of the ministry, and in the command of means for making practical the results of his profound knowledge. I first met this really great man, not exactly in the public streets of Lyons, but in a hall intended for the representations of wandering performers, and which we both wished to hire for our several purposes. As I was used to a good deal of absurdity or else coarseness on the part of such competitors, I was quite on my guard. But as soon as Comus addressed me, I was struck by his charming and even distinguished manners. He was a man of about 35 years of age, and had a magnificent constitution. Equally vigorous in body and in mind, equally quick in his movements, and ready and agreeable in conversation, he was, in a word, one of those admirably endowed human beings who must from necessity emerge from obscurity. He inquired about my employment, and seemed astonished to find that I was sufficiently educated to be able to converse with him. I told him about my circumstances, and he conceived a friendship for me. After coming to one of our performances, with which he was greatly diverted, he invited us, in his turn, to attend his exhibition. This I witnessed much to my advantage, for Comus possessed various secrets known only to himself, which, however, consisted merely in some single application out of 1,000 of his own profound discoveries. He was very willing to explain them to me, and finding that I was not without intelligence, he invited me to be his associate, to share with him his projects and adventures. I declined this proposition with regret and to my own loss. With regret because Comus was one of the best, the most disinterested, and the most sympathetic men I have ever known. And to my own loss because although then a traveling exhibitor in natural science, he was a person who could not fail before long to find some serious and useful employment for his great talents. I had sworn to Massarelli not to desert him, and he had no taste for the sciences. This meeting, which I was not wise enough to turn to account as far as regards my material interests, was so beneficial to me in a moral point of view that I shall always thank God for it. Allow me to repeat to you, as briefly as possible, the advice which this judicious and excellent man was so kind as to give me, in the pleasantest and most friendly way, and without a tinge of pedantry, during a quiet supper that we took together at the inn, amongst the chests that contained our baggage, for we were ready to start on the next morning. "My dear Gofferty," he said, "I am sorry to part with you so soon. The grief that you feel I share with my whole heart. We have been together only for a few days, but in that time I have learned to know and to appreciate you. But do not be uneasy or discouraged about your future life. It will be prosperous if it is useful. You see that my advice is very different from what is usually given, but if you follow it, you will find that it is dictated by sound common sense. Others will tell you to sacrifice everything to ambition. I tell you to give all your true interests precedence before ambition, as it is commonly understood. I mean to say this: be perfectly indifferent both to fortune and fame, and pursue only one single object, that of enlightening your fellow men, no matter by what means and no matter in what condition they may be. All means are good and noble which seek this end. You are only a buffoon, and I am only a sorcerer. Very good, we will laugh at our pursuits and persevere in them, as long as the marionettes and the juggling can be made subservient to good ends. What I tell you now is a secret of being happy in spite of everything. For my part, I understand only two principles, and these constitute but one and the same precept: to love mankind and to take no account of their prejudices. Contempt for error is esteem for man, is it not? Possessed of this secret, you will always be sufficiently rich and sufficiently famous. As for the lost time that you have been regretting, you are quite young enough to make up for it. I also at one time was a little frivolous, a little vain of my youth, a little proud of my strength. But after wasting rather foolishly my patriotism and enthusiasm in the flower of my age, I retrieved my errors, and since then have advanced steadily. My organization is vigorous, and so is yours. I work 12 hours a day, and any one can do as much who is not feeble or ill. Apply yourself to study, and leave silly minds to seek after pleasure. They will not find it where they look for it, and you will find it where it is. That is, in a quiet conscience and the exercise of your nobler faculties. Having thus spoken, Comus divided his receipts into 2 different sums, the one large and the other small. The latter he kept for himself, but the former he sent as a gift to the hospitals of the city. I was very much struck with the simplicity and cheerfulness with which he made this disposition of his money, as if performing an habitual and indispensable duty, and one so natural that it did not even occur to him to conceal it. I reproached myself also for having forgotten for so long a time the precepts and examples of my dear friends, the Gaufredis, for all that Monsieur Comus said and did reminded me of them. Thus it was Monsieur Goffel that a wandering juggler preached to and converted a highway improvisateur. We reached Paris after a journey that had lasted 3 months, and which I recall as one of the most agreeable experiences of my life. I had not wasted my time on the road, for I had studied carefully both nature and society, as far as they were accessible to one who, without claiming remarkable perspicacity, is not more obtuse than his neighbors. I had taken notes and fancied, since I had something to say and felt competent to say it, that I would have no sort of difficulty in living by my pen in the center of letters and of arts. It was a somber and melancholy autumn day when we entered the great city. I found it hard to imagine that anyone could become accustomed to such a climate, and Guido from the very first showed visible signs of gloom and discouragement. We hired a miserable little furnished room at a very high rate, and having taken possession, we adjusted our toilets somewhat, dismantled our theatre, and locked the Baratini in a box. It was our purpose to sell the establishment to some mountebank, and for a few days we were devoted ourselves to studying the language and visiting the monuments, exhibitions, and curiosities of the French metropolis. At the end of 8 days, our little capital was sadly diminished, and the worst of it was that I could see no means of renewing it. I found that my hopes had deceived me, or rather that I had not formed a true conception of what a really great city is, and of the frightful isolation into which a stranger without means, friends, or recommendations almost necessarily falls. I inquired about Comus, hoping that he would help me to find employment, but he had not yet returned from his tour, and moreover, he had at that time only a provincial reputation. I sent also for the papers of Silvio Goffredi, proposing by means of them to publish under his name the results of his historical researches. I did not expect any pecuniary profit to accrue from this effort, but I hoped both to fulfill a duty and to secure an honorable position and a few friends. There were still several persons in Italy who retained their former regard for me. They sent the papers at my request, but the parcel was lost. It never reached me. My letters to the cardinal and to my young pupil remained unanswered, and others to whom I wrote confined themselves to empty professions of regard, but without venturing to commit themselves so far as to recommend me to such persons of good standing of my own nation as happened to be in Paris. Indeed, they advised me not to draw upon myself the observation of our ambassador, lest he should feel it his duty, he was a relative of Marco Melfi, to obtain a letter de cachet from the King of France for my benefit. As soon as I realized what my position was, I resolved to rely upon myself alone, and you may rest assured, Monsieur Goffel, that I deserve some credit for maintaining my integrity under such circumstances, so abandoned and reduced to such cruel straits in a city so luxurious and full of temptations as Paris. Only a short time before I had been living under a splendid sky, a guest in palaces, then a careless traveler, I wandered through enchanted lands, but now I was the gloomy and dejected tenant of a garret, struggling with cold, famine, and sometimes with disgust and discouragement. And yet, thanks to God, I came through victorious. That is to say, I did not cheat anybody and did not die of starvation. I succeeded in having a few little books published, and though I did not make any money by them, they gave me something of a position in a small circle of humble and modest men of science. I had the honor of furnishing indirectly the materials for a number of articles in the Encyclopedia on natural science and on Italian antiquities. A marquis of literary taste employed me as a secretary and clothed me decently, and so I was once more afloat. If dress is not everything in Paris, it is safe to say at least that a respectable exterior is indispensable to one who would escape from poverty. Now, thanks to my marquis and my coat, society was once more open to me. This was another dangerous rock, and I once more risked being shipwrecked. Pray do not think me conceited if I say that it would have been much more to my advantage in some respects if I had been as ugly and as awkward as your friend Stanxarius. A good-looking man without means, in society as it is now constituted, will everywhere find a door open to fortune and to shame. No matter how circumspect he may be, he is sure to find himself pursued at every step by the eager and determined women of gallantry who swarm in great cities. Had I not been protected by the memory of the chaste and proud Sophia, I might probably have suffered myself to be enticed into the labyrinths of these insinuating and industrious animals. However, I overcame this danger, but after a year's residence in Paris, at the very moment when, thanks to my labor and economy, I was in a fair way to receive an independent position, I was seized with an extreme disgust for the city, and an unconquering longing to travel. Massarelli was the chief cause of this disgust. He had not, like myself, been able to endure the privations and anguish of waiting. When we first began to be embarrassed, he carried off the theatre of marionettes from our lodging and tried to earn a living in the public streets, amongst a class of people of the very worst sort. Unfortunately for him, he had not taken much pains to correct his accent, and he had no success. So he fell upon my hands again, and for several months, while I was in the greatest difficulties myself, I was obliged to feed and clothe him. At last, in spite of his constantly renewed oaths of reformation and his efforts to work with me, he disappeared. But still, I did not get rid of him after all. Every few weeks he came to beg from me, and sometimes he was intoxicated. I shut the door in his face, but he dogged me about. At last, having contrived to make a little money by means of various infamous transactions, he came once more, drunken and repentant, to weep in my bosom. He wanted now to return all that I had given him, and moreover to share with me like a brother. His money and his protestations disgusted me equally, and I refused all overtures. He lost his temper and wanted to fight, but this I contemptuously refused. Then he undertook to strike me, and I was obliged to give him a beating. Next day he wrote to ask my forgiveness, but my patience was at an end, and as I used to meet him everywhere, sometimes even in good society, God only knows how he gained admission there, I was apprehensive of being compromised by some knavish act upon his part. I had not the selfish fortitude to expose publicly a man who had once been dear to me, and preferred rather to give up the conflict and retreat myself. Fortunately, I was now able to secure good recommendations, and among others those of Cormus, who was just then creating a great excitement in Paris with his exhibitions in Cotropics. That is, a phantasmagoria managed by mirrors, in which instead of spectres and devils, he showed nothing but agreeable and graceful figures. His remarkable intellect and his habits of penetrating observation had given him such a power of judging the faces of men, and such a knowledge of the human heart, that he could read people's very thoughts almost as if endowed with an actual gift of divination. Moreover, his profound studies in applied mathematics enabled him to solve, while apparently merely performing diverting and ingenious feats, various problems entirely beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, and this skill many persons likened to magic. The age we live in is remarkably intelligent, and yet the love of the marvelous, a sentiment offering a singular contrast to its other tendencies, so powerful and ill-regulated in the past, still struggles in many minds against the severe authority of reason. You know something about this in your country, where your famous and learned Swedenborg is still more sought for as a sorcerer than as a seer. While he himself claimed to understand the secrets of another world, I do not say that Comus is more sincere or more virtuous than Swedenborg, who I know must be mentioned with entire respect, but he has more wisdom and earnestness of purpose. He does not pretend to act in virtue of any other laws than those which the human mind can discover, and he is generous in communicating his secrets to scientific men and travelers who desire to utilize them in the cause of science. He received me with great kindness and offered to take me with him to England to assist him in experiments. I was strongly tempted to accept. My preferences led me to apply myself to mineralogy, botany, and zoology, and also to the study of manners and of societies. It seemed to me that England had been too thoroughly explored to furnish a promising field for new observations. And besides, Comus was at that time devoted to a special pursuit in which I did not think I could be useful to him. He was going to London to superintend personally the making of some very accurate instruments which he had not been able to have manufactured to his satisfaction in Paris. I did not like the idea of remaining for a year or 2 years in London. I was tired of living in a great city. I felt a violent longing for freedom, movement, above all, for the privilege of being my own master. Though I had every reason to be pleased with my employers up to this time, I was so ill-suited to a dependent position that it really made me ill. Comus introduced me to a great many eminent men, such as Messieurs de Lacépède, Buffon, Daubenton, and Bernard de Jussieu. I took a lively interest in the rapid and magnificent progress of the Jardin des Plantes and the Zoological Cabinet, which were daily being directed and enriched by these noble and learned men. Splendid gifts from wealthy persons in a private station in life, and the precious contributions of travelers were constantly being sent to them. An irresistible ambition seized me to enroll myself in the number of these promoters of science, these humble adepts satisfied with benefiting humanity without demanding either glory or profit. I saw, indeed, the tall man with ruffles, Monsieur de Buffon, appropriating extensively for the gratification of his vanity the patient and modest labors of his associates. But suppose it is true that he had this weakness, that he wished to be Monsieur le Comte and to exert the feudal rights of his seigneury, that he sounded his own praises on every occasion and claimed the credit of works which very frequently he had only been consulted about. What mattered it? This was his taste. It was not that of his generous and intellectual companions. They smiled, let him say what he pleased, and only worked the harder, fully persuaded that individual interests are of no real importance in researches directed towards the advancement of the human species. Thus they were happier than he, their happiness that which Comus understood and to which I aspired. It seemed to me that they had chosen the better part, and I was ambitious to follow in their steps. I offered them my services, therefore, after profiting to the best of my ability by their public lectures and private conversations. Monsieur Daubenton was of opinion that my love of science and aptitude for the languages were qualities that would ensure my success, and that I ought to be encouraged. My poverty was the only obstacle. Science is growing rich, he said proudly as he looked at the cabinet and garden, which were so rapidly increasing. But scientific men are rather too poor to be great travelers. Indeed, they live lives of privation in every respect. You must be prepared for that. I was prepared for everything. I had succeeded in saving a little money, which, in my judgment, would go a great way considering the frugal sort of life from which I did not shrink. I secured a regular appointment to a scientific mission so to as avoid being taken for a vagrant or a spy in foreign countries, and set out provided with a year's support, and leaving the rest to Providence. And yet, with the testimonials I carried, proving the innocent and honorable aim of my wandering life, I should have been able to obtain more or less pecuniary assistance from scientific bodies, and even from private individuals friendly to science. But I was unwilling to make any such demands, for I knew how greatly the Jussieu family had impoverished itself in sacrifices of the kind, and I preferred to devote myself exclusively at my own risk and peril. Thus, once more began for me a series of happy days. The time before me seemed infinite. It would last at least as long as my resources. This was not saying a great deal, and to prolong my journey and fully satisfy my passion for traveling, I practiced from the outset the strictest economy. At my very first stopping place, I put on a stout, coarse mountain costume, bought an ass to carry the little baggage that I had, my books, instruments, and specimens, and proceeded on foot to the Swiss mountains. I will not dwell upon my labors, journeys, and adventures. Whenever I have leisure, I intend to write an account of my travels, and even the recent loss of my journal will not be an insurmountable obstacle, thanks to my uncommonly good memory. In these solitary expeditions, I recovered my excellent health, my careless ease, my confidence in the future, my natural gaiety, all the qualities that my life in Paris had been gradually destroying. I felt that I was in harmony with the memory of the Goffardies, that I was happy. My knowledge of botany and mineralogy was sufficient to enable me to execute what I had promised in these two specialties. And moreover, as I wasted no time in social indulgences, I had leisure to gratify my inclinations as an observer, and somewhat also as an artist and poet, that is, a person who feels the divine unity of the beauty of nature. At each important stopping place I forwarded reports and even specimens to Paris, and I wrote long letters to Monsieur Daubenton, well knowing that the romantic impressions of a young man would not be displeasing to him. At the end of 9 or 10 months, I had reached the Carpathians, still accompanied by my ass, whom I found of the greatest service, and who was so docile and well trained to follow me everywhere that he was never in my way. Just at this time, in a remote and lonely place, I met a beggar with a long beard who was no other than Guido Massarelli. Divided between disgust and pity, I was hesitating whether to speak to him, when he recognized me and approached with an aspect so humble and dejected that pity carried the day. I was happy myself at that time, and therefore kindly disposed. Seated on the grass in a grove of tall trees, I was eating with a good appetite while my ass was grazing a few steps off. To enable him to rest better, I had taken off his load, and had placed the pannier containing my provisions for the day between my knees. There was not much in it, but enough for 2. Massarelli looked pale and feeble, as if dying of hunger. "Sit down," I said, "and eat. I am quite certain it is through your own fault that you have been brought into this miserable condition, but it shall never be said that I did not help you once more." He proceeded to tell his adventures, whether true or false, acknowledging his faults in words of a base humility, and yet in fact always excusing himself by attributing them to the ingratitude or harshness of others. I could only pity him for being what he was, and after half an hour's conversation I gave him a few ducats and resumed my journey. We were going in opposite directions to my great satisfaction, but I had not advanced a quarter of an hour when I was seized with a vertigo that obliged me to stop, overcome with weariness and a desire to sleep. I could not comprehend what had brought on this sudden indisposition, for I had never had such an attack in my whole life, and having shared my bottle with Guido, I had scarcely drunk a glass of wine. I suppose that it might have a sort of sunstroke, or was perhaps the effect of a poor night's sleep at the inn where I had stopped. At any rate, I had laid down in the shade to take a nap. This may have been imprudent in a place so extremely solitary, but it was absolutely impossible for me to do otherwise. I was overcome by a heavy and irresistible drowsiness, like that of intoxication. When I awoke, my head was still heavy and vacant, and in fact I was feeling extremely ill. I was in the same place, but had been robbed of everything. I thought at first that it was the evening twilight, and that I had been asleep 6 hours, but when I saw the sun rising through the fog and the dew glittering on the grass, the certainty was forced upon me that I had slept straight through a day and night. My ass had disappeared as well as my baggage, my pockets were empty, nothing had been left but the clothes on my back. While looking about, I observed one valueless object which the thieves had overlooked or thought not worth taking. This was a little coconut cup, which I always used in traveling to avoid the vulgar habit of drinking from a bottle. It was this squeamishness that had cost me so dear. At a moment when my back was turned, Guido had thrown a narcotic into my cup. Even now the bottom was lined with some kind of salt crystallized. Guido was evidently no beggar, but the captain of a band of robbers. The footmarks all around me showed that a number of persons had been on the spot. I examined the immediate vicinity closely, and at last espied something written with chalk upon a rock near by. It was in Latin and to the following effect: "My friend, I could have killed you, and it was my duty to do so, but I pardon you. Sleep well." It was the handwriting of Guido Massarelli. Why was it his duty to have killed me? In return for the blows I had given him with my cane at Paris? That is possible, for it is certainly true that the Italian retains his revengeful disposition and never forgets an injury, even when his mind and character have been utterly corrupted. But what could I do to revenge myself in my turn? There was nothing that would not require time, money, and investigation, and I was without a sou, and was beginning to feel hungry. Well, I thought as I set out once more on my journey, it was written that one day or other I should beg, but in spite of bad luck, I swear that I will not be a beggar long. I must find some new business and get on my feet again. I made my way out of the mountains, and found a hospitable reception with a family of kind peasants who even obliged me to accept some provisions for the road. They told me that a band of robbers infested the country, and that their chief was called the Italian. Still pushing on, I reached the province of Silesia. It was my intention to enter a complaint in the first town I came to, and put the authorities on the track of the robbers. As I walked along, thoughtful and absorbed in 1,000 plans, all equally impracticable, for once more filling my purse without appealing to public charity, I heard a short, uneven gallop behind me, and turning round, was astonished to recognize my ass, my poor Jean, coming after me as well as he could, for he was wounded. People usually despise the ass. They are welcome to do so, but this animal, in my opinion, is almost as intelligent as the dog. I had already had many convincing proofs that it is so, while traveling with this faithful servant, and on this occasion he showed that he was capable of feeling a reasonable attachment, and was endowed with a mysterious and truly extraordinary instinct. Stolen and carried off, he had undoubtedly run away as soon as he had been relieved of his load. The robbers had fired on him, but he had kept on, disregarding their shots. He had found and followed my track, and now rejoined me with a bullet in his thigh. I confess that we had a scene worthy of Sancho Panza and his ass, nay, even more pathetic, for I had a wounded friend to assist. I extracted the ball which had lodged in the thigh of my interesting companion, and washed the wound with the most touching care. The poor beast submitted to be treated and bandaged with the stoicism of his own species, and with an intelligent confidence that is apparently not confined to ours. Now that I had recovered my ass, I was not entirely without resources. When the ball was extracted, he stopped limping. He was an uncommonly handsome animal, large and strong, and would be worth. But I did not go so far as to embody in precise figures this cowardly and detestable idea. To my honor, I would state that I rejected it with indignation. There could be no question of selling my friend. The only problem was to feed 2 stomachs instead of 1. I advanced towards Trepau as best I could. Jean ate thistles along the road, and I deprived myself of part of my allowance of bread, so as to supply him with a delicacy in his convalescence. At Trepau, the common people took pity on me, and provided me with food and lodging, with that charity which is so highly valued and so meritorious among the poor. The authorities of the town gave but little credit to my story. My coarse garments were those of a pedestrian, and I had no documents whatever to prove that I was a person of studious pursuits and entitled to confidence. I talked well, it is true, too well for a rustic, but these frontier countries are overrun by innumerable dexterous adventurers. Only a little while before, they informed me an Italian, claiming to be a great nobleman, had given out that he had been robbed in the mountains, and it was afterward discovered that he was the chief of the very band he pretended to denounce. I thought it best not to press the matter, for from the recollection of Guido Massarelli to the suspicion that I was associated with him there was but a step. So I returned to my poor entertainers. They received me very kindly, blamed the conduct of their magistrates, and, looking covetously at Jean, added, "Fortunately your ass is left, and you can sell him." Seeing that I was not inclined to take their hint, they proceeded to make me a proposition in the guise of advice. I might remain with them, they said, for 2 or 3 months, if I could be contented with their way of living. During this time I could look for work if there was anything I was able to do, and if I could pay my expenses at the end of the term agreed upon, I would not be obliged to leave Jean as an equivalent. This was good advice, and I accepted it, resolving, however, that I would dig in the earth if necessary, so as to release my pledge, poor Jean, who was still useful to his master. My landlord was a shoemaker. In order to show that I was not idle, I asked whether I could help him in any way, though I did not know his trade. "I see that you are a good fellow," he said, "for you have an honest face. There's a fair tomorrow in a village 2 leagues from here, to which I shall not be able to go. Load your ass with my goods, go in my stead, and sell all the shoes you can. You shall have 10% of the profits." End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Section 14 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Snowman by George Sand. Chapter 6, Part 2. The next morning I was at my post selling shoes, as if I had never done nothing else in my whole life. I knew nothing at all about the tricks peculiar to this sort of business, whether conducted on a small or grand scale, but it occurred to me to pay all the women compliments on their little feet, and the people were so amused by my extravagant nonsense that my entire load was disposed of in a few hours. In the evening I returned gaily home to my employer, who was surprised at my success, and obstinately refused to let me deduct the price of my board from my share of the profits. Once more, therefore, I was provided with a trade, and a supply of pocket money sufficient for the necessities of my new position. Hans, my employer, now sent me on a 3 days' tour through the neighborhood, and I succeeded in selling off some old stock that had been on his hands a long time. On my return, he paid me more than he had agreed, but when I said something about leaving him, he flew into a tremendous passion, and then shed tears. He treated me, in short, like an ungrateful son, and ended by offering to give me his daughter in marriage, if I would remain. The girl was pretty, and threw me artless and tender glances. I behaved like a fool, or so my former gay companions would have said. It is certain I did not even attempt to kiss her, and that I made my escape in the night, taking with me Jean and 2 rix dollars, and leaving an equal sum behind me to pay my board at the house of the good shoemaker of Trepau. It was quite indifferent to me where I went, provided that I could obtain sufficient means to continue my journey without being obliged to confide to the persons in the various towns of Germany and Poland to whom I had brought letters of introduction, a story of disaster, of which I could furnish no proof, except my destitution. The suspicions of the burgomasters of Troppau had cured me of the idea of relating my misfortunes. My testimonials were lost, and I had nothing but probable assertions with which to replace them. Now, no story ever seems probable when you are asking assistance. However, this did not make me at all unhappy. I was already accustomed to my situation, and had one more occasion in my life to observe that tomorrow always comes for those who have patience with today. 2 days later, I entered a poor tavern and sat down at a table. Opposite me was a short, strong-built young fellow who was seated with his elbows leaning on the table and who seemed to be asleep. They brought me a pot of beer and some bread and cheese, for which I paid a half Zwanziger. On this allowance I had money enough to last 8 days. When the landlady spoke to the young man at the other side of the table, he made no reply, and a little after, as he raised his head, I saw that he had been crying. "You are hungry," I said to him, "and have no money to pay for your supper." "Fact," he answered laconically. "Very well," I replied. "Where there's enough for one, there's enough for two. Help yourself." Without answering a word, he drew a knife from his pocket and cut into my bread and cheese. When he had eaten in silence, he thanked me briefly and with an appearance of sincerity, and I had the curiosity to ask the cause of his distress. He told me his name. I forgot what it was, but the name he was traveling under was Puffo. He was from Leghorn, a rather poor recommendation, at least in Italy, for persons of a certain class. In the opinion of the sailors all along the Mediterranean coast, to call a man a Livornese is almost equivalent to calling him a pirate. My friend probably would have justified the prejudice. He had been a sailor and a little of a freebooter. At present he was a strolling mountebank. I listened to him without much interest, for he did not narrate well, and it is only the way in which they are told that gives any value to the stories of such adventures. In substance, they are all pretty much the same. However, when this man began to speak about his unprofitable theatre, I pricked up my ears and asked what sort of representations he gave. "Mon Dieu," he cried, "that's the kind, and it's the worst business I ever had anything to do with. The devil take the man who put it into my head." As he spoke, he pulled a marionette from his bag and threw it angrily on the table. An exclamation of surprise escaped me. This marionette, frightfully dirty and worn out, was my own handiwork. It was a Burattino of my own make. Yes, indeed, it was my leading character, the chief of my company, my own witty and charming Stentorello, the ornament of all my performances in the towns of the Apennines, the darling of the pretty Genoese women, the children of my scissors and my fancy, the very pillar of my theatre. "What!" I cried, "you wretched fellow, you own Stentorello and can't make money with him?" "They told me," he replied, "that he had made a great deal of money in Italy. The man who sold him to me in Paris said that he had bought him of a well-dressed Italian gentleman who declared that he had made his fortune with him. Perhaps it was you?" He went on to say that he had been quite successful in France in the public streets with our theatre and actors, and that as he knew several languages, he had tried traveling abroad, but that fortune had deserted him. He had gone on from bad to worse, up to the very moment when I met him. He had now resolved to sell the shop, as he called it, and to try and train a bear, which he intended to catch in the mountains. "Come," said I, "show me your theatre, and let me see what you can do." He accordingly took me to a barn, where I helped him set up his establishment, and I recognized the best members of my troupe among wretched, ordinary marionettes covered with rags and injuries. Puffo proceeded to play me a scene as a specimen of his powers. He maneuvered the Burattini dexterously enough, and was not without a certain coarse wit, but it really pained me to the heart to see my actors fallen into such hands and reduced to playing such parts. But when I thought about it, I saw that providences must have brought us together, myself and my actors, for our mutual good. I proceeded at once to give a representation in the village, and received in all a ducat for it, to the utter stupefaction of Puffo, who from that moment entirely abandoned to my guidance theatre, actors, and even the responsibility of his own destiny. I now felt that I was really under the protection of heaven, for I had found once more the means of prosecuting my travels with comfort, without incurring any indebtedness, and without exposing my name and my features to the caprice of the public. In a very few days all the marionettes were dismounted, cleaned, fresh painted, new clothed, and properly packed in a convenient and portable chest. The theatre was refitted in like manner and enlarged to admit 2 operators. Puffo I engaged as an assistant, his duty being to keep the establishment in good order, to take charge of it and at the same time to carry part of it on his stout shoulders, as he was already in the habit of doing, for I was more than ever determined to devote Jean to the service of science and to employ him in carrying the materials and specimens which I was collecting. Puffo was certainly a poor assistant. He is slow-witted, and yet he never breaks down, for he has the gift of talking without saying anything. He has a bad accent in every language, but at any rate he can make himself understood in several, which is a great point and his chief recommendation. In the dialogue he takes but little part, but I have succeeded in inuring him of his coarse habit of swearing. I put into his hands the popular low comedy scenes, which serve as interludes to give me a few minutes' rest. When 3 or 4 actors are on the stage, I make use of his hands and carry on all the parts of the conversation myself with sufficient skill to persuade the audience that they are listening to several different voices. But you have seen my performance, Monsieur Gaufflet, and you know that I succeeded in amusing. However, we did nothing very remarkable in Germany, and it occurred to me that perhaps we should do better in Poland, for the Poles have the wit of the French and the taste of Italians. We accordingly traversed Poland at Danzig after a successful tour of 6 weeks, and embarked for Stockholm, where we have done extremely well. It was while there that I received an invitation of the Bureau de Waldemara. I accepted it with pleasure, knowing it would enable me to see a country which I have found more interesting than any that I have hitherto visited. I have always loved the North, whether from the strong contrast which it offers to southern countries, or from a patriotic instinct that has influenced me ever since my childhood. And yet nothing is less certain than the northern origin which was attributed to my childish language, altered, imperfectly spoken, or half forgotten as it was, by the learned philologist who I have referred. No matter, whether dream or presentiment, I have always beheld in imagination the romantic country which is now before my eyes, and it was by way of affording myself a pleasure trip that I lengthened my present journey. I came across Lake Malar and thence down to Lake Wetter, so as to explore the whole region of the Great Lakes. It was, however, written that I was to be pursued by mishaps. Puffo, who has grown fat since I have supported him, and who is beginning to be afraid of fatigue, wanted to hire a sleigh to cross that mysterious Lake Wetter, whose depths are apparently troubled by volcanic disturbances. The ice broke in, and I lost my clothes and my money. Fortunately, Puffo was at that moment walking and helped out the driver, but the horse and sleigh were lost. Fortunately, also, I had followed the shore with Jean, the theatre my actors, and my scientific materials, so thank heaven all is not lost, and tomorrow I shall be in funds again, for I am to give a representation for a sum agreed upon at the Chateau of the Snowman. Well, said Monsieur Gauffel, as he once more took the hand of Christian Waldo, your story has interested and amused me. I don't know whether you told it with any particular pleasure to yourself, but your quick way of talking while you walked about the room, your Italian gesticulation, and your face, which is certainly expressive and prepossessing whatever country it may belong to, have made your recital very attractive. You have a fine mind and an excellent heart, and the faults of which you accuse yourself seem to me very trifling, compared with the evil courses into which you might easily have fallen, thrown as you were so early into the world, without advisers or resources, and with a handsome face too, which is a real instrument of perdition for either sex, in a place so corrupt as Paris or Naples. But do you believe, Monsieur Gauffel, that society is more moral or pure here at the North? I should be pleased to think that such is the case, but what I have seen at Stockholm. Ah, my dear boy, if you judge of us by the intrigues, vanity, violence, and infamous venality of our nobility, whether of the cap or hat faction, you will believe us the very last of all the nations in the universe. This would be wrong, however, for as a people we are really good. It only needs a revolution or a considerable war to bring to the surface our great qualities, the particles of pure gold sunk to the bottom. Just now you see only the froth on the surface. But to return to yourself, you have not explained to me about your residence in Stockholm. How is it, in a place so full of intrigue and distrust, that you could wear a mask and yet escape annoyance from the 3 or 4 different police organizations that are at work for the different parties? Because I do not wear a mask, as you can see very well for yourself, Monsieur Gauffel. It would be very troublesome to do that, and as soon as I am 100 steps away from my booth, it is easy enough, with a little adroitness and a few very simple precautions against the observation of the inquisitive, to remove it and go with my face uncovered. I am not important enough to make anybody very determined to see me, and the slight mystery that I keep up does a good deal towards maintaining my popularity. And after all, I have not so far retained my prejudices as a society man that I should be much distressed to have my mask fall off some day in the street and to be recognized by a chance passenger as a very obscure adept of science, who occupies himself about his studies at other hours and in other portions of the city. Ah, that is just what you have not told me. When you are at Stockholm, you have on occasion another name than Christian Waldo, and another lodging beside that where Jean and Puffo live, and the rest of your troop in their boxes? Exactly, Monsieur Gauval. As to the name, do you really want to know it? Certainly I do. You do not distrust me? Oh, if you are afraid of that, I comply at once. With pleasure. The name is only Dulac, the French for my original fanciful name of Del Lago. I assumed it at Paris as a precaution against any accident which might draw upon me the notice and vengeance of the Neapolitan ambassador. Very good. And under that name you have succeeded in establishing good connections in Stockholm? I have hardly tried to do so, as I did not feel any need of haste. I wanted in the first place to become acquainted with the scientific and artistic riches of the city, and then to study the physiognomy of the inhabitants, as well as their tastes and customs. A stranger without friends finds it extremely easy to study the manners and prevailing sentiments of a people by haunting their places of public resort. This is the method I adopted, and my present purpose is to become familiar with the whole of Sweden, and then to put myself in communication with the leading men of science at Stockholm and Uppsala, especially Monsieur Linnaeus. By that time I must receive the testimonials for which I have written to Paris, and at any rate shall perhaps have something of interest to submit to that illustrious man. I may find specimens in distant localities that he has overlooked and be able to afford him pleasure by offering them to him. There is no journey in which useful discoveries or useful observations upon matters already recorded may not be made. When a young man visits a great master, he is bound to bring tribute from his studies or his explorations. Otherwise, he only occupies valuable time in the mere gratification of his own vanity or curiosity. You said something about the police, and they let me entirely alone after one brisk examination in which my answers were frank and seemed quite satisfactory. The good people with whom I lodged, and who treated me as kindly as if I were one of their own family, readily guaranteed my good conduct, and kept from the public the little secret of my double individuality. So you see, Monsieur Gauval, that at the present I am excellently situated, and may well feel in very good spirits, having command of my own movements, a sufficiently profitable occupation, the love of science, and all the world open before me. But you lost your money in Lake Vedder. Oh, but the lakes, Monsieur Gauval, are certainly inhabited by good spirits, with whom I am in relations without knowing it. Am I not Christian Del Lago? Either the troll of Lake Vedder will return me my purse when I am least expecting it, or he will see that it comes into the hands of some poor fisherman, who will have the good of it, so that it will be a capital arrangement anyway. But still, have you any money in your pocket, my boy? Absolutely nothing, Monsieur Gauval, replied the young man, laughing. I had exactly enough to get here by pinching my own stomach a little, so as to allow my attendant and my ass all they wanted. But I am to receive 30 rix dollars this evening for my performance, and after enjoying this capital breakfast in company with yourself and this excellent stove, and in sight of the splendid landscape all set with diamonds that I see shining out yonder through the smoke with which our pipes have filled the room, I feel myself the richest and most fortunate of men. You are decidedly an original, said Monsieur Gauval, rising and knocking the ashes from his pipe. You are a singular mixture of the man and the child, the scientist and the adventurer. It even seems to me that you are extravagantly enjoying this last phase of your experience, and that instead of finding it disagreeable, you are making your assumed and rather exaggerated pride an excuse for protracting it. Permit me, Monsieur Gauval, answered Christian. In the matter of pride there is no middle course. It must be everything or nothing. I have tried poverty, and I know how easy it is, in poverty, to become degraded. One who is left to depend entirely upon his own resources must therefore accustom himself not to fear poverty. He must even know how to make it a source of amusement. I have told you how it distressed me to be poor in a great city. There, among temptations of every kind, such a position is very dangerous to a man who is young and vigorous, and who has known what it is to be carried away by passion. Here, on the contrary, on my travels, that is to say, at liberty and protected by an incognito which will allow me tomorrow to assume a respectable position in society, I feel as gay as a schoolboy in vacation, and I confess that I am in no haste to assume again the chains of constraint and the annoyances of conventionality. After all, I understand it, said the doctor. My imagination is not duller than other people's, and I can easily conceive that there is a romantic pleasure in such a wandering, careless life. Yet you are fond of society. It was not for the sake of investigating the frozen mountains at midnight that you borrowed my dress suit. At this moment the door opened, and Euphilius, to whom Monsieur Goffel had no doubt given orders, came to say that the horse and sleigh were ready. Ulf seemed quite sober. "What?" cried the doctor with surprise. "What time is it? Noon? It is impossible. That old clock has gone crazy. But no," he continued, looking at his watch, "it is noon really, and I must go and consult with the Baron over the great lawsuit on account of which I have come here. It surprises me, by the way, since he knows I am here, that he should not have thought fit to send before now and inquire after me." "But his lordship the Baron did send," said Ulf. "Did I not tell you, Monsieur Goffel?" "Not at all." "He sent an hour ago to say that he was ill last night, or that he would have come himself." "Here? You exaggerate the Baron's politeness, my dear Ulf. The Baron never comes to Stolberg." "Very seldom, Monsieur Goffel, but well, well, and Father Stenson, is there no way of seeing him? I must make the good old gentleman a little visit before I go over to the chateau. Is he as deaf as ever?" "A great deal more so, Monsieur Goffel. He will not hear a single word you say." "Well then, I will talk by signs." "But, Monsieur Goffel, the fact is my uncle don't know you are here." "Ah, he doesn't? Well, he will find it out. He will scold me terribly for not having told him, and for having allowed you— to do what? To lodge in this room, I suppose. Very well, tell him I took possession without asking your permission. Only imagine," added Monsieur Goffel in French to Christian, "that we are here unlawfully and without the knowledge of Monsieur Stenson, the overseer of the old chateau. And another very strange thing is, that the said Monsieur Sten, as well as his estimable nephew here present, are so convinced that the old ruin is haunted by unhappy and malevolent spirits, that they are very reluctant to live here at all." As he said this, Monsieur Goffel's smiling face became serious all at once, as if, though in the habit of laughing at such things, he really was reproaching himself for doing so, and he abruptly asked Christian if he believed in apparitions. "Yes, in hallucinations," replied Christian without hesitation. "Ah, have you ever seen any then?" "Sometimes, in a fever or under some powerful mental preoccupation. In the latter case they were not so distinct as in the fever, and I could see that it was an illusion, but the appearances made a sufficient impression upon me to trouble me a good deal." "Just so, exactly so," cried Monsieur Goffel. "Well, only imagine, but I'll tell you this evening. There's no time now. I must go, my friend. I shall go and see the Baron. He will perhaps detain me to dinner at 2 o'clock. But in any event I will return as soon as possible. Ah, by the way, will you do me a service during my absence?" 2, 3 if you wish, Monsieur Goffel. What is it?" "To take my valet de chambre up out of his bed." "To wake him, you mean?" "No, no, to take him up, to put on his clothes, button his gaiters, put him into his breeches. They are very tight, and he is not strong enough." "Oh, I understand. Some old servant, an old friend, ill or infirm?" "No, not exactly. Stay, here he is. What a miracle! He has dressed himself all alone." "Very well done, Master Niles. Why, you are improving. Up at noon and dressed yourself? Haven't you fatigued yourself too much?" "No, Monsieur Goffel," said the child with a triumphant air. "See, I have buttoned my gaiters nicely. A little crooked, but it's done at any rate. And now I suppose you will go and rest yourself until night?" "Oh, no, Monsieur Goffel. I want something to eat. I am very hungry. It has kept me from sleeping well for an hour at least." "There," said Monsieur Goffel to Christian. "You see what manner of serving man my housekeeper provided me with. At present I shall leave him under your charge. Make him obey you if you can. For my part, I have quite given up trying. Come, Ulf, go on. I'll come after you." "Well, what's the matter? What is it?" "They brought a letter for you a little while ago," answered Euphilius, whose ideas became more luminous in proportion as the sun ascended towards the zenith, "and I put it in my pocket and had forgotten." "To give it to me? Too true. You see, Christian, how well you are waited upon at Stolberg." Monsieur Goffel opened the letter and read as follows, interrupting himself at every sentence to make comments in French. "My dear advocate, I know that handwriting. It's the Countess Elveda, a great coquette, the Russian party in petticoats. Let me see you before anyone else. I know the Baron expects you at noon. Have the goodness to leave Stolberg a little early and come to my room. I want to talk to you about some matters of importance. Matters of importance? Some silly piece of wickedness as black as charcoal, and consequently as plain to be seen as charcoal on snow. Faith, it's too late. The time is past. Certainly the time has passed, observed Christian, and what she wants to tell you is not worth the trouble of hearing. Ah, then you know what it is? Perfectly. I'll tell you about it at once, and I'm not afraid that you will lend your influence to helping on a scheme as horrible as it is ridiculous. The Countess wants to marry her pretty niece Margaret to the dead and alive old Baron Olas. Yes, I know that very well, and I have openly laughed at the idea. Marry such a beautiful May to such a pale December. One would have to be as much of a whitecap as the Peak of Cephaliot to think of such a thing. Ah, I was sure you would feel so. Is it not abominable, Monsieur Goffel, to propose to sacrifice Margaret in such a way? Hello, Margaret. Why, you and Margaret must be on very intimate terms. Very far from it. I have only seen her. She is charming. She is so considered, but the Countess, how the devil did you come to know her, and how did you learn about her private plans? That is another story. I will tell you about it if you have time. What? No, I have not, but here's a postscript that I did not notice. I don't understand it at all. I must compliment you upon your nephew's fine figure and his wit. My nephew? I have no nephew. Is the Countess crazy? Nevertheless, his good manners failed him for once, and very reprehensibly. He really deserves to receive a severe reprimand from you for having been guilty of such rudeness. But I will talk it over with you and try to make up for his foolishness. I almost wanted to say insolence. Rudeness? Insolence? Monsieur, my nephew seems to have been well occupied, but where the devil am I going to find the young gentleman to give him his severe reprimand? Oh dear, Monsieur Goffel, said Christian, in a piteous tone, you will not have to look very far. How is it you have not reflected that if I could obtain admission to the ballroom without my mask last night, it could not have been done by the name of Christian Waldo? I do not deny that. Then it was under the name of Goffel? My invitation was in my pocket under that honorable name. So, sir, said Monsieur Goffel with severity, while his eyes sparkled with anger, you don't content yourself with carrying off other people's toilet from hair powder down to shoe soles inclusive, but you must also go so far as to take their names and leave them to be responsible for the follies you may choose to commit. That is altogether beyond endurance. Here good-natured Monsieur Goffel, in spite of himself, burst out laughing at the absurd predicament of Christian Waldo. The handsome and passionate young man, who found it difficult to bear so direct a reproof, seemed tempted to make rather a sharp reply, and then his anger was increased by the conduct of the servants. On one side, Ulf, perceiving from Monsieur Goffel's tone that he was angry, although he did not understand a word that he said, was unconsciously imitating his looks and gestures, while little Niles, quite as ignorant of the facts in question, placed himself opposite Christian in a haughty and almost threatening attitude. Provoked by these two absurd figures imitating and burlesquing Monsieur Goffel, Christian was strongly tempted to knock down the man and kick the boy. But he knew perfectly well that he was in the wrong, and he was, moreover, much pained at having offended so kind and amiable a person as the Doctor of Laws. Indignation and repentance, therefore, were depicted alternately upon his expressive countenance, and with such vividness that the lawyer was quite disarmed. His laugh at once disarmed his two satellites, who began to laugh also with a returning confidence, and went about their business, while Christian gave Monsieur Goffel a brief account of his defiance of the Baron, which the Countess Elveda called rude and insolent, but for which, in his opinion, he was not at all to blame. Monsieur Goffel, pressed as he was for time, listened attentively, and when he had finished, said, Assuredly, my dear boy, you have done nothing to dishonor the name of Goffel. On the contrary, your conduct was that of a gentleman, but you have none the less placed me in a cruel embarrassment. Whether or not Baron Olas remembers his epileptic attack, for which, it seems, he is indebted to you, he will not forget, you may rest assured, that you have offended him. As you have been told, he is a man who never forgets anything, and you will do well to disappear at once in your character of Goffel, since Goffel you have chosen to become. Do not quit this chamber without being masked. Become Christian Waldo again, and you have nothing to fear. But pray tell me, what should I have to fear from the Baron, even if I should present myself to him with my face uncovered? Is he actually capable of having me assassinated? I know nothing about that, Christian. I swear to you upon my honor, nothing at all. You may confidently believe me on this point. If, in my business relations with him, I had gathered the least proof of the acts he is charged with, those relations would be discontinued. I am very indifferent to lucrative patronage, and I should tell my client some very plain truths, whether it did him any good or not. Nevertheless, there are some reports so well authenticated, and there are so many cases where misfortunes have occurred to persons who have opposed the Baron, that I have sometimes asked myself if he had not the evil eye, the dittatura, as you call it in Italy. At any rate, not to bring any unnecessary bad luck upon myself, please allow me to report that my nephew is absent, that he started this very morning on a distant journey. You may rely upon my absolute prudence, since I have been the means of exposing you to a risk. I will not leave the room without being masked or so disguised that no one shall recognize me for the rather too gallant and chivalrous stranger who danced at the ball last night. Monsieur Goffel and Christian Waldo shook hands upon this agreement. Niles, whose services had been confined to eating his breakfast during the conversation, was now well wrapped up in furs by his master, who was obliged to lift him upon the driver's seat of the sleigh and to place the reins and whip in his hands. Once seated, however, he drove off like an arrow and descended the steep slope of the rock with skill and confidence. To drive a horse was the one thing that he knew how to do, and did without murmuring. As for Ulf, he proceeded to make up the bed in which Niles had slept, for Christian, and to prepare the sofa, which was quite large enough to be comfortable, for the child, as Monsieur Goffel had directed before his departure. Then he went to wait upon his uncle, but always discreet in concealing his disobedience, he did not say a single word about the presence of visitors in the donjon. End of section 14.
Section 15 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Snowman by George Sand. Chapter 7, Part 1. The reader has perhaps not forgotten that Lord Stenson lived in a pavilion at the end of the small second court, which, together with the outer enclosure, which was somewhat larger, and the buildings adjoining, composed the dilapidated manor of Stolborg. There was a legend connected with the original erection of this ancient castle. At the time of the first introduction of Christianity into Sweden, it was said to have grown out of the rock in one night, in consequence of a vow of the pagan castellan, whose house, then built of wood, had nearly been blown off into the lake by an autumnal gale, and who had thereupon promised to embrace the new religion if heaven would protect him securely from the wind. The roof of the house had already been carried away, but scarcely had he pronounced his vow when a granite tower arose as if by enchantment from the rock. The castellan was forthwith baptized, and no hurricane could ever again harm his strongly and solidly built habitation. Notwithstanding this veracious history, the antiquaries of the country have the hardihood to assert that the square tower of Stolborg dates no further back than to the reign of King Birger, that is, to the 14th century. However that may be, the chateau and its small domain in the 15th century became the property of a brave gentleman of the name of Waldemora. In the 17th century, Olaf de Waldemora became a favourite of Queen Christina, who, by arbitrarily alienating portions of the crown domains, conferred upon him considerable landed estates in this part of Dalecarlia. History does not name this Waldemora as a lover of the fantastic inheritrix of Gustavus Adolphus. Possibly in some strait for money, the Queen may have sold him these valuable estates at a low price. It is certain that at the reduction of 1680, when the energetic Charles XI revised the titles of all grants of land and reunited to the crown domain all that had been unlawfully alienated by his predecessors, a terrible salutary measure to which Sweden owes the endowment of her universities, schools, and magistracy, the creation of the post office, the army in Delta, and other benefactions for which the old caps had hardly forgiven the crown at the time of our story. At this time, the titles of Baron de Waldemora were found valid. He retained the great estates which he had inherited from his grandfather and completed the embellishments of the new chateau, built by the latter upon the shore of the lake and called by his name. One tower was all that remained standing of the old family chateau. This tower appeared to be extremely lofty, in consequence of the great substructure of masonry built up to its base from the very edge of the water, but it was in fact but 2 stories high, and contained only the bare room and the guard room, which were on the ground floor, almost on a level with the court, and 2 or 3 chambers above, where for 20 years, that is, ever since the door on the staircase had been built up, no person had entered. The rest of the manor had been rebuilt several times, and formed what is called in Norway a guard, or in other words, an assembly of several families living in a community. Dwelling rooms, kitchens, dining rooms, stables, and storerooms in such communities, instead of being brought together as much as possible under one roof, as is the common practice, form separate buildings, each with a roof of its own, so that altogether they present the aspect of a numerous group of small houses entirely distinct from each other. Many customs prevail equally in Sweden and Norway, especially along the mountainous frontier of Dalecarlia. At the period where Stolborg, deserted for the new chateau, became a mere farmstead, there were several guards, similar to the one we have described, scattered through the country. As is commonly the case all over Sweden, and in all countries where they build in wood, these premises had often caught fire, and the more ancient of the little edifices still showed traces of it. Their charred ridge-poles and warped roofs were sharply defined, like black spectres, upon the white background of the mountain. The court, surrounded by its mossy shed, which gave a unity, such as it was, to all these different buildings, and from whose eaves hung a glittering fringe of icy stalactites, thus presented the appearance of a group of abandoned Swiss chalets. The farm establishment had long ago been transferred elsewhere, and the whole manor had been left under the charge of Stenson, who no longer had any repairs made upon the worthless houses, which were now only used to store fodder and dry vegetables. The rough flags of the court were furrowed in all directions by 1,000 irregular little hollows, ploughed by the violence of currents in thaws. Not one of the doors was on its hinges, and it seemed as if, unless prevented by some vow as efficacious as that of the first castellan, the least gust of the winds of spring or fall would sweep the ruinous structures off into the lake. The second court, which was in the rear of this one, was a modern addition, much less picturesque, but infinitely more comfortable. It had been built by the Baron Olaus de Waldemora at the time when he inherited the property of his brother Adelstan. He caused this second small guard to be erected for his faithful Stenson, so as to prevent the latter, who had a horror of the place, from going to live elsewhere. This addition consisted of another group of buildings, lower than the first, and upon the opposite slope of the rock. Their steep roofs rested at the back against the solid rock itself, and were constructed in the singular manner usual in that country, with a layer of pine logs well caulked with moss, covered with strips of birch bark, over which is laid finally a bed of earth turfed on the top. This turf on the roofs of rustic cottages in Sweden is very carefully tended, as is well known, and is sometimes laid out like a garden with flowers and shrubs. The grass upon them is very thick and rich, and the cattle find it their choicest pasturage. It was in this portion of the old manor, called especially the guard, while the other was called the court, that Stenson had lived for 20 years. Of late, he had become so old and feeble that he hardly ever left his own house, which was well warmed, very neatly furnished, and painted on the outside of an iron rust red. Here he was certainly very conveniently situated. His dwelling rooms were separate from his nephew's lodging, and he had a kitchen in one small edifice and a dairy in another. This only served, however, to render the existence of the mysterious old man more monotonous and melancholy. It was observed, or at least it had been observed when the house was built, how careful he had been to have all the doors and windows looking away from the tower. The only communication between the two buildings was a small side door, and to reach Stenson's pavilion it was necessary to go through a narrow, zigzag passage. It looked as if he had been afraid to have a door opening directly towards the tower, lest he should see it. But he may have barricaded himself in this way merely as a precaution against the west wind, which blew from that direction. As if in confirmation of the reports current about him, it was extremely rare for Stenson to quit his house, unless to enjoy a little sunshine in the small orchard at the water's edge. Even here he always turned his back to the tower as he walked, and when the declining sun threw the slender shadow of the weathercock upon his alleys, it was said that he would leave them and flee precipitately into his house. as if he were filled with horror and pain by this ill-omened shade. The freethinkers of the new chateau, a major domo and footmen of the modern sort, attributed his peculiarities to the excessive caution and timidity carried almost to monomania of a frail and sickly old man. But Ulfilas and his companions regarded them as the irrefragable proof that the gloomy old castle was haunted by evil spirits and frightful spectres. Never for 20 years, they said, had Stenson crossed the court and entered the western gate. Whenever business called him to the new chateau, he went by way of the little orchard, at whose base his own boat used to lie in the summer. The presence of the Baron at the new chateau, his usual residence when he was not attending his duties as a member of the Stenderne, or Diet, made no changes in Stenson's daily life. But still, Ulfilas had for some days observed that his uncle was singularly agitated. He asked questions concerning the donjon, as if he was solicitous about the preservation of this accursed old giant. He inquired of Ulf whether he went there from time to time to ventilate the bear room, at what hours his visits were made, and whether he had seen anything remarkable there. Today, Ulf, not without remorse, but without hesitation, told him a lie. He shook his head and shrugged his shoulders as a sign that he had seen nothing new. In fact, Ulf had strong reasons for hoping that Stenson, who was confined to his room by the cold, would not learn anything about what had happened, and he had heard the rattling of certain crowns intended for him in the pocket of Monsieur Goeffler, without seeing any signs that the old vaults of Stolborg proposed to crumble with indignation for so small a matter. Without being greedy, Ulf did not dislike making a little money, and perhaps he was beginning to feel somewhat reconciled to the donjon. After telling this direct falsehood and serving his uncle's second meal, he was going away when the old man asked for a certain Bible which he seldom used, and which stood on a particular shelf of his library. Stenson directed him to place it before him on the table, and then motioned him to retire. Ulf, however, was curious to see what his uncle was about, and, as he was very certain that he would not be heard, he came in again in a moment, and standing behind the old man's chair, peeped over and saw him pass the knife at random between the leaves of the large book, and then open it, and look attentively at the verse where the point of the knife had stopped. 3 times he tried this experiment, a practice half devout and half cabalistic that prevails even among the Catholics of the North for inquiring of the Almighty the secrets of the future, according to the interpretation of the words supposed to be indicated by destiny. When he had performed this ceremony, Stenson buried his face in his hands upon the closed book, as if to consult it with his brain after having questioned it with his eyes, and Ulf went away, a good deal disquieted by the result of the experiment. He had read the 3 verses over his uncle's head. They were these, in the order in which they had chanced to occur. Destruction and death say, "We have heard the fame thereof with our ears. Did I not weep for him that was in trouble? Was not my soul grieved for the poor? A good man leaveth an inheritance to his children's children, and the wealth of the sinner is laid up for the just." End of section 15. Read by Tim Rowe in London. January 2024.
Section 16 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Snowman by George Sand. Chapter 7, Part 2.
Christian had no time to employ his imagination in the hunting for answers to this riddle. The day was rapidly drawing to a close. It was only 1:30 in the afternoon, and already the transparent shadows of the snowy peaks around were lengthening upon the blue surface of the lake. It was a beautiful sight, and, had his affairs permitted, Christian would have loved to gaze upon it. These short northern days have aspects infinitely picturesque, and even at noon they are full of striking effects, as painters say, resulting from the obliquity of the sun's rays, which cover the landscape with strong lights and shades, such as in other countries only visible at morning and evening. This is probably the reason of the beautiful sunlight which northern travellers are so enthusiastic about. It is not alone the extraordinary landscapes, impetuous waterfalls, immense lakes, and splendid auroras of Sweden and Norway, of which they retain such intoxicating recollections. Quite as remarkable, they affirm, is the delicious purity of the atmosphere, in which even the most trifling objects assume a brightness and a charm of which nothing anywhere else can give an idea. But our hero, while he observed the beauty of the heavens, observed also the swift decline of the day, and discerned afar off the actual preparations for the very entertainment for which, in fulfillment of his engagement, he was to be in part responsible. The chimneys of the new chateau were sending out thick columns of black smoke that showed strongly against the evening sky, flecked with rosy and pearl-hued clouds. Gunshots, repeated by the muffled echoes of the snowy hills, announced that the huntsmen were at work to supply the spits of those Pantagruelian fireplaces. Busy messengers on skates were speeding in all directions, crossing each other's tracks and occasionally falling headlong upon the ice of the lake. All of the country road was being ransacked for everything it could furnish, from the monstrous back logs that were to adorn the fires in every room of the house down to the poor little white partridge which had trusted to his winter's garb to protect it from the sagacious eye of man and the pitiless scent of the hunting dog. The fifth night of the Christmas festivities, for this was December 28th, promised to be a splendid one. Christian alone was not enjoying the prospect. He was becoming impatient for the return of Puffo. Having resumed his poor devil suit, pulled his abundant hair over his handsome forehead, and a steeple-crowned hat down over his eyes, he went to hunt up his subordinate in the court, in the guard, and even in the kitchen, where he had so frightened Ulfilas the evening before. It had never occurred to him to go down into the cellar. If he had, he would have discovered Puffo established in the very paradise of his dreams. He was about returning when it occurred to him to explore Stence's little fruit garden. With a preliminary glance to be sure that the old overseer whom he had alarmed so much was not there, he descended the steep walk that led down to the edge of the lake. From this point he could see the whole length of the guard, built along the slope that plunged down to the little bay. The old mansionry was so well united to the rock that one could hardly distinguish the natural from the artificial fortification, especially under the clothing of long wall plants crystallized by the frost and hanging down below into the lake. But they were deeply embedded in the ice. As he stood there, he tried to trace the route he had followed the day before on his expedition into the secret passage of the Bear Room. We promised the reader an account of this expedition, and this is the proper time for it. It will be remembered that in setting out to hunt up something for supper, he had ventured into a passage hidden by a door very neatly fitted into the woodwork and leading from under the stairs which he supposed might conduct to the lodging of Monsieur Stanson. Such was, however, by no means the case. After a few steps along a confined passage, Christian had come to a narrow staircase, steep and obstructed with rubbish, as if no human foot had ascended it for a long time. At the foot of the staircase, which was very long, he had found an open door. Surprised at this free entrance to a passage apparently itself so mysterious, he was stepping through it when a gust of wind extinguished his candle and he was left in darkness. He still advanced cautiously a few steps when the moon appeared from behind some clouds, and he saw that he was in a sort of cabin or gallery, opening at intervals upon the lake. The water of the lake penetrated into this gallery, which seemed to be a natural excavation. He followed it for some distance, walking upon the ice the latter part of the way, until he reached at last the small wicket over which he climbed without difficulty, and thus gained admittance first to the fruit garden and thence to Monsieur Stenson's guard. Christian at once recognized this little gate, flanked on either side by two young yew trees cut into a sugar-loaf shape, and, with this for a guide, he was able to recognize the principal points of his nocturnal expedition. Although he had no particular expectation of finding Puffo in that quarter, he passed through the fruit garden and walked along the lake around the outer cliffs in the direction of the dungeon. He was curious to see by daylight the path along which he had made his way the night before, partly by feeling and partly by the light of the moon. He soon came to the entrance of what he had taken for a grotto. It was, in fact, only a deposit of enormous blocks of granite, of that sort termed erratic boulders, that is, blocks isolated from their primitive location and now lodged where they could not have been originally formed. The position of such boulders is due, it is supposed, to some primeval or modern cataclysm, a vast rush of waters, or the slow transportation of glaciers or icebergs, which has brought them from distant regions to their final resting place. Those now in question were rounded like so many enormous pebbles, and their capricious superposition, one above another, seemed to indicate that while whirled along by a tremendous force, they had been suddenly arrested and piled against the micaceous mass of Stolborg, of which they thus became, as it were, buttresses or outworks. 'Twas difficult to walk among them on account of the snow which during the storm of the night before had been swept or rather rolled by the wind into great drifts or ridges, stretching like a vast winding sheet along the range of boulders. Christian found his progress so impeded that he was about to retrace his steps when he was struck by the picturesque aspect of the dungeon towering above him, and withdrew a little to see it to better advantage. He tried mechanically to make out the position of the bare room, and easily recognized it by its one window, about 100 feet above the level of the lake and 50 above the summits of the boulders. The cold was not very extreme, and Christian, who always carried a little drawing book in his pocket, began an outline sketch of the tower, with its lofty escarpment in the rock below and its chaos of gigantic boulders, which were flung together in such a way as to form, like the sandstone rocks at Fontainebleau, covered passages and galleries whose effect was extremely fantastic. While studying this characteristic scene, Christian heard someone singing, at first without paying much attention to the fact. 'Twas a woman's voice, and that of a rustic, true enough in intonation, but veiled and sometimes tremulous, as of an infirm or aged person. She seemed to be chanting a kind of psalm, and, although monotonous, there was something agreeable in the melancholy air. This sad and quavering melody soothed the mind of the artist as it continued, and brought him into the very mood for understanding and representing the features of a locality with which the voice seemed to be in perfect harmony. The words of the chant were at first indistinct, but as Christian listened mechanically, he gradually recognized them as Swedish pronounced with a Dalecarlian accent. The meaning now seemed so strange that he began to listen more attentively. I saw a tower, a square tower by the setting sun. Its gates looked to the north. Drops of poison sweat from its openings. It is paved with serpents. The tree of the world embraces it, the strong ash tree shakes. The great serpent bites the waves, the eagle screams with its pale beak, it tears the corpses, the ship of the dead is launched. Where are the aces and the alphas? They sigh by the entrance of the caves. The sun begins to be darkened, all things perish. But earth, green and beautiful, begins to brighten again from the east, the waters awake, the cascades flow. I saw a palace fairer than the sun upon the top of Gimli. I see it no more. The valor falls again into the night. In these sombre poetical fragments, Christian gradually recognized verses, arranged or repeated at random from the antique poem called the Völuspá. This, considering the rustic pronunciation of the singer, he thought very extraordinary. Could it be that the peasants in that country had preserved the tradition of the sacred chants of the Scandinavian mythology? This seemed hardly probable, and yet who could have taught them to this woman? Christian, who as a traveller was curious on all subjects, resolved to find and cross-examine the singer, as soon as he had finished his sketch. But when he returned his album to his pocket a few moments afterwards, the voice had ceased. He looked all about but could see no one. Supposing that she must be concealed behind the boulders, he proceeded to explore them, and found this not much easier than walking in the deep margin of the snowdrift outside. Within the expanse of the principal cavern, which followed the turns of the rock for some 50 steps, there was no footing except on a floor of ice, very slippery and wavy on the surface, as if the rippling water had been instantaneously frozen on some cold autumn night. However, our adventurer succeeded in discovering the traces of his own steps made the night before, when he had imagined he was walking over fragments of bricks and tiles, and soon he found also the mysterious door by which he had issued from the dungeon. It was now fastened with 2 strong iron staples and a padlock, the key of which had been carried off. This must have been just done. The singer was undoubtedly some dependent like Stenson and Ophelius, who was employed about the old manor. She could not have been far off, for he had heard her singing scarcely 5 minutes before, and she must have been behind the boulders, for Christian could see over the lake in all directions and from top to bottom of the cliffs at the base of the tower, and no one was visible. He now retraced his steps to leave the grotto, which, as it was only lighted by a natural opening in about the middle of the whole extent, was rather dark. Pausing for a moment under this natural opening to look at the sky, he saw between himself and the heavens an object projecting over the rock from the smooth and naked flank of the donjon. This he quickly recognized as the underside of the stone balcony that supported the double window of the bare room, and which was so situated that anyone with a quarter ladder might easily descend through the space between the rocks below, when he would at once find himself under cover in the vault, which they formed just at this place. Christian, always inclined to be romantic, immediately thought out a plan of escape to be adopted in case of siege or captivity in Stolborg. He scaled the irregular rocks that formed the sides of the grotto, and with a good deal of exertion, climbed out through the opening, which he was satisfied had not been made by the hand of man. This examination led him to reflect, as we have all had the occasion to do at least once in our lives, that even in the most desperate situations chances occasionally occur so improbable that they seem to belong, not to real life, but to the world of the imagination. However, still bent upon pursuing the singer, he continued his examination amongst the boulders, between almost any 2 of which there was room for penetrating. Finding no one, he was just giving up the chase, when he heard the voice again, coming this time from much lower than he had supposed it to be when he heard it in the first place. He went towards it, but as he approached the spot where he thought the mysterious rhapsodist must be stationed, the chant, which had suddenly ceased like that of the cicada on the approach of man, was heard once more in another direction, and from much higher up, as if floating in the air above him. Raising his head, Christian now perceived in the side of the dungeon a long fissure half hidden by ivy and extending almost vertically from a window in the upper story, a good deal to the right of the window in the bare room, down to a ruinous part of the wall, below which were some other masses of rock. He even thought that he could see pieces of stone falling along this fissure, as if some person had just made their way into it, but on approaching as near as he could, it seemed to him quite inaccessible, and he went further on.
And now the voice once more began its plaintive chant, and Christian, amused at first, but finally with a feeling of irritation, followed the singer from one place to another in the little chaos of granite rocks. He was constantly disappointed until he really began to be somewhat startled. These savage verses, fragments of a gloomy apocalypse, disconnected and wild as if inspired by delirium, had something frightful in them when heard in that gloomy place in that melancholy evening hour. Christian thought involuntarily of the water witches, who were the center of all the legends of Sweden and the seat of all popular beliefs throughout the north of Europe. Last he persuaded himself that the voice must come from the tower itself. Perhaps some captive was hidden there in a secret dungeon. He called aloud 3 times, using at a venture the mythological name of Vala, that is Sibyl, which the singer in the chant had seemed to wish to appropriate. At this the voice became silent again, as if in confirmation of the superstitious belief of the country, that whenever you succeed in calling one of the malevolent or melancholy spirits who dwell among the mountains by its name, it is either frightened or consoled, and in either case is reduced to silence. But still another thought haunted Christian. As he finally turned to go back to the tower by an outside path, he could not help asking itself whether one of the victims of the mysterious Baron Ollo's, crazed with suffering, was not lamenting in a dungeon under his feet. However, he forgot all about this fantastic idea when he found Monsieur Girfle seated at the table in the bare room. "Well," said the lawyer, without troubling himself to rise, "you came near bringing me into a pretty scrape with your prank last evening. The Baron, strange to say, did not mention a word about it, but the Countess Elveda absolutely would not believe me when I protested and swore that I had neither a nephew nor a natural child." "What, Monsieur Girfle? Did you disown a son who has done you so much honor?" "Did indeed. It would have been quite impracticable for me to keep up the joke or to assume the responsibility of such a mystification. Do you know that you did not escape observation by any means? Quite independently of the scene with your host, everybody seems to have been struck by your silent graces, the ladies especially. In the Countess's room I met 5 or 6 of the more fashionable ladies of the province, who were quite infatuated about you, and when I swore upon my honour that I had nothing whatever to do with this unknown, you should have heard the suppositions and commentaries. Some of them were inclined to suggest that it might have been Christian Waldo, of whom so many adventurous stories are told, but the prevailing opinion was that you were the Prince Royal, travelling incognito about his future kingdom. Prince Henry, who is now at Paris. Yes, and this served capitally to account for the Baron's nervous attack, for he detests the Prince, and would naturally have been agitated on meeting him, by the conflict between his hate and resentment on the one hand, and the respect due to the future heir of the throne on the other. But the Countess Elveda cannot have been deceived by such a silly idea as that. Oh no, certainly not. She knows the Prince too well. But she is extremely fond of quizzing, and she amused herself by pretending to these ladies that you were so much like our future monarch, that she did not know what to think. Only as I was going out she took me aside and said, "You are severe, my friend, in disowning this imprudent young man. For my own part, I thought him very agreeable, and if he does not resemble you in features, he takes after you at least in his wit and distinguished manners." "Why, Monsieur Girfle, that is very flattering to me. But then she persists in believing me your son." "Without doubt, and the more I protested to the contrary, the more she laughed, and insisted that it was impossible for me to disown you since you had so publicly presented yourself in society under my name. 'The wine is drawn,' she said, 'and you must drink it. He is a roguish fellow and is trying to plague you. It is a just punishment of the follies of your youth, to become the parents of such terrible children. Please to observe the stain which you have brought upon my reputation. At last, to rid myself of you, I said that whether son or nephew you had gone away, that I had packed you off in disgrace for having been disrespectful to his lordship the Baron.' Very right, Monsieur Girfle, you did quite right. For as to the Baron, I don't know whether I am dreaming, but I am really beginning to consider him almost as much of a Bluebeard as the reports about him represent. I should have found out all about it if I had more time." Really? Well, you must tell me about it. But in the meanwhile, have something to eat. It is after 2 o'clock, and you must be almost dead with hunger." "I? No, not at all. It seems to me as if I had just got up from table. but we're not eating until almost noon. Well, don't you know that in such a cold climate as this, you need to eat every 2 hours? I've just had coffee at the new chateau. This is dinner now. At 4, we will have coffee together. At 6, we will have the afterward. That is, we will take some soup and bread and butter and cheese while waiting for supper. Good heavens, how you keep at it! I knew perfectly well that that was the regiment of the fat burghers at Stockholm, but you, Monsieur Girflew, were so slender still. Well, do you want me to become a skeleton? I should very quickly if I should vary from our customs. Believe me, you had better conform to them, or you'll very soon be ill. To enable me to obey you, Monsieur Girflew, I need 2 things, time and my assistant Puffo. Now time is flying, and Puffo only appeared to me a moment, and then disappeared, perhaps not to return until tomorrow morning. But could I not help you myself? What is to be done? A good many things, but most of all, to decide upon our piece and run it over together, so that that animal Puffo may be ready to represent it with me. He has a sufficiently good memory if he can have one rehearsal before this performance, but now as we have been travelling some days without doing anything, and as he is probably drunk tonight already. Come, come, you have 5 hours before you, an immense quantity of time. More than I have needed sometimes to prepare a cause a great deal more complicated than your comedies of marionettes. I promise to help you, I tell you, but on condition that you will sit down and eat with me, for I don't know anything more uncomfortable than to eat alone. You'll permit me to be very quick then, won't you? Said Christian, taking a seat opposite the lawyer, and not to talk too much, for I shall need all my lungs this evening. Very well, replied Monsieur Girflew, cutting off for Christian an enormous piece of cold veal, a dish greatly esteemed by the middle class in Sweden, when properly cooked. But what were you saying to me just after you came in? What was it you would have discovered if you had had a little more time? Christian related his adventure, and at the close of his story asked Monsieur Girflew if he supposed the lower part of Stolberg contained any old prison. Upon my word, I don't know anything about it, replied the advocate. It is very possible that there may be some kind of cell in the great mass of the masonry here under our feet, and if so, I have no doubt that it has been used as a prison. Our ancestors were not persons of very refined manners, and even yet our nobility have judiciary rights on their own domains. Do you think it equally probable that the substructure of the dungeon may be serving as a prison now? Who knows? What are you thinking of? That possibly some person may be wickedly buried there, a still living victim of one of the 1,000 dark and secret crimes attributed to the vengeful Baron. Really, it would be strange enough to discover that, said the lawyer, who had suddenly become thoughtful. Are you sure you were not dreaming when you thought you heard the voice and strange songs? Sure, how can you ask? There's no knowing, you said yourself a little while ago, that people are sometimes subject to hallucinations. Now the ear as well as the eyes may become the medium of the illusion, and you ought to be aware, to be properly on your guard, to what an extent hallucinations prevail in Sweden, especially towards the north, where really, with 2/3 of the population, they are a sort of chronic condition. Yes, I know that such visions become contagious when reinforced by superstition, but I beg you to believe that I have no faith in the witches or evil spirits of either lakes, torrents, or castles, and that I could not be influenced therefore in any such way. For I, assuredly, and yet while Christian, there must be independently of superstition something inexplicable in the effects produced by the natural scenery and conditions of the north upon vivid imaginations. It is in the air, and the singular sounds of the ringing, along the ice and the mist full of mysterious forms, and the marvellous mirage of our lakes called the haggring, an extraordinary phenomenon which you must have heard of, and which you may see at any moment. Possibly something of it may result from physical disorders in the circulation of the blood, induced by constantly passing out of the icy atmosphere into the overheated air of our rooms, and the contrary. Anyhow, it is a fact that we find the most reasonable people, those in the most perfect health, and the least credulous, even such as have passed the greater portion of their lives free from illusions, all at once becoming subject to them, even I myself. Go on, I beg you, Monsieur Girflew, at least unless the subject is too painful. You are as white as your napkin. I do really feel quite unwell. I have felt so 2 or 3 times today, but a poor machine is mad. Anything that its reason cannot explain either frightens him or annoys him. Pour me a good glass of port, Christian. Your health. I am glad on the whole that I declined the invitation to dine over yonder. I like better to be here with you in this gloomy room that I can laugh at after all. Well, as you are eating without being hungry to please me, and are listening to me in spite of your own business matters, I will tell you about my hallucination. It is at least as singular as yours. 'Twas no longer ago than last evening, and in this very place where we now are. I was in the other room, quite absorbed in investigating a very interesting legal matter, while my little valet, after making me a good deal of trouble, at last condescended to go to sleep. I had intended to stay with him, by a great effort of patience, for a quarter of an hour or so, not more, for I was hungry, though I did not know that food had been brought. However, the demon of study who has the art of making every pursuit interesting, even that of the law, took possession of me so completely that I forgot everything until my poor stomach was obliged fairly to shout into my ears that it was 11 o'clock at night. Well, I looked at my watch, and sure enough it was 11 o'clock. The truth is that my housekeeper is in the habit of looking after me and calling me to my meals, and I had quite forgotten that in this den of a place, left to the care of that lunatic of an Alphilius, I should not be notified of anything whatever. Niels, as I told you, is a servant whom Gertrude selected for me so as to teach me the duties of the valet de chambre. Well, as I had fasted for full 7 long hours, I got up at once, took the light, and came into this room, where I found the dishes that you had brought on the table. I gave Ulfilas the credit of its rather late hospitality, and set about satisfying my appetite probably rather voraciously. You know already, my dear Christian, that this old ruin has the reputation of being haunted by the devil. At least this is the opinion of the orthodox portion of the community, who account for the circumstance by affirming that it was used not long ago as a chapel by a Catholic lady, the Baroness Hilde, widow of Adelstan, the elder brother. Of Baron Alois of Waldemar, said Christian. But have the Dalecarlians such a horror of Catholicism as that? They abominate it, said Monsieur Girfle, as much as they did the reformed religion before the time of Gustavus Vasa. They are a race who neither love nor hate by halves. As to this demon who haunts Stolborg, old Stenson does not believe in it, but he does thoroughly believe in the Grey Lady, who he says is nothing else than the spirit of the late Baroness, who died in this room more than 20 years ago. An hour before I had been laughing at the apparitions to reassure my little serving lad, but you know how it is with dreams. Very often some careless word heard or spoken in the course of the day, and forgotten the next moment, proves to be the seed from which they blossom mysteriously and without our own consciousness, and so we bear them in our minds until night, when as soon as our eyes are shut and our reason is asleep, they rise up before our deluded vision in fantastic forms, endowed now with tenfold the real significance and perhaps horror. It must be, it seems to me, that hallucinations, that is, waking dreams, obey exactly the same law. I had ended my supper and was about lighting my pipe, when suddenly there swept through the room a shrill melancholy sound, like that of the wind when it rushes through a door suddenly opened. The air was at the same time stirred and chilled, and the flames of the candles that stood upon the table flickered. At the moment, I happened to be looking towards the door of the vestibule, and seeing that this was firmly fastened and motionless, I supposed that Niels had awaked, and had opened the opposite door, that of the guard-room. "Ah!" I cried, as I got up, "there you are again! Do go to sleep, will you, you cursed little coward!" I stepped to the door, thinking that the little rascal had not ventured to open it wider, but had only set it ajar, to be sure that I had not gone away. But this door was shut as tight as the other. Had the child closed it again when he saw that I was there, and had the slight sound he must have made escaped me, while I was looking for my pipe and refilling the stuff? It was possible. I went into the guard-room, but Niels was fast asleep. His little fist clenched. Evidently he had not stirred. I covered up the fire in the chimney, for fear of some accident, and came back into this room where everything was still. The melancholy whistling was not repeated. I concluded that a gust of wind had come in through some open joint somewhere in the woodwork, and resumed my pipe, and the papers which I was examining for the Baron. This business was a rather intricate and subtle law question, and is quite interesting to me, but I need not trouble you with it. All I need say is, that it involved a sudden contract for a sale of property executed some time ago by Baron Adelstan, and that his name, as well as that of his wife Hilda and Bilkson, was repeated in almost every sentence of the instrument. The names of this married couple, both of whom died in the flower of their age, one in a tragical and mysterious manner, and the other in this very room, and probably in that some unfurnished and dilapidated old bed in the opposite corner, may have made some impression upon my mind, of which I was not conscious. I was quite absorbed in my examination, and the fire in the stove was roaring well, when I thought I had heard a cracking on the staircase several times repeated. I was quite startled, and at the same time so ashamed of my own emotion that I would not even turn my head around to see what it was. It was not surprising that the damp old woodwork was beginning to feel the effects of the hot fire in the stove, and that it should occasionally emit those unaccustomed sounds. I went on with my reading again, but now the creaking of the steps and the balustrade was followed by a different sound not unlike the rasping of an iron tool on the wall guided by a hand so feeble and uncertain that it might easily have been mistaken at moments for the scratching of a rat among those old maps. I looked up, but seeing nothing kept on with my work. for I would not permit myself to be disturbed by these unaccountable noises peculiar to all such old rooms, and which are always occasioned in the simplest manner. It is silly to be searching for the causes of such things, when one has more important business to attend to. However, a third and still a different sound compelled me to turn round again and look once more at the staircase. I could hear the large parchment mat that covers the built-up door, shaking and crackling in a singular manner. I saw it rise up repeatedly, it shook upon the rings by which it hangs, and stood out as if some body not unlike a human form was moving behind it. For the moment I was startled in good earnest. It was possible that some thief had managed to secret himself there, and was waiting for an opportunity to spring out upon me. I jumped up hastily to take my sword from the chair, where I had laid it when I came in, but it was not there. For a sufficient reason, I regret to say, observed Christian, it was at my side. I do not know, resumed Monsieur Gerffer, whether I concluded that Ulfilas with unusual neatness and solicitude had put away the weapon. The truth is that I had not looked into my portmanteau, and had not been at all uneasy at not finding my clothes, which I had hung upon the back of the armchair. I am not in the habit of attending to such matters myself, and most probably had entirely forgotten of having placed them there. Not seeing the sword, I had time to recollect myself a little, and to make up my mind that I was unnecessarily alarmed. Nobody could want to kill me, and if a robber had taken a fancy to my furs, the wisest course would be to let him have the small amount it contained without resistance. So I returned and advanced towards the chairs, quite coolly and resolutely, I give you my word. And exactly at this moment, it was that the hallucination took place. There, stay a moment, Christian. Look at the portrait to the right of the window. I have already tried to see it, said Christian, but the light is so bad where it hangs, and the flies or the damp have defaced it so much that I could hardly make it out at all. Well then, take a light and look at it. It is getting dark at any rate, and it will soon be time to light up. Christian lit the three-branched candlestick that had been left on the table, stood up on a chair, and with the help of his album, which he held between his eyes and flickering lights, proceeded to examine the picture carefully. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Snowman by George Sand, Chapter 7, Part 3. I see it very indistinctly still, he said. It is a portrait of a rather tall woman elegantly formed. She is seated and wears a black veil, as is the custom with Swedish ladies in winter, to protect their eyes from the glare of the snow. I can see her hands, which are very well painted and very beautiful. The dress is pale grey satin, with bows of black velvet. Is it the portrait of the Grey Lady? Exactly. It is the Baroness Hilda. Let me see the face, then. I catch it now. It is handsome, an agreeable and sweet countenance. Stay with a moment, Monsieur Gerffer. That face inspires me with a feeling of sympathy, moves me. So you don't care to listen to my story any longer? That's all, yes, indeed I do. I'm pressed for time, and yet your adventure interests me so much that I must hear the end of it. I'm ready. Well then, continued the lawyer, as my eyes again fell upon that great map of Sweden which is now so still, a human figure came out from under it, lifting it aside as one does a tapestry curtain. 'Twas the figure of a tall and thin woman, not slender and beautiful as the original of the portrait must have been, but livid and wasted, as if she had just risen from the tomb. And the grey dress, too, soiled and worn with the black ribbons unfastened and hanging loose, seemed to be trailing with it the very earth of the grave. My dear friend, so horrible, so frightful was this painful vision, that I closed my eyes to avoid seeing it when I opened them again, but whether in the moment or in a second, I cannot say, for I took no account of time, the figure was standing upon the floor directly before me. She had descended the stairs, I have heard them creaking again, and was staring at me with haggard eyes, and with a fixity that I can only call cadaverous, so totally was it devoid of thought, interest, or even life. It was really a corpse standing upright there within 2 steps of me. As for me, I remained motionless, like one fascinated, a very ugly-looking object myself probably, and with my hair standing up on my head for what I know. Upon my word, said Christian, a disagreeable apparition enough. I believe if I had been in your place, I should certainly have sworn or broken something. Did this last long? I don't know. It seemed to me that it would never end. I shut my eyes again to lose sight of it, and when I responded then, the spectre was moving towards the side of the bed. I can scarcely describe its further movements. It seemed as if it were opening the curtains and bending down to speak to some being whom saw it there, invisible save to those ghastly eyes. Then it turned as if to open the window, though it did not really open it. And finally, it returned towards me. By this time I had somewhat recovered myself, and tried to make a deliberate examination of the face, but this was more than I could do. I could see nothing but those great dead eyes. It seemed as if I were powerless to remove my own from them. Besides, the phantom now passed me quickly. If it noticed me at all, it did not seem irritated or disturbed by my presence. It flitted uncertainly along the room, tried to return to the stairs, and appeared unable to find them. Then the fleshless hands began to feel along the walls, and suddenly it disappeared. Again a rush of wind ran whistling through the room and rang in my ears. It ceased, and as during the whole of this experience I had been perfectly conscious of being in my right mind, I perceived at once the sensation of the unaccustomed sounds, together with the disappearance of the fantastic image. I felt of myself. There was no doubt as to my identity. I pinched my hand and felt it perfectly. I looked at the bottle of rum, but I had hardly made a beginning upon it. Evidently I was neither in a trance nor intoxicated. Indeed, I no longer even felt an emotion of terror, and very coolly said to myself that I must have been asleep standing. I finished my pipe while reflecting upon the affair, and even indulged my imagination so far as to half wish to undergo another such hallucination, so that I might try to overcome it. But the phenomenon was not repeated, and I went very quietly to bed. 'Twas some time before I fell asleep, but I experienced no other inconvenience. But then, said Christian, what should have made you so uncomfortable just now when you were only thinking the matter over? Why, because the mind is so constituted, I suppose. There are emotional reactions by hearing of delusions. You may become a little deluded yourself. Twice already today I have recalled stories of this kind that are certainly either fables or dreams, and yet which embody great and mysterious moral truths. How is that, Monsieur Goeffle? Good heavens! It happened to my own father, who, like myself, was an advocate and professor of law, to see the ghost of a man who had been unjustly condemned to death more than 10 years before, and who called upon him for justice of his despoiled children, and for the rehabilitation of his own memory. He saw the spectre at the foot of a gibbet which he was passing. He looked into the affair, found that the phantom had told the truth, instituted proceedings, and gained his cause. Doubtless the ghost was an illusion, but it was an appeal to my father's conscience. Now, whence came that appeal? From the grave? Certainly not. From heaven? Who knows? Well, Monsieur Goeffler, what do you conclude as to the apparition of last night? Nothing at all, my dear friend, but I am none the less troubled, every little while, with the idea that the Baroness Hilda may perhaps have been the victim of a calumny, and that God has given permission, not that a soul should visit me, but that my own mind should be so strongly impressed with the recollection of her, as to bring her image before my eyes, and thus influence me to make researches into the truth of the matter. But what was the charge brought against this famous Baroness, then? That she fabricated an audacious falsehood, with the design of depriving Baron Alois of his rightful inheritance. Will you please tell me that story too, Monsieur Goeffler? I feel extremely curious about it since you have seen the spectre. Certainly, I intended to do so, and fortunately it is not long. Baron Magnus de Valdemora, who is commonly called the Great Earts, though Earts means properly count, the term is very commonly applied to all nobles of a certain rank and importance, had two sons. The elder, Adelstan, was quick, impetuous, and ardent in disposition, while the younger Alois, at present surnamed the Snowman, was mild, affectionate, and studious. They were both tall, handsome, and strong, and together were their father's pride. His fortune was considerable, an unusual advantage of our country, where the wealth of the nobility was immensely diminished by the reduction of 1680. The right of primogeniture does not prevail with us, but all the sons inherit equally. Still, even half of this inheritance was, it might seem, enough to satisfy either of the brothers, and if there was ever a young man who appeared incapable of jealousy, it was Olos, a youth of calm exterior, inclined to quiet raillery, for whom the father seemed to feel a sort of preference, and who was generally more liked than his elder brother. The latter was of noble character, but his frankness was so great as sometimes to verge upon rudeness. He had early shown an active disposition, and had a passion for travelling and novelty. At 30 he had already been all over Europe, and during his stay in France had acquired certain philosophical views, which caused great apprehensions to the elder members of the family, and even to his father. His friends wished him to marry, and he agreed to do so, requiring only that his bride should be the choice of his heart. Accordingly, he married a beautiful young lady whom he had known in France, the Countess Hilda of Blixen, an orphan of a noble Danish family, who had no other dowry than her mental attractions, her beauty, and her virtue. This was a great deal, you would say, and I am entirely of your opinion. It was also that of the old Baron Magnus, who, although at first disposed to disapprove of the connection as a mere love match, soon learned to love and cherish his daughter-in-law. Some assert that Olos was disappointed at this reconciliation, and that he had tried to make a quarrel between his father and Adelstan. It had been hinted, moreover, that Baron Magnus, who was a strong and healthy man, died in a very sudden manner, both these charges are of old date and absolutely without any proof. What is certain, however, is that from the time of sharing the inheritance there existed a serious misunderstanding between the two brothers. My father himself was present during a certain discussion about the property, when Baron Adelstan spoke in the bitterest manner to Olaus, who had reproached him mildly for having lived so much at a distance from his family and neglecting his home duties and responsibilities in order to gratify his taste for travelling. My father, he said, never knew the value of your hypocritical affection. Perhaps he understands it only too well now that he is in his grave. The bitterness of this sarcasm, and the moderation with which Olaus received it, caused my father to express great disapproval of the frightful suspicion which the elder brother hinted. Adelstan said no more, but he never intimated that he had changed his opinion. Many utterances to his of the same effect are remembered, whose implications have remained without proof, but at least as far as some persons about him are concerned, not without weight. Baron Magnus had not laid aside any such sums of money as would admit of the purchase by one brother from the other of either portion of the real estates, and the question of selling the lands and the chateau therefore came up. Olaus refused the income which his brother offered to settle upon it, notwithstanding that the amount was larger than he himself offered to Adelstan in case the lands should be adjudged to him. The plan of selling had, however, to be given up, for no purchasers came forward. This immense chateau, situated in a remote region of the confines of a wilderness, was no longer adapted to the requirements of modern society, whose tendency is to draw people to the capital or southern provinces. My father, however, succeeded in making a clear statement of the whole revenues and expenses of the estates, and on this basis he fixed upon a proper figure for the annuity to be paid to the one brother by whichever should continue in possession of the domain, and it was agreed to cast lots for the choice. The result was in favour of the elder brother. Olaus showed no vexation, but it is asserted that he was in fact extremely chagrined, and that he lamented to those in his confidence the unjust fate which drove away from the heritage of his fathers a person like himself, accustomed to a country life and fond of quiet, in order to bestow this beautiful residence upon an inconstant and restless being like Adelstan. By such complaints, by the friendly familiarity of his manners, and by liberal gifts bestowed upon the numerous retainers of the house, he formed for himself a party of adherents, who soon threatened to impede the elder brother in managing his affairs and even in maintaining his domestic authority. My father, who was obliged to remain here some weeks, while concluding the settlement of the estate, perceived all this, but he had grown weary of these constant family dissensions, and probably he did less than justice to the frank and loyal character of the elder brother. He seems to have been very much influenced by the plausible manners and apparent goodness of the heart of Olaus, and, except where questions of equity were concerned, in which case my father was rigorously impartial, the younger brother was his favourite. My father went away after having endeavoured to arrange for the residence of both brothers at the chateau. Olaus was anxious to retain at least a foothold at Stolborg, but Adelstan refused to allow him this privilege, with a firmness that seemed somewhat harsh. As soon as Olaus left for Stockholm, where he promised to establish himself, Adelstan sent for his wife, who, during these discussions about the property, had been residing with a friend at Falun together with a young son, then only a few months old, and the young couple went to housekeeping at Waldemora. Now it was, after many suspicious and much gossiping talk, that a secret was discovered, or so it was stated, which the young couple had hitherto concealed from the public. Baroness Hilda was said to be a Catholic. She had been brought up in France, and there, according to the stories in circulation, in compliance with the wishes of an aunt and the circle of her friends, had imprudently devoted herself to theological studies, and had been led away by the pride of knowledge to abjure the religion of her fathers, which she was taught to believe was of too recent date. It was even said that false miracles had been employed, so as to extort from an imprudent vows. On these points I can give you no information of any kind. I might have been acquainted with the Baroness, but no opportunity occurred of bringing us together, and we never met. She is said to have been very intelligent and thoroughly educated. It is quite possible that she may have changed her religion from conscientious motives and intellectual conviction, and for my part I acquit her on this charge with a great deal of philosophy. Unfortunately, the public could not be brought to do this. In Sweden, there is a very strong attachment to the established religion, and the dissenters are so few that they are at once marked out from the rest of the community. They are frequently rebuked, and even persecuted, not so cruelly in less enlightened times, but with sufficient harshness to render their lives painful and miserable. The law even admits of their being exiled. Horrific scandal therefore arose when it was discovered, or was supposed to be so, that the Baroness, who had always been rather lax in her attendance at the parish church, had secretly erected a chapel to the Virgin Mary in this very old dungeon, where, unable to command the services of a priest of her religion, she was in the habit of offering up special and private prayers of her own. Secret worship peasants regarded as little better than sorcery. However, as the Baroness did not attempt to make proselytes and never spoke of her religion, the matter was gradually hushed up. A great deal of good and a lovely character overcame many prejudices. The young couple had now been established at Valdemoro for about 3 years, with the one son whom they idolized. The sweet temper of the Baroness had modified the slight harshness of her husband's disposition, which arose from his uncompromising independence and integrity of character. They were beloved and appreciated, and both the retainers of the family and the neighbors were beginning to forget all about Olaus, notwithstanding the letters that he frequently wrote so as to have the pleasure of signing himself the poor exile. Pastor Mikkelsen, the minister of the parish, whose church you probably saw about half a league from here, was Olaus's most faithful adherent. Olaus had always made a great display of piety, while Adelstan's toleration was excessively vexatious to the pastor, who was somewhat fanatical in his Lutheranism. Baron, moreover, had exerted his influence to have a certain ceremony of the divine service discontinued, namely the employment of a certain staff which the beadle used in his official duty of awakening those who fell asleep during the sermon. The question was brought before the bishop, who decided upon a compromise. The beadle was to be allowed to tickle the noses of the sleepers with a switch, but not to rap them over the head with a stick. The pastor never forgave Baron Adelstein for this assault upon his authority, and still less the young Baroness, who was said to have laughed at this Dalecarlian method of enforcing devotion by blowing with a staff. He never ceased annoying the young Eoch and his wife, and was always stirring up against them the country people, themselves very prone to religious intolerance. In the meanwhile, the young couple persevered in trying to promote improvements on their estate. The Baron was severe in dealing with abuse, and drove off without pity all persons of disreputable character. He also put an end to the shameful practice of inflicting stripes on servants, and to the humiliating relics of the past serfage of the country people. The Dalecarlian peasant is usually well disposed, but he is as far as possible from being a friend of progress. Many of them were loath to part with the old abuses, and found it difficult to reconcile themselves to asserting their personal dignity. One day, truly a most unhappy day, the Baron was obliged to go to Stockholm on business, and as it was the time of the autumn rains, which made travelling difficult and often impracticable, he was obliged to leave his wife behind at the chateau. As he was returning to his home, in about a fortnight from this time, Baron Adelstein was assassinated in the gorges of Fallon. He had travelled on horseback, and, in his impatience to see his beloved Hilda, had ridden on in advance, leaving his people to finish a meal which seemed to him rather too protracted. He was then 33 years old, and his widow 24. His murder made a great excitement and astounded the whole country. In many districts the Dalecarlians are fierce and passionate, and among these mountains a Norwegian duel with knives is still in vogue, but such a thing as a cowardly and secret assassination is almost unexampled. People in the vicinity did not venture to accuse anyone, and indeed they had no grounds for doing so. Certain foreign ministers disappeared suddenly from Fallon, but they could not be traced. Baron Adelstein had not been robbed, and there was but one person in the world for whose interest it was to get rid of him. Some whispered cautiously the name of Baron Olaus, but the majority rejected such a suspicion with horror, and my father first of all. Baron Olaus appeared overwhelmed with despair at his brother's death. He hastened into the country, weeping and lamenting rather too ostentatiously, perhaps, and testifying the most disinterested devotion to his sister-in-law. Everyone was very much edified by his conduct, except the Baroness herself, who received him with extreme coldness, and, after a few hours, requested him to leave her alone with her grief, for which she could not be consoled. The Baron accordingly left, to the great regret of the retainers of the family, whom he had quite overpowered with gifts and kindness. On the very evening of his departure, little Harold, the son of the Baroness, was taken with convulsions and died before morning. Quite to despair by this final blow, the unhappy mother lost all prudence and loudly accused Olaus of having first caused the assassination of her husband, and then of poisoning her child so as to get possession of their fortune. But her cries were unanswered. They did not even reach the outer world. There was no skilful physician within reach to verify the nature of the child's death, and none of her domestics chose to run the risk of seeking for proofs against Baron Olaus. Pastor Mikkelsen, who practiced as a physician in his parish, declared that Harold had died as children often do, from the effects of teething, and that the poor Baroness was unjust and insane, which unfortunately was very possible. Baron Ollos had not gone far when word reached him of his nephew's death, upon which he at once returned apparently as full of grief as the Baroness herself. She, however, overwhelmed him with maledictions, to which he only replied by sad and heart-rending smiles. Everyone lamented her misfortunes. As a widow, a mother, even as an insane person, she was a worthy object of compassion, but no one thought of accusing the generous, the patient, the sensible Ollos. Perhaps he was thought even more to be pitied than she, as being doomed to endure suspicions so outrageous. He was admired, moreover, for not allowing himself to be irritated. His very complaints were uttered in a tone full of tenderness, and he begged Hilda to continue to reside at the chateau and to live with him as a sister would a brother. For my part, I am quite convinced that the Baron is a great knave, and that he did not regret his nephew's death, and yet I am far from considering him an actual monster. He has never seemed to me to be a man of sufficient boldness to commit great crimes. The Baroness had suffered too much, and was in a state of too much mental excitement to be able to judge fully. She charged him with having killed father, brother, and nephew, and all at once she formed a singular resolution, which I think was an act of vengeance and despair, and altogether an ill-judged measure. She called together the magistrates and civic authorities of the province, and declared to them, in presence of all her own household, that she was pregnant, and that she intended to maintain all the hereditary rights of the child whose natural guardian she was. She made this declaration with great energy, and announced that she should proceed to Stockholm in order to leave her condition fully authenticated, and to ascertain her legal rights until the birth of a child. Baron Ollos listened to this declaration with great calmness, and replied in substance thus: "It is perfectly unnecessary to expose yourself to the fatigues and risks of this journey. The hope that my dear brother's lineage will be revived fills me with satisfaction, nor will I consent to a renewal of any controversies. It is evident that my presence annoys and irritates you, and never shall it be said that the disturbed state of your mind was aggravated by any voluntary act of mine. I will myself withdraw, therefore, and will not return here until after the birth of your child, always supposing that you are not deceived as to your condition." Lois did in fact depart, saying to everybody that he did not believe a word of the story of pregnancy, but that he was in no haste to enter into his inheritance. "For the sake of propriety, and in consideration of my sister-in-law's unhappy state of excitement," he added, "I prefer to wait, and can very well afford to do so for a year, if necessary, so that the truth may be established." These were the views he expressed to my father at Stockholm, whither he now immediately returned, and my father, I remember, blamed him for being too confiding and over-delicate. He thought Baroness Hilda had invented this posthumous child, and intimated that it would not be the first time that a widow had brought forward a supposititious heir so as to despoil the rightful inheritor. The Baron, however, replied with infinite mildness: "What would you have me do? I am tired of the hateful suspicions which this exasperated woman is trying to fasten upon me, and can best refute them by proving the disinterestedness of my own conduct. And furthermore, to provide against being pursued by her hatred even here, I think it will be best for me to travel until my affairs can be settled." Shortly after this, Baron Ollos went to Russia, where he was received by the Czarina with much attention, and where he began to construct a web of intrigues whose result has been to make him one of the most tenacious and dangerous of the cat party of the Diet. It has been asserted that his character developed very rapidly during his stay at the Russian court, and that at his return he had acquired such views, manners, and principles as caused him, from that time, to appear totally changed. He was terrible in his tranquillity, something sinister in his smile. He was still friendly and caressing in his manner to inferiors, but his friendliness was contemptuous, and his caresses the soft touch of the covered claw. In short, he was precisely what he is today, except so far as advancing years of ill health have intensified his more gloomy traits, a problematic being who is either the most consummate of villains or the victim of a most strange combination of terrible circumstances. He now entered upon a career of intrigue and crime which the Tsarina had shown great skill in turning to her own advantage, and of which the virtuous Baron himself was very soon heard to speak with complacent admiration. And it was at this time that he began to be called the Snowman, either to signify that his heart had been frozen during his residence in Russia, or that his reputation had, as it were, thawed in the clearer and warmer sunshine of his own country. His surname was made the more appropriate by his physical characteristics, for, in the course of the time, a livid paleness became the habitual colour of his face, his hair turned prematurely grey, his carriage was stiff, and his bloated hands were invariably as cold as death. I must not anticipate. This change in the Baron, which was perhaps only the effect of an exhausting struggle against unjust suspicions, did not become thus striking until after the death or disappearance of all the persons whose existence might have been disadvantageous to him. While still in Russia, he caused it to be reported in Sweden that he was mortally ill, and it was believed by many that this was one of the first proofs of his accomplishments as an intriguer. This report was said to be totally unfounded, and when it was afterwards asked what reason he could have had for the strange whim of declaring that he was dying at St. Petersburg, his enemies alleged that it was to relieve Baroness Hilda from a fear of him, and thus prevent her from coming to have a child born at Stockholm. Unfortunately, I am stating the views of the enemies of Olo, as the Baroness fell into the snare. She remained at Valdemar during the summer, and when her pregnancy was so far advanced that it was impossible for her to travel, she had become quite feeble in consequence of her many afflictions, Baron Olo suddenly reappeared as well as active as ever in the neighborhood of the chateau. There, Christian, this is all I can tell you of the story as it is generally current. The sequel is a secret history. What the facts are can only be conjectured or imagined, until the truth shall be discovered, if any such exist, and shall ever come to light. The Baroness was so frightened at learning that the Baron was staying at Pastor Mikkelson's, that she resolved to shut herself up in the old chateau, which was so very limited in extent, for the new guard had not been built, then it could easily be defended by a small number of faithful servants. At the head of these were Adam Stenson, already grown old in the service at the chateau, and a confidential female attendant whose name I have forgotten. Now, what took place after that? It had been said that the Baron succeeded in corrupting all the guardians at Stolborg, even the confidential waiting woman and the incorruptible Stenson. I would risk my right hand on the faith of Stenson, and indeed, the contained good understanding between this excellent man and the Baron is to me almost conclusive proof of the innocence of the latter. There are two versions of the conclusion of this tragedy. One is that the Baron imprisoned his sister-in-law so closely and made her so unhappy in Stolborg that she actually died of sorrow and chagrin. The other is that she was already insane when she took her abode there, that she soon became liable to dreadful fits of mania, and died amidst transports of impious fury, cursing the evangelical religion and proclaiming the kingdom of Satan. With all these varying rumours, there is, however, one fact certain, and that is that her pregnancy was a simulated one. 10 months after her husband's death, in the last days of the year 1746, the Baroness died at Stolborg, where she had been living for 3 months in a state of bodily languor and mental disorder. On her deathbed, she formally acknowledged to Pastor Mikkelsen and the Baron that she had not been pregnant, but had intended to bring forward a counterfeit child, who was to have been a boy, in order to retain the control of her husband's property and to gratify her hatred of Baron Olos. There is still a third version, which I really only mention with reluctance. It is that the Baroness actually died of starvation in this dungeon, but this Stenson has already emphatically denied it. Whatever the facts are, the last moments of Hilda are enveloped in mystery. None of her own relatives were living, and her husband's family, frightened at the reports that prevailed about her religious opinions, shut their eyes to the whole business and did not move in her behalf. They had, in fact, always liked the compliant Ollers, who flattered their prejudices better than the high-spirited Adolfsson who was constantly offending them. It is said that the story came to the ears of the king, and that he had meant to investigate it, but that the Senate, in which Ollers had powerful friends, requested his majesty to attend to his own business, that is, to attend to nothing at all. My father was in very ill health when Baron Ollers came to tell him his own version of his sister-in-law's death. For the first time my father manifested some surprise and even a disposition to blame the Baron. He told him he had done wrong to expose himself to such grave suspicions, and that if proceedings should be commenced against him his defence would be difficult. The Baron, on this, showed him the declaration of Peter Mikkelsen, in his double capacity of clergyman and physician, in which he testified to the feigned pregnancy of the Baroness and to her death, in consequence of an illness of which he had made a careful diagnosis, and had treated in a skilful and judicious manner, as all the physicians who had since been consulted on the subject had agreed. Moreover, he produced a declaration of the Baroness, signed by her own hand, affirming that she had made a false representation of her condition. This paper my father examined rigorously, and even caused it to be scrutinized by experts in handwriting, but he found it impregnable. Still, I remember that he blamed the Baron for not having called in 10 physicians, instead of one only, for authenticating the facts for his own defence in so weighty a manner. But he never suspected him of any crime or imposture, and in this belief he died a short time afterwards. After a time, murmurs were heard against the Baron, whose conduct began to make him hated, but he very soon made himself feared also. There was no one whose direct interest it was to avenge his supposed victims, and no one came forward generous and bold enough to defy him. I myself would have done this, although then young at the bar, as I should be ready to do this moment if my suspicions were sufficiently aroused. But I was naturally influenced by my father's opinion, and he had never gone further than to find the fault of followers for not being prudent enough in his own behalf. Besides, my father's death took place just about that time, and you can readily imagine that my sorrow, which was very keen, diverted my mind from other objects. I inherited the management of the Baron's law business, and, as I have said, notwithstanding the increasing dislike with which his political conduct and his personal manners have inspired me, I have never from that day to this been able to find the least proof of the crimes with which he is charged, or even to get hold of any probable or reliable evidence on the subject. Among his tenantry and retainers there has been a reaction in opinion about him, as might well have been expected, for as soon as he no longer needed their sympathy, he took no longer pains to make himself popular. His domestics are all strangers, persons whom he substituted for the old servants immediately upon taking possession of the estates, and he pays them in a manner to secure them from blind obedience and absolute discretion. As the only one of the old household whom he has retained, he employed him for being a long steward, but at least he allowed him to retire on account of his great age. He provides him with a suitable retreat and honourable pension, and has always treated him with great respect and even with marked friendliness. This has been supposed to indicate that Stenson was his accomplice, but, Christian, it is the very fact that satisfies me as to the truth of the matter, and which makes my own conscience easy, for Stenson is actually a holy man, a model of all Christian virtues. End of section 17.
Section 18 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Snowman by George Sand. Chapter 8, Part 1. Christian had listened attentively to the lawyer's narrative, and after a few moments' reflection, he observed, "There is a great deal in this history that seems to me extremely ambiguous. I feel sorry for that poor Baroness Hilda. Of all the persons of this drama, she is the one who interests me the most. Who knows whether she did not really die of starvation in this horrible chamber, as so many believe?" "Ah, that is entirely out of the question," cried Monsieur Gaufflet. "The idea really tormented me, so much has been said about it, but Stenson, who assuredly would have never allowed such a thing to happen, gave me his word of honor that he had served and waited upon the Baroness to the last and was with her during her last moments. She really did die of inanition, but it was because her stomach refused to retain food. The Baron spared no pains to furnish her with whatever she desired." "No doubt," replied Christian. "If he is as adroit as your story indicates, he would be unlikely to commit a useless murder. All that he needed was to kill the poor lady with fear or grief. But there is still another explanation, Monsieur Gaufflet, my own version." "What is that?" "That she is not dead." "That is impossible, and still no one ever knew what was done with her body. There, you see? The pastor refused it burial in the parish cemetery. There is no Catholic cemetery here, and it would seem that she must have been buried by night in Stenson's orchard or elsewhere." "Why, did Stenson never tell you?" "Stenson will not be questioned on this point. The memory of the Baroness is at once dear and awful to him. He loved her sincerely and served her zealously, but he refuses to say anything about her religious belief, whatever it may have been, and it both terrifies and distresses him to have the very subject even referred to." "Very well, but what does that say of the Baron?" "Nothing." "That perhaps is saying a great deal." "Very true, but still, silence is not a charge of murder." "Then we need discuss it no further, if you are satisfied, Monsieur Gauffel. And after all, what does it matter to us? The past is past. Only you said that the sight of that spectre has filled your mind with strange doubts." "That was only because it is a weakness of our profession to turn everything into a subject of investigation, though I have always tried to guard myself against it. We have enough to do to arrive at the facts of the different cases with which we are entrusted, without volunteering to batter our brains over those that do not concern us. Beyond a doubt, it is because I have been idle for a few days that my mind keeps at work in spite of myself, and that I have summoned up from the shades of the forgotten past the form of the Baroness Hilda." Particularly, said Christian, as the being who appeared to you was not perhaps a vision, but quite simply some living person whose costume happened to be like that of the old picture? I should be glad to think so, but people who pass through walls are none other than the sad inhabitants of the land of gloomy imaginations. Wait a moment, Monsieur Goffel. You saw the phantom enter, but you have not told me which way it disappeared. I could not, since I do not know. I should say on the same side where it came in. By the secret door, then? Is there one? Did you not know it? No, I did not really. Well then, come and see it. Christian took the candle and lighted Monsieur Gaufflet to the spot, but the secret door was shut from the outside. It was so accurately fitted into the woodwork that it was impossible to distinguish it from the other panels, which were all ornamented with a similar raised molding, and so thick that it gave back the same dull sound as the rest of the oak wainscot. Besides, it was strongly fastened behind by the large bolts that Christian had noticed the evening before. He had left them unfastened, but they had now been bolted, probably by the same hand that had padlocked the outer door at the foot of the secret staircase. Christian mentioned all this to Monsieur Gaufflet, who was obliged to take his word for it, as he had no means of going to certify the facts. Believe me, Monsieur Gaufflet, said Christian, either some old servant of Monsieur Stenson's came in here yesterday to put the room in order, without knowing that it had been invaded, or the Baroness Hilda is kept a prisoner somewhere in the building, either under our feet or over our heads. In the walled-up rooms above, for aught that I know. And by the way, how about that built-up door? You did not tell me where it led to, nor why it was closed. And yet that seems to me a rather interesting circumstance. A very ordinary one. Stenson told me all about it. The room over this was for a long time completely out of repair. When the Baroness Hilda took refuge at Stolberg, she had the door closed up because it let in the wind and the cold. After her death, Stenson had it opened to make repairs in the masonry of the upper part of the building. But as it would have cost more than it was worth to make the place habitable, and as nobody would have ventured to occupy rooms that were regarded as the devil's very headquarters on account of the Catholic chapel that was supposed to have been erected there, Stenson, with the Baron's permission, as he himself told me, built it up solid again with his own hands. He did this both out of economy, there being no further use for the door, and to put a stop to the superstitious stories in circulation about the old building. Still, Monsieur Gaufflet, you saw the supposed phantom come out from behind the map of Sweden that covers that masonry? Oh, that was only a dream. Go and look, Christian. You will be more successful than I was if you can find a practicable door there. Do you think I did not go and examine the place as soon as the vision disappeared? Of course, said Christian, who had already ascended the stairs, raised the map of Sweden, and was rapping at different parts of the wall beneath it. There's nothing here but a wall as thick as the rest, if I can judge by the dullness of the sound. The red paint also is accurately matched and well laid on across the joinings. But did you notice, Monsieur Gaufflet, how this plaster is scratched in the middle here? Yes, I thought it had been done by a rat. Very strange sort of work for a rat. Do you see what regular little circles he has traced on the wall? True, but what of it? Every effect has a cause. That is what I am seeking. Did you not say that among the sounds you had heard there was a scratching? Yes, a grinding as if some tool. Well, do you know what I think it was? Some feeble or unskilled hand trying to break a hole in the wall and look through. It must have been with a nail then, or something still smaller, for the scratch in the plaster is certainly not more than 2 lines deep. Not so much, and yet it has been cut into perseveringly in many places. Stenson may have made those marks to fix in his mind something or other that he did not choose to write down. Come, you must know how to decipher all sorts of lapidary inscriptions. I know enough to say that it is no inscription and belongs to no known language. I hold to my idea that it was an attempt to pierce the wall. See, in each place there is a small hole with beveled edges, made with a blunt instrument, and around it a circle scratched into the white of the plaster, as if a pair of scissors had been used, after the fashion of a pair of dividers, but with one prong, that serving as the feeble support, broken. You are ingenious. Ingenious enough for that. Do you see that little pile of white dust recently fallen on the upper stair? Well? Well, this person, whoever you may choose to consider her, an illustrious captive or an old servant who runs about the building at all hours, came here last night, not for the first time, but for the 20th at least, to try and look through this wall. Or stay, better yet. She knows there is a secret there, some invisible means of opening this invisible door, and she is searching and feeling and digging to try and discover it. If we watch her tonight, we shall find a clue to the mystery. Upon my word, that is a good idea, and I accept it the more willingly because it relieves my mind of a real burden. Instead of being a seer of visions, I should then have seen a real person. I very much prefer to think it so, although I am a little ashamed of myself for having had any doubts on the subject. However, Christian, I must tell you one thing frankly. I do not believe there is any prisoner here, for, in that case, there would have to be a prison and a jailer. Now this room was open on both sides when you arrived, since you came in by one door and went out by the other, and there is no one for a jailer except Stenson, who is honest and devoted. But the Baroness was certainly imprisoned here with more or less severity, and your honest Stenson was employed here then. No, it has never been made to appear that there was any actual imprisonment, and even if it were so, Stenson was not master of Strolberg at that time. Now, when he alone has charge of it, for I presume you do not count Ophelius as anybody. Say what you like, Monsieur Gaufflet, there is some mystery here, and whatever it is, whatever great or trifling, I mean to solve it. But great heavens, what am I thinking about? Time is passing, Puffo does not come back, and here I am amusing myself by inventing a romance when I ought to be thinking about the one I am to perform. I knew, Monsieur Gaufflet, that when you made me eat, you would set me talking and make me forget my work. Well, well, my boy, make your preparations then. I promised to help you, you know. You can't help me, Monsieur Gaufflet. I must have my assistant. I'll go and look him up. Very well, go then. In the meanwhile, I will go and see Stenson, to whom I have not yet had leisure to pay my respects, and who probably does not know I am here. He never comes into these premises. Ah, I beg your pardon, Monsieur Gaufflet. He does. He came in here only a little while ago. I saw him while you had gone out. There, I forgot to tell you of it. He took me either for the devil or for a ghost, for he was in an awful fright and made his escape stumbling and absolutely out of his wits with terror. Posh! Really? Is he so much of a coward as that? But I have no right to laugh at him after imagining that I saw the Grey Lady. He certainly cannot have taken you for her. I don't know who he took me for, perhaps the ghost of Baron Addleston? What? Well, it is possible. There is his portrait opposite to his wife's. It is much your size and figure. Still, in that costume? I had not put it on. I was still in your black clothes. Why, what are you doing now? Masking? No, I only put my mask on my head in case I should have to go as far as to the new chateau to find Puffo. Let me see the mask. It must be very unpleasant. Not at all. It is on a plan of my own, light and supple, all of silk, and lifting upon the head like the visor of a cap that can be put up or down at pleasure. When raised and hidden by my hat, it at least helps to hide my hair, which is so thick that it would attract attention. When it is down, I find it very comfortable. By the way, in this climate, it is in no danger of falling, and I am not annoyed by being constantly obliged to tie and untie a ribbon, which, moreover, is liable to break or become entangled. See what a neat invention it is? Excellent. But your voice, how will you keep from being recognized by that? Oh, that is my talent, my specialty. You know it very well, for you have been present at one of my performances. True. I would have taken my oath that there were a dozen of you in the box. I must see you this evening, by the way. I shall go and sit with the audience, but I don't want to know the piece beforehand. Well, good luck to you, my boy. I'm going to try and extract some explanation out of old Sten about my apparition. But what is that cypress bough that you are putting on the frame of the Grey Lady's picture? That is another thing I forgot to tell you. Monsieur Stenson brought it. I don't know what he meant to do with it, but he threw it down at my feet, and whatever his intention was, I am going to make a memorial offering of it to this poor Baroness Hilda. You may be sure, Christian, that this was also the intention of the good old man. It is either tomorrow or today. Stay a moment. I have a good memory for dates. Mon Dieu, this very day is the anniversary of the death of the Baroness. That accounts for Sten's prevailing on himself to come here to offer some prayer or other. Then, said Christian, as he detached the little slip of parchment which Monsieur Gaufflet had taken for a ribbon from the branch around which it was rolled, see if you can explain the verses of the Bible that are written on that. My time is so short that I will go without waiting now. Stay, said Monsieur Gaufflet, who had put on his spectacles to read the slip of parchment. If you go as far as to the new chateau and find Master Niles, who has not come back here to attend my lunch, will you do me the pleasure to take him by one ear and bring him along with you? Christian promised to bring him alive or dead, but he did not have to go very far to find both his own valet and Monsieur Gaufflet's. He went into the stable, where it occurred to him to look before leaving the court, and there he found Puffo and Niles snoring side by side, and both of them equally drunk. Ulfilas, who could bear liquor better, was walking backward and forward about the place, very well satisfied at not being left alone at nightfall, and from time to time casting a fraternal eye upon the two comrades of his revel. Christian saw how things had gone. Niles, who understood both Swedish and Dalecarlian, had acted as interpreter between the two drunkards, and their growing friendship had been cemented in the cellar. The poor little valet did not require much of a trial to become quite oblivious of his master, even supposing that he had been distressing himself particularly about him before. Now he was lying warm and snug in the dry moss, which they use for litter in that country, with cheeks red and nose on fire, and as well as Puffo had forgotten all about the cares of this vile world. "Very good," said Monsieur Gaufflet to Christian, who met him in the court and brought him to see this touching spectacle. "As long as the little rascal is not ill, I am very well satisfied not to have to wait upon him." "But what am I to do, Monsieur Gauffel?" said Christian, in a great deal of perplexity. "I can't do without this beast of a Puffo. I have shaken him, but in vain. He's dead for the present. I know him. He won't be himself for 10 or 12 hours. "Posh, posh," answered Monsieur Gauffel, who was evidently preoccupied. "Go and select your piece, and don't trouble yourself. A smart fellow like you is never at a loss." And leaving Christian to get out of his difficulties as he best might, he walked on with his usual short, quick, determined step, straight to the pavilion in the New Garde, which Stenson occupied. Evidently the 3 verses of the Bible were whirling about busily in his head. The lower floor of this pavilion was a sort of vestibule, which Ulfilas, who was afraid of being alone, preferred to his own lodging, and where he slept under the pretence of being at hand to wait upon his uncle, whose great age needed constant attendance. Ulf had just come into this vestibule and had thrown himself down upon his bed, where he was already fast asleep and snoring. Monsieur Gauffel was about ascending to the upper floor when he was arrested by the sound of voices and conversation. 2 persons were talking with great animation in Italian. The voice of one of them was pitched in a high key, as is often the case with deaf persons who cannot themselves hear what they are saying. This was Stenson. He spoke the language with a good deal of facility, but with a detestable accent and very incorrectly. The other person, who was speaking pure Italian in a noticeably clear voice, and with a very distinct pronunciation, seemed to make himself heard in spite of the old man's deafness. Monsieur Gauffel was very much surprised to find that Stenson understood Italian, and could not express himself in it either well or ill, for he did not know that he had ever had any occasion to use it. The conversation was being carried on in Stenson's office, which opened into a sleeping room. The door at the head of the stairs was closed, but Monsieur Gauffel, taking a few steps up, heard a fragment of the dialogue in substance as follows. "No," said Stenson, "you are mistaken. The Baron has no interest in making this discovery." "Possibly, Monsieur Steward," replied the unknown, "but it will not cost me anything to ascertain." "Then you propose to sell the secret to the highest bidder?" "Perhaps so. What do you offer?" "Nothing. I am poor because I have always been honest and disinterested. I do not even own anything in this place. I have only my life. You may take that if you choose." At these words, which seemed to imply that old Stenson was at the mercy of some bandit, Monsieur Gauffel sprang up 2 more steps at a stride to come to the rescue, but the Italian resumed with perfect composure. "What should I do with that, Monsieur Stenson? Come, take courage. You can get yourself out of the difficulty by looking up some of your old crowns in your old box. Old people always have one. You found the means of paying Manasses so as to secure his discretion." Manasses was an honest man. That salary was not intended for him, I have no doubt, but he thought otherwise, for he always kept it for himself alone. "You are slandering him." "Well, whether that is so or not, he is dead. And the other, he is dead too. I know it." "You know it? How do you know it?" "I am not obliged to say, but I am certain that he is dead, and you cannot tell the Baron anything you please. I am not afraid of you. Adieu. I have not long to live, so leave me to prepare for another world. It is the only thing that I occupy myself about. Adieu. Leave me, I tell you. I have no money." "That is your last word, is it? You know that within 2 hours I shall have taken service with the Baron." "That makes no difference to me." "You don't suppose I have come so far to be paid with nothing but such talk?" "Do whatever you choose." The door now opened, and Monsieur Gaufflet stepped resolutely up towards the person who came out. He found himself confronting a man who seemed about 30 years of age, and who was quite handsome, though his face was singularly pale and forbidding in expression. The lawyer's eyes met the stranger's as they passed close to each other on the narrow stairway. The gaze of the former was open, severe, and scrutinizing; that of the latter oblique and distrustful. The unknown, however, bowed civilly and passed down to the foot of the stairs while Monsieur Gaufflet proceeded to the top, but having reached those points, both turned for another look, and the advocate was struck with something diabolical in the sallow face below him gleaming in the light of the small lamp that hung before the inner door of the vestibule. On entering Stenson's room, he found him seated with his head resting on his hands, as motionless as a statue, so that he was obliged to touch his arm to make known his presence. Even then, such was the old man's abstraction that he looked up with a stupefied air. It was some moments before he recognized his visitor and recovered his presence of mind. Recollecting himself at last, he arose with a great effort and saluted Monsieur Gaufflet with his usual politeness, inquiring after his health and offering his own chair, which the lawyer, however, declined. On taking his hand, he found it warm and wet, either with perspiration or with tears. Monsieur Gaufflet was deeply moved. He felt a great esteem and affection for Sten, and always treated him with a respect that was the proper tribute to his age and character. It was easy to see that the old man had passed through a terrible crisis, and that he had endured it with dignity. But what could this secret be which this stranger with a suspicious face and cynical laugh appeared to be holding, suspended, like the sword of Damocles, over his head? Stenson had by this time recovered his usual grave and rather cold and ceremonious demeanor. He had never been companionable with anyone. Whether from pride or shyness, he was as reserved with people whom he had known 30 years as with those whom he met for the first time, and he was in the habit, moreover, of replying in monosyllables to all questions, the most important as well as the most trifling. Knowing this, Monsieur Gaufflet had been the more surprised at his connected conversation with the unknown, which he had overheard. "I did not know that you had come to Waldemora, Monsieur Gaufflet," he said. "Is it about the lawsuit?" "Yes, the Baron's suit with his neighbor of Elftelen, who, I think, may be in the right of it. I have advised the Baron to arrange the affair without pushing it to a legal decision. Can you hear me, Monsieur Stenson?" "Yes, monsieur, perfectly." As the old man, from an excess of politeness, always made this reply whether he heard or not, Monsieur Gaufflet, who was determined to have some conversation with him, put his mouth to his ear and took pains to articulate every syllable very distinctly, but he soon saw that this precaution was less necessary now than had been the case in former years. Stenson's deafness, far from having increased, seems to have sensibly diminished. Monsieur Gaufflet congratulated Sten on this, but he only shook his head and said, "It is temporary only. It changes a great deal. Today I hear everything." "Does this not occur when you have experienced some strong emotion?" asked Monsieur Gaufflet. Stenson looked at the lawyer with surprise, and after hesitating a moment, made this answer, which was no answer at all. "I am nervous, extremely nervous." "Might I inquire," asked Monsieur Gaufflet, "who the man was whom I just met going out from here?" "I do not know." "Did you not ask his name?" "He is an Italian." "But what is his name?" "He said it was Guido." "Does he propose to enter the Baron's service?" "Possibly." "He has a bad face." "Do you think so?" "However, it will not be the only one about the Baron." Stenson gave no sign of assent, and his face remained impassible. It was not easy to enter into conversation on delicate and confidential topics with a man whose ceremonious bearing seemed constantly to say, "Talk of your own business to me, not of mine." But Monsieur Gaufflet was urged on by the demon of curiosity, and would not allow himself to be repulsed. "This Italian was talking to you rather rudely," he said with abruptness. "Do you think so?" replied the old man with an air of indifference. "I heard him while I was coming upstairs." Sten's face showed some traces of emotion, but he asked no question, betraying any uneasiness of what Monsieur Gaufflet might have heard. "He was threatening you," added the latter. "With what?" asked Stenson, shrugging his shoulders. "I am so old." "He threatened to reveal something to the Baron which is greatly to your interest to keep concealed." Stenson remained perfectly quiet, as if he had not heard. Monsieur Gaufflet persisted. "Who is this Panassus who is dead?" The same silence upon Stenson's part, while his impenetrable eyes fixed on Monsieur Gaufflet seemed to say, "If you know, why do you ask?" "And the other," the advocate went on, "what other was he speaking of?" "Were you listening, Monsieur Gaufflet?" questioned the old man in his turn, with a tone of extreme deference, but in which there was a distinct accent of disapproval. The advocate felt some embarrassment, but his consciousness of his good intentions reassured him. "Are you surprised, Monsieur Stenson," he asked, after a pause, "that when I suddenly heard an unknown voice speaking to you in a threatening tone, I should have approached to help you if necessary?" Stenson held out to Monsieur Goffel his aged, wrinkled hand, which had become cold once more. His lips moved for some moments without uttering a sound, a natural action with a person unaccustomed to talking and struggling to overcome his habitual reserve. But he hesitated so long that Monsieur Goffel, to encourage him, said, "My dear Monsieur Stenson, there is a secret oppressing you, and you are in serious danger in consequence." Stenson sighed and replied laconically, "I am an honest man, Monsieur Goffel." "And yet," answered the lawyer with emphasis, "your conscience, a pious and sensitive one, is reproaching you for something?" "Something," repeated Stenson, with an air mild and yet firm, as much as to say, "Let me hear what you can allege against me." "You have at least to fear the vengeance of the Baron?" "No," answered Stenson, with sudden decision of tone. "I know what the doctor told me." "Has the doctor given him up? Is his complaint so much advanced as that? I saw him this morning. He looked to me as if he might last a good while." "For months," replied Stenson, "and I may last for years. I consulted the doctor yesterday. I do so every year." "You are waiting for his death, then, to reveal something of importance. But you are aware that he is said to be capable of having people whom he is afraid of assassinated. What do you think on that subject?" Stenson answered by a look of surprise, which Monsieur Goffel thought unquestionably assumed, for it was succeeded immediately by an expression of repressed anxiety. Stenson knew how to restrain himself, but not how to dissimulate. "Stenson," said the lawyer with the energy of genuine sincerity, as he took both the old man's hands in his, "I tell you again, some oppressive secret is weighing upon you. Open your heart to me as a friend. You may rely upon me if there is an injustice to be made good." Stenson hesitated for some moments. Then, taking a key from his pocket, he opened, in an agitated manner, a drawer of his desk, and showing Monsieur Goffel a small sealed box, he said, "Your word of honor?" "I give it to you." "And upon the Holy Bible?" "Upon the Holy Bible. Now then?" "Well then, if I die before him, open, read, and act, but only after I am dead." Monsieur Goffel glanced at the box and saw his own name and address upon it. "You had already chosen me for this trust," he said. "I thank you for it, my friend, but, if your life is threatened, why not tell me the whole at once? There, dear Monsieur Stenson, I am beginning to open my eyes. The Baron—" Stenson made a sign that he would not answer. "He starved his sister-in-law to death." "No," cried Stenson with the emphasis of truth. "No, no, that was not the case. But that declaration respecting her pregnancy, she was forced to sign it. She signed voluntarily of her own free will. I was present and signed it also myself. But what became of her body? Was it thrown to the dogs? Oh my God, was I not there? It was buried with religious services." "By you?" "By my own hands. But you are inquisitive. Give me the box." "Do you doubt my oath?" "No," replied the old man. "Keep it, and ask me no more questions." He once more pressed Monsieur Goffel's hands and took a seat near the fire, and either in reality or by design relapsed into entire deafness. Monsieur Goffel, to divert his mind, and hoping after a little to draw him again into a confidential mood, endeavored to talk with him about the lawsuit on which the Baron had consulted him in the morning. But this time he was obliged to write what he wanted to say when the old man answered with his usual clearness. His opinion was that the mineral property of the mountain track in litigation belonged to the Count de Rosenstein, a neighbor of the Baron. He stated good grounds for this belief, and after searching among his papers, which were all arranged and marked with the greatest care, he laid out the actual proofs. Monsieur Goffel observed that this was his own opinion, and that he should be forced to have a disagreement with the Baron if the latter should persist in seeking to employ him in a bad cause. He added some reflections as to the presumed wicked character of his client, but Stenson showed no signs of understanding these allusions, and as it is impossible to take a person by surprise in a written conversation, Monsieur Goffel had to give up the idea of questioning him further. On his way back to the bare room, the lawyer considered whether he ought to communicate to Christian the understanding he had entered into with Stenson, and concluded that he was, on the whole, bound to silence. He was, besides, not just now in a confidential humor. Agitated by 1,000 strange thoughts and contradictory suppositions, his brain was as actively at work as if he had just been entrusted with a difficult suit full of important questions. The exact contrary was the case, for Stenson had prohibited him from even feeling curiosity. This interdict, however, was altogether null. Monsieur Goffel could not at all impose silence upon the tumult of his hypotheses. However, Christian's attitude made it easy for him to be reserved. Far from questioning him, the young man had forgotten all about their last conversation and was absorbed by his comedy. He was, moreover, very much discouraged, and when the lawyer asked if he had arranged to do without his assistant, he answered that he had been trying in vain to do so for the last hour. He could, it is true, dispense with his services after a fashion, but at the risk of many accidents and undesirable omissions in the presentation of the piece. On the whole, he would have to make such heavy drafts on his brain and strength and undergo such great fatigue that he felt like giving up the whole thing. "It is true," he said to Monsieur Goffel, who was trying to encourage him. "I give you my word that, to use a juggler's phrase, the game is not worth the candle. In plain words, I should tire myself to death without benefit to my reputation, and I should swindle the Baron out of his money. Do you know what I intend to do, Monsieur Goffel? Renouncing the idea of shining in this neighborhood, I shall bundle up all this luggage and take up my line of march for some town where I can look up another assistant, competent to help me in representing and pious enough to keep the oath which I shall extract from him to drink nothing but water, even though all the mountains of Sweden should run down with wine." "The devil! The devil!" exclaimed Monsieur Goffel, greatly discomposed at the idea of losing his fellow lodger. "If I thought I could make these small gentlemen perform a little, but pshaw! I never could learn it." "Nothing easier. Try. The forefinger in the head, the thumb in one arm, the middle finger in the other. That's it exactly. Come, make a bow. Lift the hands towards heaven. That's easy enough. But to make the gestures match the words, and then to find something to say, I can only improvise monologue." "Well, that's a great deal. Come now, argue a case. Lift that arm and forget that you are Monsieur Goffel. Keep your eye on the figure that you are directing. As you speak, the gestures that you would naturally make with your arms and the whole carriage of your person will be reproduced of themselves at your fingers' ends. You only need to be convinced that the Burattino is a real person, and to transfer your individuality from yourself to him. Diantre! That is very easy for you to say, but without any practice, well, let's try it. Suppose I am arguing. What shall I argue, by the way? Defend the Baron from the charge of having caused the assassination of his brother. Defend? I would rather argue against than for. If you are against him, you will be pathetic. If for him, you may perhaps be comic. So be it, said Monsieur Goffel, extending the hand on which he held the marionette and making it gesticulate. Here goes, attend. What accusation can you bring against my client, you who reproach him for an action so simple and natural as merely the suppression of a troublesome member of his family? Why should he be blamed for that? When has it ever been expected that a man fond of money and display should pay regard to the vulgar consideration which you call the right to live? The right to live! We all claim it equally, and if we have the right to live, have we not also the right to live as we please? But if we cannot live without a considerable fortune, without the privileges of an elevated station, if we find that we should die of shame and mortification, fairly burst with ennui, to use a colloquial phrase, unless able to command luxury, castles, credit, and power, if all this is so, why then we possess the right, we demand the right, we seize the right of removing from our path all obstacles whatever which may impede the most expansive, extensive, and radiant development of our whole moral and physical being. In our justification we may— Higher, interrupted Christian, who was laughing at the satirical argument of the lawyer. We may cite, continued Monsieur Goffel, elevating the pitch of his voice, the traditions of ancient times, from Cain down to the great King Birger Jarl, who starved his 2 brothers to death in the chateau of Nyköping. Yes, gentlemen, we point you to the ancient customs of the North, and moreover to the glorious example of the court of Russia of late years. Who of you will venture to weigh petty moralities against the great consideration of a reason of state? I say a reason of state, gentlemen. Do you know what that is? Higher, repeated Christian. Higher, Monsieur Goffel. A reason of state, squealed Monsieur Goffel in a falsetto, for the range of his voice did not extend high at all. A reason of state is, in my judgment— Higher. Go to the devil. I shall burst my pharynx. I've had enough, thank you, if I've got to scream in that way. End of section 18. Section 19 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Snowman by George Sand. Chapter 8, Part 2. Why, no, my dear sir, I did not tell you to speak higher. I've been lifting up my arm to you this hour. You do not observe that if you hold the marionette down there at the level of your breast, no one can see it, and that you will be playing exclusively for your own benefit. See here, your hand must be higher than your head. Come now, let's try a dialogue. I am the counsel on the other side, and I interrupt you in an excess of indignation which I cannot restrain. I absolutely cannot endure this any longer, and since the judges think proper to sit sleeping on the bench before such an abuse of the faculty of human speech, notwithstanding the specious eloquence of my illustrious and powerful adversary, Interrupt me, Monsieur Gaufflet. You must always interrupt. The counsel for the prosecution, said Monsieur Gaufflet, is not arguing at present. I am playing the judge now. Very good, but use another voice. I don't know how. Yes, indeed, you have one hand free. Pinch your nose. Good. The counsel for the prosecution will speak in his own turn. Bravo! I insist on speaking this moment. I demand the right of confounding the odious sophistry of the defense. Odious sophistry? Capital, oh capital, an angry tone. Now I reply, order without principle. I hand you over to the ban of public opinion. Give me a slap, Monsieur Gaufflet. What? Give you a slap? Certainly, my lawyer. I mean, fair in the face, and let it be a loud one. The public always laughs at that sound. Hold tight with your fingers. I'm going to pull your cap off. Now we collar each other. Bravo! Pull the marionette off my fingers with yours and throw it over into the audience. The children run after it, pick it up, examine it with admiration, and throw it back into the theater. Take care and have it fall on its head. The public will almost burst with laughter. God only knows what for, but they always do it. Abuse and blows are a delightful spectacle to the crowd, and under cover of the laughter, your personage marches off the stage with a triumphant air. And we have time to take breath? In good season, too, I have talked myself hoarse. Take breath? Oh, not at all. The operators can never stop to take breath. We must hurry and take the actors for the next scene. And for fear the audience will lose its interest before an empty stage, we must keep up the dialogue as if the actors who just went off were still quarreling behind the scenes, or as if those on the point of coming on were chattering about what had just happened. Plague on it! Why is it a business that would wear out a horse? I don't deny it. Still you get excited and warmed up and keep on growing more and more spirited. Well, let us try another scene, Monsieur Gaufflet. Let us bring out... But I have had quite enough of it, I believe. Do you suppose I want to help you conduct the exhibition? I thought you meant that you would help me this evening. I? What? I go on the stage? Who will know that it is you? The theater will be set up immediately before the door of a room where no one is allowed to enter. There's a curtain between you and the audience, and, if necessary, you can mask yourself, if there is any risk of being met in the corridors as you go in or out. True enough, nobody sees you, nobody knows that you are there, but my voice, my pronunciation, before I should have uttered a dozen words, everyone would say, "Good, that's Monsieur Gaufflet," a fine effect that would have from a man of my age practicing a dignified profession. It's impossible, don't think of it. It's a great pity. You would succeed capitally. Do you think so? Most assuredly, you would have secured me a great success. But that devil of a voice of mine, that everybody knows. There are 1,000 ways of changing that. I can show you 3 or 4 in a quarter of an hour, and that is more than you would need for this evening. Well, what are they? If I were only sure that nobody would suspect me of such a piece of nonsense. Ah, there's an instrument that I can see the use of, a nose pinch. And this one is to be used in the mouth, either on the tongue or under it. Oh no, said Christian. Those are rude contrivances that Puffo uses. You are too intelligent to need them. Now listen and imitate me. Really, said Monsieur Gaufflet, after some experiments that were promptly successful, it is not so bad. I used to act in private theatricals in my younger days, and I did as well as other people. I understand very well how to imitate a toothless old man, a drawling coxcomb, and a pedant that licks his lips at every word. Now, if you will not make me talk too much and fatigue my throat, I will go through 3 or 4 scenes with you, but we must have a rehearsal. What is the piece? Where is it? What's the name? Wait a minute, Monsieur Gaufflet. I have a number of manuscripts that you would be ready with after reading them over once, especially since the one represented, summed up in few words and written in large letters, is always hung up before us inside of the front of the theater. But what I should like in playing with you is to arrange a new piece, which would entertain you more and would give scope to your faculty for improvising. Now, if you will take my opinion, we will go right to work and get one up between us. That's an excellent idea, said Monsieur Gaufflet. Well, quick then, let's sit down here. We can make room enough on this table. What shall the subject be? Whatever you like. Well then, your own history, Christian, or at least some parts of it, just as you told it to me. No, Monsieur Goufflet, my history is not an amusing one, and it would not inspire me with any brilliant fancies. The only romantic part of it is just that which I am myself ignorant about, and I have often taken this as the basis of my Stenatorello's adventures. Stenatorello, you know, is a personage who adapts himself to all characters and all situations. Well, one of my fancies is to attribute to him a mysterious birth, such as mine was, and I often begin my piece by making him narrate the precise circumstances of that story, whether true or false, which the little Jew told Sophia Goffredi. I have sometimes amused myself by the idea that I should some day hear an exclamation or a cry in the audience that would be the means of directing me to my mother. But that is a mere fancy. As for Stenatorello, he is a comic individual, sometimes young and sometimes old, according as I nail a blonde or white wig on his head. Of course, in order to be laughed at, he must be ridiculous. In such a plot as I refer to, and which I propose that we should adopt, he goes about in search of his parents, taking it for granted that he is nothing less than the natural son of a king. Then the action of the piece takes him through a series of absurd adventures, in the course of which he makes various ridiculous blunders, until he ends by discovering that he is the son of a mere country clown. But by that time he has had so many mortifications that he thinks himself fortunate to find food and shelter with his father. Very good, said Monsieur Goufflet. We will make him an epicure and the son of a cook or confectioner. Exactly the thing. That's the idea. Well, shall we begin? Do you write? If you can, do it legibly. My writing can hardly be read. My hand can't keep up with the flow of my ideas, and I scratch away like a cat. The deuce, what a good hand. But what are you doing? Putting down the dramatis persona? Yes, I see that, but you have written in the first act, Stenatorello in swaddling clothes? That is my idea. I am tired of making my poor Stenatorello repeat the story of being let down by a cord out of a window into a boat. If you agree, I will paint that scene instead. Paint it? But how the devil will you do it? I have an old castle amongst my scenery here. What good will that do? I will transform it into Stolberg. We will give it another name, but I will use the same romantic view that struck me so forcibly on the lake at sunset, and of which I made a sketch. You are going to paint? Yes, while you write, whether well or ill, it makes no difference. I have deciphered such quantities of hieroglyphics with my poor Goffredi. Remember, we have very little time. I have whatever is necessary to change my scenes for the requirements of any special occasion. A little dissolved glue in a tin box and a few bags of powdered paint of different colors are enough. The canvas is no larger than the back of my theater, and the colors dry in 5 minutes. That will be about as much time as I shall need to introduce a window into my square tower. See, Monsieur Goufflet, in the first place I render it practicable by making a slit in the canvas with my shears, and then I warm my glue on the stove. With this charcoal I sketch that row of great boulders. Some of them hang over. I studied them carefully, for it is a wonderful group. I give the tone of ice to this foreground. Oh no, it must be water, since we are to have a boat. Where will you get it? In the property box there. Don't you suppose I have a boat? There are ships, too, and carriages and carts and all kinds of animals. I could not get along at all without that collection of profiles that are necessary in all my pieces, and which take up very little room. Another idea, Monsieur Goufflet, I will put the boat in that vault under the boulders. What for? Why, because it will give us a splendid effect. We are to have a very mysterious birth for our infant, I suppose? Of course. Environed with perils? Necessarily. A natural child? As you please about that. A jealous husband? No, adulterers. If this does really happen to be my own story, I should prefer not to be the fruit of an unlawful love. My mother, poor woman, I have perhaps nothing with which to reproach her as saving me from the vengeance of some brother or savage uncle capable of killing me in order to hide a discreditable or clandestine marriage. Very good, I'll be the Spanish nobleman, some implacable uncle who is trying to kill the child. The innocent creature is concealed in the bottom of the lake at the risk of a little drowning after having been thrown out of the window to save it from all danger. Oh, no, Monsieur Goufflet, you are altogether too fantastic. That is not my style at all. I always maintain a certain verisimilitude, even in romancing, for you can neither make people laugh nor cry with impossible situations. No, we must have some regular assassins as ugly and grotesque as they can be made. While they are standing guard on top of the boulders, watching the window, the boat, which fortunately has already stealthily received its precious charge, that's the regular style, glides noiselessly along beneath the rocks under the very feet of the unsuspecting watch. The audience is affected, and all the more because it is laughing at the same time at the faces of the assassins. People like extremely to laugh and cry at the same time, and the curtain falls on the first act amid thunders of applause. Excellent, said Monsieur Goufflet. But while you are moving the boat, will there be no person at the window? Certainly. Have I not 2 hands? With the left I propel the skiff over the limpid waves, and with the right I hold up at the window the faithful waiting woman who has lowered down the basket and who lifts towards heaven her pretty little wooden arms in an attitude of supplication, and prays in a sweet voice, "Divine Providence, watch over the child of mystery." Yes, but the mother, is she not to be seen? No, that would not be the correct thing. And the father? The father is in Palestine. That is a place where we always send the people we don't know what to do with. That will do very well. But if there are to be assassins, a haughty Castilian uncle and a faithful waiting woman, Stentorello must belong to a noble family. The devil! Yes, how shall we arrange that? It is perfectly easy. The child whom we lower from the window is the young Alonzo, son of the Duchess. Stentorello is the son of his Grace's pastry cook. But what is a pastry cook to do? I don't know. It's your business to find that out. If you can keep on painting, you won't help me at all. But only see, Monsieur Gaufflet, how beautifully my sky is coming out. Too much so, it is too prominent. You are right, so it is. What an eye you have, Monsieur Gaufflet. I must bring up the color of my donjon, then, a little. That will do very well. That rosy sky is just about right now and gives a very good idea of the brilliant cloud effects that we have here. But that is not a Spanish sky, is it? Well, why not lay the scene in Sweden? Oh, dear me, no. Don't you see that as we have arranged the play, particularly with that view of Stolberg, that you have been painting a certain comparison might be suggested if you should give your imagination free play with the story of Baroness de Valdemara? Might there not? In reality, there would be no sort of similarity since she had no child. But there are persons who might suppose that we were representing the pretended captivity of the Grey Lady. No, Christian, lay the scene in Spain. It will do much better. Spain be it then. Well, the pastry cook has a son just born who is to grow up into the illustrious Stentorello. Now, the cook of the chateau, who was sent to this pastry cook by order of the Baron. The Baron? That is your fault. You put the Baron into my head by talking of your possible comparisons. Our traitor must be called Don Diego or Don Sancho. With all my heart. Now, the Baron's cook? There, I am as bad as you. Don Sancho's, I mean. What did he send to the pastry cook? A magnificent pie in a basket to be baked. I see, I see. He had placed this basket in the boat. The boatman employed to carry off and preserve the child of mystery does not notice it and thus carries away 2 baskets. Then he makes a mistake and puts the pie out to nurse, and gives the pastry cook the baby to bake. So the good pastry cook brings up both the children, or rather he mistakes and brings up the child of the Duchess. Thus there arise endless entanglements, and we can go forward with confidence to our denouement. Courage, Monsieur Gaufflet. The painting is done, and now for the pen again. Let us arrange the scenes. Scene first, the cook, soulless. Wait, Christian, why not have the child quietly carried down by a staircase? True, particularly as Stolberg has a secret staircase, but it was watched by the assassins. Were they incorruptible? No, but the Duchess is very short of money, while the traitor has his pockets full. Why don't he go himself to the tower where his victim is imprisoned and throw the child out of the window without so much ceremony? I really don't know. We must make it out that the child is not yet born, as they are waiting for the fatal moment. That will do very well. The child, then, must be born at the very moment that Don Sancho enters the donjon and ascends the stairs. Paquito, the waiting woman, lowers down the infant that has just seen the light. But tell me, is the child to be visible? Certainly. I am going to paint it in its cradle. There's a string for the rope. All those things are cut out in profile. They are to be seen from a distance. So the traitor, to his great disappointment, finds the bird flown. What does he do? Shall we make him fall out of the window and break his skull on the rocks? Oh no, keep that for the catastrophe of the piece. It's a capital one. Very well then, in his rage he kills his unhappy niece. A cry is heard and the murderer appears at the window exclaiming, "My honor is avenged!" His honor? I would rather have him say, "My fortune is made!" Why? Because he is the heir of the Duchess. We must not make him a scoundrel by halves, since we are to fracture his skull for him at the end. That is certainly very logical, but... But what? Why, that would be the exact history of Baron Olas as his enemies relate it. A female relative imprisoned who disappears? What difference does it make as long as you are sure that the story is not true? I am as sure as it is possible to be, and yet, do you know with your mysterious voice, your idea of a prisoner in the vaults down below, your explanation of my last night's vision, and your verses from the Bible, you have made me a perfect dreamer. My mind is filled with all sorts of strange notions. But as there is every reason to believe that these notions are nothing more than the work of our own imaginations, We shall run no risk of offending anyone, and besides, Monsieur Gaufflet, even if under my mask and with my assumed name of Christian Waldo I should awaken unpleasant memories in the Baron's mind, please to tell me what difference that will make to me, or to you either, since you will be perfectly incognito as well as myself. But it will be easy for the Baron to have me watched and discovered. He has only to give orders of some of those rascally servants of his. Oh, if you are to be exposed to any real danger, let us give it up at once. But in that case, we must choose another subject immediately. Monsieur Gaufflet was silent and absorbed in thought for some moments, greatly to the annoyance of the impatient Christian, who saw with anxiety the steady advance of the hands of the clock. At last the advocate, striking his forehead and jumping up with a certain nervous excitement of manner, cried out as he began to pace rapidly up and down the room. Well, well, who can say I am not shrinking from the pursuit of the real truth? Shall I be a mere cowardly courtier of this problematical being? Is it not my duty to satisfy myself once for all? Shall I let it be said that an adventurer, let me rather say a good and handsome child of fortune, who most surely deserves a better fate, that he in his heedless career is courageous enough to defy a powerful enemy, while I, dedicated by my very office to the service of the truth, the appointed defender of human and divine justice, allow myself to be lulled to sleep by a selfish indolence not far removed from cowardice? Christian, added Monsieur Gaufflet, resuming his seat but still with much excitement of manner, go on to the second act. Let us make a terrible thing of it. Let your marionettes cover themselves with glory. They shall be real persons, living beings, instruments of destiny like the players in the tragedy of Hamlet, who terrify and make pale the triumphant criminal, who is finally unmasked. Come, to work. Suppose all the crimes which are charged against the Baron, that he poisoned his father, assassinated his brother, and starved his sister-in-law to death. Precisely, in this room too, said Christian, who was thinking of the scenery for his third act. What a capital scene it will make! We must make the child, the son of the Duchess, of course, come back at the end of 25 years to search out the truth and punish the murderer. We can make the marionettes break down the mysterious wall and discover there, behind that brickwork. I could very quickly get up the scenery for that. I should have time enough. Discover what? Asked Monsieur Gaufflet. I don't know, replied Christian, suddenly becoming thoughtful and even gloomy. The ideas that occur to me are so terrible that I must give up that part of the plot. It takes away all my inspiration, and instead of continuing the piece, I should have to go and break down that wall myself, out of a mere rage of curiosity. Come, friend Christian, don't go crazy. It is quite enough if I am so. This whole thing is nothing but imagination, and I cannot conscientiously attach weight to suspicions which perhaps originate only in an overworked stomach, or a brain restless from inaction. Come, finish the piece, and let it be inoffensive if it is to be amusing. For my part, I must do a little work for myself. I have a portfolio of papers to examine that Stenson gave me, and I must prepare a definite opinion upon them, for I promised the Baron this morning to have it ready, and he may send for it at any moment. Christian accordingly set to work at his drama, and Monsieur Gaufflet at his parcel of papers, each at the end of a long table, to the middle of which they had pushed the breakfast dishes. Euphelius now entered and silently began to rearrange the table. He was in his usual state of half-conscious drunkenness, and shortly he entered upon a long discussion with Monsieur Gaufflet, which Christian neither understood nor heard, as to the merits of a certain soup of milk, beer, and syrup, a national dish, which Monsieur Gaufflet wanted for supper, and which Euphelius claimed to prepare as skilfully as any man in Sweden. By the promise of this delicacy he disarmed the anger of the lawyer, who had scolded him for getting his little valet tipsy. Euphelius, besides, swore he did not know what Monsieur Gaufflet meant, and perhaps in good faith, considering the steady coolness with which he himself carried all kinds of liquors. By 6 o'clock, Christian had completed his task, while Monsieur Gaufflet, who seemed restless and agitated, was still at work. As Christian happened to look towards him, he noticed the fixed and abstracted expression of his eyes. Supposing that this might be the lawyer's usual appearance while at his work, he abstained for a time from interrupting him, but finally thought it necessary to ask, which he did a little uneasily, if he would not read the outline of the piece. Yes, certainly, said Monsieur Gaufflet, but why not read it over to me? Impossible, Monsieur Gaufflet. I must select my actors, arrange their costumes in some sort of harmony, collect my scenes, load my ass, and hurry over to the new chateau so as to take possession of the quarters intended for us, set up the theatre, arrange the lights, etc. I have not a moment to lose. We must begin at 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock? The devil! What a detestable hour! They don't have supper at the chateau until 10 o'clock, and pray when shall we have our supper? Oh, to be sure, the 5th meal of the day, cried Christian in despair, but rapidly continuing his preparations. For heaven's sake, Monsieur Gaufflet, have your supper now and be ready an hour from this time. You can read over the piece while you are eating. Oh, of course, a fine regimen you propose, to eat without an appetite and to read in the meanwhile so as to make it impossible for me to digest my food. Very well, then let us think no more about it. I'll try to get along by myself. I'll do my best. Pshaw! Some good angel or other will come to my rescue. No, no, cried Monsieur Gaufflet, by no means. I'll be the good angel, I promised you, and I'm a man of my word. No, Monsieur Gaufflet, I thank you, however, all the same. You are not used to the business. It will not suit a reasonable man like you to interrupt your important business to put a fool's cap on your head. It was indiscreet in me to think of such a thing. What? Exclaimed Monsieur Gauffel. Pray, what do you take me for? A mere babbler who makes promises that he knows he can't keep, or an old pedant who doesn't know enough to talk good nonsense? Christian saw that the best way to keep the lawyer up to the enterprise was to oppose him, and that the worthy gentleman was really very much in earnest in his scheme of transforming himself into a Merry Andrew without any more preparation than Christian himself required. He continued, therefore, to maintain his show of reluctance as to accepting his services, and did not leave him until he was almost vexed at Christian's doubts, besides being fully resolved, and indeed all on fire to fulfill his engagement, even although he should have to eat his milk and beer soup without an appetite, and no matter how tremendous the violation of all his customary habits. Christian had proceeded halfway from Stolberg to Waldemora, when he suddenly found himself face to face with a sort of black phantom speeding over the ice with uneven leaps. It required but a moment's thought to recognize Monsieur Stangstadius, who, like himself, was carrying a small dark lantern, and who was evidently preparing to accost him. Feeling very confident that he would not be recognized by a person so oblivious of others, he thought it unnecessary to put down his mask or to change his voice in answering him. "Hello, my friend," called out the man of science, without even condescending to look at him. "Do you come from Stolberg?" "Yes, sir." "Did you see Dr. Gaufflet there?" "No, monsieur," replied Christian, who saw at once how dangerous to his colleague's good resolutions the professor's visit might prove. "What?" said Stangstadius. "Dr. Gauffel not at Stolberg? He told me he was lodging there." "He was," said Christian with great coolness, "but he left for Stockholm 2 hours ago." Left? Left without waiting for my visit when I told him this very morning that I would come and take supper with him at the old tower? It's impossible. He must have forgotten it. Forgotten? Forgotten that I was coming to see him? That's a likely story indeed. Well, sir, said Christian, you can go over there if you choose. You will find neither supper nor company. Well, then, I must give it up. But it's the most extraordinary thing. That poor Gauffel must have gone crazy. Turning about, Monsieur Stangstadius walked along by the side of Christian, who continued on towards the chateau. But in a few seconds the philosopher, on reflection, changed his purpose, and talking aloud to himself after his fashion, said, So Gauffel has gone off. Well, he's a scatterbrained, extravagant fellow. But there's that nephew of his, for he has a nephew, a charming young man and a capital talker. He must have told him that I was coming, and he no doubt is waiting for me. I must go over, certainly I must. Stopping abruptly, he turned to Christian. See here, friend, he cried, I have made up my mind to go to Stolberg after all, and as I have been walking a great deal today in the snow, I am extremely tired. Lend me your pony, will you? It would give me great pleasure to do so, monsieur, but if you are proposing to go there after Monsieur Gauffel's nephew... Certainly, yes, Christian Gauffel, that's his name. Did you see him? You are one of the servants at Stolberg, I suppose. Very well, go back there with me. Give me the beast, walk on ahead, and tell them to prepare supper. That's a good idea. Thereupon, Monsieur Stangstadius, without troubling himself to wait for leave from Christian, undertook to mount Jean, whom he persisted in taking for a horse, and whose small stature and quiet pace had impressed him very favorably. As to his load, he paid no sort of attention to that, although it was very effectually in his way. Let the beast alone, will you? Said Christian, annoyed at his obstinacy. Monsieur Gauffel's nephew went away with his uncle, and Stolberg is shut up like a prison. The young man gone too? Cried Stangstadius, in the greatest amazement. Mon Dieu! Some great misfortune must have happened in that family, or both uncle and nephew would never have forgotten my promise. But they must, anyhow, have left a letter for me, and I'll go and get it. They did not leave any letter, said Christian, bethinking of him a new expedient. They directed me to say to some person of the name of Stangstadius at the new chateau that they had been obliged to go away. That is why I am going to the new chateau. Person of the name of Stangstadius? Cried the insulted philosopher. Is that what they said? No, monsieur, that is what I said. I don't know this Monsieur Stangstadius myself. Ah, you said it, did you, you idiot? Person of the name of Stangstadius, indeed. Don't know him yourself, you great beast. Good, by George, I like that. Very well, learn to know me then. I am the first naturalist, but what's the use? Such monstrous ignoramuses as one finds on this poor earth. Stop your horse, you animal. Did I not tell you I wanted to ride? I'm tired, I say. Do you suppose I don't know how to manage any kind of beast whatever? Come, come, Monsieur Naturalist, said Christian with perfect coolness, although feeling very much annoyed at this interview, which was delaying him so unexpectedly. Don't you see that the poor creature's loaded up to his eyes already? What of that? Unload him, I say. You can come back for your load. Impossible, I can't spare the time. What? You disobey me? What sort of savage are you? You are the first Swedish peasant who ever refused to assist Dr. Stangstadius. I will inform against you, miserable rascal. I give you my word. I'll complain of you. To whom? The Baron de Valdemora? No, for he would have you hung, and good enough for you too, but I am kind-hearted. I want you to understand that. I am the best man alive, and I forgive you. Nonsense, said Christian, who could not help at times diverting himself a little with the strange persons whom he encountered in his wandering life. I don't know you, and I strongly suspect that you are not the person you claim to be. You, a naturalist, out upon you. You can't even tell a horse from an ass. An ass, said Stangstadius, diverted at once, fortunately from his whim of equitation. Do you pretend to have an ass there? He inspected Jean with his lantern, but thanks to Christian's solicitude, the animal was so well wrapped up in skins of various kinds that it presented a most fantastic appearance. An ass? It can't be. An ass could not live in this latitude. What you, in your brutal ignorance, call an ass is nothing more than some kind of mule at the most. Come, let me see it. Take off those borrowed skins. Hold, monsieur, said Christian. Whether Stangstadius or not, you have tired me out. I can't talk with you any longer. Good evening. With that, he tickled the legs of the faithful Jean with a switch. The animal broke into a trot, and the two quickly left the philosopher behind them. But soon, Christian, who was always good-natured, felt a sort of remorse for his rudeness. As he reached the edge of the lake, he looked back and saw the poor doctor of sciences following on with much difficulty and many slips and tumbles. He must really have been very much fatigued to have been at all conscious of it, for his identity was concentrated in his brains and in his tongue, and still more to have confessed it, for he claimed to be the most robust man of the age. If his strength should fail him, thought Christian, he might lie down there on the ice, and in this region a moment's sleep out of doors on such a night as this would perhaps be fatal, particularly to a feeble being like that. Come, stand still, Jean, wait for me. He hastened towards Monsieur Stangstadius, who had, in fact, come to a halt and was perhaps revising his determination of going to dine at Stolberg. At this idea, Christian redoubled his speed, but Stangstadius, who was not always so brave as he pretended, and who had conceived strong prejudices against a person so little inclined to bow down before his greatness as his late companion, instantly suspected him of the worst designs against his own person, and recovering his strength, he set off towards Stolberg as hard as he could go. But this did not suit Christian at all, and he began to run also, and quickly came up with him. Wretch, cried the learned man in a broken voice, for his terror and exhaustion had reached a climax. You mean to kill me, I know. Yes, my enemies have hired you to extinguish the very light of the world. Let me alone, you miserable scoundrel. Don't touch me. Think who it is that you are about to lay hands on. Come, come, compose yourself, Monsieur Stangstadius, said Christian, laughing at his terror, and have a better appreciation of people who want to do you a service. Come, get on my back and be quick about it. I am all in a perspiration with running after you, and I don't want to stay here and take cold. Stangstadius complied, though with a good deal of reluctance, but he was relieved when he saw how easily the powerful young man lifted him and carried him ashore. There, Christian placed him on his feet and hastened forward to escape his generosity, for, in his gratitude, the worthy Stangstadius was rummaging his pockets for a 2-sou piece, convinced that this would be a royal gift for one who had the happiness of rendering him a service. End of section 19.
Section 20 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Snowman by George Sand. Chapter 9, Part 1. Christian left the professor to proceed towards the main entrance of the chateau, while he himself sought the side door, which, in all feudal manners, leads to the courts and outer buildings. Drawing down his mask, he called a servant who helped him unload. and then after seeing that his ass was suitably accommodated, he ascended a private staircase leading to the apartment of Monsieur Johann, the major domo of the new chateau. The latter did not wait for him to announce himself. Ah, the man in a black mask," he exclaimed in a benevolent and patronizing tone. "So you are the famous Christian Waldo. Come along, my good fellow. I'll take you to your quarters myself, and you can make all your preparations at your leisure. You have a full hour yet." Assistance was now given to transfer Christian's baggage to the room which was to serve him as a green room, and at his request the keys were put into his hands. Then he shut himself up alone, and having removed his mask to be more at his ease, set to work to mount his theatre, though not without some rubbing of his shoulders. Monsieur Stangstadius was not very heavy, but his deformed body was so singularly angular that he felt as if he had been carrying a great bundle of crooked sticks. He had been shown into a small saloon in which there were 2 doors, one opening upon a passage leading to the private staircase by which Christian had just entered, escorted by the affable major domo, and the other upon the end of a large and richly decorated gallery, called the hunting gallery, where Christian had met Margaret the night before. The theatre was to stand just within the gallery before this door. It was a large folding door, and the spectators were to be accommodated within the gallery itself. Christian, upon measuring the width of the doorway, found that the theatre would just extend across it, so that when the whole was in order, he would be perfectly isolated from his audience, and quite at home in his little saloon. This arrangement, therefore, was an excellent one for securing his own freedom of movement, and his incognito, as well as that of Monsieur Goeffle. From the number of armchairs and other seats disposed in front of the theatre, Christian judged by a short estimate, without counting in detail, that his audience would consist of about 100 persons, conveniently seated, ladies probably, and of 100 gentlemen, more or less of whom would have to stand behind them. The gallery was wide and of unusual depth, so that it was, on the whole, the most convenient place in which Christian had ever exhibited. The vaulted and frescoed ceiling made its acoustic properties perfect. The chandeliers, which were already burning, gave an excellent light, and by merely lighting up the wings of the portable theatre, the dimensions of its little stage assumed exactly the appearance of depth which it required. Christian made all his preparations with the most critical care. He was really fond of his little theatre, and had adapted to it a number of ingenious contrivances which made it something like a miniature of a real theatre. He would, in fact, have been successful as a painter of interiors and of landscape, if the love of the natural sciences had not occasioned him to confine himself mostly to mere decorative work. But his natural gifts were so good that he could scarcely execute even work intrinsically frivolous, without giving it the distinct impress of his own graceful and tasteful originality. His little scenes were accordingly fresh and charming in design, and always produced an agreeable effect. He took the greatest pains with them, especially when he was going to exhibit before an intelligent audience. And if he occasionally felt impatient at having to spend so much time over such details, he consoled himself by recalling the favourite axiom of Goffredi: "Whatever is worth doing at all is worth doing as well as possible, even if it is only whittling toothpicks." Christian, therefore, was completely absorbed in making his preparations. Having cast a precautionary glance around the deserted gallery, he set up the frame of his theatre experimentally in the doorway, with all the scenery and lights, and, stepping out into the audience-room, he seated himself in the best place to judge of the effect of his perspective, so that he might adjust properly the entrances and movements of his actors. The 2 or 3 minutes' rest thus obtained was very welcome to him. He was more or less hardened to the extremes of all climates, but he found that in the overheated rooms of the houses of the north he quickly felt fatigued. He had slept the night before only a few hours in his armchair, and either from the exhausting experiences of the day or from his walk on the ice with the professor of geology on his shoulders, he was overtaken by a sudden and irresistible drowsiness, and sank into one of those brief naps in which the transition from the world of reality to dreamland is so sudden as to be imperceptible. He seemed to be in a garden on a warm summer's day, and to hear the sand in one of the paths near him crackling under a stealthy tread. Someone was cautiously approaching, and although he could not see the person, he felt an intuitive certainty that it was Margaret. He woke without being startled on feeling what seemed to be a breath stirring in his hair. Quickly recovering himself, he jumped up and found his mask had fallen off and lay at his feet. He stooped to pick it up, without turning round to see who had wakened him, and was startled in good earnest when a man's voice, only too well known to him, remarked, "It is perfectly useless to hide your face, Christian Waldo. I have recognized you. You are Christian Goffredi." Christian, astonished, turned and saw standing before him, in good condition, well-dressed and fresh-shaved, no other than Guido Massarelli. "What, is this you?" he exclaimed. "What are you doing here, when you ought to be dangling at the end of a rope at the meeting of 4 crossroads in some wood?" "I am one of the household," said Guido, smiling calmly and disdainfully. "You're one of the Baron's household? Ah, to be sure, it does not surprise me. After being a swindler and a highway robber, what remained except for you to become a lackey?" "I am not a lackey," replied Massarelli, with the same composure. "I am a friend of the family. Quite an intimate friend, Christian, and you would do well, moreover, to try and be on good terms with me. It would be the greatest piece of good fortune that could befall you." "Master Guido," said Christian as he moved his theatre back into the inner saloon, "it is unnecessary to have an explanation now, but I am glad to know that you are staying here, where I shall be able to find you." "Is that a threat, Christian?" "No, it's a promise. I am in your debt, as you know very well, my dear friend, and as soon as I have paid off my indebtedness here, that will be done as soon as I have given an exhibition of marionettes an hour from this time, I shall make it my business to settle my account with you by giving you the very best flogging you ever had in your life." While speaking, Christian passed back into the green room and began putting out his lights and dropping his curtain. Massarelli followed, closing the doors of the gallery as he did so, and Christian, whose back was necessarily turned towards him at that moment, said to himself that this bandit would be very likely to make use of his advantage to try and assassinate him. Still, he despised him too much to show any distrust, and he went on threatening him with a severe chastisement for his crimes, in a tone as calm as that assumed by the rascal himself. Fortunately for the imprudent Christian, Guido was by no means a courageous man, and kept his distance, ready to retreat in case his adversary should seem disposed to make a present payment on account. "Come, Christian," he began again, when he supposed the young man might have given vent to his first outbreak of resentment. "Let us have a reasonable conversation before proceeding to extremities. I am perfectly ready to give you satisfaction for all my transactions with you, and you have no right to insult with idle words a man whom you know you cannot terrify." "What a pitiful fellow you are," said Christian, beginning to be angry, and walking straight up to him. "Satisfaction from you, you prince of cowards? Oh no, Guido. The way to do with a fellow like you is to slap him in the face, and if he resists, to beat him like a dog. Nobody ever fights with him, you must know that. So drop your high tone, you scoundrel, and don't dare look me in the face. Down with you on your knees before me, or I'll strike you this very moment." Guido, as pale as death, fell on his knees without a word, while great tears, either of fear or shame or rage, rolled down his cheeks. "Very good," said Christian, half in disgust and half in pity. "Now get up and go. I pardon you, but never voluntarily cross my path again, and if we chance to meet, no matter where, don't venture to speak to me. For me, you are dead. Out with you, lackey. This room is mine for 2 or 3 hours." "Christian," cried Guido, rising and speaking with a vehemence affected or sincere as the case may be, "hear me for only 5 minutes." "No, Christian, listen to me," persisted the bandit, stepping before the door of the staircase, which Christian was about to throw open. "I have something of importance to tell you, something upon which your fortune and your life depend." "My fortune," said Christian, laughing contemptuously, "went into your pocket, you thief. It was so little that I don't care much about it either way, and as to my life, try and take it if you think best." "It has been in my hands, Christian," said Guido, who, as soon as he was assured of his enemy's generosity, had recovered all his assurance. "Possibly it may be so again. You had outraged me, and I was strongly tempted by opportunity to revenge myself, but I could not forget that I had once loved you, and even now, in spite of your additional insults, it only depends upon you to have me love you as much as ever. "Many thanks," replied Christian, shrugging his shoulders. "Come away with you. I have no time to listen to your pathetic drivelling. I've known it by heart this long time. I'm not so guilty as you think, Christian. When I robbed you in the Carpathians, it was out of my power to do otherwise." That is just what everybody says who has surrendered himself to the devil. I had surrendered myself to the devil, it is very true, for I was the chief of a band of robbers. My comrades had marked you out for a victim. Their eyes were upon us, and if I had not taken good care to drug you so as to prevent a useless resistance, they would have killed you. Then I am under obligations to you. Is that what you're driving at? That is it, exactly. And I am now in a fair way to make my fortune. Even tomorrow I shall be in a position to restore all that I took from you, forced to do so by men whom I could not control as I wished. A few days later they robbed me myself, and left me in exactly the same ease in which you were left. They did quite right. You richly deserved it. Christian, do you remember the amount that was taken from you? Perfectly. And shall you be at Stolborg tomorrow? I don't know. It does not concern you either. As you please, but tomorrow I shall bring you the money. Spare yourself the trouble. I'm at home at Stolborg, and I do not receive. But yet, silence, I have heard you long enough. But if I bring you the money, the same sum that you took from me? No, I presume not. You drank that out a long time ago. Well then, as the money you speak of can't be the same, and as it must be the proceeds of some theft or of something worse, if possible, I don't want it. Please to take that for granted, and don't trouble yourself with any more talk about restitution. I'm not fool enough to believe you, and if I did, I should promise you just as faithfully as I do now to throw the price of your vile exploits into your face. Christian was on the point of thrusting Guido out, but the latter yielded at last and went. The exhibitor was about to close the door again, when Monsieur Goeffler, all covered up in furs, appeared, ascending the stairs, manuscript in hand. The lawyer had either eaten very quickly or not at all. He had devoured the play, which he rapidly mastered, and, fearing that he would not have time enough to rehearse, had hurried over from Stolberg on foot by the light of the stars. He had concealed his face and disguised his voice in order to inquire for Christian Waldo's room, and in short had used all the precautions of a young lover stealing to a mysterious rendezvous. His head, for the present, was full of nothing but the Burattini. He had forgotten the mysteries of Stolberg as completely as if he had never troubled himself on the subject. However, as he was running lightly up the stairs, he found himself for the second time that day obliged to pass a man of evil countenance who was rapidly descending. This second meeting brought back to mind the strange fancies in which he had been indulging about Baron Olaus, Stenson, and the deceased Hilda. "Stay," he said to Christian, who gaily congratulated him on his zeal. "Look at that man who just passed me, and who is now going along the corridor below. Did he come from this room? Is he a servant of the Baron's? Do you know him?" "I know him a great deal too well, and I was just under the necessity of telling him my opinion of him," said Christian. "That man, whether a servant or not, is the very Guido Massarelli, whose adventures I told you something about this morning, in relating my story." "You don't say so. Well, that is a strange encounter, on my word," cried Monsieur Goeffler, "and it may perhaps give you some trouble. You are enemies, and if you have treated him as he deserves, he will injure you as much as possible." "How can he injure me? He is such a coward. I made him go down on his knees to me." "In that case, well, I don't know what he will do, but it is a fact that he has discovered some important secret." "A secret concerning me?" "No," said Monsieur Goeffler, who was on the point of speaking freely, when he remembered his resolution not to reveal anything relating to Stenson. "But at any rate, you are hiding Christian Goffredi under the mask of Christian Waldo, and he will betray you." "What if he does? I have not dishonoured the name of Goffredi, and I hope the time will come when my singular adventures will redound to my honour rather than to my discredit. Pray, what have I to fear from anyone's opinion? Am I either idle or debauched? I despise all the Massarellis in the world. Have I not already made a chivalric reputation in Sweden and elsewhere under my buffoon's mask? More good actions are attributed to me indeed than I have performed. I have become a sort of hero of romance. Was I not last night the Prince Royal of Sweden? And if this reputation of mine should become too fantastic, cannot I change my name whenever I shall think proper, and adopt a serious profession? It is important upon your account, and that is the only reason I give it a thought, Monsieur Goeffler, to prevent your pretended nephew, who attended the ball last night, from being recognized under the mask of Christian Waldo. But this is the only thing we need trouble ourselves about. Now Massarelli was not here last night, I am sure of it, and he knows nothing about that adventure. Otherwise I should have heard of it. However, in any event, you will only need to repeat what is the truth, and adhere to it, that you have never had either nephew or natural child, and that you are in no way responsible for the practical jokes of a professional jester like Christian Waldo. After all, I am as indifferent upon the subject as yourself, replied Monsieur Goeffler, taking off his wig and covering his head with a light black cap which Christian gave him. Do you suppose I am such a coward as to be afraid of the ogre of this castle? Christian, I am about to make my first appearance as an exhibitor of marionettes. Well, if you should ever be reproached with having earned your living as a showman so as to devote yourself to science, you can reply that you knew a man holding an honourable position in a dignified profession who became your fellow performer for his own amusement, or rather out of kindness to me, Monsieur Goeffler. Kindness for you, if you choose, for I really like you, but it would be wrong to suppose that I feel any distaste for this performance. On the contrary, it seems to me that it will be immensely diverting. In the first place, the piece is charming, comic to the highest degree, and at the same time pathetic in certain parts. You showed your wisdom in avoiding all allusions in the present arrangement. Come, Christian, let us rehearse. We haven't more than half an hour. Let's be quick. Are we all safe here? Can no one either hear us or see us? Christian had some difficulty in preventing Monsieur Goeffler from fatiguing his voice and exhausting himself in the rehearsal. The successive scenes were briefly indicated upon the schedule, and 2 or 3 questions and replies devoted to each of them were quite sufficient to give full command of the principal situations, which were to be the basis of the public improvisation. What was most important was to lay the marionettes in the proper order on the platform behind the scenes arranged for the purpose, so as to find them without confusion when they should be required on the stage, to bring them forward correctly in their turns, and to have a good understanding about their entries and exits, and the main tenor of the story. The dialogue itself they left to the inspiration of the moment. Monsieur Goeffler was the most delightful and intelligent associate Christian had ever had. He was quite electrified by the collision of their wits. He was in a brilliant flow of spirits, such as he had not experienced since playing with Massarelli, then so agreeable and attractive. That distant and now sadly faded remembrance caused him a moment's melancholy, which, however, he quickly shook off as he remarked to Monsieur Goeffler, "There, I hear them coming into the gallery. Be all ready, my dear comrade, and good luck to us." At this moment someone knocked at the further door, and the voice of Johann, the major-domo, asked for Christian Waldo. "I beg pardon," called out Christian, "but you can't come in now. Speak through the door. I can hear." Johann answered that Christian was to be in readiness to open the performance, and that 3 raps on the door would notify him when to begin. At that signal the door would be opened to allow the theatre to be set forward. This being agreed upon, still another quarter of an hour had to pass before the ladies could all be suited with seats, where their dresses and graces would be properly displayed, and where each should be near the cavalier most agreeable to herself, or to whom she most wished to be agreeable. Christian, who was used to such delays, busied himself with arranging the refreshments that he had found in the little saloon upon a table where it would be conveniently at hand, in case he or his companion should want to clear their voices between the acts. When he had done this, both he and Monsieur Goeffler stepped into the theatre, which was covered in with curtains securely fastened in front and at the sides. The back, which was movable, was set far enough to the rear to allow room for several side scenes. The 2 operators now awaited the 3 raps, Christian calmly, Monsieur Goeffler with an almost feverish impatience, which he expressed openly. "What, do you feel vexed?" said Christian. Well, that shows that you're excited. It's a good sign. You will be brilliant. I hope so, replied the lawyer, though to tell you the truth it seems to me just now as if I should not be able to say a single word and should break down. That would be extremely agreeable. It makes me dizzy to think of it. No case that I ever argued before the most august assembly, no question involving the life and honor of a client or my own success ever agitated my mind and strained my nerves as this farce is doing. Will those chatterboxes of women that I hear cackling through the doors never be quiet? Do they want to smother us in this box? I'll break out and abuse them if this continues. Finally, the 3 blows were struck. 2 footmen stationed in the gallery opened simultaneously the 2 sides of the door, and the little theatre was seen to move forward lightly, as if of its own control, and to take its place before the doorway, which it entirely filled. 4 musicians, whom Christian had stipulated for, played a brief quartet in the Italian style. The curtain rose, and the applause which was given to the scenery afforded the operators time to place their marionettes in position for appearing upon the stage. Christian never began his performances without inspecting his audience through a little peephole which he had contrived for the purpose. The first person he saw happened to be the very one he was looking for. Margaret was seated next to Olga in the front row. She was in a delicious toilet and looked positively ravishing. Christian next noticed the Baron, who was in the front row of the gentlemen's seats, behind those of the ladies, and whose lofty stature made him at once conspicuous. He was even paler, if possible, than the evening before. Massarelli did not seem to be present, but Christian saw with pleasure Major Larson, Lieutenant Erwin Osborne, and the other young officers who, on the previous evening, during the ball and after it, had shown him such cordial sympathy, and whose ruddy countenances, already lighted up with the expectation of pleasure, were full of kindly interest. At the same time, Christian could hear them praising the scene. "Why, that is Stolborg," said several voices. "True," said Baron Olaus in his metallic voice. "I really believe that they have tried to represent old Stolborg." As for Monsieur Goeffler, he could neither hear nor see. He was for the moment horribly discomposed. To give him time to recover himself, Christian began with a scene between 2 actors, which he played alone. His voice adapted itself with singular ease to the different utterances of the beings he was representing, and not only did he vary his intonations, he made each character at the same time use just the language which was best suited to its part and position in the little comedy. From the very outset the audience were charmed with his natural and truthful style. Monsieur Goeffler, whose duty it was for the moment to represent an old man, very soon came in with his part. At first he did not succeed very well in disguising his voice, but the audience were so far from suspecting his presence, and were so thoroughly convinced that Christian did all the talking, that there was the greatest amazement at the infinite resources of the operator. "Wouldn't you be willing to swear," said Larson, "that there were 12 persons in there?" "There must be 4 at least," said the lieutenant. "No," replied the major, "there are only 2, the master and his assistant. But the assistant is a mere brute, who very seldom speaks, and who has not opened his mouth so far." "But hark, there are 2 persons speaking. I distinctly hear 2 different voices." "Pure delusion," replied the enthusiastic Larson. "It is Christian Waldo all alone. He can represent 2 or 3 or 4 persons all at the same time, and more too, perhaps. Who knows? He is the very devil. But attend to the piece. It is wonderfully entertaining. I would like to commit his plays to memory, so as to write them out." In spite of all this praise, however, we shall not undertake to enter into the details of this play for the reader's benefit. Such fugitive compositions are like all oral or musical improvisations. It is a mistake to suppose that they would appear so well if transcribed and preserved. Their unexpectedness is a chief part of their attractiveness, and it is just because we can only recall them indistinctly, and that the imagination therefore has full opportunity to embellish them, that we remember them as so charming. Whatever Christian produced in these extempore efforts had always spirit, character, and taste. And as for the imperfections inseparable from an impromptu recitation, the rapid movement of the piece and the artist's adroitness in introducing new characters as soon as he found himself growing weary of those already upon the stage, caused them to be entirely overlooked. As for Monsieur Goeffler, his genuine natural eloquence, his ready wit when excited, and extensive and varied information made it very easy for him to do his part when he had once recovered from his fright. His promptness in seizing any fancy of his interlocutor and making the most of it gave rise to the most entertaining digressions, and the usual amazement at the variety and knowledge displayed in Waldo's dialogue was greater than ever. Although declining to enter into the particulars of Christian's comedy, we must at least explain how it was he had changed the first act, with which in its original form Monsieur Goeffler, it will be remembered, had been so deeply impressed. Restrained by the fear of really compromising the advocate by some unintentional allusion, he had made the villain of the piece a comic character, a sort of Cassandra, deceived by his ward and constantly seeking the corpus delicti, the child of mystery, but without any criminal designs against him. Christian was very much surprised, therefore, as he began the last scene of the first act, to hear a movement in the audience, as if a sort of shudder had passed over it, and a general whispering, which, to his practised ear, skilled in detecting the sentiments of his spectators, even while he himself was speaking, seemed to express blame rather than praise. What can have happened? He asked himself. Glancing at Monsieur Goeffler, he saw that he looked troubled and was tapping the floor with one foot, as if vexed, while he moved his marionette nervously about upon the stage. Christian, imagining that he had forgotten some part of the plot, hastened to relieve him by bringing forward the boatman, and hurrying up the conclusion of the act, he lowered the curtain. This was followed neither by applause nor hisses, but there was a general rush in the audience as if they were hurrying out to avoid hearing anything further. Peeping through his eye-hole before withdrawing the theatre behind the door for the intermission, he saw, in fact, that his whole audience, although not yet dispersed, had risen, and with their backs turned towards the theatre, were discussing some event in low voices. The only words he could distinguish were, "Gone out! He has gone out!" And glancing round the room to see who could be meant, he saw that the Baron was no longer in the gallery. "Come," said Monsieur Goeffler, nudging him with his elbow, "let's move back into the green room." "Why are you waiting? It's the intermission." The theatre, therefore, rolled back within the saloon. The doors were closed, and as he rapidly shifted his scenes for the second act, Christian asked Monsieur Goeffler if he had noticed anything in particular. "The deuce," said the lawyer, with a good deal of excitement. "I've done it finely this time. What do you say?" "Your performance? It was excellent, Monsieur Goeffler." "I was stupid, crazy. It is inconceivable that a man accustomed to speak in public on the most delicate subjects and about the most involved and doubtful cases should have been overtaken by such an accident. Can you understand it?" "But what accident, for heaven's sake, Monsieur Goeffler? What, are you deaf? Did you not hear me make 3 frightful blunders?" "Pshaw! I probably made 100. It happens every day. Nobody notices them." "You think so? Nobody notices them? I'll wager something that the Baron left the room before we were through." "He did. That's the fact." "Is he so very critical that a careless connective or ill-chosen word—" "What? 1,000 devils! That is not the matter at all. I would rather have had my tongue cut out than to have said what I did. While you were stooping down to bring the boat under the rocks, and I was making the men on guard talk, only imagine that I said 3 times the Baron instead of Don Sancho. I did, 3 times. Once by mere oversight, again when I had noticed it, and meant to correct myself, and a 3rd time. I've never heard of such a thing, Christian, to say exactly the very word that one intends not to say. There was some fatality about it. I'm almost ready to believe, as our peasants do, that evil spirits intermeddle with our doings." "It is very curious, really," said Christian, "but it might have happened to anyone. Why are you so much annoyed about it, Monsieur Goeffler? The Baron can never suspect that it was done on purpose, and besides, is he the only Baron in the world? Are there not a dozen of them, perhaps, in the very audience before us? Come, let us attend to the second act. Time is passing, and they may call for us at any moment. If they don't send to countermand the performance— There, someone is knocking. It is the major domo again. Step in under the frame, Monsieur Goeffler. I will put on my mask and open the door. He must see what is going on." End of section 20. Read by Tim Rowe in London, January 2024.
Section 21 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Marianne. The Snowman by George Sand. Chapter 9, Part 2. When Monsieur Gouffle was out of sight and Christian masked, the door was opened to Monsieur Johann. "What is the matter?" asked Christian, going promptly to the point. "Shall we go on?" "Why not, Monsieur Waldo?" asked the major-domo. "I fancied that his lordship was indisposed." "Oh, he often suffers from nervousness when he remains long in one place. It is nothing, however. He has just sent me to tell you that you are to go on whether he returns or not. He would regret to have the company disappointed of their entertainment. But what an odd idea that was of yours, Monsieur Christian, to represent our old Stolberg in your theatre." "I hoped it might please his lordship the Baron," said Christian, with effrontery. "Was I mistaken?" "His lordship is enchanted with the idea. He said over and over, 'Capital, how good it is!' You would think it was the old donjon itself." "I am very glad indeed," returned Christian. "In that case we'll continue. Your servant, Monsieur Majordomo." "Come, Monsieur Gouffle, take courage," he said, when Johann had gone. "You see it's all correct, and that we have only been dreaming all day. Now I wager that the Baron is the best fellow in the world. You will see that he will be converted, and we shall have to canonize him." The Baron concluded to return, after all, and the second act, which was short and lively, seemed to amuse him extremely. Don Sancho did not appear. Monsieur Gouffle made no more slips of the tongue, and succeeded so well in disguising his voice that nobody suspected his presence. In the next intermission he drank sundry glasses of port to keep up his spirits, and during the third and last act, which was even more successful than the two preceding ones, he was, perhaps, a little elevated. The comic scenes in which Stentarello entertained the public, Christian varied with sentimental byplot between other characters. In the last act, Alonso, the child of the lake, discovered that Rosita, the daughter of the worthy couple who had adopted and brought him up, was not his sister, whereupon he avowed his love to her. This well-known dramatic situation is always a delicate one to manage. There is something unwelcome in seeing a brother pass suddenly from a sacred friendship to a passion which, in spite of the change of circumstances, persists, as it were, in seeming unholy. This young girl and Alonso were the only two of his characters whom Christian had not burlesqued. He had represented the latter as a good-hearted young man, with views and pursuits like his own. The audience felt a sympathy for his generous and adventurous qualities, and the ladies, quite forgetting that it was only a marionette which they beheld, were charmed with the pleasant voice which discoursed to them of love with a certain chaste tenderness, and in a frank tone, far different from the mannerisms of the fashionable French pastorals of the day. Christian was familiar with Marivaux, whose works present such a striking union of elaborate thought with simplicity of feeling and passionate emotion. He had been deeply penetrated with all that is true and great in this charming genius, and he really excelled in representing the part of a lover. The scene was too short. It was encored vehemently, and Christian, yielding to the wish of the public, picked up Alonso again (he had already put him off his fingers), and brought him back upon the stage in a manner at once ingenious and natural. "Did you call me?" he said to the young girl, and this simple phrase was uttered with an expression so timid, so profoundly loving, so heartfelt, that Margaret hid her face behind her hand to conceal a deep blush. The fact is that the young girl was passing through a strange experience. Out of all the audience she alone had recognized in the voice of Alonso that of Christian Gouffle, perhaps because she alone had conversed with him sufficiently to remember his voice distinctly. It is true that Christian Waldo made his young lover talk in a higher key than his own natural intonation, but still there were certain inflections and vibrations that startled Margaret every moment. When the love scene came she was absolutely certain, and yet Christian Gouffle had said not a single word of love to her. She kept her thoughts to herself, however, and when Olga, who was cold and sarcastic, nudged her with her elbow and asked if she were crying, the innocent girl replied with artless hypocrisy that she had caught a bad cold and was trying to smother her cough. As for Olga, she, too, was dissimulating, though in a different way.
When the play was over, she pretended to feel a great contempt for the little gentleman, who was such a bashful lover, and yet her heart had been beating violently. In fact, there are some Russian women who are habitually heartless and calculating, but who, nevertheless, have very ardent passions. Olga had resolutely committed herself to an interested marriage, and yet, in spite of herself, she could not help feeling a secret horror of the Baron ever since she had been engaged to him. When he spoke to her after the play, his harsh voice and icy look gave her a chill, and she remembered without, or even against her intention, the soft tones and vivid expressions of Christian Waldo. Upon his side, the Baron seemed to be in excellent humor. The unfortunate Don Sancho, who was to have made his appearance again towards the close of the piece, had prudently been suppressed by Monsieur Gouffle. Between the first and second acts, he and Christian had agreed together as to this modification. They arranged to make Rosita the daughter of Don Sancho, who was supposed to have died during the intermission. She turned out to be the heiress of his vast fortune, and marries Alonso at the end of the play, so as to make up for the spoliation which he had suffered. Adventures, blunders, romantic incidents, and comic scenes, and most of all, Stentorello, with his ingenious selfishness and cowardice, filled out the slender framework of the little comedy, which was received with general enthusiasm, notwithstanding the dissent of Monsieur Stangstadius, who did not listen to a single word, and pooh-poohed everything from beginning to end. He was quite out of patience to think that anybody could be interested in a frivolous affair in which there was nothing scientific. Meanwhile, Monsieur Gouffle had thrown himself into an armchair in the green room, where he was shut up with Christian, and while the latter, always active and industrious, busied himself with taking down, arranging, and folding all the different parts and implements of his theatre, packing all the dramatis personae into their box, and folding the theatre into one bundle, which, although heavy, could be easily carried, the advocate wiped the perspiration from his forehead, sipped his Spanish wine, and, in short, gave himself up, heart and soul, to enjoyment and relaxation, as he was in the habit of doing at home when he took off his professional robe and cap to retire, as he was accustomed to phrase it, into the bosom of private life. This charming man had experienced few disappointments in public life, and few private troubles. What he had really felt the want of, since he had settled down to the sober, tranquil career of a middle-aged man, was novelty, the element of adventure. This he pretended to hate, and thought he did hate it, and yet he suffered from the monotony of his existence, because he possessed a vivid imagination and a great versatility of talent. Naturally, therefore, at the present moment, he was in unusually high spirits, without knowing why. Although fatigued and bathed in perspiration, he was sorry that the play was over, for at least 10 additional acts, ready for performance, were floating in his mind. "I ought to be ashamed of myself," he said. "Here am I resting, while you are hard at work setting things to rights. Cannot I help you?" "Oh, no, no, Monsieur Gouffle, you would not know how. Besides, I have done already. Are you still too warm to think of walking back to Stolberg?" "To Stolberg? Must we return there, and go off stupidly to bed, excited as we are?" "Why, as to that, Monsieur Gouffle, it rests with you to step out of the door at the foot of the side stairway, and then go round to the main entrance and take supper, they have just rung the bell, and enjoy the amusements which, I presume, have been prepared for the remainder of the evening. But my part is played. Since you have denied your own blood, since I can no longer appear by your side under the name of Christian Gouffle, I must go and take something or other to eat, and study a little mineralogy until I go to sleep. Sure enough, my poor boy, you must be tired." "I was before we began. Now I am excited, just as you are, Monsieur Gouffle. In improvising, one is always most wound up when it is time to stop. Exactly when the curtain falls is just the right time to begin. You are full of fire, of feeling, of wit." "Very true. I'll stay with you for that reason, for you would be uncomfortable enough by yourself. I understand all about that state of mind. It is just so when one has concluded an argument. But this is even more stimulating. I would like myself to do I don't know what, this very minute. Recite a tragedy, compose a poem, set the house on fire, get drunk, anything to satisfy this craving of the mind after something out of the ordinary line." "Take care, Monsieur Gouffle," said Christian, laughing. "The last may happen to you." "To me? Never, never. I'm sorry to say that I am sober to excess, stupidly so, in fact. But see there, that bottle is half empty. Half a bottle of port for two. There's nothing scandalous in that, I hope." "I beg your pardon, but I haven't touched it. I drank nothing but lemonade." "If that is so," said Monsieur Gouffle, pushing away the glass he was about to fill, "hence, perfidious beverage. To get tipsy alone is the most melancholy business in the world. Will you come over to Stolberg and drink with me? Or, stay, when I was here this morning I heard somebody saying that there was to be a race by torchlight on the lake tonight, unless there should be more snow. But on the contrary, the weather was magnificent when I came over. Let us join the party. Every one is privileged, you know, to appear disguised during the Christmas entertainments, and faith, I remember this moment that Countess Evelda said something about a masquerade." "A good idea," said Christian, "and exactly to my line. The man in the mask. But what shall we do for costumes? I have 100 or more there in my box, but neither of us could very well bring himself down to the size of a marionette. Or perhaps we can find something over at Stolberg. Not in my wardrobe, then, most assuredly. Well, perhaps in mine. If we can't do anything else, we can put on our clothes wrong side out. But a little imagination." "Very well. Go on, then, Monsieur Gouffle. I will follow you. I still have to load up Jean and receive my money. Take this mask. I have another. Possibly there may be some inquisitive fellows on the stairs. Or some inquisitive ladies, on your account. Be quick, Christian. I'll go on in advance." And Monsieur Gouffle, as springy and active as if but 20 years old, darted down the stairs, pushing his way past the servants, and even jostling certain ladies, very carefully wrapped up, who had quietly crept in to try and see the famous Christian Waldo as he should pass. Christian himself, consequently, attracted no attention at all, and met comparatively few persons when a moment afterwards he followed, carrying his box and his great bundle. "That must be the assistant," they said, "since he's carrying the things. He must needs wear a mask too, the booby." And they lamented their ill success in failing to catch the least glimpse of the face or even of the figure of Waldo himself, who had shot off like lightning. When Christian had finished loading his ass, he returned to the green room, and had scarcely entered it when Monsieur Johann made an effort to take him by surprise, so as to satisfy his curiosity about him. The major domo tried the door stealthily, hoping to enter without knocking, on the pretext of paying the amount due for the exhibition. Christian, conjecturing who his visitor was, resolved to have a little amusement at the expense of this insinuating gentleman. Accordingly, he masked himself carefully, and, leaving but one candle burning, opened the door, which he had not forgotten to lock, with a great deal of politeness. "Have I the pleasure of speaking with Monsieur Christian Waldo himself?" asked the major domo, as he handed him the sum agreed on. "The same," said Christian. "You must surely remember my voice and dress, since you saw me only a little while ago." "Certainly, my dear fellow, but your assistant masks himself too, it seems. He passed me a while ago on the stairs, looking as mysterious as yourself, and wrapped up in a much better style, by George, than he was yesterday when you arrived. The fact is that the rascal, instead of carrying my cloak on his arm, takes the liberty of putting it on his back. I let him do it, for he is a chilly sort of fellow." "Ah, indeed. Well, there is one thing about this chilly fellow that surprises me greatly. That is, that yesterday he was a full head shorter than you." "Does that surprise you?" said Christian, drawing on his powers of improvisation. "Then you cannot have noticed his feet today." "Why, no. Really? Was he on stilts?" "Not exactly, but on pattens 4 or 5 inches high." "But what for?" "Why, Monsieur Major Domo, how can a man as intelligent as yourself ask such a question as that?" "I confess I don't understand it," said Johann, biting his lips. "Well, then, Monsieur Major Domo, you will easily see that if the 2 operators in a theatre like mine were not pretty nearly of the same height, one of them would have to let his head appear, which would not produce a good effect among the Burattini, but would rather look as if an inhabitant of Saturn had come amongst them, or else the other, the shorter of the 2, would have to stretch his arms up so high that he could not endure the fatigue through 2 scenes." "Then your assistant wears pattens to bring him up to your height? Upon my word, that's very ingenious." And Johann added, with a sceptical air, It's singular that I did not hear the noise of those patents when he was going down the stairs a while ago. There again, Monsieur Majordomo, your natural shrewdness seems to be slumbering. If those patents were not well shod with felt, they would make an insupportable clattering in the theatre. Oh, that's the reason, is it? But you don't explain to me how it is that this fellow, vulgar and stupid as he is, can support you so brilliantly. It can't be explained, answered Christian, but nevertheless, it is almost always the way with an artist. He shines on the stage, or I should say, in this case, under the stage, but once outside the theatre he turns dark again, particularly if he happens to have the bad habit of drinking with the servants in the families where he may happen to stop. What? Do you imagine that he has been drinking here with some of your footmen? They must have given you a report of his interesting conversation, Monsieur Majordomo, since you are so well informed about the low grade of his intelligence. Johann bit his lips again, and Christian felt convinced either that Puffo, in his drunkenness, had betrayed his incognito in a measure, or that Massarelli, for a sum of money, had done so without any reserve. The only name that Puffo knew him by was Dulac, but Massarelli had known him under all his successive names, except, perhaps, that of Christian Guffla, so recently improvised. Christian tried to conjecture how this might be, while observing closely the majordomo's evident and keen desire to see his face. He soon came to the conclusion that he was not so curious to satisfy his doubts as to his guest's head, as to ascertain whether or not the performer was one and the same person with Monsieur Guffla's pretended nephew, whose face the majordomo had seen plainly the evening before. Come, confess, the latter said at last, after many insidious questions, to all of which the adventurer had replied very guardedly. If some agreeable lady, a charming young person, say the Countess Margaret, for instance, should ask to see your face, would you be equally obstinate in refusing? Who is the Countess Margaret? Asked Christian, in the most innocent manner in the world, though he felt a great inclination to give Monsieur Johann a box on the ear. Mon Dieu! Rejoined the majordomo. I mentioned her because she is by all odds the most beautiful woman in the chateau at the present time. Did you not see her? Pray, where could I have seen her? In the front row of ladies. Why, do you suppose that when I am playing a piece with 20 actors in it, almost entirely alone, I have time to look at the women? I don't say that, but really now, would you not like to please a beautiful young lady? To please her, Monsieur Johann? Exclaimed Christian, with well-affected emotion. Without meaning it, you are asking me a very painful question. You do not seem to know that nature has been pleased to make me frightfully ugly, and that my unfortunate appearance is my only reason for taking so much pains to conceal myself. It is so reported, replied Johann, but the contrary is also asserted, and his lordship, as well as all the company, and the ladies particularly, are extremely anxious to know what they are to believe. I certainly could not subject myself to the pain of gratifying such a misplaced desire as that. I prefer to supply you with evidence which will enable you to dissuade them. As he spoke, Christian, relying upon the dim light which he had provided, lifted his black silk mask, and, as it were, precipitately, and with a kind of desperate effort, suffered the majordomo to behold, for a moment, a second mask of waxed cloth, so skilfully made that it bore every resemblance to an actual human face. Without close examination by a strong light, no one would have suspected the cheat. And what a face was thus disclosed! Flat-nosed, sallow, and horribly blemished by a great wine-colored birthmark. Johann, in spite of his suspicious nature, was deceived, and could not refrain from an exclamation of disgust. I really beg your pardon, my dear friend, he exclaimed, recovering himself. You are much to be pitied, and yet your talent and your wit are advantages which I envy you. The majordomo was himself so ugly that Christian could scarcely refrain from bursting into a laugh at the idea that he should consider himself so much handsomer than the mask. And now, he said, after replacing the black mask, tell me frankly why you were so anxious to know the extent of my ugliness. Mon Dieu! Exclaimed Johann, after a moment's hesitation, assuming a confiding air. I'll tell you, and, by the way, if you would help me to find out a certain secret, a foolish joke which more than one person here is interested in discovering, you would confer a great obligation, you know what I mean, an obligation that would be munificently rewarded by the master of the house. It is a mere piece of pleasantry. There's a bet about it." "I would like nothing better," answered Christian, curious to hear the communication whose nature, however, he anticipated. "What is it?" "You are lodging at Stolberg, are you not?" "Yes. You would not take me in here." "Where did you sleep? In the bare room?" "I did, and capitally too." "Capitally, did you? The ghost they talk about." "It is not about a ghost that you want to question me. You don't believe in them any more than I do." "True, but there was a strange apparition here at the ball, whom nobody knew. This you might have met at Stolberg." "No, I have seen no apparition." "But when I say an apparition, did you not see a lawyer there, one Monsieur Gouffle, a very able man?" "Yes, I had the honor of conversing with him this morning. He occupies the room there with 2 beds in it." "With his nephew?" "I saw nothing of any nephew." "Nephew or not, a young man of about your height, whose voice I did not notice particularly, but with a very agreeable face, dressed in a black suit throughout, a very good-looking young fellow." "Good-looking? I wish to heaven it could have been myself, Monsieur Johann. But I was so very sleepy that I should hardly have known it even if he had been there. I only saw the drunken fellow whom they call Ulfilas." "And did Mr. Gouffle say nothing of this stranger?" "I don't think he did." "Did he know nothing of him?" "Ah, that reminds me. Yes, I recollect. I heard Monsieur Gouffle complaining about some person who had made use of his name to attend the ball. Is that it?" "Exactly." "But, Monsieur Major Domo, if you were so puzzled about this unknown, why didn't you have him followed?" "We were not puzzled at the time. He had given himself out for a near relative of the advocate, and, as a matter of course, we expected to see him again. It was only this morning, when the lawyer had disavowed him, that the Baron thought of inquiring who the unknown could be, who, under a feigned name, had ventured to introduce himself into the house. No doubt it was some impertinent fellow who had laid a wager about it, one of the students of the Fulun mining school, perhaps, unless, indeed, he really should be a natural son of the advocate, as he himself, it seems, intimated, whom his father, however, does not permit to assume his name." "All that seems to me hardly worth the trouble of so much inquiry," observed Christian, with an air of indifference. "Will you allow me now, Monsieur Major Domo, to go and have some supper?" "Yes, by all means. You shall come and take supper with me." "No, thank you. I am very much fatigued. I must beg you to excuse me." "So you insist on going back to Stolberg? You must be very poorly accommodated there." "Very well, on the contrary." "But have you a bed, even?" "I am to have one tonight." "Does that drunken Euphilas provide you a decent table?" "It could not be better." "Will you repeat your performance for us tomorrow?" "At what time?" "The same as this evening." "With great pleasure. Your obedient servant." "Ah, a single word, Monsieur Waldo. Would it be an indiscretion to inquire what is your real name?" "By no means, Monsieur Johann. My real name is Stentorello, very much at your service." "You are a wag. I suppose it is you who always play that part in the comedy?" "Always, except when it is my assistant." "You are mysterious." "Certainly, in matters that relate to the secret of my theatre. Otherwise, I should have neither reputation nor success." "Well, at any rate, will you allow me to inquire why you named one of your characters the Baron?" "Ah, as to that, you must ask the footman who made Puffo drunk. For my part, I am used to his blunders, and I should never have noticed it if he had not told me about it himself in a great fright." "Had he perhaps picked up some foolish gossip or other?" "About what? Will you be so good as to explain?" "No, no, it's not worth the trouble," replied Johann, who saw, thanks to Christian's adroitness, or perhaps his carelessness, that their relative positions had become inverted, and that he himself, instead of asking questions, was being compelled to answer them. But still he could not help returning to a subject to which he had already referred. "So, then," he said, "it seems you have a scene so much like Stolberg as to be mistaken for it." "I had one that happened to look a little like Stolberg, yes, it is true, but I completed the resemblance on purpose." "Why?" "Why, as I told you, by way of a compliment to the Baron. I always make a point of representing some locality in the neighborhood, wherever I may happen to be performing, so as to add to the attractiveness of my exhibitions. At my next stopping-place Stolberg would be changed again, and a new scene displayed. Did the Baron think it poorly painted? No wonder, I had so very little time. While talking, Christian had amused himself by studying the disagreeable countenance of Johann. He was a man of about 50, rather stout, vulgar in manner, and with features whose expression seemed at first good-natured and apathetic. But even the night before, Christian, as he handed him the letter of invitation found in M. Gouffle's pocket, had detected a sort of inquisitorial watchfulness, veiled by an assumed indifference, in his oblique glance. He was still more struck at present by these indications of a false, hypocritical character, a sort of caricature, as it seemed, of his master's, the Baron. Still, as Johann was nothing after all but an upper servant, without education or real finesse, Christian had no difficulty in playing a better comedy than he, and in effectually persuading him of the perfect innocence of his intentions. And in the meanwhile, for his own part, he obtained from the interview a quasi-certitude in regard to the story of Baroness Hilda. It seemed to him perfectly evident that a drama of some kind had been enacted at Stolberg, and that the Baron had either been terrified or enraged at witnessing his performance, since it had represented in dramatic form, no matter with what intention, this triple conjunction, a prison, a victim, and a jailer. End of section 21.
Section 22 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Marianne. The Snowman by George Sand. In Chapter 10, Part 1. As for Johann, he was assuredly the Baron's confidant, and perhaps had been one of the actors in this drama. He had tried to discover how far Christian Waldo, as a wandering storyteller, had become acquainted with the mystery. But Christian had adroitly insinuated that the servants of the chateau had been guilty of an indiscretion, and, for the present at least, had freed both himself and M. Gouffle from any supposed participation in the matter. We will now leave Christian, who proceeded philosophically to drive the heavy-laden Jean from the new chateau, and revert to certain matters that had been occurring during his interview with the major domo. Let us go back to the moment when M. Gouffle set out for Stolberg. The moon was rising, and the aurora borealis beginning to shine with renewed splendor, and lighted on his way by their combined effulgence, he walked rapidly across the lake, humming a tune, and every now and then unconsciously gesticulating. By this time supper had been served to the guests at the new chateau, and the size and beauty of the splendid Christmas cake, which, according to the Norwegian usage, was to remain uncut upon the table until the 6th of January, was attracting the admiration of the ladies. It was a masterpiece of confectionery, and, with due respect to the gallantry of the period, as well as to the observances of a religious festival, it had been made to resemble the temple of Paphos. It was ornamented with monuments, trees, fountains, people, and animals. The pastry work and crystallized sugar of all colors imitated the most precious materials, and were elaborately wrought into fantastic forms. The Baron, on the plea of having important letters to read and answer, had entrusted the duty of doing the honors of the supper-table to an elderly single lady of his family, a person thoroughly accomplished in the duties of the mistress of the house, and a complete cipher in all other respects. The truth was that the Baron, who never lacked excuses for excluding himself when he happened to feel preoccupied, was at the present moment shut up in his private cabinet with a man with a pale face, who called himself Talbotto, and who was no other than Guido Massarelli. Guido had not obtained this tête-à-tête without effort. Johann, who was very jealous of his master's confidence, had tried to extract his secret from him, so as to turn it to his own advantage. But Massarelli was not the man to be deceived in that way. He had insisted, and after waiting about the chateau for the whole day, he had at last succeeded in obtaining the interview, whose results he had anticipated when he had boasted in advance to Christian that he was a friend of the family. The conversation, which was carried on in the French, begun with a strange narrative, to which the Baron listened with a sarcastic and contemptuous expression. "You have made a very startling statement," he observed at last to Massarelli, "and I should even say, if I could believe what I have heard, a very important revelation.
But I have so often been deceived in matters of a delicate nature, that I must insist on other proofs than mere verbal ones before trusting you. The story you have related is strange, romantic, improbable. And yet Monsieur Stenson acknowledged its accuracy. He did not even attempt to deny it, replied the Italian. So you say, coldly answered the Baron. Unfortunately, I am unable to corroborate your assertions. If I should interrogate Stenson, he would certainly deny it, whether it be true or imaginary. Very probably, your lordship, a man so capable of dissimulation as to have imposed upon you for 20 years will not be at a loss for a falsehood now. But if you will contrive to overhear a conversation between us, you can learn the truth. I will undertake to make him admit it again, and in your hearing, provided he has no suspicion of your presence.